Great Black Dragon. I am Iona, president of the Mage Association. Pleased to meet you. Still not understanding why the little mouse was here. Fortunately, Aileen's message panel helped him understand better. It read, "The tower manager said the little mouse came to visit, but couldn't arrive on time due to the red locusts on the 67th floor. The tower manager said if she's the president of the Mage Association, she must be a high-level monster in the tower." Seeing Seijun's confused face, Aileen had to change the message. "Just listen to the whole story. That must be it." Seijun cleared his throat. "All right, Iona," unsure where to start but finally managed. "We can't let guests from afar stand here forever. Would you like a drink first?" A moment later, Iona was invited to sit on a cushion made from green onions, facing a glass of homemade tomato juice, shimmering red and delicious. This was probably the strangest welcome Iona had ever encountered, because no matter how small she was, she always had her own seat at meetings, right? The farmer in front of her, awkwardly scratching his head, said, "Drink freely, though it's nothing special." Seijun was embarrassed. The rabbit family surrounded the table curiously looked at them, while Theo was startled to realize Queng was the same size as himself. The cat gaped. "Have you shrunk?" Sitting for a while to overcome the awkwardness, Seijun spoke first. "All right, Iona, you said you came here for what purpose?" She straightforwardly said, "I have a request for the Great Black Dragon." Guessing her intention based on what Aileen had mentioned, Seijun politely asked, "Is it about the red locusts on the 67th floor?" Hearing it was indeed an important matter, Iona jumped up from the green onion cushion and questioned, "The Great Black Dragon knows about it. Then why don't you deal with them?" How could Seijun know? He guessed based on what Aileen had tearfully mentioned earlier, something difficult that the dragon couldn't reveal. Following that lead, he hesitated, apologizing, for many different reasons. Not knowing how to explain, Theo's whiny voice interrupted, "President, I want reward soup." Kong saw the cat asking, and he called out, "Dad, I want some too." These two noisy like a bunch of preschoolers, not caring about Seijun's whispered caution. "We have guests." Iona found it suspicious, thinking, does the Great Black Dragon really live with these whiny ones? This atmosphere is so strange. Is this really the Great Black Dragon? Moreover, what do the titles President and Dad mean? Seeing Seijun pushing the two clueless kids aside, Iona found it increasingly strange. Besides his black hair, there seemed to be nothing related to the Black Dragon at all. More like a human who had just rushed into the tower recently, she couldn't sense any power at all. This person seemed really weak. But on the other hand, Iona recognized the dragon's magical power, which no creature in the tower could approach, emitting a strong trace. These were clearly visible to her, impossible to hide. They flowed out faintly, but always from certain areas. Lifting the wooden cup that Seijun offered, Iona took a slow sip, thinking hard about what was going on, as she currently didn't understand. Suddenly, her black eyes widened in surprise, unable to hide her shock. "Oh my, what is this? I can feel a large amount of magical energy in this thick red liquid. Moreover, it tastes delicious and sweet." Seeing the guest enjoying it, the farmer was delighted. Seijun cheerfully asked, "Is it good?" "That's honey cherry tomato juice. It's made from magical cherry tomatoes grown by the rabbit farmers and honey from poisonous bees." Focusing on the liquid, Iona asked about the magical cherry tomatoes. "Can I see them?" The rabbit father eagerly brought out a large bowl containing nearly 10 cherry tomatoes, proudly showing them to Iona. With just a glance, the little mouse recognized the rabbit family, softly asking, "Are you residents from the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor?" The rabbit father smiled and nodded. "Yes, Mr. Seijun. I mean, the Great Black Dragon here has allowed us to stay here." Curiously, Iona picked up a cherry tomato, and her system identified it as a magical cherry tomato. She was very surprised. This was an item she had never seen before. Were there any other items? Seijun immediately responded, "There's the sun sweet potato, agile carrot, and enhanced corn. Oh, it seems it's almost time to harvest peanuts too." Iona asked, "Peanuts?" It sounded like she had never heard of such a thing before. The two sat talking while the surrounding crowd got noisy. Theo lovingly patted Kwang's head after sharing a reward soup stick with him, even though it was his most treasured possession. Usually never sharing with anyone, yet he gave the red bear a whole stick. Seeing the two of them being so affectionate made Seijun happy, and he praised Theo. Nearby, he saw Minotaur and the Silver Wolf tribe playing with the gray rabbits. It seemed they had known each other for a long time, with no distance between the monsters. Seeing the adorable smiles on the rabbits' faces as they played with other species, Iona suddenly understood. They are living very happy lives here. An extremely reasonable thought suddenly struck the little mouse's mind. Staring at the cherry tomato in her hand, Iona exclaimed inwardly, "So that's it! He's been taking care of the monsters who have no place to return to. And he's been researching food issues and items too. Perhaps the reason the great black dragon's energy feels weaker is because he has devoted his efforts to caring for the monsters." She pretended to cough to hide her surprise, thinking to herself how shallow she had been. She hadn't understood the sacrifice he made for the tower, forgetting about himself. She really had been too shallow, hadn't she? Sejin turned back, intending to talk seriously with Iona about the red locust problem, but she lowered her head solemnly and spoke first. "I apologize. My small self couldn't repay the great black dragon's immense kindness. To show my remorse and respect, Iona even pressed her 2 hands down on the wooden table, bowing sincerely to Sejin, determined to use her life to correct her mistakes. Sejin found it strange, but assumed it was just a formality and didn't pay much attention. He placed something on the table in front of Iona, making her eyes widen as she looked at it and then up at the farmer. Pointing to the hard blade green onion he had placed on the table, Sejin said, "I think this might be useful. What do you think?" It was another completely unfamiliar item, shining under the sunlight. Iona saw the system indicate this was a hard blade green onion, swearing she had never seen anything like this before, with a completely unfamiliar name. The little mouse stared at the blade onion from top to bottom. Hard blade green onion? An Eskimo story says that as long as there's a blood-stained knife, even facing a fearsome wolf, it can be easily hunted. The method is simple. Dip the knife in blood repeatedly, freeze it, and bury the blood-stained knife in the snow, waiting until the knife becomes part of the snow and the starving wolves, unaware it was human-made, would come sniffing the sweet blood. Initially, they lick it joyfully, enjoying the taste, but soon their tongues would get cut, bleeding, and their own blood starts to flow. However, in the freezing weather, the wolves, with their cut tongues, won't feel the pain. Sejin told this story with a very grave expression. "So they keep licking until they slowly die. It's a story I read in a book before." Theo, sitting on the silver wolf chieftain's head, meowed in fright. "What a scary story, Elka. I'll give you fish, so don't lick knives, meow." Elka replied, "I won't do such a thing." Iona then commented, "What an interesting story. Because it will be very difficult to distinguish between normal green onions and hard blade green onions, they will surely fall into the trap. The red locusts that have tasted the green onions will seek out other green onions, and they'll rush to the hard blade green onions, devour them, but end up cutting themselves and dying." Excitedly, she continued, "Red locusts also have a habit of eating each other when their kind is injured. If that's the case, we might be able to protect the teleport point." This made a lot of sense and was very convincing, and it could be implemented immediately. Iona looked at Sejin with wide eyes full of admiration. "No wonder you're the great black dragon. How can you solve the food issues of the tower and develop items to deal with the red locusts?" Sejin laughed awkwardly at Iona's praise, unsure which part made him more embarrassed, the repeated mention of the great black dragon or the praise of his abilities. He wasn't sure, but it seemed the little mouse had misunderstood something. Returning to the previous matter, Sejin held the blade green onion in his hand, thinking that he wanted to see if his hypothesis could work. Since the blade green onions hadn't been harvested for long, if he wanted to plant them, he'd need to call in those pests to test their effectiveness. Surprisingly, Iona responded calmly, "If that's what worries you, don't be. I have a few red locusts right here." He looked at the little mouse in astonishment, wondering how she managed to keep them. Of course, Iona didn't store those fierce creatures in her sleeve. She summoned a space door linked to an endless pouch. It buzzed like a fan and allowed Iona to rummage inside for what she needed. If you thought she'd pull out a few locusts with her bare hands, you'd be wrong. Iona grabbed the handle of her magic staff and pulled it out of the endless pouch first. Its gem glowed, casting a dark beam outward, bringing forth 5 controlled red locusts. The atmosphere grew tense with just a few of them. Sejin fell back in surprise, eyes wary of the creatures, while the mother rabbit, deeply traumatized, buried her head in the father rabbit to avoid seeing the culprits that had taken over her kingdom. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Those writhing in that dark mist, are they red locusts? They look so rigid." According to Iona, she had captured a few for experimentation, and now they were available for Sejun's use. But what does the Great Black Dragon intend to do with these? Upon hearing her question, Sejun slowly got up and asked her to wait a moment. He went into the warehouse to fetch a regular green onion, planted it in a patch of soil near the table, and then planted the blade green onion in a different patch not too far away, making sure the regular green onion was closer to the locusts. Sejun's experiment involved only these two items. Once ready, he called Iona, asking if she could release the red locusts to test it out. Even Elka found them terrifying, standing still and not daring to move. With a swift flick of her magic staff, the magical barrier popped like a burst balloon, releasing the red locusts. At first, they were dazed, swirling in the air, but quickly reverted to their aggressive nature. The whole swarm buzzed, their sharp teeth clicking as they scanned the area. 10 eyes soon spotted the experimental green onions Sejun had planted not far away. Without a hint of restraint, they zoomed toward it as if they had been starved for years. 3 or 4 of them clustered around a single stalk, eager to eat before their comrades did. As soon as their forelegs touched the onion, their mandibles worked like saws, rapidly gnawing holes. A large green onion was devoured in less than a minute. Barely finished, they immediately sought the next target, drawn to the blade green onions reflecting the sunlight enticingly. The locusts flew straight to the blade green onions, unaware of the danger. If their legs had touched first, they might have noticed, but their jaws met the stalk first. Fatal curiosity. A sharp sound echoed as the first locust was sliced cleanly in a heartbeat. Despite seeing their comrade cut in half, the following locusts didn't hesitate. The second one met the same fate, followed by the third, with the blade green onion showing no signs of wear. Sejun, witnessing the scene, cheered. Amazing! It worked! The mutated green onion seemed capable of cutting through at least 50 more locusts, the scattered corpses proving its efficiency. As the farmer laughed joyously, the system unexpectedly popped up with good news. You've achieved the outstanding farmer accomplishment by capturing pests with an item. Sejun gaped at the following lines. You will be rewarded with a special privilege for this accomplishment. Special reward, accumulating points for capturing pests. Overwhelmed with joy and disbelief, he scratched his head. The system recognizes my outstanding farming achievement? If I catch red locusts with an item, I can accumulate points? That's fantastic, given there are millions of locusts. Just in time, Sejun would help the tower by dealing with all of them using his newly planted green onions. All events seemed orchestrated for his benefit. Outside the tower, someone else was about to receive similar good news as Sejun. In the magnificent glass high-rise, a joyful laugh echoed. Kim Dongshik, you truly are my student. Taejun, dressed comfortably in a tank top and shorts, lounging on the sofa in his freezing cold room, praised, How did you manage to clear the 38th floor faster than I expected? Seeing his master relaxing in the icy cold that required him to wear a thick parka, Dongshik humbly thanked his teacher. Taejun sat up and looked at him. I heard that after leaving the tower, you came straight to find me? Nodding confidently, You sure are quick with information, master. Dongshik reached into his bag and unexpectedly pulled out a slightly strange-looking yellow-brown sweet potato for his teacher. Naturally, Taejun had no idea what it was but would soon find out. Behind Dongshik were several members of the Phoenix Guild, smiling. Master, everyone is waiting for the legendary hunter's return. Let's go to the tower. A bright smile spread across Taejun's face. He had been waiting his whole life for the moment to return to the Black Tower. Let's neutralize the fire curse within 5 hours. On the 67th floor, a massive invasion was taking place by a species that most monsters in the Black Tower feared deeply, red locusts. These creatures swarmed in large numbers, each one quite large, equipped with powerful legs and bloodthirsty mouths. Even though the front line of locusts was cut down by the lizardmen, the ones behind surged forward fearlessly. The lizardmen's swords were sharp, and their numbers were many, but they still had to mobilize all resources to fend off the attack. Each wave of red locusts felt like a dark, ominous wind. The ground on the 67th floor was littered with the dissected remains of red locusts and the marks of fierce battles, yet the lizard soldiers couldn't stop fighting for even a moment. Someone shouted in frustration, "They're too many! We must join forces! The teleport point is right behind us!" If we can't stop this attack, we'll lose the 67th floor territory. Worse, if the red locusts reach the teleport point, they'll jump to the 68th floor and wreak havoc on the monsters there. As morale was dropping, a high-pitched voice rang out from above. Everyone, fight them off together. The lizard tribe looked up and saw a giant fireball, created by magic, spinning rapidly with intense heat. A lone hamster with her staff suddenly appeared, stunning the lizard folk. Was it the mage Iona? Her eyes glowed with magical light as she lowered her hand, sending the fireball crashing into the swarm of locusts. With a loud explosion, their bodies burned to ash upon impact, and the ground beneath was torn up, leaving the 67th floor residents in awe. The red locusts were incinerated, leaving no remains to bury. However, despite Iona's powerful spell, she could only deal with a small portion of the swarm. The rest scattered temporarily to avoid the heat. This gave the lizard tribe a brief respite. Everyone, young and old, watched the Grand Mage's performance in amazement. Quickly opening a spatial bag, Iona tossed sharp green onions into the hands of the lizard tribe, commanding loudly, "I'll hold them off. Plant these at the farm's front." Though puzzled by the onions, the lizard people had no time to question as Iona floated above, urging two lizards carrying the onions. "Hurry up!" The rest, including warriors protecting civilians and non-combatants, were equally puzzled. Could these onions really kill that many locusts? Two lizard warriors swiftly and accurately planted the onions about a meter apart. As they finished, the red locusts changed course and swarmed towards them, causing the warriors to flee in panic. "Get out of there! Without weapons, they'll bite you to death!" But the red locusts weren't targeting the warriors. They were aiming for the freshly planted onions. In no time, the locusts split into individuals, crashing into the sharp onions. The continuous sound of crunch-crunch filled the air as hundreds of red locusts were cleanly sliced. Some were cut in half, others lost limbs, unable to stop before hitting the next onion and dying. Their black blood splattered everywhere, creating a grim scene. Watching a locust struggle towards him with severed legs, the lizard people realized these creatures were rushing to their deaths. Surprisingly, the next waves mindlessly followed suit, meeting the same fate. The blade-green onions stood firm, cutting through many locusts, with their bodies piling up, almost covering the onion roots. No locust could get past the green onions to reach the lizard people, while another massive wave loomed behind. A warrior shouted to Iona, "What is that stuff?" This time, looking back at her lizard friends, the hamster mage smiled, no longer worried. Holding her staff, Iona explained, "It's a gift from the Great Black Dragon." The 67th floor's residents gathered, puzzled. The Black Dragon? This is his gift? No wonder they found it hard to believe. The Great Black Dragon was like a legend. Everyone knew of his existence, but no one knew what he looked like. From above, Iona cheered, "Oh, great mages and warriors, there's no need to fear these vile invaders anymore. Use the green onion blades to attack the red locusts and drive them out of here." Guided by Iona, the fighting spirit of the residents soared, all for the benefit of the tower. They shouted in unison with Iona, as all the mages provided magical support, and the soldiers below, wielding various swords, staffs, and weapons, rushed to eliminate the remnants of the red locusts. Determination shone in everyone's eyes, all for the Great Black Dragon. While the 67th floor was in the midst of a fierce battle, under the clear, blue sky of the 99th floor, it was still a peaceful day. The cornfields had bloomed, signaling the honeybees were about to produce delicious cornflower honey. Seijin looked up at the notifications popping up one after another. Nothing new, but plenty of them. They reported that his crops had been damaged by pests and that he had accumulated experience points. He breathed a sigh of relief seeing the new crops stable, especially the new variety, blade green onions, which seemed to have no issues transitioning into a full harvest. He glanced at the small bear flexing its muscles, staring intently at the blade onion in its hands. He wondered if Kwang was all right. Kwing, with its chubby arms, hugged the blade onion carefully, avoiding its sharp edges while concentrating hard to split it in two. The little bear's small mouth was tightly pursed, and its brows furrowed in deep focus. After a while, a ripping sound was heard. Kwang beamed as it looked at the perfectly split blade onion, evenly divided without any fraying. It was an impressive feat for the first try. As Seijin stepped out, Kwang immediately held up one half of the onion in its left hand, proudly announcing, "I split the green onion blade in half." Seijin nodded, praising, "Good job." Truly impressed, he He looked at Kwang affectionately, explaining that because the blade onion was so tough, he had been thinking about how to divide them for planting. Luckily, they had the very strong Kwang. The little bear, smiling brightly, had another onion ready to be split. "I'm really strong, Dad. I can split the onions in one go." Kwang loved being praised by Sejin, loved being helpful like the others on the farm, and especially loved the full jar of honey it got as a reward for its hard work. Patting the little bear's short red fur, Sejin thought back to a few days ago when he had traded blade onions with Iona to help strengthen the defense against the red locusts. Why trade and not give them away? Well, when Sejun had stood before the monsters, he had suggested that the mage take the blade onions, saying the tower would be in great danger without them. He laid out all the harvested onions neatly before Iona, who nodded gratefully and respectfully. "I am very grateful for the great black dragon's favor, but if we do this, there could be an issue of resource misuse in the tower." As expected of the great mage, Iona proposed a different way to avoid this, suggesting using transaction contracts for payment. Even Theo, the great black dragon's subordinate, thought it was a useful idea. Naturally, as the commerce cat, he exclaimed that it was a great method. Sure, Sejun agreed, saying that if both sides consented, he had no reason to refuse. Iona added that even if they built a defensive force at the teleport point, the number of red locusts wouldn't increase. If it decreased, she would personally lead a sweep of the red locusts with other mages. Hence, it would be hard for her to return to the 99th floor, and she would request the Merchant Guild's commission in Theo's name. While discussing official matters, Sejun suddenly heard a loud crunching sound nearby. Having heard it for a while but focusing on Iona's words, he now turned to look. He saw the adorable Kwang holding an onion in one hand and a locust, still bearing bite marks, in the other. The sight of its puffed-up cheeks made Sejun panic, shouting, "Oh no, Kwang, you can't eat that!" By the time Sejun noticed, Kwang had already eaten half the locust. Sejun rushed over, pried the bear's mouth open, searching for any remaining pieces. "Did you eat it all?" he asked, but Kwang, unfazed, mumbled, "What happened?" Trying to find an explanation, Sejun was interrupted by Elka, who softly asked, "May I eat red locusts?" Sejun quickly put the bear down, looking at the silver wolf chief in surprise, almost forgetting they were black tower monsters. It turned out that red locusts were a very nutritious delicacy for other monsters. I didn't see the farm rabbits eat, so I wondered if they could eat shrimp, octopus, and fish, and maybe even locusts. After finishing their meal, Elka looked at the pile of green onions Sejun had taken out and offered, "Let me take these sword blade green onions to the 67th floor for you, Sejun?" He nodded in agreement. "Thanks a lot." Kwang stood at the farmer's feet, looking just like his father. Like son. After packing the sword blade green onions into Elka's backpack, the father and son waved goodbye to the chief and left. "Be careful while transporting the sword onions." He nodded respectfully. "I will, sir." A while after the lizard warriors fought the red locusts on the 67th floor, they began cleaning up the battlefield by using the dead red locusts as food. They immediately replenished their protein by munching on them fresh, and whoever was full would stuff the locusts into sacks for later processing. However, there were so many red locusts that even with all the consumption, there were still heaps left over. There were so many that they couldn't fit into the sacks and had to be piled up into mounds as tall as a 2-story building, wondering how to handle it all. It wasn't easy. After dealing with the temporary attack, many red locusts were still alive. If they left the dead ones there, the living red locusts would eat them and double their numbers. So the Silver Wolf tribe helped deal with the dead red locusts using the sword blade green onions. They decided to move the dead red locusts to the 99th floor for storage, filling large wooden carts to the brim. If they could bring more than a certain amount, they could increase their sales revenue. They planned to use that money to rebuild the 85th floor, which was damaged by the drought. This made Sejun very excited. While harvesting cherry tomatoes, he thought, of course, the Silver Wolf tribe would also take a commission from the entire operation. Besides the sword blade green onions, there was another way to earn profits, so revenue was going to increase quite a bit. Did anyone notice the 2 chubby arms waving a fan made of leaves? That was Theo, the cat, being scolded by the farmer. "Hey, salesperson Theo, can't you fan properly? There's no wind today." The cat, asked so suddenly, drooped its ears pitifully. "My arms are too tired. Meow. Can't I stop being the fan cat now?" The The farmer, hands on his hips, scolded lightly. You haven't even fanned for 5 minutes. Because you took the sun's sweet potatoes, I have nothing to sell, don't you know? You should feel guilty because I had to separate them and replant from new sweet potato seeds. I almost forgot about that harvest. With each word, the cat's ears drooped lower. Knowing the boss wasn't wrong, Theo meowed apologetically. I won't make a mistake again. Suddenly it smiled and told Sejun, even though it made a mistake, it was lucky to sell the sweet potatoes to Eastern merchants. Nya. The Eastern people were good merchants who knew how to keep secrets. Proudly, Theo tucked the leaf fan under its arm while lightly thumping its chest. Their eyes showed that they desperately needed sun sweet potatoes. And with this, we could increase our credibility with the Eastern merchants. So I will definitely do my best. Making such a righteous declaration after making a mistake? Sejun frowned at it. 30 more minutes of fanning as punishment. Oh no, Naya, how can I do that? The cat, seeing the farmer didn't appreciate its words and even increased the punishment, cried in grievance, fanning furiously while pleading. I'm fanning so hard, look at me, Nya. The farmer, acting like a boss, rubbed his shoulder, complaining, Oh my, why are my shoulders so sore? Hearing the chance to stop fanning, the cat threw away the leaf fan, eagerly jumping over. Meow, oh, let me massage your shoulders. Sejun pretended to doubt it, but turned around for Theo to press its front paws on his shoulders. It kept reminding him not to worry, not to get sick, meow meow. Suddenly, he found it hilariously funny, but tried to hide his smile. Should he tease it a bit more? Just then, the notification board popped up repeatedly. You have accumulated 1 experience point. But he hadn't done anything but tease the cat? Sejun suddenly remembered it might be due to the ongoing locust attack somewhere, and the sword blade green onions killing them would bring him experience points. Suddenly, another notification appeared. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Requirement, harvest 1,000 items, level 21 reward, 50 tower coins. Sejun shouted with joy, causing the cat to fall backward. Amazing, I've reached level 20. From accumulated experience points from farming to dealing with pest insects, his leveling speed had increased dramatically. Clenching his fist with determination, now he had to complete the quest requirement right away. If he leveled up and gained experience points, surely his magic power would also increase. Excited, he suddenly heard the cat scream in his ear with frustration. Now it was Theo's turn to put his hands on his hips and scold the farmer for standing up suddenly without warning. What are you doing? I was massaging you. Sit back down. He stammered. I know, but Theo wasn't letting it go. It jumped up, kneading Sejun's face, making him immediately reach up to pull it off. Your face has problems, Sejun. I should massage it too. Unable to stop the chubby paws from rubbing his cheeks, he squinted, muttering, Why do I suddenly feel so unhappy? Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away, in the midst of rugged mountains and forests, there was no sound of birds singing. In a patch of forest, a tree monster was trembling on the ground. It looked extremely weak, its red pupils staring aimlessly, and the cracked ground suggested it had been slammed down with great force. Suddenly, with a loud thud, a red foot stomped on the trembling tree monster, killing it instantly. No more trembling. Its massive legs split apart the tree monster's torso, while its arms tore off 2 other pieces from the monster's body. Mother Bear's eyes glared angrily at the remains under her feet, even though she had finished dealing with it. She growled a few times, crushing the remnants in her hands, wondering why these tree monsters from the west were suddenly invading her territory. She decided she needed to increase patrols. Looking up at the sun, now high in the clear blue sky, she mumbled, It's already time to head back. Not finished with the task, she couldn't leave the remains here, so she grabbed the largest part of the tree monster, dragging it across the ground as she pushed through the dense trees to head out. Time to go back to my little one. What should we do tonight? Kwang needs to eat well. I bet Sejun is still feeding him delicious food regularly, right? That way, Mama Bear can have the energy to protect the territory.
Phew, someone was breathing heavily, echoing loudly. Even knowing that in the Black Tower there's always sunlight, no matter day or night. But how hot does it have to be for you to stick out your tongue and pant like a dog? It's all because of this. On the plate of green onions, Only a few pieces of that signature red sauce were left. Guess what dish it was? After finishing such a large plate, the black dragon Aileen turned to grab a glass of tomato juice, gulping it down until it was all gone. Only tomato juice could extinguish her tongue that was burning fiercely. Aileen, holding the glass in one hand, wiped her mouth with the other, feeling refreshed as if she had just chugged a beer. Not juice. Woo! Eating spicy and sweet food sure makes all the stress go away, doesn't it? On the stone floor, near Aileen's feet, were 5 empty green onion plates, with only a few pieces of sauce left after being cleaned up. Normally, she would only eat one plate, but Sejun's spicy stir-fried squid was truly amazing. Enjoying that pleasure, Aileen blushingly commented that it's also because she's been feeling a bit unsettled lately and hasn't been eating properly. Today's meal tasted even better, and she ate more than usual. Each of Aileen's words was turned into a message by the system, letting the farmer know how happy the tower manager was feeling. Meanwhile, Sejun was wiping his sweat, shoveling with the rabbit family, and pushing the cart across the field to harvest, definitely not as leisurely as the dragon. Yet, he still chuckled, saying that he should be the one thanking her for enjoying her meal so much. Later, he would prepare sweet potatoes as a dessert for her. A smaller system panel popped up, notifying him continuously that his crops were being damaged by pests, and he had accumulated 1 experience point. Lately, these types of notifications had been popping up constantly, all with the same 2 messages because the blade green onion was dealing with the locusts. But them appearing suddenly, like that meant the red locusts were attacking again. Sejun wondered how many of them were left. Why haven't they been wiped out yet? To answer his question, Aileen opened the system to check the numbers immediately. First was the board showing the total number of red locusts exterminated on the 67th floor of the tower. 1,003,781, with 6,038,881,918 remaining. It also added that the number of red locusts had increased by 7 compared to an hour ago. The Black Dragon remained highly optimistic, informing Sejun that their forces had significantly reduced the number of red locusts. Hearing this, the farmer smiled gently, saying that was fortunate, right? Because leveling up clearly owed a lot to the red locusts. If only he could help out on the 67th floor. He stood next to a carrot bed ready for harvest, preparing to pull it out while chatting with Aileen. At this moment, the dragon's orb wasn't for watching a handsome farmer anymore. Aileen reached out her dark-colored finger, tapping her nail on the orb, making it light up like a bulb. A long panel popped out, showing the contribution levels in eradicating the red locusts on the 67th floor of the tower. Rank 1 Park Sejun, 303,113 locusts. Rank 2 was Iona, 123,812 locusts, and Rank 3 was the Lizard Warrior with 11,929 locusts. The ones with lesser contributions didn't show up, as the gap between ranks 1 and 3 was already huge. Aileen smiled, something she hadn't done in a long time. Due to a lack of magic, she couldn't check the situation on the 67th floor through the crystal orb. But of course, she could still guess the current situation through the ranking board. So she told Sejun that the effectiveness of the green onion knife was unquestionable. Seeing the farmer's bewildered face, she giggled and encouraged him, saying she wasn't lying. Also, if the red locusts disappeared from the tower, she would give rewards based on the level of contribution. So he should keep trying. Looking at the new message board, Sejun was very surprised. There were rewards too? Was it a reward for exterminating the red locusts? Was it a request or a real reward? Of course, Aileen couldn't tell him that, with 6 billion red locusts still remaining. Glancing at the message board, saying that the tower manager couldn't disclose that information. What she could reveal was that the more the contribution, the bigger the reward. Sejun immediately turned back with a plump carrot ready for harvest. He grabbed it, preparing to pull it out, making the chubby rabbit drool just looking at it. Contribution level means having to put in more effort, right? He asked Aileen while using his strength to pull the plump, high-quality carrot out of the ground. As the soil fell away, the system displayed the information immediately. Agile carrot, when eaten, it would decompose 30 grams of body fat, increase agility by 0.5 for 10 minutes, and improve eyesight. Grown by Tower Farmer Park Sejun, shelf life 130 days, grade C. This wasn't the first time harvesting agile carrots, but Sejun was still very excited. The farmer handed a carrot to Chubby Rabbit, and with his other hand gave 2 more to the others. Here you go, it's grade C carrots. Now eat them slowly, okay? That way, Your agility points will increase, and the work can be finished faster too. The kids cheered loudly. It wasn't every day Seijin gave them food right in the middle of the field, so they were very excited. Seijin also tasted the sweet flavor of the carrot, but hadn't eaten much when he saw Theo the cat rubbing its sleepy eyes, coming out to find him. "Boss, I think I have to go down now, nya?" Chewing a carrot, Seijin mumbled. "Trader Theo, you're awake. Going now?" Letting the rabbit family transport the carrots to the storage area, he stood up and asked, "Are you meeting Elka on the 88th floor?" The cat nodded, confirming it. It also added, "After delivering the silver wolves to the 67th floor, I plan to head down to the 38th floor while collecting red locust carcasses." Seijin let the cat go, but couldn't help his sarcastic nature. Crossing his arms and smirking, he teased, "Be careful this time. No mistakes with the crops, right?" Theo snapped awake. "What kind of cat do you think I am? I only made one mistake. I won't make it twice. Meow." About to make another jab, they both heard the architecture rabbit calling, "Mr. Seijin." The formal tone caught both of them off guard. Once it had their attention, it spread its arms wide, eyes sparkling, announcing, "The house is finished." Looking at the architecture rabbit's face, it was clear it was proud, as if presenting its masterpiece, which must be quite impressive. Seijin, Theo, Kwang, and the rabbit family approached the sturdy house, marveling at it from the outside. It looked like an old-style Korean house, solidly built with bricks within a wooden frame. The thatched roof was meticulously designed to provide just the right amount of shade below. The small wooden door was crafted delicately, perfectly matching the house's style, making it hard to believe. Only those who were fans of the architecture rabbits knew they did everything from A to Z, and the level of craftsmanship was extraordinary compared to their appearance. Stepping inside revealed more surprises, such as the stone kitchen with 2 separate cooking holes, already equipped with deep-bottomed pots. Standing there cooking, Seijin wouldn't have to worry about food smells clinging to his hair because the architecture rabbits had thoughtfully included a ventilation hole. Not only Seijin, but also Theo and Kwang were astonished. One had never known what a house was, and the other had never seen such a big house. "Wow, it's exactly as I requested. How did you guys manage this?" Before the rabbits could answer, they were drawn by Kwang's excited voice. Dad, the floor is so warm." To make sure, he lay spread eagle on the floor with the little ones following suit. Everyone was delighted, Theo rubbing back and forth, enjoying it, whining, "Why do I suddenly feel so tired, meow?" Seijin cheerfully explained, "This is called underfloor heating. When you're tired, just lie down and your body will warm up and you'll feel less tired." He sat up suddenly, surprised, and asked the 2 gray-furred rabbits waiting expectantly, "But did I explain the structure of the heating system to you guys?" The elder rabbit eagerly explained. The reason they knew without Seijin explaining was because among the merchants, there was a race that often lived in houses with a similar structure. They had been commissioned several times to build such houses, so it was easier to imagine. After checking inside, they stepped outside to a small area for chatting. Seijin put on his shoes and smiled, asking the little ones, "I guess there will be monsters using the heater and the pot in this tower, right?" Theo, drooling over the smoothed wooden posts, immediately started scratching them. No matter how good a trader Theo was, he was still just a cat. Kwang suddenly noticed a different section of the wall behind the cat, waving and loudly asking, "Dad, what's this?" It looked like 2 wooden shutters specifically made on the stone wall. Seijin had no idea what it was either. He hadn't told the architecture rabbits to add this while building the house. Curiosity piqued, Theo clung to the farmer's shoulder, cautiously approaching to open it. Turned out it was a sliding door, modern and luxurious, sliding smoothly. Sunlight poured in, revealing a small wood-paneled space, with green onions on the floor and the guilty face of the cart rabbit hugging the youngest of the 3 architecture rabbits. Its cheeks flushed from being caught red-handed. I couldn't believe that chubby rabbit had secretly wooed the gray rabbit. It took a few seconds to grasp the situation before it quickly shut the door. Embarrassed, "You guys should knock first." Honestly, who would know that door led to paradise? Seijin was the quickest to understand, rushing off like the wind with a panicked face, but managed to pull Theo clinging to his sleeve and cover Kwang's eyes, dragging him away. The little bear, not understanding anything, innocently asked, Dad, why are you covering my eyes?" The whole group ran out to the yard in a panic. Though they hadn't gone far, Seijin was panting like he'd just finished a race. 2 gray rabbits stood bewildered, as if it was their first time seeing their sibling alone with Cart Rabbit. Kwang looked at his father in confusion, while Theo's face showed pure boredom. What was the big deal? Why did they have to run away? After catching his breath, Sejun turned back to his beautiful house with a sense of grievance. That's my house. The innocent red bear didn't understand the reason. Seeing Sejun on the verge of tears, it could only show concern. Is Dad feeling sad? Before Sejun could explain, a large figure loomed behind the green bushes. Mother Bear greeted Mr. Sejun, to which he replied in surprise. Mother Bear, why are you so late today? The little one jumped up as soon as it saw its mother, forgetting how sad its father had been earlier. Noticing the red bear's worried look, Sejun immediately asked, You've been coming to check more often lately, haven't you? Mother Bear, holding something in its paw, replied shortly, Because things have been a bit chaotic around here, so I came to check more frequently. After saying that, it threw down the tree trunk it was holding. In Mother Bear's hands, it looked small, but when it hit the ground, it was extremely heavy. Just because Mother Bear's physique was larger than normal, the force of the impact made Sejun's group step back. Trying to hide his fear, Sejun said, Thank you. But he didn't know what it was or why Mother Bear thought he needed it. Hesitantly, he guessed, Is this an old tree from long ago? Theo interrupted, seeing that Mother Bear wouldn't stay long. It exclaimed excitedly, Mother Bear, will you go back to the forest now? Please take me with you, meow! Mother Bear agreed immediately, extending its large hand to invite Theo up. All right, it'll make the journey less boring, won't it? Theo sat on the food-powered palanquin, waving goodbye as the group waved back energetically. Take care. This time, Theo would travel a bit before heading downstairs. Sometimes it would be a month before it returned. The group looked at the old log Mother Bear had left behind. Sejun had no idea what to do with this dry tree. Maybe use it for furniture? Seeing the wood, the architectural rabbit got excited. It ran over to the log, tapping on the trunk to check the quality. It's solid, not decayed at all. It jumped onto the trunk, pulled out its axe, and excitedly declared, First, I need to trim this tree. A skilled craftsman, as soon as it saw raw materials, it wanted to carve them into useful items. Seeing this, Sejun turned away, saying he'd arrange things around. Now only the bed was missing. Just a bit more wood, and it'd be done. The gray rabbit nodded firmly. This task was easy for it alone. Suddenly, a strange red light glowed in the tree hollow. Surprised, it cautiously approached. Before it could recognize what it was, branches sprang out, wrapping around the rabbit. Startled, it dropped the axe, soon finding itself tightly bound by the seemingly dry branches. The more it struggled, the tighter the branches squeezed, causing it to squeak in pain. Frighteningly, the log abruptly stood up. It balanced on its dry roots, 4 glowing red spots glaring menacingly at the impudent rabbit in its grasp. It turned out the corrupted ant was only pretending to be dead, furious now at the rabbit for attempting to chop it. As Sejun's group gaped in shock, the gray rabbit was hoisted by its neck, looking utterly helpless and pathetic. Never before had it faced such direct danger. Sejun quickly drew the knife from his waist, charging forward with a shout, Let him go! But he didn't know how to fight the corrupted ant. His face full of confusion, he saw Kwang darting forward. The little bear's face was full of courage. It leapt high, above the corrupted ant's head, roaring Kwang, then spread its claws wide. Decisively, Kwang slashed its right paw at the dry branch holding the gray rabbit. With a loud crack, the branch broke instantly. The rabbit was thrown aside, falling hard to the ground as the corrupted ant couldn't catch it in time. Although the front of the gray rabbit was a bit damaged, it managed to escape the control of the corrupted ant successfully. The branch holding the gray rabbit broke, but the corrupted ant didn't care about it anymore. It turned sharply towards its new enemy, the one with the red fur. 2 more branches sprouted and rushed to wrap around Kwang. As Kwang's size kept growing, the branches could only wrap around his arms or thighs. However, there were surprisingly many branches, often coming in pairs or 4s, and soon Kwang's movements were tightly restricted. Even his wrists were held, sealing the small bear's claws, making him look anxious. But this was nothing. Kwang grew even bigger than before, lunging forward to bite fiercely into the dry branch, attempting to strangle him. Usually only eating vegetables and drinking honey, who knew his teeth were so sharp and his face could be so fierce, he twisted violently, ripping the branch with his teeth. His right arm swung mightily, breaking free from the right side's control. Yet the number of branches seemed endless. Any that broke would immediately regrow. Kwang grew to his full size, angrily resisting the corrupted Ent's grip. They glared at each other, roaring with fury. Clearly, this was a battle of two giants. Seijin hesitated, holding the knife, unsure how to help. He stared in confusion. What should he do? What could he do? At that moment, a message board popped up, startling Seijin, who called Aileen like someone calling for a lifeline. The tower manager asked why the corrupted Ent was there, but Seijin had no idea. He hastily replied, "I don't know. It just sprang up. How do I deal with it?" The solution was in the magic book, but if Aileen hadn't read it, she wouldn't know either. The dragon girl hurriedly followed Seijin, frantically flipping through the book to find the solution. The pages rustled under her fingers more chaotically, but finally, the message board informed him that the manager said to just remove all the carnivorous fruits inside the tree. But Seijin didn't know what a carnivorous fruit was. He had no time to hesitate. Besides the increasing number of branches, the ones wrapping around Queng were extending. Though both were of equal size, the bear wasn't as battle-hardened as his mother, only able to resist with muscle strength. Suddenly, his father's voice echoed in his ears. "Queng, shrink down." Not understanding why, but being an obedient child, Queng immediately shrank within a blink of an eye as his father instructed. Indeed, the branches couldn't keep up with his transformation speed, and Queng's sudden shrinkage startled the corrupted Ent. As it tried to bind the bear again, Seijin had already rushed over at top speed. He no longer cared about his precious straw hat flying off, seizing the moment to thrust his knife into the dark spot in the tree hollow. A furious scream echoed, the red spots distorted. Seijin didn't know what he had stabbed, but saw some black liquid spurting out. Gritting his teeth, he pushed harder, ignoring how terrifying the corrupted Ent was. The monster trembled violently, its glowing spots converging where Seijin drove the knife. Unsure what was happening, but his task remained to hold on. Gradually, a crunching sound emerged where the knife pierced, and Seijin realized he had stabbed something solid. Before, it felt strange, like stabbing jelly. When he pulled the knife out, Seijin saw he had pierced a sticky red fruit. It looked like a tomato, but it must be the carnivorous fruit Aileen mentioned. Unexpectedly, as soon as he pulled it out, without even examining it, the corrupted Ent collapsed backward with a thud. The farmer stood frozen, unsure what to do, holding his position. It felt like pulling the soul out of a body. Was it really that simple? Seijin gaped, muttering, "Is it over?" Stabbing that thing faced no resistance from the corrupted Ent at all. He couldn't believe it, but the system notification was definitely reliable. 2 notifications read, "You have eliminated the mutated corrupted Ent's carnivorous fruit. You have accumulated 50 experience points." Behind him, Queng tugged at his father's pants, pointing, "Look, Dad, look." What did only he notice? The 2 gray rabbits were still fearfully checking on each other. The farmer wasn't ready to face anything else, but before them, numerous skinny shadows were approaching. One corrupted Ent scared them enough. Now a whole swarm appeared. What should they do? He gaped, crying out in dismay. "We're doomed. It's a territory invasion." Mother Bear had only just left when a new enemy appeared, the western corrupted Ent that she always warned Seijin about. The system only gave Seijin one piece of information. This was corrupted Ent's small branch scouts. No one knew why they appeared here, or how to deal with them.
The small mutated corrupted Ent army made no sound at all. They were like spiders gently placing their spindly legs on the ground, all moving in one direction, towards Seijin's field. Though their size was only about as tall as an adult, their number was overwhelming. Looking out, the farmer couldn't count them all, only knowing that danger was very close. These intruders resembled the tree from earlier. Gripping the gardening knife tightly in his hand, with their size, he definitely had to deal with them himself. Behind Seijin, the little bear had enlarged to its full size, turning back into a large Queng. It clenched its fist, leaping forward to shield its father. Meanwhile, Seijin quickly turned to the 2 gray rabbits, telling them to run quickly and call for the combat-capable black rabbits. They obeyed, biting the axe in their mouths and running on all fours, leaving the battlefield for the father and son to hold the line. Queng showed no fear, gaining momentum before jumping high. The sunlight was blocked by the small bear, now growling fiercely, Queng, just like its name. The small corrupted Ent army looked up, but couldn't see, though the glimmering dots seemed to follow Kwang's every move. Clearly, everyone knew it would be the main fighter. Targeting the densest area of the corrupted Ents, Kwang slammed its body down with a thundering boom. The immense force scattered the corrupted Ents in all directions, the ground sinking deeply, and those not thrown off couldn't stand firm. That was just the beginning. In Kwang's determined and angry eyes, there seemed to be a battle plan against the corrupted Ents. It took a firm step forward, using its right paw to slap through the corrupted Ents, successfully breaking them into several pieces. The cracking sound followed the smack. Kwang spun to the left, gaining momentum for another strike at the approaching corrupted Ents. The bear's strength was terrifying. The corrupted Ents were flung into the air, breaking in two before they could utter a word. With its black claws, Kwang only needed to stand still to battle a significant number of Ent. After assigning the task to the gray rabbits, the foster father also rushed in, gripping the gardening knife tightly in his right hand. He shouted loudly, "Ha!" using all his strength to slash at the nearest corrupted Ent. Satan's reach only extended that far, and with the limited size of the gardening knife, he could only slash one corrupted Ent. Fortunately, the knife was sharpened frequently, making it extremely sharp, cutting through the corrupted Ent in one slice, very cleanly. It let out a croak, collapsing into two pieces on the ground. The cut area oozed a black fluid like corrupted Ent blood, momentarily making the two nearby ones pause to assess the situation. Seijin, having slashed one corrupted Ent, had to think about his next move. He was just a certified farmer, never having faced danger forcing him to fight, and the surrounding corrupted Ents were slowly forming a circle around him. Where did they come from? There was no answer, but a shout came from afar. "Seijin!" It was the black rabbit and the sickle rabbit running on all fours in a hurry. Seeing them, he immediately shouted orders, stopped them from stepping into the field. This was Black Rabbit's moment to shine. It swung its right hand, a blue light flashing, revealing the shape of a hammer like Sailor Moon transforming. The Black Rabbit's face was tense. "I am a warrior rabbit. Hide, and time to showcase my skills properly has come." With that, Black Rabbit shot forward like an arrow, zigzagging through the corrupted Ents. Each corrupted Ent it touched cracked severely or burst open with a big hole, demonstrating its superior hammer skills. In the overall scene, only a streak of light was seen passing through the corrupted Ents, and then the rabbit emerged, gripping the hammer in both hands, darting out of the invaders without them having a chance to react. "Wow, Black Rabbit, you are awesome!" Sejun exclaimed in admiration. Looked at Sejun, armed with a sharp weapon but only managing to slash one corrupted Ent. Black Rabbit was indeed a formidable fighter, truly opening everyone's eyes. Busy as he was, hearing praise, the rabbit turned back, raising its hand in a cool gesture with a clear wink. Knowing its strength, Black Rabbit became even more confident. Now was the time to show its usefulness. Suddenly, a corrupted Ent jumped higher than the others, lifting its spider-like leg to stab down at the Black Rabbit. Its sharp leg could cause considerable injury if it hit, but Black Rabbit couldn't dodge in time, completely surprised by the sudden attack, only able to gape in fear. Suddenly, something from behind slashed through the corrupted Ent's body, the sharp sound of swish ending the monster's actions. Seeing its body was cut with incredibly sharp and overlapping lines, within seconds, it burst into large and small pieces, falling to the ground. Black Rabbit gaped, looking up to see its brother had just created that masterpiece with his sickle, saving the Black Rabbit's life. Who would have thought Sickle Rabbit also had such outstanding combat skills? He landed with a handsome look, different from the squinty-eyed laborer in the garden. The scattered pieces of the corrupted Ent fell behind Sickle Rabbit, showing that his speed was no joke. Carrying his weapon on his shoulder, Sickle Rabbit tilted his head and reminded his brother, "Don't get sidetracked, it's very dangerous." Black Rabbit remained silent, only daring to nod slightly. Without Sickle Rabbit's rescue, it would have been over for him. Suddenly, there was loud shouting from various voices. The second-generation young rabbits and the gray rabbit swarmed in with all kinds of gardening tools. One held a rake, another a shovel, some a hoe or an axe, all shouting loudly, "You bastards! Get out of our home!" The entire group of rabbit siblings rushed in to handle the corrupted Ents. Those with weapons attacked in their own style, while those lacking confidence joined their siblings to strike bam-bam at them. Though clumsy, everyone tried their best to protect their territory. Some without weapons even used their teeth to bite or bare hands to punch the corrupted ents, causing some damage but not much. In the sky, 2 swarms of venomous bees gathered, buzzing aggressively, ready to sting the corrupted ents with their poisonous stingers. Though small, their stings were large and wide. 2 bees stinging a vital spot could kill a corrupted ent instantly. Sejun led the way deeper into enemy lines, trying to reach Kwang, who was single-handedly dealing with the corrupted ents. They never stopped fighting as the number of corrupted ents only increased. /1 and another appeared, showing no fear and constantly advancing. "Guys, hang in there a little longer. We've taken out almost all of them." Sejun clenched his fist, loudly encouraging the rabbits, who were fighting just as hard as he was, all to protect the farm. "Sejun, behind you!" Black Rabbit turned back to agree with him, but suddenly screamed loudly as if something terrifying was approaching. Boom! A gigantic root stomped the ground. Its color was completely different from the small mutated corrupted ent army. The ground shook, and the small corrupted ents rushed forward to make way for the large branch scout army behind. Shah! The fruits inside them were yellow, but these moved in groups, even trampling the small corrupted ents to move forward, clearly not easy to handle. Sejun stood stunned at the new enemy, and the rabbits grew increasingly tense. In an instant, the yellow cavities turned to bright red. Shah! It roared loudly, the fear rising with every breath. The system informed everyone this was corrupted ents' large branch scouts. Obviously, it seemed enormous compared to the farmer. Sejun's face turned pale. The small ones were numerous but manageable, but these were a different story. He managed to handle 1 ent before by sheer luck. "No more fighting, run!" Sejun ran on 2 legs as the large corrupted ents started thundering after him. Kwang noticed the tense situation by his father's side and sprinted over with urgency. Currently, only this bear was big enough to approach the large enemy. Kwang's recklessness drove it to headbutt the nearest large corrupted ent, clawing its face to slow it down for Sejun to escape. Sejun frantically called out to his little bear, "Kwang!" But Kwang dared not look back, using all its strength to hold back the corrupted ent. Clenching its teeth, Kwang furrowed its brow in determination. Its wet nose exhaled 2 white puffs of breath from the effort. "Don't mess with my dad!" Sejun stopped running, but he didn't dare approach. Even fully enlarged, Kwang wasn't taller than the colossal corrupted ent, giving it no advantage. "Damn it! We can't fight those things with our strength alone." Mother Bear and Theo had gone to the pastureway, and it's too far of a distance for the Minotaur King to cross the wastelands in time. Sejun was at a loss, standing there bewildered, unaware that from behind, a large corrupted ent had already leaped towards him. It's over. There is nothing he could do. Sejun's eyes widened as the looming shadow was about to crush him. His gaze was filled with terror. Suddenly, a terrifying thud resounded beside him, and a gust of wind made Sejun shut his eyes tight. A large, dark figure with a long scar over its eye wielded a huge axe, striking down the corrupted ent that was about to eliminate him. Startled, Sejun opened his eyes and realized he was still alive, saved just in time. The Minotaur King, looking more handsome than ever, smiled at him. "Are you okay, Park Sejun?" Appearing like a descending god wasn't enough. The Minotaur King reached behind him. "The Black Minotaurs are here to help you too." Ox 3 and Ox 4, the fierce warriors, were using their bulging muscles to pummel the encircling corrupted ents. Their mighty roars echoed throughout the area, making Sejun excited. The right fighters had arrived, and he no longer feared for his life. From a distance, someone approached rapidly. The loud howls of Kwang filled the air. Looking over, something rammed into the large corrupted ents, scattering them everywhere, breaking them to pieces. A series of monsters were effortlessly dealt with by Mother Bear. She went berserk, grabbing the nearest corrupted ent and tearing it in half while stepping on a pile of corrupted ent corpses. "How dare you invade my territory and mess with Sejun Nim's fields? I shall not let you be, you ent scoundrels!" The Minotaur King casually lifted his axe, observing Mother Bear thrashing the tree monsters. "The giant red bear seems furious, huh?" He looked unbothered, clearly not fazed by the number of corrupted ents. Sejun took the opportunity to ask, "How did you know to come here and help?" The Minotaur King didn't answer, but a message appeared informing Sejun that the tower manager had directly called them for assistance. Initially, Sejun didn't understand, but after Aileen explained, he got it. "I confirmed that ents were coming to you from far away." The dragon spoke into a sphere, sending the message to Seijin. I reached out to Minotaur King and Red Bear and made them come. I told you to trust me. Aileen's eyes sparkled proudly, placing a dragon hand on her chest, even though Seijin couldn't see. She felt happy for sending timely reinforcements to save him, feeling immensely useful. Seijin, feeling both joyful and moved, could only say a few words. Aileen, thank you. His faith in the Black Tower grew stronger. He wasn't abandoned here. Determined, with various monsters, Seijin rallied. Nice, let's protect the field together. Queng, with his mother around, shrank to a manageable size to coordinate better with the rabbits. Above them, the alert bees glared at the invaders. Once this is over, I'll make you all extremely delicious food. The fierce looks on everyone's faces vanished. Hearing about food, everyone was excited. Even the Minotaur King drooled, his eyes shining. Food? His subordinates were no different, drooling at the thought of food. Kwong didn't want to admit it, but the white steam from his mouth showed his craving. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Did Seijin say food? The young ones were eager, wanting to finish quickly to eat. Kwong jumped up and roared loudly. Queng! With Black Rabbit grinning on his head, the motivation for a swift victory was clear. Charge! Seijin confidently pointed his knife forward, leading everyone to attack the corrupted Ents. All for a good meal. The Minotaur's hooves pounded the ground, along with the steps of the mother and child red bears, creating a powerful momentum. The prehistoric farm advanced bravely, showing the invaders what they were made of. In the 67th floor lizard's dense forest, the ground was littered with dead red locusts. The air smelled foul, carried by the wind. The place was barren. Even the distant mountains looked bleak. After parting with Kuong, Theo and Elka arrived here before heading below. The cat stood bewildered at the feet of the Silver Wolf tribe chief, thinking they had arrived at the wrong place. Isn't this the dense forest, Nia? Elka confirmed they were in the right place. It really is the dense forest. All the places where the red locust passes become desolate like this. Not a single blade of grass is left. Theo looked down at the busy Silver Wolf tribe, his voice heavy. They truly are scary, Nia. But what are we doing here, Nia? Aren't we supposed to bring back the red locust bodies, Nia? The Silver Wolf tribe was also gathering branches, digging soil, and stacking stones. Not many were collecting the bodies of the pests. At this moment, the chief informed the cat that the Mage Guild had asked them to clean up the desolate Great Forest. Since everyone had gone to fight the red locusts, there was probably a shortage of hands. Elka looked a bit worried, but Theo wanted to know something else. The cat asked, "Do you get paid for this, Nia?" The chief honestly replied, "No, it's not that difficult anyway." Talking casually like that, Theo suddenly burst out angrily. "Are you a pushover, Nia?" Its face even showed veins as if the Silver Wolf tribe had made a terrible mistake. Theo stomped away with tightly furrowed brows, leaving Elka confused. The chief softly asked, "Where are you going, sir?" But Theo didn't bother to look back. Still in a rage, it replied, "This won't be, Nia. You follow me, Nia." Theo turned back with an incredibly angry face, declaring to Elka, "I'm going to get us money, Naya." Theo's destination for demanding payment was a tent set up next to poles bearing the symbols of the Free Mercenary Guild and the Mage Guild of the Tower. The lizard warriors guarding it were quite at ease until they saw an uninvited guest approaching, looking strange. They saw the fierce-looking cat and coldly said, "You are not allowed in here." Theo looked up at the yellow lizard and sharply retorted, "Move aside, Nya. I'm here to meet your leader, Nya." When they didn't move, Theo, annoyed, placed one hand on its chest and the other on its hip, tail wagging irritably. "I'm not just anyone, Nya. Call Iona or someone out here now, Nya." The guards were startled, never having seen anyone dare to directly call out the name of the great mage like that. This merchant cat even dared to speak so boldly in front of the tent. The lizard suddenly lowered its voice. "Master Iona is busy and likely cannot meet just anyone." Theo didn't care and loudly insisted on getting in. "It's not like we don't have any relations at all, Nya. Iona and I have a really important relationship, Nya." Theo's loud words quickly attracted a crowd of surrounding monsters. From warriors and merchants to ordinary passersby, all gathered around the tent, curious about the cat's supposed close relationship with the great mage. Theo didn't care about the gaping crowd, still standing hands on hips, breathing heavily, locking eyes with the lizards. Elka, silently following, now felt a headache, wishing he could scream internally. "What is this damn cat brat going on about now? Who knows what trouble it's bringing?" Theo acted like he didn't care about the crowd around him. The cat determined to show how angry he was, simply because he was determined to see Iona, and he insisted having the right. Meanwhile, Elka, the leader of the Silver Wolf tribe, felt like the world was collapsing. He tiptoed closer to Theo, using words that were both respectful and showed he was about to faint from fear. Theo, Director Theo, what are you doing now? Still standing defiantly, the cat looked at the leader with a puzzled expression. Why do you look so surprised? In Theo's mind, he had every right to make a fuss here. Starting as Seijun's subordinate, and since Iona bowed to Seijun, her boss, then this great wizard was also Seijun's subordinate. By extension, because Theo and Iona were both Seijun's subordinates, their level of importance was the same. Their relationship was equal. Got it? Theo calmly explained this to the leader while twitching his ears. After finishing, he still saw the wolf's face wrinkled, sweating profusely as if hearing through one ear and out the other. Theo put his hands on his hips and shouted, "It's an equal relationship. Don't you understand?" Theo's shout left Elka speechless, and the surrounding onlookers started whispering more. Suddenly, the tent curtain was pulled aside by the hamster. Theo immediately recognized that Iona had finally come out to greet him. He smiled joyfully and was about to step forward to talk, but the great wizard shouted right in his face. "Quite, don't say anything to cause more misunderstanding." The tense look on Iona's face showed she had been dragged out here by the commotion outside the tent, just waiting to scold the ignorant cat. But Theo didn't care. As long as he was led into the tent, he was happy. Inside, suspicious eyes were all focused on the small cat. This place was having an important meeting, so why did Iona bring him in? Knowing people were questioning, the hamster led Theo in, but didn't explain to those around the map. Instead, she told Theo, everyone is planning another attack on the red locusts. Turning to the cat, Iona asked directly, "Why are you here? Is it because of Blade Onion?" He interrupted, saying no, that's not why he came. It was because of the wolves. Not mentioning it earlier, but now that it was brought up, Theo showed his displeasure. Down there, the wolf clan was cleaning up the battlefield and doing all sorts of tasks, while the original contract only said they needed to clean up the red locusts' corpses. If so, this contract was unfair to them, way too much work. Instead of yelling at Theo for this reason, Iona turned her gaze to a lizard with spines on its head. "I've always been on the battlefield, so I didn't notice that. What do you think, Toro?" Suddenly being called out, he stammered a few words. "Well, that." Toro was the leader of the lizard tribe in the war. Trying to find an explanation, but clearly flustered, he said, "Because our lizard warriors are all fighting, the remaining lizards can't clean up the reclaimed territories. Only the elderly and children are left, so we asked them to help clean up." That was enough. Theo showed his disapproval. He folded his arms, lowered his voice, but loud enough for the whole tent to hear. "That's impossible. I want compensation for that excessive workload." Seeing the great wizard silent, Toro hesitated and asked, "How much?" Theo spread out his plump paw, angrily shouting in his face, "How dare you order my subordinates to work without my consent? Each wolf must get 1 tower coin at least. Now give me a total of 100 tower coins, nya." "What?" Hearing 100 tower coins, Toro slammed his hand on the table in extreme anger. "What did you say, you greedy merchant cat?" The loud bang from the table didn't make Theo back down. He clenched his fist ready to confront him, making Toro even more furious, about to step forward and crush the cat. "No." Iona urgently raised her voice. "Commander Toro, this one is a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon." Seeing Toro ignore her and still wanting to kill Theo, the wizard repeated sternly, "Remember what or who ensured and protected the 67th floor's safety from the Red Locust Plague? Don't forget Blade Onion also came from him." Seeing some humility appear on Toro's face, Theo didn't hesitate to add on, "All right then, I'm just a servant of the Great Black Dragon, a merchant cat, but what if I weren't there? Surely something big would happen, understand? So, pay for it, nya." Toro was furious. Never in his life had he encountered a creature that dared to speak to him so rudely in this entire black tower. Behind him, his black lizard subordinates kept pleading with Commander Toro to stay calm, but his hands clenched tightly, shaking with anger. Eventually, he had to concede. Though his eyes were tightly shut in reluctance, he nodded and said, "I understand. Let me pay." After a noisy session, peace finally returned to the Mercenary and Wizard Association camp. Chief Elka walked lightly beside Theo, who was carrying a large bag full of gleaming tower coins. Theo lifted his round face and sang joyfully. Iona, walking beside him without saying a word, saw them off. Once again, the merchant cat demonstrated his impressive speaking skills. Theo, holding the heavy bag of coins, didn't feel the weight at all. He whistled various tunes. Remembering that this was for justice for the Wolf Clan, Theo lifted the bag of gold excitedly and called Elka. "Hey, great job! Take it!" Elka waved his hands quickly, refusing. No, it's all right. We can earn a lot of money by selling some red locusts." Seeing Elka's gratitude, Theo pulled out his space pouch and stuffed the gold bag into it, smiling. What a sensible subordinate. It's a mistake to mistreat Theo's subordinates, the great subordinates of the Great Black Dragon. Beware of the same fate if you mistreat the Great Black Dragon. Theo lectured his subordinates in a solemn tone, so confidently accept the money. What I mean is don't let yourself be bullied. Elka agreed, nodding and saying, "Yes, Director Theo." Turning to the hamster, Theo thanked Iona. "Thanks to you, everything went smoothly." The Grand Mage smiled gently. "There's nothing to thank for. From the start, I was on the front lines, so I didn't know these things were happening here, sorry." The cat comfortably ordering the Silver Wolf Chief, Elka, Theo said, "Go to the 99th floor. I will stay alone on the 38th floor." Suddenly, Iona had a strange thought. The Lizard Clan was known for their principles, never giving up anything belonging to them. This time, although using the name of the Great Black Dragon to claim rights, Theo managed to make the Lizard Clan give up arguing. After this event, the reputation of this merchant cat Theo would surely spread far and wide. Maybe with his style, the cat wouldn't know how far his fame would travel in the Black Tower. Whether the fame was good or not didn't matter. What mattered was the figure behind Theo's reputation. The Great Black Dragon, who topped the tower, appeared as a creature new to the tower. With just only Blade Onion, Sejin had saved an entire clan from extinction. Under the name of the Great Black Dragon, any power in the tower would be overshadowed. Iona frowned. In this Black Tower, who could surpass them? The Grand Mage's mind was full of deep thoughts. She knew the tower was gradually decaying, and food supplies were becoming more critical. Food would become power in this Black Tower. They couldn't let fools like Grid take over. Glancing at Theo's joyful face, Iona guessed that sooner or later, many factions in the tower would closely monitor this golden-furred merchant cat. But she wasn't in a hurry to reveal her thoughts. Not knowing what Iona was thinking, Theo put his hands on his hips and bid farewell. "Iona, we're leaving now, but we'll be back soon." The hamster didn't hold him back, just politely asked, "Leaving so soon?" Theo had a task from the president. He turned and waved goodbye. "You stay here and do your job well, Nya." Happy to be rid of a burden, Iona waved farewell, advising Theo to take care, and watched him leave. Rumors would spread, and gossipers would work full force. One rumor would turn into 10, 10 into 500, and more people would know about Theo through exaggerated stories. One day, Theo would become a great merchant cat that everyone hear about. Ding ding! In the midst of the extremely quiet place, a system notification suddenly appeared. "Congratulations on leveling up." Sejin, groggy, sat up to see a series of system notifications popping up with short messages. "Congratulations on leveling up. Congratulations on reaching level 22. Your reward is 1 skill point." Yawning loudly, the farmer sat up among a pile of dark things behind him. He adjusted the straw hat on his head, mumbling, "I should have just rested a bit, but ended up sleeping for a long time and didn't even know I reached level 22. But how could Sejin sleep while there was so much noise from the Minotaurs cleaning up the battlefield after successfully attacking the Ents? Can't join the cleaning team due to size difference. Sejin and the rabbits could only stand and watch, leaving all the heavy lifting to the Minotaurs. Sejin put his hands on his hips, unfazed by the loud noises behind him, as more and more dead Ents were piled up. Still looking a bit bewildered, the farmer found it hard to believe what had just happened. Looking back, Sejin felt like he had just chopped down a whole mountain. The attack of the branch scouts, both big and small, failed quickly thanks to the timely appearance of Kwong, the Red Bear Mother, and the Minotaur King with his tribe. Additionally, the bravery of his son Kweng helped Sejin gain a lot of level-up points, making it easy to level up. Afterwards, the little one even helped the adults clean up the battlefield. He dragged a mid-size Ent to Sejin, excitedly showing off. Dad, I got this for you. I defeated this myself. You should defeat this and become stronger." Sejin hesitated, but thanked Kwong sincerely, although he wasn't keen on the idea of defeating the monster to become stronger. After cleaning up the battlefield, to ensure no more surprise attacks, everyone decided to build a fence made of ent corpses. With the minotaurs and their fancy battle axes, the logs were quickly chopped and transported, forming a border to prevent intruders from damaging the fields. Looking at this one-of-a-kind fence while resting with everyone, including the now smaller Kwang, Sejin suddenly remembered. Aren't these the corrupted monsters from the west that the bear mother mentioned earlier? Chewing on one of them, Kwang responded, "Yes, they are. But these ents have never dared to invade my territory before. Recently, they've come closer, but were all destroyed. I never thought they could penetrate this far." Hearing the crunching sounds above him, Sejin looked up, curious. "Does that taste good?" "It sounds tasty." He asked because he never saw Kwang eat this before, and now the bear mother was also chewing on a branch, so he asked out of curiosity. Kwang didn't answer but kept chewing, implying it was indeed tasty. The bear mother's face showed guilt, recalling how without the black dragon's message signal earlier, she would have felt very regretful. "Sorry, I should have patrolled more carefully." At Sejin's feet, the little bear mimicked its mother, picking up a root and chewing on it. Sejin waved his hands repeatedly, saying there was no need to apologize. The forest territory was vast, and patrolling alone was surely exhausting. To reassure Kwang, he added that the strength of the venomous bees had increased significantly recently. "I'll ask the second and third generation venomous bees to assist the bear mother." The bear mother smiled and accepted. "Thank you, Sejin." Then he remembered a question from the beginning when seeing the intruders. Why did the corrupted ents come to our fields? More importantly, Sejin heard one of them say something before it died. "It is here." He didn't understand what it meant, but could this be a clue? The farmer's contemplation was quickly noticed by the black dragon, who brought up a message box in front of Sejin. The tower manager said these corrupted ents are like viruses. He read it twice, still not understanding. Like viruses, how? Aileen reclined on a huge fluffy white pillow, flipping through an ancient book, reading out, "No matter how many times you kill them, they will reappear before you realize it. Branch scouts are troublesome creatures. If there's a mutated tree in their environment, it will try to infect the healthy trees nearby. Therefore, all magical trees on the 99th floor can be infected by a single mutated branch scout." Turning another page, Aileen told him, "It said that without a source of mutation nearby, the ent will remain dormant. But the question is, why did they suddenly wake up? Is there something attracting them? Do you have any clues?" Sejin pondered. "Clues, huh? Let's see." He listed various magical plants in the field, corn, tomato, so many he couldn't figure it out. His brain couldn't find the answer, but his stomach growled loudly at the mention of edible plants. Kwang looked at him curiously. What kind of stomach growls that loud? Even the red bear mother up high could hear it clearly. Looking down at Kwang, Sejin suddenly remembered that he'd been so busy fighting to protect the territory that he forgot it was way past mealtime. "I'm starting to get hungry." Just finishing chewing a tree monster, Kwang's eyes lit up at the mention of food. Without waiting for him to ask, Sejin suggested, "Shall we go eat now?" A moment later, in a deep pan designed specifically for the kitchen stove, the sizzling sound of several fish pieces frying in eel oil filled the air, turning golden and mouth-watering. Sejin used chopsticks to pick up the cooked pieces and place them on a tray of green onion, the aroma mixing with the spicy stir-fry in the nearby pan, making Kwang lean over to get a better look. The young one, now grown up, behaved well, not grabbing the food the rabbits brought out, just craning to see what his father was making. The last batch of fried fish was for the hard-working minotaurs outside. Kwang raised his hands to receive the fish plate to pass it to Ox 3, who peeked through the curtain. Everyone's faces lit up with excitement, knowing the new dish would be delicious even before tasting it. Quickly, 5 plates of green onions piled high with food were brought out from the kitchen. This amount was not enough to feed all the monsters who helped guard Sejin's fields today, but there was plenty more food in storage. Ox 4, and a lighter-colored ox, brought in a bunch of freshly picked green onions from the garden, piling them into 2 large heaps to eat with a ring of piranhas hanging around the fire. The gray rabbits, not skilled at cooking, clung to the minotaurs' heads, watching them grill crispy fish, the smoky aroma filling the air. The white rabbit family had prepared 2 trays full of mixed potatoes. Today's highlight was shrimp and plenty of piranhas wrapped in green onions, piled high and almost overflowing. Surrounding these were, of course, grilled corn, sweet potatoes, and cherry tomatoes. When Ox 3 and Seijun's group brought out the fried fish trays, the feast began. Nothing was more satisfying than a hearty meal after a hard day's work. Just a few bites of green onions made the Minotaur's faces light up with satisfaction, the fresh sweetness of the green leaves awakening their taste buds before the main course. The rabbits were equally delighted with the sweet taste of carrots, each choosing a delicious dish to enjoy. Sitting next to the Minotaur King, who was gulping down a large cup of tomato juice, Seijun and the rabbit parents were eating the popular tomato soup. Kwang, alone, was devouring the remaining fish on the plate since the adults had moved on to tomatoes. It was the first time the Minotaur King tried tomato juice. His face lit up with excitement, shining like 1,000 stars, marveling at how incredibly delicious this drink was. The added honey from the venomous bee's hive enhanced the flavor. Seijun and the rabbits chuckled, noting that this treat wasn't always available. With his mouth full of food, Seijun brightly asked Aileen on the other side if she enjoyed the meal. Learning to use chopsticks quite skillfully, the dragon also had a full mouth of food. The fried fish was too tempting, and whenever something was too tempting, Aileen had the habit of stuffing it all into her mouth at once. Suddenly, Kwang tugged at Seijun's sleeve, pointing to Bear Mother flipping her plate over, looking for any fish scales left. It seemed the 2 trays reserved for Kwang weren't enough, and it would take a while to harvest and cook more. There's a better way. Seijun stood up, along with the little bear, approaching Kwang, introducing a special dish being brought over that she had never tried before. Following Seijun's direction, Kwang eagerly looked over. The farmer couldn't believe it. He had just introduced the dish, and it arrived immediately. Over there was Chief Elka, who, after bidding farewell to the merchant cat, pushed a cart piled high with protein-rich red locusts for the monsters on the 99th floor to enjoy. Kwang's face sparkled with anticipation, looking at the pile of red locusts like a child eager for a treat. Elka smiled in greeting, chatting with Seijun briefly. At his feet, Kwang jumped excitedly. He had tried this before, but not enough. Now he could eat to his heart's content. With this amount, Kwang can eat as much as she wants. The bear mother immediately dug her large paw into the pile of red locusts, grabbing handful after handful, barely making a dent. This time, she could eat her fill before returning to her territory. In the midst of all the joy, Seijun suddenly heard the panicked squeaking of the rabbits. Pika pika! Looking down, he saw the rabbits gathered around the mother rabbit, who was writhing in pain, while the father rabbit, in a panic, dropped his bowl of tomato soup. What's going on? What's happening? No one knew what to say, but the mother rabbit, with great effort, managed to inform everyone. The kids, they're coming. She clutched her enormous belly behind her apron. They're coming out. What? Seijun was terrified. Don't tell me she's giving birth here. Wait, don't tell me I have to deliver rabbit babies. Though the mother rabbit had given birth twice before, this was the first time she went into labor right in front of Seijun, causing everyone to panic when she screamed loudly. I think it's time. Oh no, both the father rabbit and the first-generation rabbits were in a frenzy, and Seijun's attempts to calm everyone down only made the chaos worse. Pika pika, they squeaked in a frenzy, and it took a while for things to quiet down again. After a while, behind the door of the farmer's house, there were calmer but still noticeable pika sounds. Seijun opened the door wide to reveal the eager faces of Ox 4, Elka, and little Kwang, all watching intently. They had been waiting since the mother rabbit went into labor, and now they all stared wide-eyed at what Seijun was carrying out. In Seijun's arms, carefully wrapped in a straw hat covered by a cloth, were 3 yellow furballs snuggling together, sound asleep. The adults were excited, but didn't dare make a sound, afraid of waking the newborns. Inside, the mother rabbit had successfully given birth and was smiling through tears of exhaustion. Joy spread across the faces of the tower's inhabitants, all thrilled to welcome the new lives, or perhaps to have 3 more workers for the fields. The yellow-furred rabbit babies looked so sweet under the sunlight. Grow up quickly, so Uncle Seijun can take you to cut green onions and dig up carrots.
On the 52nd floor of Red Flame Mountain, amidst the barren rocks like stakes on the endless plain, hot winds howled through the air. The entire space was blazing like an oven, and those who lived here naturally had to have exceptional prowess. With a head and shoulders ablaze, the boar with a broken right horn glared at the man in front of it with its remaining eye. It was much bulkier than the man, its bloated belly almost obscuring its muscular legs that peeked out from under a tattered cloth. The only one daring to face this monster on the 52nd floor was a man already retired, his silver hair flowing in the wind above his cloak. He was clearly old, yet he seemed unusually formidable. Although many years had passed and the man in front had changed, the boss of the 52nd floor chuckled mockingly. "Who do we have here?" "A human from outside the tower. I thought you'd have dived from my flame curse." Taejun stood with hands on hips, staring at the fiery beast with a calm demeanor. He knew its sarcastic nature better than anyone, so he was prepared with words to counter, exuding utmost confidence. "I had a really nice vacation for the last few years. Thanks for that. It seems like you've been enjoying your life in the tower with just one eye, huh?" Taejun's sarcasm was unbeatable, especially seeing the giant face burning with genuine hatred. He continued, "How much have you eaten? I think I'm even smelling the barbecue smell all this way. Ha ha ha!" Just a few words were enough to drive the Red Flame Mountain boss mad. It raised its fire-covered claws, matching its head, with eyes gleaming with hatred, and the boar bellowed loudly. "Oink oink, you bastard! I'll make you regret ever showing yourself before me again." It leaped forward, its massive body lunging towards Taejun with a vigorous dance. The bang-bang sounds echoed as the fire of the Red Flame Mountain boss collided with the ground, scattering fire and rocks everywhere. From afar, nothing could be seen but the boar's back flaunting its strength. But this was nothing to intimidate Taejun. On the contrary, he felt extremely excited, as this scene was not much different from decades ago. Seeing the beast flexing its muscles, Taejun laughed heartily. "These kinds of tricks won't work anymore, because I have sweet sun pumpkin potato with me." He pulled out the sun sweet potato, larger than his hand, without glancing at it, yet Taejun's eyes were filled with pride. Because of this, he was ready to dive into the boar's fiery domain to confront it. Without hesitation, his old but incredibly strong teeth bit into the sun sweet potato with a crunch, its crispy sound echoing. A few pieces flew out, but just 1/9 swallowed was enough to fill Taejun with a strange power. The fire curse within him seemed to be expelled by this power, and Taejun clenched his fists, roaring to free himself from the curse that had bound him for years. In an instant, it took effect, even making the boar, who cast the curse, widen its eyes in disbelief. How did you?" it stammered, looking at the man who had returned to his normal state. It had never seen anyone able to break the curse right before its eyes, so effortlessly. Taejun didn't bother explaining. He sprang from his spot, his beard and hair fluttering in the wind, his figure becoming blurry, but his eyes remained fixed on his target. Opposite, welcoming Taejun's move, the boar's claw came crashing down with a snort, its face fierce. It didn't know how this human had escaped its fire curse, but both now and decades ago, it wanted him dead. Suddenly, a wave made of fire blocked Taejun's path, twice his height, resembling a mini fire tsunami. It gave a burning sensation even without contact. Yet Taejun didn't hesitate, charging straight ahead without pausing for a second, letting the fiery wave pour over his head. His eyes fixed on the target, these minor attacks were nothing to him. As the wave crashed down, Taejun's shadow blurred, as if burnt to countless pieces. This was a move that once terrified Taejun. Human skin couldn't withstand the Red Flame Mountain boar's fire. But this monster knew that too, so as soon as it saw Taejun's shadow blur, it opened its mouth and laughed heartily. "Oh ho ho, become a whole roasted food." The beast even raised its right foot to show off. But surprise, surprise, the fire wave it was so proud of now had a round hole highlighting the figure that appeared inside. It was none other than Taejun. Somehow, he had passed through the fire wave, twisting his body as he flew towards the boar. Knowing he had successfully avoided danger, a bright smile appeared on Taejun's lips. "I told you it doesn't work anymore, didn't I?" His muscular frame proving his words completely true. When Taejun was almost within reach of its bloated belly, the Red Flame Mountain boar realized its enemy had gotten very close. It could only squeal twice before, thinking it couldn't stop him in time. Its claws still accurately clamped around Taejun's large body, pinning his arms tightly to his chest, easily immobilizing him. The fire from the boar's front limbs spread to Taejun's knees, and seeing the surprise on his face, the boar was immensely pleased. "I'll crush you so you can't do anything." Determined to eliminate the threat it had left unresolved over a decade ago, it didn't mind taunting its enemy a bit more. But the boar's words seemed weightless, as Taejun simply looked it straight in the eye and reminded, "You seem to have forgotten, since it's been a long time since we fought." Amidst the flying fire sparks, a green light appeared out of nowhere, resembling water waves surrounding the boar, making it realize something was off. Simultaneously, Taejun cast a blue light around himself, like a formation he conjured without using his hands. In an instant, the sky above the boar filled with countless stars chasing each other, forming beautiful circles. It stared dumbfounded, though still holding Taejun, realizing these phenomena were his doing. Taejun didn't need to hide it. He directly announced to the boar before sending it to heaven, "But I'm a magician." The moment the beautiful blue light enveloped its flabby face, the boar knew true fear. Its squeals echoed, but it was too late. The star-like lights turned into hundreds of thousands of sharp, beautiful but deadly needles, piercing the beast's body, sounding like someone preparing a piece of meat for roasting. After a while, the 52nd floor boss lay on the ground, its face charred black, its left tusk broken. The red flame mountain boss looked so pitiful, it was nothing more than a rag under Taejun's foot. He stepped on the massive, now burnt-smelling body, feeling victory surrounding him. Finally, it was over. He admired his trophy and soon saw notifications flashing in the sky. "You have defeated the 52nd floor boss, Burning Wild Boar. The flame curse of the Burning Wild Boar is being lifted. The land burned by the wild boar's curse is being restored." Around him, it was like a curtain had been lifted. The fiery, dry Fire Mountain scenery disappeared, replaced by the boss's corpse on a grassy field, trees gradually recovering, and Taejun felt a freshness in his body, like he was young again. Seeing the persistent fire on his hand disappear suddenly, Taejun joyfully realized the fire curse was gone. So this floor was cursed like him. Once the monster causing the curse was eliminated, both people and the environment could be restored. Looking at the nearly intact sun sweet potato, he thought, just one bite, and it had the power to help me overcome the terrifying fire wave the boar had unleashed. Taejun looked at it gratefully. "I could do this all thanks to the sun sweet potato. How can I repay this debt?" At that moment, he heard the whining of an extremely irritable monster stomping through the newly grown grass. Grass is suddenly growing from the ground. Nya? It's uncomfortable to walk around in, nya. Looking in that direction, Taejun saw an orange cat with a bit of white fur, walking on its hind legs, trampling the green grass, staring at him like seeing a strange creature. But before the cat could speak, Taejun excitedly shouted, "Wandering cat merchant?" His joy was justified. Since retiring, Taejun had conquered the boar immediately upon entering the tower, and now seeing a cute, harmless monster, he couldn't help but be happy. Seeing his excitement, Theo suddenly became more cautious, opening his mouth and warily meowing back. "What do you mean by that?" More importantly, the wandering merchant cat's tone shifted instantly, pointing its claw upward and shouting, "Oi, old man, where did you get that thing in your hand, nya?" The thing in his hand was none other than the sun sweet potato. Taejun still looked at it with a doting gaze, no different from looking at a precious child. Despite the merchant cat's strange attitude, he wanted to tell it a long story. Moments later, sitting next to Taejun was the cat, its right ear waving constantly. "Meow, so you are Dongshik's master?" it asked, eyes wide in surprise, then commented innocently, "He brought the sweet sun pumpkin potato for his master. What a fine disciple, nya." Taejun burst into laughter, throwing his head back and laughing heartily. "Ha ha! That's right! I really am proud of our Dongshik." Looking down at this wandering cat that knew his student, "You said you were Theo, right? I was able to get rid of the flame curse thanks to you. Thank you. You saved me. I owe you. I shall not forget this kindness." Theo didn't care about the favor. It just looked at him and made a strange request. "Nyaha, then repay that debt now, nya." Taejun was puzzled. How could he return it? Seeing his confusion, Theo's cunning face became evident. Raising a paw pad, it said, "Make a contract with me, nya." Don't think Taejun agreed immediately. He was a legendary hunter after all. Crossing his arms, he looked at the cat with amusement and asked, "A contract? Huh. In the tower, contracts are an important constraining magic. I don't want to be constrained to you." Theo stood up, retorting, "Nya, didn't you say you'd like to repay your debt to me? Become my underling, nya." Taejun paid no heed, still crossing his arms and pretending to look away, simply replying with few words. I don't want to, making Theo switch to a pleading tone, no longer as arrogant as before. Clinging to Taejun's arm, it whined, "Become my underling, nya?" Taejun kindly turned back, extending a finger to the cat. "How about this? Let's become friends. If anything happens, this grandpa will grant your request as a friend." Theo seemed satisfied, curiously asking, "Friends? You'll grant any request, nya?" Taejun successfully diverted the cat's attention, laughing and responding, "Ho ho, anything Theo wants since we're friends." However, Theo had already prepared what to say when making friends with Taejun. Putting its hands on its hips, it called out, "All right, meow, then competent old friend, follow me to the 38th floor, nya." Whether friends or not didn't matter. The way Theo stood with hands on hips and spoke was no different from a master ordering a subordinate. Perhaps in its mind, only the title changed, while commanding this hunter remained the same. Unclear why Theo led to the 38th floor, but on the 99th floor, smoke was billowing. Under the wooden lid was the sound of bubbling, trying to push it off. As soon as it was lifted, the fragrant smell immediately wafted out with the white smoke. Anyone present would smell the fresh, sweet aroma of vegetables permeating every cell. Even Sejin, who ate delicious and clean food daily, was amazed. "Oh my, smells tasty." Turning to the little rabbit by his feet, he asked, "I think it's been boiling for almost 12 hours. Should be okay to eat now, right?" It obediently replied, "I think so." Sejin asked because the main ingredient of this dish was red locust meat, something he had never cooked before, needing the rabbits to tell if it was done. He extended his hand for the little one to add more salt. There were many dishes made from red locusts, waiting for Sejin to showcase his cooking skills. Nearby was a pile of neatly prepared red locust meat, promising a hearty meal full of protein. Not long ago, seeing monsters eating so appetizingly, Sejin was curious and tried cooking. Though the appearance might be scary, the important thing was to absorb a lot of protein. Seeing Kwang drooling with anticipation, it was clear that Sejin's so-called scary appearance didn't matter to it. The cleaned red locust floated in the sauce, making its mouth water. Thanks to this protein, Sejin created a delicious red locust soup, immediately recognized by the system. The achievement of cooking the first boiled red locust in the tower has been achieved. Cooking skill has leveled up by 3. Looking at the fatty red locust meat floating, Sejin suddenly felt very excited. Seems like there hasn't been anyone to cook red locusts in the tower before. Dad had peeled off the hard skin, cut off the flesh, and boiled it. That was the only way he could only eat it, as the hard skin was impossible to cook properly. Sejin cupped his hands around the piece of cooked red locust meat, the size of his palms, and took a bite, intending to test if this cooking method worked. But as soon as his teeth touched, he couldn't bite through the seemingly delicious meat. Trying again, the young man lifted his head to pull the meat apart, but it was tougher than solid natural rubber. Sejin found himself struggling until the piece of red locust meat tore off, falling into his mouth, just as he lost his balance and his head hit the stone wall behind him with a thud, startling the red bear. The impact was so loud that Black Rabbit, concerned, walked through the small animal door and asked, "What's going on?" Seeing no one but his uncle clutching his head and rolling on the ground, Black Rabbit realized Sejin was hurt, but what bothered him more was the tough and dry meat. At that moment, a notification appeared not far from Sejin's face, showing continuous messages that startled him. "You have acquired red locust meat. The trace amount of poison remains in the red locust meat. You have been poisoned Class E neurotoxin. You have been detoxified." Only then did Sejin realize there was poison in the red locust meat. Glancing at Kwang, who was about to eat the remaining meat that he couldn't digest, Sejin murmured, "Had it not been for the detoxifying green onion, I could have died." Kwang didn't hurry to take a bite, instead laughing, "Dad, to not be able to eat this delicious thing, I pity Dad. How weak is your teeth?" Sejin, at a loss for words, glared at the bear. For Kwang, who chews on the tough blade green onion, you shouldn't be saying that. After several failed attempts, Sejin finally made red locust soup with smaller pieces of meat for easier digestion. This time, he carried a bowl of soup to the next room, offering it to the couple inside. "Mother Rabbit, it's time to eat." Father Rabbit eagerly ran out to receive the food, while his wife held a small bag containing 3 soft yellow fur balls snuggling together. The aroma and Sejin's instructions made the couple smile happily. Eating something tender is good when your body is recovering. Cool it down and take your time eating in your room. They thanked Sejun profusely, already knowing the red locust soup would be delicious. Thanks to this dish, Sejun unlocked a new achievement. According to the system, you have created the first red locust soup, the first combat food in the tower. It explained that the thinly sliced red locust meat, combined with detoxifying green onions and power-enhancing potatoes, when simmered for a long time, resulted in a flavorful dish. The detoxifying green onions not only neutralized the toxins in the meat, but also tenderized it, extending the dish's shelf life. After eating for 30 minutes, strength increased by approximately 5.1 upon consumption. Strength points increased by 0.1 with the level 2 cooking level 2 effect. And due to the combat food effect, it will keep you full for 3 hours. Prepared by Tower Farmer Chef Park Sejun, the dish had a 30-day shelf life, grade C+. As he stirred the soup in his hand, Sejun marveled at the system notification close by, which even added the unusual tittle, Combat Food. It sounded pretty cool. Behind him, Kwang naturally had his share, and the rabbit family freely divided the large pot of soup that Sejun had cooked. He scooped a spoonful into his mouth to test the flavor, not knowing what to expect, and suddenly stood up with an expression of utter astonishment, causing the rabbit family and Kwang behind him to look on in surprise. Seeing his father suddenly trembling, Kwang asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Sejun's face was still in shock, his hand shaking as he pointed to the contents of his soup bowl, telling his son, "Tastes like chicken meat." Even Sejun couldn't believe it himself as he said it, his face glowing with happiness, a tear forming at the corner of his eye. Happiness alone couldn't describe Sejun's feelings at that moment. How long had it been since he last tasted this familiar protein? However, Kwang didn't know what chicken tasted like. All he had in his hand was a half-eaten piece of red locust meat. He wanted to know what chicken tasted like to make his father so joyful. But Sejun had no chicken to explain with, so he gently patted Kwang's short red fur, simply saying, "Something Dad likes." Kwang didn't mind. If Dad likes it, then I like it too. On the 235th day, Sejun's diary had a new, excited entry. "I've discovered a strange version of chicken meat in the tower." Just that simple fact made his days feel more peaceful and joyful, much like the 3 generations of honeybees huddling together on their onion leaf roof. The farmer's joy spread everywhere, making even the creatures around him feel more relaxed and at ease. One more bowl. "Kwang, would you like some too?"
Gulp, gulp. Sejun gulped down the entire bowl of soup as if he'd never tasted it before. His throat moved up and down, savoring each drop of the refreshing soup along with the red locust meat that tasted very much like chicken, making Sejun feel incredibly exhilarated. Haha! He slammed the bowl onto the table with a loud bang, using his other hand to wipe his mouth like an uncle drinking beer on a hot summer day. The hot soup going down his throat made his body sweat profusely, but the sensation was indescribable. The system board popped up with a ding sound as if celebrating with Sejun. "You have consumed combat food red locust soup. Strength has increased by 5.1 for 30 minutes. Satiation remains satisfied for 3 hours." Sejun happily sprawled out on the porch, spreading his arms wide in satisfaction. "This is the first time I've tasted something that resembles chicken in the 8 months since I set foot in this tower. I've eaten it all." The rabbits, who had also tried the red locust meat, ate it all just like Sejun. Full and content, they sat breathing heavily in agreement with the uncle. The rabbits' dishes were all cleared away, leaving only Sejun's empty bowl that Kwang was looking into, seeing not a single drop of soup left. "Dad, I enjoyed it a lot too." No longer hungry and with his taste buds satisfied, Sejun suddenly felt like something was missing. He raised his hand, mumbling to himself, but why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? Ah, that's right. A system board appeared right in front of Sejun, displaying words that made him jump. "The tower manager is asking if you finally thought of her?" Sejun was startled. "Oh, Aileen, huh?" Now he remembered what he had forgotten, and it was something very important. Aileen had no patience for him anymore. Her dragon hand gripped the orb, looking into it with narrowed eyes, trying to contain her frustrated voice. "You were eating so well without me, weren't you?" The rabbit saw the farmer sitting up abruptly, scratching his head, knowing something was wrong, and quickly scampered away. Sejun, with a pale face that he couldn't hide, laughed awkwardly. Well, how long have you been watching me?" That innocent question angered Aileen, Even though Sejin couldn't see her, she still pointed her finger at the orb, scolding him. From the beginning, I informed you that the Ents were coming, and even rewarded you for the contribution accumulated by the extermination of the red locusts. You're too much. Aileen reaffirmed this, all her grievances pouring out through her tightly closed eyes as she vented her anger at the farmer, her dragon eyes holding 2 drops of tear. Sejin didn't need to see or hear Aileen's volume. Just reading the words on the message board, he realized he'd messed up. He panicked, his mouth agape, sweating profusely, knowing that anything he gained from Aileen could easily be taken back if she was unhappy. So he hurriedly called out her name. Aileen, it's a misunderstanding. I was actually going to make a special soup only for you. The frantic tone and earnest expression from Sejin caught the dragon's attention. Aileen, surprised, looked at him, her eyes sparkling no longer with the previous anger. Picking up the orb, she softly asked in disbelief, "What, a special soup? Only for me?" Sejin, putting on his shoes, hastily explained, Yes, that's right. I made this one as a test. I saw that red locusts contain a small amount of poison, so I was trying out things to detoxify the poison while improving the taste." Sejin reaffirmed this with sincere yet worried eyes. "I've always been thinking of you." Anyone with experience could see that Sejin was really just worried about being punished, but in Aileen's view, it appeared as if he was comforting her. So the dragon looked at the farmer's image through the magical orb, puzzled for a while, as if digesting his words, and like she couldn't believe he said that. Did he say he always thinks about me? The dragon's cheeks turned red, her eyes sparkling like a girl in love, whispering into the orb she was holding with both hands, cherishing it as if she was lifting Sejin's face. "You've always been thinking of me?" By this time, Sejin had entered the kitchen, lifting the wooden lid of the pot, preparing to make a new pot of soup. Knowing Aileen was no longer angry, he worked more gently. "Wait a moment, I'll make some soup for you in no time." Gently placing the orb on a red cloth cushion, Aileen tapped it lightly with her dragon claw, then lay some distance away, pressing her body to the stone floor while her eyes stared up in anticipation. This posture was like looking at something precious that she didn't want to lose. Aileen whispered softly, Okay, I'll be waiting." Bringing her nose closer, her cheeks flushed red, her voice even softer, "While watching over you like this." But the mischievous system liked to tease. Normally, it would record Aileen's words exactly as she said them, but today, for some unknown glitch, it showed Sejin a slightly different message. "The tower manager says that she'll be waiting while watching over you with her eyes wide open." Oh dear, even the bravest Sejin turned pale at that. He felt a chill all around him. The farmer gulped loudly, trying to keep his fear from showing too easily on his face. He told himself, "I'll be in big trouble if I don't make it properly." A special soup needed special ingredients. A basket full of green onions, carrots, and fresh cherry tomatoes was already prepared. Every slice of Sejin's knife with these ingredients had to be extra careful. He stirred the ladle in the pot, listening to the bubbling of the ingredients, which released a wonderful aroma into the air. Taking a full ladle to taste, Sejin cautiously sipped and then sipped again. After finishing the ladleful, the confidence returned to the farmer's face. I think it's done." A huge pot of sparkling soup looked so enticing that even seeing it through the orb made one's mouth water. Sejin's anxiety and dedication to cooking made the flavor multiply many times over. The system quickly informed him. The achievement of cooking the first combat food, red locust cherry tomato soup, has been accomplished. Proficiency of cooking level 3 increased significantly. The recipe of combat food red locust cherry tomato soup has been registered by cooking level 3. A new food information board appeared, quite long, with the words combat food on it. Red locust cherry tomato soup is made from thinly sliced red locust meat, detoxifying green onions, and magical cherry tomatoes. It was simmer for a long time, all ingredients to blend harmoniously, thereby amplifying their effects. The explanation further detailed that the detoxifying green onions had neutralized the toxins in the red locust meat, making the meat more tender. Thanks to the detoxifying green onions, this dish does not spoil easily, and the flavor was slightly enhanced. Strength increases by 7.1 for 30 minutes when consumed. Due to the combat food effect, it will keep you full for 3 hours. Chef Tower Farmer Park Sejin. Shelf life 30 days. Rating C+. Scooping up a full gleaming bowl, Sejin held it up where the dragon could see clearly, boasting that he had added her favorite cherry tomatoes instead of potatoes. "You waited long, didn't you?" Take one bowl. But the bowl didn't disappear. Instead, a short message appeared on the notification board. Give me everything. Seijin didn't understand at first, staring blankly until a new message appeared, and he realized that the tower manager wanted the entire pot of soup. With a quick of action, Seijin hurriedly complied, though his voice was flustered. Oh, okay. I'll pack everything up. Moments later, in the dragon's hands was not a bowl of soup, but a basketful. Since Seijin had no utensils big enough to hold so much soup at once, and handing over the whole pot would be rude, he cleverly used an onion basket. Holding the basket of soup with both hands, the warmth seeping through and the aroma hitting her nose made Eileen extremely pleased. She temporarily stopped looking at Seijin, focusing all her attention on the soup in her hands. Ah, tasty smell! As usual, she carefully sniffed deeply before tasting the first sip. Shall we try it out? As the liquid touched her tongue, Aileen's eyes widened in surprise. Then she lifted the entire basket to her nose level. Opening her mouth wide, she poured the entire soup into her mouth at once, gulping it down without needing to chew. The long dragon tail behind her swished back and forth like a happy puppy, and Aileen's hey laughter was clear. If it wasn't known that her joy came from the soup, her laughter might have made someone think she was plotting something sinister. This is so delicious. Aileen's eyes sparkled. She touched her cheeks in delight, feeling as if her whole body was floating. This is the most delicious thing out of everything I've eaten. Aileen's system continuously updated. You have consumed the combat food, red locust cherry tomato soup. Strength has increased by 7.1 for 30 minutes. Satiation remains satisfied for 3 hours. The soup was so delicious that Aileen couldn't believe it, holding her face, her wings flapping, and her feet stomping on the stone floor uncontrollably. Adding my favorite cherry tomatoes instead of potatoes, boiling it for longer, and making the meat taste softer than the previous run. You cooked it while thinking about me like this. How couldn't it be not delicious? So the tasty soup was just a part of it. Aileen knew the farmer put a lot of effort into the soup, which made her face flush red with excitement. She could hear her heart pounding in her chest, and her face turned even redder from embarrassment. The dragon heart isn't calming down. What should I do? It must be because the mana increase. Definitely because of that. Immersed in her joy for a long time, she finally noticed Seijin's familiar face calling her. He frowned in confusion, calling out again, Aileen, are you listening to me? How's the soup? Do you feel better now? Finally, the message board popped up, making Seijin sigh in relief. The tower manager said she enjoyed the soup and that it tasted quite good. Aileen didn't express all her happiness, but just that made Seijin feel a weight lift off his shoulders. He scratched his head, hesitating as he apologized. Sorry, I really didn't forget about you earlier. I just couldn't help it since it was a taste I tasted for the first time in a long time since entering the tower. Holding a large basket full of golden roasted sweet potatoes, Seijin cheerfully offered it to Aileen. Please don't be angry. Here, take these dried sweet potatoes. Eat them as a snack. The message board suddenly appeared before him, causing Seijin to step back quickly. The tower manager apologizes for losing her temper. She said she did it because she felt like you were neglecting her. Seijin quickly waved his hands. Huh? There's no way I'd neglect you, Aileen? It wasn't like this in the beginning. Seijin hesitated before speaking, but the fact that I could have a good time in the tower all this time was because of Aileen. I'm always grateful to you. Oh, just because of that polite remark, her dragon heart started beating erratically again. Aileen clutched her chest, her cheeks rosy, unable to take her eyes off the image of the farmer in the magic orb. Seijin, Aileen stammered, unsure of what to say. His words seemed magical, making her chest itch non-stop. Determined, Aileen listened to her heart thump loudly again and decided to send a new message to Seijin. However, it wasn't her words but a new quest notification that made Seijin very happy. It read, treat Aileen to a dried sweet potatoes. Reward, enlightenment for one of your talent. Talent enlightenment? That's a wonderful reward, isn't it? A normal hunter would need to put in extreme efforts to try to enlighten one talent. Are you allowed to give me just like that? Seeing Seijin's confused face through the orb, Aileen happily replied, I used a little of your contribution from the eradication, which I mentioned earlier, as well as some of my own power. It is a reward you rightfully deserve. You'll definitely like it. The basket of sweet roasted potatoes in Seijin's hand suddenly blurred and disappeared, indicating that Aileen had received it and the quest was completed. The familiar notification popped up in front of Seijin, followed by a series of smaller messages after completing a mission. As a reward for quest completion, one of the talents you possess will be enlightened. Talent, Landowner has been awakened. Talent, landowner, a acquired talent that only a farmer with a vast farm can possess. You can designate up to 30 tenant farmers. Tenant farmers can use their job skills. If the tenant farmers use the landowner's skill, the landowner will receive 1% of the rewards. The bigger the farm, the more talents grows. Landowner? Sijin widened his eyes, reading it repeatedly. It was indeed a unique talent, a talent that only a farmer could possess, meaning he was the only one in the entire Black Tower who had it. I can designate tenant farmers and receive 1% of the reward. Waving his hand to call Kueng over, Seijin wanted to try it with his adorable son. The little bear asked why his dad suddenly called him, but still ran over quickly. In the tenant farmer list, there were small rectangular boxes labeled Tenant Farmer 1, 2, 3 up to 30. At first, Seijin was unsure how to use it, so he tried dragging the Tenant Farmer 1 box out, and surprisingly, he really could. He placed it on Kueng's head like sticking a piece of paper there. The little bear eagerly watched as his dad placed something on his head, but he couldn't read, so he didn't know what it was. Oh, wonderful! Below the list was the line, Kueng has been designated as Tenant Farmer 1. Seijin immediately understood how to use it, and although the little bear didn't know what was put on him, it moved with his head's up and down motions. It looked like a toy. Kueng exclaimed in awe, "Something has appeared above my ear. Let's try it out." Seijin crossed his arms and called to the little one at his feet. "Kueng, would you bring me some cherry tomatoes over here for your dad?" The kid innocently asked back. "How many should I bring, Dad?" Seijin randomly gave a number, about 100 of them. Immediately, the bear knelt down, his face excited as if he had just been given a very important task by his father. It dashed off. With a whoosh, it shot off like a rocket, leaving its launch pad. The wind pressure almost knocked Seijin backward. His straw hat flew off his head, and in the distance, all he could see was a red blur heading towards the field, leaving the father in astonished wonder. How is that kid so fast? Before he could gather his thoughts, the system board displayed a long list. Tenant Farmer is using level 4 harvesting skill and is harvesting cherry tomatoes. Landowner receives 1% of the reward. Landowner's proficiency has slightly increased. Landowner's level 4 harvesting skill proficiency has slightly increased. Landowner's experience points increased by 1.5. Seijin read through it, excitedly unable to believe it. So that means the landowner's skill is that even if I don't directly use my own skills directly, I can still get 1% experience of my skills through the tenant farmers? In that case, when I can't harvest the field myself because it's too wide. Although small, I can obtain job experience and other stuff through the partial rewards. He felt more enthusiastic. He was having a hard time harvesting because the farm had expanded too much. But if he could get experience points this way, even if it's small, this talent is still fantastic. Moreover, the system said, the more the farm expands, the more talent grows, right? Stepping onto the porch of the wooden house where the rabbits were resting after their feast, Seijin excitedly called to the kids, "Let's get to work. I think we need to expand the fields even more." Lying with legs crossed outside was Black Rabbit yawning, scratching his butt. "Uncle, I'm so full. Can't we take a short break? I'm so sleepy. These little ones are getting lazy again." Seijin looked at them, already full and sleepy. He opened the system board right in front of Black Rabbit, scrolled down the list of tenant farmers, clicked randomly on an empty slot, and moved it out, placing it on the rabbit's head. The Black Rabbit had no idea, suddenly bearing the title Tenant Farmer 2. Its face twisted. Though not clear what it meant, it certainly wasn't anything good. The others didn't object. Seijin raised his hand to encourage. "We gotta move even when we're sleepy." Pushing Black Rabbit's butt outside, the kids giggled non-stop at the uncle's nonsense. "If you lie down right after eating, you'll become a cow." The Minotaur, munching on green onions far away, suddenly felt an itch in its ear. "Why are you talking about us?" But under the clear blue sky, a moment later, a whistling sound was heard in response. "Now let's enjoy the farm work together." A whole field of cherry tomatoes stretched to the horizon, now ripe and waiting for the group to harvest. However, the rabbits hadn't set foot yet. Something had already slashed in, cutting down a tomato plant. Not just plucking the fruit, it also trampled on the base, toppling an entire tomato plant. Not just one, a whole swarm of ants suddenly appeared. Their sharp legs swept through. Wherever they went, the tomato plants were smashed. Flocking together, soon a swath of the field was unrecognizable under their feet. Their red eyes gleamed with a sinister light, emitting eerie sounds that sent chills down the spine. Without facing any danger or obstacles, why were the ants so fierce? Whoosh! A small flame from a tiny branch was igniting a larger log. The wood was harvested to use as fuel both inside and outside the cave, so it was dry and caught fire quickly. In no time, a big log was blazing fiercely. Queng, in his normal large size, used both hands to lift the burning log, and under Sejin's direction, threw it forward with all his might, watching intently with determination. Don't underestimate him just because he's small. His fire attacks are quite strong now. The little bear threw the burning log above the front lines of the small Ents, hitting the center where they were densely packed. With a loud explosion, pieces of wood and the bodies of the Ents flew everywhere, taking out around 10 of them at once. The corrupted small Ents, now on fire, stumbled and wavered. They broke branches or legs when hit by the burning log, and their bodies were almost entirely engulfed by flames. Sejin and Queng worked together to fight off the ones that got too close. Sejin's skill with the garden knife was improving rapidly, and now he could cut down the corrupted Ents with precision and no hesitation. Looking at the pile of severed bodies he had created on the ground, Sejin nodded, acknowledging that fire was very effective against these small, corrupted Ents. Since they caught fire easily, the farmers only needed to deal with the ones still moving. However, dealing with the larger corrupted Ents was a different story. Sejin lifted his hat and looked at the big ones behind the smaller corrupted Ents, thinking of a solution because throwing fire at them wouldn't work. Their rough bark didn't catch fire easily, and even if it did, they knew how to put it out. Moreover, although the large corrupted Ents looked heavy, they often jumped up to crush their enemies. But today was a bit different. The corrupted Ents were jumping to dodge. Each time they stomped down, the ground cracked under their weight. They scrambled to avoid the sharp turns of Black Rabbit, but not very successfully. The little rabbit was striking the big monsters with a thumping noise, and the spike on his hammer could split their heads open. Despite being small and young, Black Rabbit cleverly attacked the roots, immobilizing the corrupted Ents, showing no weakness against them. Nearby, a large claw amidst the red fur was smacking a rude, corrupted Ent hard. It was Kuong's big foot. The mother bear used her massive size to stomp on a corrupted Ent, flattening it instantly. These creatures were no match for Kuong, and with Black Rabbit darting around with his hammer, the farm's side was quickly gaining the upper hand. Sejin heard the continuous sounds of thumping and cracking, adjusting his straw hat in admiration. These guys were fierce. Just the Black Rabbit and Mother Bear alone could handle a lot. As soon as he had a moment of respite, a small corrupted Ent lunged at Sejin. He panicked for a second, but quickly swung the knife in his hand, slashing the corrupted Ent and saving himself successfully. Thus, the wave of corrupted Ents was completely controlled. Fortunately, thanks to Kuang's mother being there and acting swiftly, the field wasn't much damaged. It took all day to deal with the corrupted Ents, but with Kuang's help, it wasn't too exhausting. After the last wave was defeated, the entire farm community, represented by Sejin, asked Kuang's mother if she could move closer to the farm. This seemed like a very wise choice, as it would ensure the farm's safety and allow Kuang to stay close to his mother. Sejun approached the mother bear with a pile of red locusts, peeled and cooked well. Our farm has a good relationship with the Minotaur King, so our patrolled territory has increased significantly. To focus on dealing with the corrupted Ents from the western forest, it would be better if Kuang's mother chose an area nearby to stay. Afraid Kuang might refuse, Sejin pointed to the pile of red locusts, enticing. If so, we can have this protein source every day. What do you think, Mother Bear? With the promise of food, a quick decision was made. Kuang smiled brightly, calling his child to pack up quickly. Queng, now small enough to be just a claw of his mother, happily followed along, chatting and laughing cutely. Boom! A corrupted Unt's body fell to the ground with a thud, making the ground shake. Mother Bear had piled up a stack of corrupted Ent corpses after thoroughly checking them, informing Sejin that they'd taken care of the area and there was nothing to worry about anymore. That pile was the hardest to clean, but with Kuang's help, it was much tidier, making Sejin very happy. He couldn't ask the Mother Bear to clean up the small corrupted Ents too. Looking at the messy scene before him, the farmer sighed. How could they clean this up? It could take all day. Just then, fortunately, a group of Minotaurs who had won a game of rock, paper, scissors from their territory arrived. As soon as they saw the mess, they mooed angrily. These guys came again? The muscular guys were getting ready to fight the corrupted Ents, but here it was just a cleanup job. Seijun welcomed them back and asked them to help clean up. The rabbit's house wasn't capable of cleaning much, so it was mainly Seijun and the minotaurs. While picking up the dry wood, he complained sorrowfully. Because of these things, the newly expanded field was ruined, leaving nothing for cultivation. Sighing again, he didn't even have a chance to use his landlord abilities. With a large bundle in hand, he walked to a trembling, corrupted ent on the ground with blood-red eyes that hadn't completely died. Seijun looked at it with irritation. It still wanted to fight, but its roots were burnt, so it couldn't flip over. The malicious look was still there, disgusting beyond words. "You ruined my field." Seijun stomped hard on the face of the damn corrupted ent. One stomp wasn't enough to vent his anger, so he kept grinding his foot back and forth, muttering curses. "Die, you bastard!" He gritted his teeth, wondering where the 12-butt freak that spread the corrupted ents came from. If found, it must be dealt with thoroughly, or waves of corrupted ents would keep coming. That day on the 52nd floor, after the area regained its green color, Taijun leisurely walked out of the boss battle area, heading straight to the waypoint to go down to the next floor. Theo obediently perched on Taijun's head, sparing its short legs from working. With free legs, it needed to find something to talk about. Standing up, it asked, "Where are you going? There's no path here." Putting Theo down, Taijun replied, "I came here from outside the tower." Hearing that Dongshik had registered the waypoint on the 38th floor, Theo, confused, asked, "How did you get here then?" Taijun responded, "I came here through Lingen." The cat was startled. "What? Lingen? You mean the dimensional fragment fruit?" Immediately serious, Theo warned, "It's not just a fruit. It has a bad aura. You shouldn't use it recklessly. I wasn't made inside the Black Tower. In other words, it's illegal." Theo insisted on reporting this to the Passage Control Bureau, but Taijun seemed unconcerned, just nodding. "No wonder the Lingen I made kept disappearing gradually. The residents must have found it." Unaware, Theo followed Taijun to a place with something wrapped in a large bag, tied tightly with green vines. Taijun smiled and pulled the bag off, revealing a giant green monster. Under its neck were things resembling leaves, and below, branches seemed to dig into the ground. But with 2 eyes, it looked nothing like the dimensional fragment fruit in Theo's mind. It looked big and fierce with that snake's eyes. If the system didn't point it out as a green lingen, Theo wouldn't believe it. It resembled a monster more than a fruit, and even opened its mouth. Theo retreated behind Taijun's leg in fear. "I've never seen a lingen before. Why does it look like a snake?" Taijun couldn't explain its appearance, but told Theo that this lingen had a short lifespan. "If we don't use it now, it will wither away. Let's use it." Theo refused, crossing its arms. "You want me to use this illegal thing? No way." Knowing the cat wouldn't agree, Taijun took out 2 treat packs, asking, "How about these?" The cat lifted its head higher. "Do you think you can bribe me with just that? No way." Before finishing, Taijun let the 2 treat packs fly away. Theo couldn't stand seeing the treats wasted. Before Dignity could speak, it grabbed the treats immediately. It didn't notice it had jumped up, and Lingen opened its mouth, sucking air into its deep throat. Startled, Theo didn't see Taijun smile. With just 2 treat packs, he easily lured the cat. The treats slipped from Theo's hands due to the strong suction, falling into Lingen's mouth. Taijun followed, laughing heartily like on a slide. Both fell into a deep hole. Of course, go through the shining gate, heading to the 38th floor of the tower. After Dongshik registered the waypoint on the 38th floor of the tower, it quickly became the camping ground for the Phoenix Guild. They set up tents and gathered there, using it as their starting point whenever they entered or exited the tower. Suddenly, Dongshik heard footsteps trampling the grass and, surprised, turned around with his team to see what was going on. When he saw Taijun emerged from the grass, he was so shocked he didn't know what to say. Taijun appeared without notifying Dongshik, smiling brightly, leaving him utterly confused, and there was Theo too. How was the cat with his master? Dongshik fired off a series of questions, asking how they met, what happened to the flame curse, and if his master had defeated the wild boar. Taijun knew Dongshik's curiosity would lead to this, and with a smile, he said, "You have too many questions. Thanks to the sun sweet potato, I was able to defeat that boss easily." Laughing heartily, he continued, "I met Theo on the 52nd floor, became friends, and invited him to come here with me." Dongshik, though hearing his master's simple explanation, knew something was off. Theo looked as if he had just survived a fever, far from easy as Taijun made it sound. Hugging himself in disgust, Theo mumbled, "Never throw me into another plant again." Hearing that, Dongshik understood immediately, his mouth dropping open in astonishment. "Don't tell me, how many lingans did you use, master? Those are rare, you know, the whole country doesn't have many of them." "Calm down, Dongshik," Taejun reassured him, saying they had more to check than just the wild boar. Looking over at the cat, seeing it less upset, Taejun said, "Hey Theo, if I ask you something, will you answer?" Theo's face turned blank. "What is it?" With a kind face, Taejun explained, "I used several lingans to thoroughly check from the 40th to the 52nd floor. I also asked the tower residents if they had seen any other hunters here besides me. It was a complicated task. Finding residents on each floor to ask wasn't easy, but the result was unanimous. The residents said they hadn't seen anyone from outside the tower except me." As Taejun lowered himself to ask, Theo began to realize the question wouldn't be easy. Its ears drooped, and it clasped its hands in front like a guilty person, holding its breath for the question. Taejun's large shadow loomed over Theo, making his face look even scarier. He asked, "I tell you this to ask one question. Where is Park Sejin?" Theo's face sweated profusely. This was the biggest secret never to be revealed. Well, meow," it stammered, clearly panicked, like a cat caught stealing fish. Trying to find a reasonable answer, Theo's clever mind went blank. Its face grew paler, only one thought circling in its mind. Once the truth slipped out, the lies would be exposed. At times like this, Theo wished it could return to the prehistoric cave to ask the chairman for advice. But Sejin was busy harvesting tomatoes in the farming cave. After the corrupted Ents ruined the expanded field above, this was the only place he could gain experience points. With the level 4 harvest effect, you have harvested a higher grade crop. Your job experience points have increased greatly. Just picking a cherry tomato from its cluster, the system board dinged continuously. Harvest skill level 4 proficiency has increased significantly. Due to the level 1 skill increase effect, level 4 harvest proficiency has increased by 5%. You have gained 290 experience points. Sejin looked at the newly harvested cherry tomato with delight. It leveled up. What he held now was a B-grade magical cherry tomato. Nothing was more joyful than harvesting B-grade magical cherry tomatoes with an upgraded harvest skill. Just a bit more effort, and he could harvest C-grade and above tomatoes, no more low-grade ones. Behind him, the rabbit house was packing food into a green onion basket, pulling it up from the cave. A rabbit shouted back at him, "Uncle Sejin, the last dish is up." He immediately grabbed the tomato basket. "Got it! I'll be right there." Suddenly, instead of heading to the rabbits, Sejun felt something strange over there. He looked into the dark area of the cave, past the neatly planted cherry tomatoes where no plants grew due to the lack of sunlight. He saw no movement, but suddenly recalled the image of the writhing, corrupted Ent on the ground, its roots cut but still wanting to haunt others. He stared without blinking, always wanting to find the source of the corrupted Ent spread. Suddenly, a question popped up. Could the tree be in the cave? Following his thoughts, Sejun moved deeper, looking around, but found nothing strange. He walked past the cherry tomato field to the cooking area about 5 meters away, and suddenly stopped, looking at the ashes. Why had the fire gone out? Sejun touched it and felt it was completely cold. This fire had never gone out in the tower since he first lit it. Being outside for so long, he hadn't noticed, and now it seemed to have been out for quite a while. He saw something peeking out from under the ashes, thinking it was a bit of leftover wood, probably enough to rekindle the fire once more. But when Sejun touched it, he realized it wasn't wood. He quickly brushed the ashes aside with his whole hand. Between the brown ground and the gray ashes, something moving surprised him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 leaves. It was a small plant with 3 main leaves in addition to 2 seed leaves, indicating it had been there for some time. Sejun was incredulous. How could a young plant grow under the ashes? This place had always been on fire, and to say this plant grew and put out the fire was hard to believe. As he pondered how this plant managed to grow, a clear, childlike voice suddenly spoke. "Master, you finally noticed me." "Hold on." Sejun was startled, not because he heard it with his ears, but because the voice echoed in his mind. He looked around, his expression as if he'd seen a ghost. The voice spoke again. "I'm so happy to meet you," accompanied by small footsteps on the ground. Next to the seedling was a tiny spirit, only as tall as the seedling itself. The little girl wore a dress seemingly made from clusters of white flowers, her bright red hair contrasting with her long, childlike ears. I have been waiting underground for this day. My name is Flame. She smiled adorably, placing her hand on her chest in introduction. I am the apple seed you planted here, Seijin Master. It's me. Seijin gaped, unblinking, at the cute little spirit beside the apple tree. Her features were faint, not like the monsters of the tower. Was this the soul of the apple tree? So you were the tree they were looking for? Seijin looked at the tiny, delicate flame next to the small sprout that had just broken through the ground. Although he'd never seen anything like this before, in the Black Tower, anything could happen. Flame was overjoyed when she realized Seijin had accepted her presence, and she twirled around gleefully on her tiny feet. Yes, yes, Master. To think I'd finally be able to speak with you, this is the greatest happiness I've ever felt since I gained consciousness. Red Flame, your name is Flame? Why does that have nothing to do with an apple tree at all? And what's with your appearance? How can a plant even talk? Seijin, after getting over his initial shock, quickly moved on to a barrage of questions, which Flame didn't mind. The little spirit clenched her fists, stretched herself up tall so Seijin could see clearly as she explained. Because I'm a flaming red apple tree. She stretched up even higher so Seijin could see her red hair properly. I'm directly transmitting my consciousness into your head through the power of magic, and this appearance, I shaped it myself to look good in front of you, Master. Do you not like it? The little spirit's eyebrows furrowed with worry, and the two leaves on her head folded over her ears anxiously. Those leaves were like a puppy's ears. When Flame sang happily, they perked up and gently swayed to the rhythm, but when she was sad, they drooped, looking pitiful. With her teary-eyed expression, her face looking all glum, and two big tears welling up at the corners of her eyes, Seijin was at a loss. So flustered he stammered. No, it's not that. I like it. You're absolutely adorable. Our Flame is truly the cutest. He crossed his arms, trying to find a way to change the subject to cheer the little spirit back up. But, so you're a blaming red apple tree or something? Seeing her little head nodding repeatedly, Seijin continued, You mentioned magic earlier. You must be an incredible tree, huh? Flame nodded enthusiastically again, confirming she was indeed an apple tree. Seijin bit his lip, searching through his memories at lightning speed. The system once sold apple tree seeds at a ridiculously high price, but he hadn't had the money to buy one, so how did he end up with an apple tree? Wait a minute, is this the seed from that almost expired apple I ate and buried when I first arrived in the cave? It is such a great apple. All these thoughts were running through his mind, but Flame heard every word, since her consciousness was connected to Seijin's thoughts. She shyly responded, No, Master, I'm not that amazing. Now Flame started explaining why she was planted first, but appeared last. When I was just a seed, I started to sprout but felt an intense heat, so I couldn't break through the ground. Instead, I dug my roots down deeper to survive. I really don't know how long I struggled like that. From a tiny seed growing tiny roots, my roots kept growing longer and longer, digging deeper and deeper into the ground until I didn't know where I would end up. All I knew was that by then, the apple tree's roots were quite large and the little spirit was yawning away down in the dark earth. One day, during my journey to stretch my roots, I seemed to reach the end. I pierced through the soil and rock with my sharp roots and peeked out to see what was below, and was amazed by what I saw. It was water. Flame squealed in delight. Although the soil here was very fertile and moist because the weather inside the tower was always pleasant, this stream, or whatever it was, carried an extraordinarily refreshing magical flow. The little one was ecstatic when she discovered the cold groundwater and drank to her heart's content, allowing her to withstand the heat from the flames above. The tip of her root gradually managed to get closer to the surface as well. In that darkness, Red Flame was truly lonely. She had only herself for company, holding on to the hope that one day things would change. I longed for the day I would receive sunlight and blossom into a new sprout. And finally, that day has come. The little spirit clasped her tiny hands together, closing her eyes as she recounted her story with satisfaction. And now, having met you, Master Seijin, Flame has no more regrets. Hearing her story, Seijin suddenly felt really guilty. He hadn't known anything about the struggles of the adorable seed beneath the soil. He scratched his head, feeling awful. So I forgot that I planted an apple seed right here and lit a fire on top of you? I feel so bad. Flame leaned forward, shaking her head vigorously. No, it's okay because you made me stronger. Look at this. I can use this kind of magic now. The top of the apple tree didn't bloom with flowers, but instead, a blazing flame burst forth from the top. Flame pointed at it with pride, inviting Seijin to take a closer look, and he was truly shocked. "Oh my god, you can control fire!" Seeing her master's wide-eyed, astonished expression, Flame giggled, hands on her hips. "Of course, like I said, I'm a flaming red apple tree after all. So that name is real, and the skill is real too." Seijin clapped his hands in admiration, making the little spirit puff up with pride, lifting her chin in enjoyment. Trees are usually vulnerable to fire, yet you can control fire. How incredible! Look at that round face of hers, giggling away, so adorable. Red Flame eagerly clenched her fists, her face full of anticipation, telling Seijin that for now, this was all she could do, but she promised to grow quickly to help her master. Being so cute and lovable, who wouldn't want to pamper her? "I'm so proud of you. Definitely, our sweet little Flame, aren't you?" Unable to resist, Seijin reached out with 2 fingers to stroke the leaves of the apple tree, as if he were petting Flame. She was taken aback when he did that, especially with his gentle and caring voice. "You must have gone through a lot underground, so you don't need to overwork yourself up here," Seijin chuckled. "Just grow up healthy without worrying about anything. That's all I want. You'll get sick if you overdo it." Flame hugged the 2 leaves on her fiery red hair, giggling as she swayed her hips, the skirt made of apple blossoms fluttering. She loved being petted by her master. It made her feel cherished and adored. "Pet me more, please." Seijin, of course, agreed, petting her as much as she wanted. The little spirit joyfully accepted Seijin's affection, feeling like this was the best day of her apple tree life. "I'm really happy I can be spoiled and loved by master. So maybe I can keep that root a secret for a little while longer, right?" The story Flame had told earlier only went as far as her discovering the underground water source, but in truth, her root had reached the endless ocean. The root's bark had adapted to the salt water and the ecosystem there, becoming a home for countless sea creatures. More importantly, its massive size was enough to make a dolphin look tiny. The apple tree's root had dug so deep it seemed endless, becoming a giant tree under the ocean. But don't tell Seijin about this, okay? This is just between us. Flame asked you to keep it a secret. Meanwhile, on the 39th floor, where the Phoenix Guild was camping to enter and exit the tower, Theo was stuck with Taejun's question. The man had cornered the cat, now pressing him. "Where is Park Seijin now?" Theo took a few steps back, the hunter's furrowed brows making the cat even more nervous. It was like being caught stealing fish. Theo's attitude clearly showed he was trying to hide something, and Dongshik noticed, as did the experienced Taejun. Dongshik rarely paid attention to such things, but now he thought back and realized his mentor was asking the right questions. The first time they met Theo with the basket of cherry tomatoes, the cat had said, "Park Seijin saved me on the 40th floor." Back then, neither the cat nor the man could have imagined someone would reach the 39th floor so quickly, nor that Taejun would have already scouted up to the 60th floor and discovered there was no Park Seijin. Theo was visibly flustered, sweating bullets, stammering and stalling for time, his eyes darting around before finally blurting out, "I can't tell you." "Why not?" Taejun didn't understand why the cat was hiding this. He had to explain it to Theo. Right now, Park Seijun is receiving worldwide attention back on his home planet, Earth. I don't know what that means for everyone living in the tower, but he is an extremely important figure to us, the people outside the tower. After talking for a while, Taejun returned to the main question. What floor is he on, and is he okay? Does Seijin need help, and why hasn't he left the tower? As the leader of the Hunter Association of the Republic of South Korea, I'm asking you. We need to know. Realizing he might have spoken too much and been too forceful, Taejun placed a hand on his chest, his voice softening into a more persuasive tone. Can't you be a bit more generous? Theo, I'm begging you. The cat was no longer scared, but instead, he folded his ears back, utterly confused about what to do. Even though Theo was a mid-level merchant, he had no idea how to handle being begged with such a compelling reason. In the end, Theo was convinced, rummaging through his spatial pouch and pulling out a piece of paper for Taejun. Sign a contract, nya. Holding the contract in hand, Theo's voice suddenly became much firmer. After all, a contract was bound by the tower's power. Since he couldn't hide it, might as well take control of the situation. Sign the contract to promise that you'll keep everything we discuss a secret, that Han Taejun will only speak the truth to Theo, and write that you'll give your life if you break this promise, nya? I'll tell you everything after that, nya? All right, Taejun agreed without a moment's hesitation. But that's a life-binding contract, sir. Dongshik was about to urge his mentor to be more cautious, but Taijun had already made up his mind, even turning back to call on him. What are you doing? You should sign here too. Dongshik was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. A life contract signed by both, just to know where Park Sejun is? Later, they didn't sign the contract outside the land, but inside a tent of the Phoenix Guild. The contract already had all the terms laid out with a stamped paw print, and Taejun and Dongshik just needed to sign it to complete the process. As soon as they finished signing, the system registered the contract digitally for everyone to see, and then it disappeared, indicating it was finalized. Taejun was waiting for this moment, placed a hand on his student's shoulder, and declared loudly to Theo, "I, Han Taejun, swear on my honor as a hunter that I will only speak the truth to Theo and keep all secrets that I hear. Kim Dongshik here will do the same." After Theo reviewed the contract, which had been recorded by the system, Taejun patiently repeated his question. "Now, Theo, tell us, where is Sejun?" Even though the contract was fully signed, Theo still showed a reluctant expression. The cat cleared its throat before beginning to tell the truth in a calm manner, knowing Dongshik would surely be shocked. "Honestly, Sejun is not on the 40th floor, nya. That's what Sejun Nim instructed me to tell everyone when asked, nya." Dongshik, shocked, asked the question himself. "So where exactly is Park Sejun?" Theo couldn't give them a specific location. It slowly raised its paw and pointed towards the sky. "I can only tell you that Park Sejun is a place so far high up, so high that even you humans can't imagine reaching it, let alone getting there, nya." Seeing the shocked expressions on the two humans' faces, Theo paused for a few seconds before continuing. "So he can't come down from the tower, nya." Dongshik's mouth dropped open. "How high is high? Up in the blue sky or something?" The way Theo spoke made them unable to imagine how a farmer could be in a place so high that even a hunter couldn't reach. Only Taejun remained calm and thoughtful. Having been conquering this tower for so long, he was used to surprises. After that conversation, Dongshik and Taejun escorted Theo outside so the cat could continue its journey. They waved goodbye, promising to meet again with baskets full of green onions. After Theo was out of sight, Dongshik still looked on with suspicion. "Do you think that cat was telling the truth, master?" Taejun calmly asked back. "What do you mean by that?" "Well, you know as well as I do that no matter how strong a hunter is, it's very difficult to surpass a certain floor with Lingen, right? That's why even with Lingen, the Phoenix Guild has to clear each floor one by one to go higher. Yet Theo said Sejun is even farming crops up there. Doesn't that sound nonsense to you, master? I think Park Sejun might be on around the 60th floor, but what if he's being held captive and isolated by a monster there?" Taejun calmly interrupted. "It must be all true." It was clear Dongshik didn't believe it, so he kept spewing out doubts, but his teacher wanted to clarify once and for all. According to the description of the sun sweet potato, it absorbs sunlight from the highest point of the tower. You've seen that potato, haven't you? Besides its unique appearance, it's the only item of its kind so far. Dongshik didn't deny its uniqueness, but that still wasn't convincing enough. Until Taejun continued, "Based on the phrase, highest point of the tower, where do you think that is?" He froze, his mind suddenly working it out. "The highest point of the tower is the 99th floor, right?" "Exactly," Taejun concluded without a shred of doubt. "Even though we don't know the reason, I believe Park Sejun is indeed on the 99th floor right now." He looked up at the sky, even though it wasn't clear what the 99th floor looked like. Today, the name Park Sejun was mentioned quite a lot, and he felt his ears itching. He scratched his ear, wondering, is someone talking about me? He was out in the fields harvesting blade green onions with the rabbit family, busy as always. Theo's hometown, Granar village, had a magnificent stone palace, which was the residence of Israel, the richest family in the village. Usually, the cat family would live in small houses like the other monsters in the tower, but the rich are the same everywhere, residing in grand, spacious mansions. Inside the reading room, Israel was seriously sitting behind a pile of papers, talking to his son, who was laughing with a pretty white-haired girlfriend on the sofa across from him. "I heard that the war with the red locusts on the 67th floor is lasting longer than we expected. They're saying there might be a food shortage, similar to the Great Famine decades ago." Though irritated by the sight, he continued, "That's why the price of food being imported into our Granar village has nearly doubled or tripled recently, and it's becoming a real headache." Israel had been speaking for a while, but the two were so caught up in tickling each other that they only just now stopped laughing. The old cat furrowed his brows in annoyance, slammed the table, and yelled directly at his son. "Are you even listening, Oren?" The pretty girlfriend clung to Oren in fear. Oren, with one arm around the white cat and his legs crossed, grumbled back. "My heart almost dropped. Of course, I'm still listening. What's there to worry about with a war? We've got plenty of money." Hearing his girlfriend's meek voice, "Babe, I'm scared," Oren ignored his furious father, Israel, who was so angry his whiskers were standing on end, and immediately turned back to comfort her. My baby kitty was scared? Not taking his old man seriously at all, Israel pointed a claw at his son and shouted, "Are you still going to just fool around at your age? If you don't go to the merchant district right now to buy food, I'll disown you." If Oren was scared, he wouldn't be the most reckless playboy in the village. The young cat refused to go, so his father actually had him thrown out of the house. The iron gate slammed shut in front of him like a declaration of disownment, and Oren was left with a bag full of money, officially kicked out. Furious, the young master stood outside cursing his father right in the middle of the street. "That damned oldie, do you think I can't even do that? I'm Oren! What's so difficult about buying some damned food?" Picking up the bag of money, Oren stomped off angrily, calling for his two lackeys to hurry up and follow him. "As long as we've got money, we're good. I'll need a potter. Follow me." The commotion at Israel's house hadn't gone unnoticed. A sneaky green goblin named Scarum, hiding behind the wall, listened to everything with a cunning smile. Nothing delighted him more than getting close to those with money. The food market on the 75th floor was always bustling with people coming and going, full of vendors bringing goods to stock the overflowing shelves. This market was the most diverse source of food on this floor, and it was also the main market of Granar village. In the distance, a capybara haggling over the price of a potato. Even with the ongoing food crisis, this place was still packed with fresh meat. Oren walked up to a stall hanging with lots of meat and asked if he could buy a piece for 1 tower coin. The seller immediately shook his head. 1 coin wouldn't do. It had to be 3 coins for a piece of meat. Oren had only been given 100 coins by his father, so he couldn't afford that price. Thinking the meat was too expensive, Oren went over to the fish stall to find the white goat shopkeeper. A single fish was even more costly, priced at 4 gold coins. No matter how much he sweet-talked, the shopkeeper wouldn't budge. 4 coins were 4 coins, not even half a coin less. After circling the food market without finding anything affordable, Oren clutched his head and yelled in frustration. What's going on here? Why is food so expensive? Even the 2 companions with him knew the reason. Only Oren was clueless. Afraid that their young master might lose his cool, one of the kids whispered, "Brother Oren, it's because of the ongoing war. Some merchants on various floors have started hoarding large amounts of food instead of releasing it to the market. That's probably why prices have soared." The black cat thumped its tail irritably on the stone floor, grumbling, "Damn those wandering merchants." He was quick to blame them for the price hike, having no clue how war was affecting things. Ears twitching as he thought it over, Oren considered that maybe they shouldn't shop in the market like this anymore. Should he solve the problem himself and go directly to the farms to buy food at a lower price instead of relying on these suppliers? After coming up with the idea, he praised himself, muttering, "Why didn't I think of this sooner?" He looked at his followers with newfound enthusiasm. "Everyone, let's go to the merchant guild. I'm going to become a wandering merchant." The kids were taken aback. Not everyone could just become a wandering merchant. But Oren was confident in his abilities and even encouraged them to join him. He'd sponsor them all. Seeing the 2 boys' faces still lacking any excitement, even after hearing Oren's grand plan, made it clear they weren't interested. "We'll double or triple our money, pile up food like mountains, and make my father drop his jaw in shock." The young master clenched his fist, full of confidence in a bright future. "Ha ha! My dad only gave me 100 tower coins. I'll multiply that by 10 with my merchant skills. I'll sweep it all clean." Just as he was basking in the glory of a future that hadn't materialized yet, Scarm approached from behind. He waited until Oren was deep in his daydreams, rambling about how they'd swoop in during the next big famine, make a grand entrance, and become legends in Granar village. Oren and his cool entourage. Dressed in professional attire, the green elf politely greeted the cats. "I am Scarum, a wandering merchant. You want to become wandering merchants, right?" From his appearance, Oren didn't feel the need to hide anything. "That's right, so what?" Scarum had heard the whole story and said he had something interesting. Do you want to double your money with this? Doubling his money caught Oren's interest immediately. He leaned in curiously to see what this interesting thing was. Smirking slyly, yet with the seasoned expression of someone well experienced before these naive youngsters, Scarum extended his hand. Yes, indeed. Have you ever heard about the goods from outside the tower? Rare items you can't find anywhere else. Following him back to Granar village, they went to the commercial area to buy some spices ordered by the chairman and a few blankets. The box handed over by the shopkeeper was enough to meet Sir Sejan's requirements, containing nails of various sizes. Every time the cat went out, it had to search for rare goods to bring back for Sejan. This time, it had a long shopping list. On the way to find a place to buy, Theo suddenly noticed a weapon shop by the road that caught his eye. It was just a few items displayed on a wooden stall, but somehow it drew the attention of a wandering meow merchant. He stood on tiptoe, pawing through the goods to see what was special, then picked one out and asked the lazy shopkeeper reading a newspaper nearby. "How much is this, huh?" Suddenly, a mocking voice from behind deliberately raised to draw attention. Oh my, who do we have here? Could it be Theo, the one who fled from Granar village in the dead of night? Oren just earned his wandering merchant certificates, was wasting no time bullying Theo the moment he saw him. The orange cat turned around, recognizing the familiar face, but wasn't pleased at all. In a panic, he stuttered, "Oh, Oren, what are you doing here?" Theo's voice became shaky, nothing like the smooth-talking traveling merchant he usually was. As soon as he finished asking, he noticed the low-tier merchant badge on Oren's chest. "So you've become a wandering merchant now, huh?" Seeing Theo's attention, the young master puffed out his chest, as if wanting Theo to get a better look. He placed his hands on his hips proudly. "That's right, it was a kind goblin who helped me." Moving closer with a not-so-friendly expression, Oren growled that the goblin said even a stupid cat could make lots of money, so he decided to give it a shot. As he got closer, he noticed Theo's merchant badge was already silver, and his tone grew even more displeased. "But you're already a mid-tier wandering merchant. You must have gotten ahead of me, right? How much have you made from those goods from outside the tower?" Just a moment ago, Theo was puzzled, but as soon as Oren mentioned goods from outside the tower, he immediately referred which kind goblin Oren was talking about. "Don't tell me you bought stuff from Scarum, didn't you? Oren, you're a jerk, but that guy's even worse." Theo spread his paws, loudly demanding, "Hand it over, give it to me, and I'll take care of it for you." Of course, the young master wasn't having it. He was almost twice Theo's height, and angrily shoved his paw away. "What's wrong with you? I've heard everything, you ungrateful cat." Scaram showed his generosity, but you lied to the passage management office, calling him a scammer just to take all those goods from outside the tower for yourself. "What?" Theo couldn't believe the false accusation. He immediately retorted, "That's not it. You're the one being tricked, dummy." But Oren wasn't listening and instead shot back in a condescending tone. "No matter how much you crave what others have, you should know your place." Pointing a claw in Theo's face, Oren insulted him. "Stay within your reach, just like when you confessed to Maril, even though you're nothing but a lowly beggar, Theo." Taken aback, the cat took a few steps back to avoid getting scratched, but didn't seem afraid. He just sighed at Oren's aggressive attitude. "How's Maril doing?" It was just a polite question, but Oren thought Theo was desperate to know. He waved dismissively, as if it was something he didn't care to discuss. "I don't know who that woman is." A lackey behind him kindly filled Theo in. "The day you left, Maril dumped Oren. She said she didn't like him." The black cat immediately snapped. "Who told you she dumped me? Maril didn't dump me. I was the one who dumped her." Theo even patted the young master's shoulder sympathetically. "Maril's always been fickle, huh? Don't take it to heart, okay?" Oren angrily brushed Theo's paw away. "Who needs your pity?" The young master, known for flirting with many lady cats, certainly didn't want the reputation of being dumped. His pride was much as the most important thing. Oren proudly pointed to himself and declared, "We're going to sell these goods from outside the tower to the Minotaur King on the 99th floor. He said the Minotaur King really likes stuff from outside the tower. I plan to use this opportunity to build a relationship and make the strongest figure in the tower my reliable supporter." Theo stood frozen, watching the black cat walk off while boasting about his grand vision. "If I gain a supporter, it'll be no problem for someone as talented as me to become a great wandering merchant. A nobody like you couldn't even dream of that. Let's go, everyone." "Yeah, go ahead then." Theo didn't stop them. He even raised a paw to wave goodbye to Oren and his gang. "Good luck, okay?" After they disappeared from view, Theo burst out laughing. Oren's silly schemes weren't worth worrying about to a mid-tier merchant like him. Let that fool go ahead. Good luck, and see you on the 99th floor. The 99th floor was once again under siege by corrupted ents of all shapes and sizes. It seemed that until they could find the root monster causing the spread, this issue would continue for a long time. The farmers on the tower were used to it by now. Behind Kwang and Kwang was a fortress built from the remains of previous corrupted ents. The red bear mother and cub stood outside, brimming with energy as they prepared to face the incoming horde. There were no minotaurs coming to help today. It wasn't their turn to assist on the fields after winning at rock, paper, scissors. Only the key figures of the farm were out fighting. Seijin stood on top of a pile of dried tree corpses, looking down and roughly counting about 50 small corrupted ents and 20 larger ones. They seemed even fiercer than before. Seijin suddenly realized that these bastards were targeting flame. It was the only tree at Seijin's farm, imbued with magic, which must have attracted these monsters from the west. Regardless of whether it was the flame or not, Seijin had to protect his farm. He raised a bowl of red locust tomato soup, made by a recipe that was certified by the system, much like how one might take a drink before heading into battle. He invited everyone to drink up and prepare for the fight. Seijin, the black rabbit, and the red bear mother and cub downed their locust soup in one go. Kwang was given a whole basket of soup, which looked like just a cup in the bear mother's hands. As they drank, the system popped up with a message. You have consumed a combat food, red locust soup. Strength increased by 7.1 for the next 30 minutes. Satiation is maintained for the next 3 hours. Seijin wiped his mouth, letting out a satisfied sigh. Thanks, second poison queen bee. Behind him, the queen bee carried away the wooden bowl, doing a great supportive role. Let's go and show them what we can do. Seijin drew his dagger, standing behind Kwang with the black rabbit gripping its hammer tightly. It let out a determined squeak, confident with the bear mother backing them up. Under Seijin's command, the four of them charged forward, immediately engaging in combat with the corrupted ents. Kwang, now grown and battle-hardened, could fight as a team with her mother. He could take down individual monsters on his own while protecting Kwang from behind, forming a nightmare duo against the larger corrupted ents. Seijin and the black rabbit spaced themselves about 5 meters apart, swinging their dagger and hammer precisely to strike the smaller corrupted ents. Though they were small, they had to be quick and accurate, since the little corrupted ents were incredibly agile. After many battles, Seijin no longer feared the fray. His slashes were both decisive and precise, cutting down 2 or 3 corrupted ents at a time like it was nothing. The black rabbit's skills had also noticeably improved. Its hammer strikes were strong enough to halt the advance of larger corrupted ents. From a distance, the sound of bam bam echoed satisfyingly as a few more strikes brought down a large corrupted ent right next to Seijin, nearly scaring him out of his skin. Before he could react, the carnivorous fruit's malicious eye flashed, and it swung a root directly at Seijin. It was too fast and too close for him to dodge. He could only watch as the root shot forward, shocked that these monsters could not only leap but also launch roots as weapons. Claw attack! Something whizzed past Seijin's face, making him shut his eyes tight in reflex. To his surprise, it was Theo, who had just unleashed a sharp slash that cleanly severed the root in an instant. The cat's eyes gleamed like a fierce warrior's as it charged at the corrupted ents, shouting, "I won't let you off, you bastards!" Theo roared with fury, its eyes shining like headlights, making the corrupted ent realize how foolish it was. It only intended to kill that human, not knowing that he was the president of the traveling Meow Merchant Guild. Theo once again used claw attack, swiftly slicing the massive corrupted ent into pieces with lightning speed. No one could have imagined that Theo could attack and take down an entire corrupted ent so effortlessly. It didn't even seem tired. A few seconds later, Theo landed, surrounded by nothing but the shattered remains of the unfortunate corrupted ent it had just torn apart. Seeing such a small cat possess the strength to destroy a corrupted ent that usually only the giant red bear duo could handle, everyone now understood why Theo could stand outside Iona's tent, hands on hips, demanding rights for the Silver Wolf tribe. Seijin was both excited and incredulous that Theo not only saved him, but did it so smoothly. He rushed over to the cat, intending to thank it for saving his life, but Theo's mouth was already grumbling, calling out to the chairman, Who the heck are these guys, huh? Seijin tried to explain as briefly as possible. As soon as he went downstairs, these bastards barged in. They are corrupted trees. He was so flustered he babbled on. I also discovered an apple tree called Flame in our cave. Too much information at once, and none of it made sense, causing Theo to furrow his brow, not understanding a word of what the chairman was saying. Can't you explain things one at a time? What's the rush? Swoosh! A small tree spirit seized the moment to leap at Seijin. His rambling had caused him to drop his guard against these creatures, fearing an ambush. No matter how skilled Seijin was, he was still just a farmer. He didn't have the instincts of a regular warrior, nor could he remain calm enough for that. But once again, it was Theo who acted. The cat used its claws to swipe upward, slicing the tree spirit into several pieces in one smooth motion. Its eyes didn't even blink. Big tree spirits were nothing, so what chance did this little one have? But Seijin was still scared, biting his lip to keep from screaming. Quickly regaining his composure, the chairman and his employee stood back to back, deciding to take care of these pests first before talking more. Theo immediately went into battle mode. Not only was the cat unafraid, its eyes were sharp, tracking every movement of the monsters. Yet, it didn't rush into the fight. While Seijin was busy slashing at a few near his feet, Theo opened a spatial pouch and stuck its head inside, rummaging for something. Oh, right. I brought along an item that might help. Take this. Seijin didn't understand, his brows knitting as he quickly glanced back to ask what the cat was doing. Didn't we agree to fight first and talk later? What are you up to? But when he turned around, he saw the cat smiling, presenting a tightly wrapped object for him to inspect. He vaguely recognized the shape as a weapon, and a look at Theo's face confirmed it. This item really caught my attention, you know. The cat's eyes gleamed with pride and anticipation, urging Seijin to open it. And of course, he got the hint. Theo was a merchant cat with a sharp eye for valuable goods, just like the straw hat on Seijin's head, which it had brought back in a similar manner. Without delay, he shouted, Aileen! Seijin wanted to have the dragon girl check out what this was since he didn't have time, and some items had restricted viewing rights. Aileen quickly responded via message board, I'm watching, making him smile. He swiftly handed the item to her, and she teleported it to the tower. As soon as it was in her hands, Aileen conjured a blue orb around it, slowly appraising it. A notification board popped up, informing him that the tower manager had used the appraisal skill on the axe. Another board appeared, stating that he had completed a quest, and a cherry tomato vanished from Seijin's hand. Naturally, that was a quest Aileen had just created, exchanging a cherry tomato for a reward from the tower manager. Light gleamed as sunlight struck the edge of the newly forged hatchet. In Seijin's hand now was a solid metal hatchet, flawlessly cast, shining without a single blemish. The handle was wrapped in wood, perfectly sized for the user, and most importantly, the blade was sharp enough to cut through anything it touched. The system notifications kept rolling in. The reward for completing the quest was the appraised hatchet. You have obtained the Great Warrior Wukka's throwing hatchet. Seijin grinned with satisfaction, the confidence that came with holding a premium item slowly spreading across his face. Looking at the strangely named weapon, Seijin muttered under his breath, The Great Warrior Wukka's throwing hatchet, huh? Admiring the shiny axe, Theo felt pleased, knowing he had brought something top-notch for the chairman. This item was identified by the system as Great Warrior Wukka's throwing hatchet, crafted by the legendary dwarf warrior Wukka. Thanks to its well-balanced design, this throwing hatchet has high impact and can be hurled farther. The hatchet blade is made of mithril, allowing it to maintain sharpness for an extended period. Some usage restrictions include the user must be above level 20, with strength over 15 and mana above 15. The manufacturer is Wukka the Blacksmith, also known as a member of the Redstone Dwarf tribe. The item is rated A, and its skills include Wood Split level 1, enabling the user to split wood more easily and efficiently with less force by striking along the grain. At Retrieval level 3, the user can have a thrown hatchet return within 10 seconds from up to 300 meters away. Wow! Examining it in his hands, Seijin wondered how he would use its skills now. The item's name sounded so impressive, Great Warrior Wukka's throwing hatchet. At that moment, Black Rabbit was caught tightly by a corrupted ent, unable to use his hammer, and frantically calling for help with constant piak. The farmer, too far away, hesitated for a second before forcefully gripping the hatchet handle with his right hand. There was no time left. He had to try. Sejun flung the hatchet with all his might, so hard that his straw hat flew off. The hatchet spun steadily in midair, flipping multiple times before slicing past the smaller corrupted ents and embedding itself into the one holding Mook captive. A sharp crack rang out as the tree split cleanly in half, freeing the black rabbit instantly. The system immediately alerted. You have attacked a corrupted ent. Attack increased by 1.5 points. Wood split level 1 activated. You have successfully split wood. It turned out corrupted ents were counted as a type of wood for splitting. The hatchet lodged right in the middle of the carnivorous tree's eye, creating a fracture that made it shriek in pain. In a split second, its massive trunk split into two, crashing down with heavy thuds. Black Rabbit had just landed and couldn't even assist before the job was already done. The noise was so loud that the red bear mother and cub fighting nearby turned their heads to look. One of the dead corrupted ents crushed several smaller ones nearby, flattening them completely on the ground. Even Kwong couldn't believe his eyes. Lord Sejun split that tree in half with just one strike? Not even the bear mother could do that, so it was natural to be suspicious. But Kwong was already shouting in excitement, "Wow, Dad, you're amazing!" The red bear cub clenched its fists and praised endlessly. Dad is no longer the weakling who runs away. His joy soared, reaching its peak, fueling his limbs to move even faster. Charging into a swarm of corrupted ents, Kwong pounded on the enemies with rapid thud-thud sounds. His dad had gone from a weakling to a weakling who could defeat a corrupted ent. Kwong felt absolutely thrilled. His arms and legs moved at full capacity, as if he were singing and dancing in celebration of his dad, rather than fighting monsters. Even Sejun was amazed at his own handiwork. Holding on to his straw hat firmly, he placed it back on his head without taking his eyes off the scene before him. Wow, what incredible power! Just as expected from the item's name, huh? The system then popped up to congratulate him. You have defeated a corrupted ent's large branch scout. You have earned 500 experience points. Sejun clenched his fists in excitement, just like Kwong. The hatchet could easily split a large branch scout of the corrupted ent. And who brought the item back? Sejun lifted the orange cat, ignoring its squirming and planted kisses all over its head. Theo, this little orange cat is pretty. Never before had the chairman acted like this, even during a battle. Let me go. This is a fight, not cuddle time. Before Theo could finish, the two of them noticed a massive shadow closing in, while Sejun's face was still buried in Theo's fur. A giant corrupted ent was leaping to squash them in a matter of seconds. Confidently, Sejun raised his hand and commanded, "Retrieve!" The hatchet lodged in the tree's trunk twitched as if it had ears, wriggling its handle free before spinning rapidly, just like when it was thrown. The hatchet gleamed as it sliced through the tree with a loud crash before neatly landing back in Sejun's hand with a crisp snap. He gripped the weapon as if he had practiced this move dozens of times, all while holding the cat tightly with his other arm. Seeing the corrupted ent crash to the ground, Theo finally understood why the chairman had been smothering him with kisses. Both man and cat beamed with joy. There was nothing left to fear from these shriveled, corrupted ents. Facing them head-on, Sejun taunted, "You're all going to die. I'll show you the real strength of a tower farmer from now on." With Theo perched firmly on his straw hat and claws ready, they prepared for battle. "Chairman Park, I'll back you up. Meow. Let's go, Theo the Mighty." With claws outstretched, Theo charged alongside Sejun, both filled with excitement and not an ounce of fear towards those glowing red eyes. The battle had only just begun. Who knows how much time passed, but piles of rotting wood were stacked everywhere, carved from the fallen corrupted ents. The Minotaurs had arrived to help with the cleanup, using large hatchets to chop the corrupted ents into pieces, like winter firewood. Some even swept the area clean, while the original fighters had already descended into the prehistoric cave. "Sir Sejun, we're almost done cleaning up, Moo. I'm off to plow the fields now, Moo." A Minotaur shouted down from above as Sejun splashed water on his face after a long day of fighting. With their massive size, the Minotaurs had finished the work faster than expected. Sejun wiped his face and smiled gratefully. "Take it easy." Then he slumped down onto a rock behind him, groaning, "Oh, my body. My entire body aches after fighting all night." He looked more like a worn-out old man than a young fighter. Clearly, combat was more exhausting than he had anticipated. With some free time on his hands, Seijin opened his status window to check his current state. Seeing level 25 next to his name made him overjoyed. He had leveled up quickly without even realizing it. Now that he noticed, his talent description read, easygoing criminal, friend of nature, and landowner. Aside from being a C-rank tower farmer, his stats like strength, endurance, agility, and mana hovered around 13 to 17. Not much difference, but they were the result of his hard work. What excited Seijin even more was that several skills had leveled up significantly. Seed sowing and harvesting and beekeeping were now at level 4, while cooking was at level 3. The seed storage and gathering skills were at level 2, with rain and thunder still lagging behind at level 1. But that was more than enough to make Seijin so happy he hugged himself shyly. Who would have thought I, an easygoing criminal, would have such an awesome status window? I'm doing pretty great, huh? Park Seijin, I'm proud of you. I even want to kiss myself. Just then a notification popped up saying, me too, right in front of his face, making him turn around in surprise as it blurred into a long ah sound. What's wrong, Aileen? What did you just say? The message board shook like crazy, leaving Seijin puzzled. It was quickly replaced by 2 other notifications, one from the tower manager saying there was nothing to worry about, and another suggesting there might be a system error with the status window. If you say so, Seijin muttered, still feeling something was off. The system and status window had never had issues before, right? Scratching his face in confusion, he decided to rest a bit longer before heading back to the fields. Meanwhile, the rabbit clan had already started their daily farming chores, carefully watering rows of cherry tomatoes. While everyone else was busy working, this was the leisure time for the traveling merchant cat. Theo strolled to the end of the cave, waving a paw. Hello, you must be Flame. I've heard about you from Sir Seijin. The little spirit standing by the apple tree had grown a bit taller and obediently greeted Sir Theo, only to be swatted on the head by the cat. Wow, I really can't hug you, can I? So interesting, huh? Theo's tail flicked enthusiastically as Flame dodged quickly. Annoyed by the cat's persistent teasing, the spirit flicked a spark right at Theo's chest, making him jump back in shock. Meow! It was Flame fighting back. The little spirit backed up against the apple tree, shouting, Please don't touch me, please don't. Theo almost got his fluffy fur singed and quickly retreated, watching the sprout-like leaves as if they were ready to spit out more fire. So cool. The fire shoots out from Flame's leaves. Sorry, I won't tease you like that again. Spirits don't hold grudges. Although she crossed her arms and pouted, she was content with the apology. All she did was huff. Theo then pulled out a plump fish from his spatial pouch and gently asked, Can you grill this fish for me? I want to eat grilled fish, but Sir Seijin is too busy to cook it for me. Flame immediately perked up, no longer upset. She cheered. That's easy peasy. With a quick flick of her arm, a flame shot from the sprout on the apple tree, sticking to the fish and making it sizzle as if it had been drenched in oil. Theo nearly jumped out of his fur in shock, dropping the fish. When he picked it up again, the fire was gone, leaving behind perfectly cooked, delicious-smelling fish. Oh wow, this is amazing, so fresh and tasty. Yum yum. Watching the cat happily munch on the fish, tail wagging back and forth, Flame felt delighted too. She was both helpful and praised by others, so she stood there with her arms crossed, giggling softly. As Theo was enjoying his snack, the chairman approached, reminding, Theo, don't bully Flame too much. Theo mumbled with his mouth full. I didn't. See, she even grilled fish for me, see. Seeing the perfectly cooked fish in the fat cat's paws, Seijin smiled. I'm so proud of you, Flame. The little spirit looked like she was about to dance with joy, beaming and saying, It's nothing, really. Suddenly, an unfamiliar notification popped up, something Seijin had never seen before. The cooldown time of Growth Promoter Lev 1 is over. Oh, Seijin remembered it was referring to the skill of his straw hat. Perfect timing. He knelt down beside Flame and gently asked, Can I use my growth enhancement skill on you? The little spirit was surprised. Are you really going to use such a precious skill on me? Of course. You're still small now, so you need to grow quickly and become a strong tree. Flame bowed deeply in agreement. Then I'll gladly accept it. Seijin was pleased with the spirit's polite and cute demeanor. You're so polite and adorable, Flame. Raising his hand above the apple sapling, Seijin saw a light spreading from it, covering the young tree, a sign that the growth enhancement level 1 was working. As he waited, he wondered, should I try using half the power meant for a crop harvest? But unexpectedly, the system notified him that the apple tree had immense growth potential. Use the growth enhancement power of 10 crop harvests on the apple tree. Ah, does that mean using all of it? Before Sejun could decide whether to accept or decline, he was pulled toward the sapling by a force. The tree bathed in golden light, its leaves spinning gently, while Sejun had to brace himself against his knees to avoid being dragged forward. The light grew even stronger than before, as 10 times the power was funneled into the tree. Sejun gritted his teeth in worry. Why does it feel like my mana is being completely drained? But the result came quickly. The apple tree had grown into a young tree with several distinct branches. The skill had a profound effect on it, and Flame had grown a bit bigger too. Wow, Master Sejun, look at me. My body is full of energy. Flame cheered excitedly. But Sejun wasn't in the mood to celebrate with her. He collapsed backward like someone drained of life, scaring both the spirit and the cat. What's wrong, Sir Sejun? Are you okay? Is it because you used your power on me? Flame asked anxiously. Though his eyes were sunken and he looked exhausted, Sejun quickly denied it. No, I'm just worn out from fighting those corrupted Ents earlier. Everything's fine, I'm just a little dizzy. Seeing this, Flame clasped her hands together earnestly. Master, in that case, let me help ease your fatigue. Sejun was surprised. Could an apple tree really help relieve exhaustion? Without saying a word, she gently brought her hands together and bowed her head in silence. Suddenly, a white flame flared up, surrounding the apple tree behind the spirit. As she pointed forward, the flames coiled into a ribbon, floating like a gentle stream, slowly wrapping around Sejun. He was a bit startled at first, but the flames weren't hot, so his fear quickly faded. Instead of burning him, he felt a strange sensation as if cool water was flowing through every pore in his body. Looking down at his hands in confusion, he wondered aloud, "What's this? Why do I feel so light all of a sudden? Is it because of this white flame?" Seeing Sejun enveloped in flames, Theo was terrified. Sir Sejun is on fire! The cat dared not to approach, but the farmer soon understood when the system chimed. You have been enveloped by purifying flames. Benefits last for 3 hours. The purifying flames will burn away impurities and improve your physical condition. Oh, this is amazing. Purifying flames, huh? Flame, you're incredible. What a wonderful magic tree. The little spirit giggled happily. I'm so glad I could help you, Master. Sejun's curiosity grew and he asked, Do you have any other abilities? To his surprise, Flame nodded eagerly. Of course, I do. She raised her tiny finger and started listing them. Besides the purifying flames I just used, there's also the friendship flame. The friendship flame lets you control fire for a while or enhance the power of flames. What? Sejun gaped in disbelief, pointing at himself. So I can use your abilities too? Just the thought of it excited him. He began calculating how effective this power would be against the corrupted Ents in the future. Sejun was determined to deal with them thoroughly. Suddenly, Theo climbed onto him, urgently tugging at his attention. The cat was only now remembering something important and started shaking him while blurting out, Don't just focus on Flame. Look at me too, meow. I have some important news to share. Meow, someone named Han Taejun has discovered you're not on the 40th floor, meow. What? Sejun's face went blank, unable to process what he had just heard. A second later, his jaw dropped in shock as he asked again, What did you just say? In the prehistoric cave, after a while of listening in disbelief, Sejun's eyes widened as he asked the cat again, Han Taejun? Han Taejun is the strongest hunter in South Korea, and you're friends with someone like that? It's no wonder he was surprised, because making friends was just the beginning that led him to discover that Sejun wasn't on the 40th floor. With a docile manner, the cat then added a confident smile. But don't worry, the three of us have signed a confidentiality agreement to keep your secrets safe. The cat was doing a good job, so Sejun nodded in agreement, thinking it was good. However, what puzzled him was that Dongshik turned out to be Taejun's disciple. Although it was a bit tangled, it was actually good for his family in South Korea, right? Being indebted to both of them was fine, and he could continue to help them in the form of crop sponsorship. Seeing the cat comfortably licking its fur in front of him, and knowing that the chairman was very accommodating in receiving the information, Sejun thought, this Theo kid, it might have been a coincidence back then. But to create such a high-level relationship just by selling a bunch of sweet potatoes and pumpkins, isn't this what you'd expect from a wandering merchant? After licking its fur for a while, it looked up at Sejun, suddenly remembering something. I have a request for you. Huh, a request? Seijin was puzzled since Theo normally just loved soup rewards. The cat asked seriously, "Do you remember why I became a wandering merchant?" Seijin replied, "Wasn't it because someone named Oren stole your girlfriend?" "That's right." Theo's face suddenly turned grumpy. "I saw that hairy dog in the market, and now he's become a wandering merchant too. That guy was deceived by Scaram's tricks and looked down on me. He even called me a scoundrel in front of others. Just like when I was deceived, Oren is now bringing useless things from outside the tower and is on his way to the 99th floor to meet the Minotaur King. This is even more shocking than the previous story." Seijin's eyes widened as Theo recounted. After finishing, it immediately jumped onto his lap, tapping its front paws on his chest, eyes shining with hope and ears drooping in a pleading manner. "Mr. Seijin, could you give that guy a lesson for me? Please, please." At times like this, Theo's expression made Seijin soft-hearted, but he didn't want to show it, clearing his throat. "So, you're saying that the wandering merchant carrying packages from outside the tower is on his way here?" Theo's claws spread out, clinging to Seijin's scarf, indicating yes. Suddenly, a wicked smile appeared on the farmer's face, like when he recruited more workers for the capital. Not knowing what he was thinking, he mumbled, "This is getting interesting, isn't it? Without knowing the directions on the 99th floor, it's easy to get lost in the desert area in the middle of the bear's forest and the Minotaur's territory." The cat's paw prints on the barren ground with no trees made its owner sweat profusely, sticking out their tongues and panting heavily. No matter how mild the weather in this black tower was, walking for hours under the scorching sun made the journey seem distant. Wiping the sweat from his chin and looking far ahead where the wind blew through the mountain ranges, Oren was confused. "What's wrong with the 99th floor? There are no landmarks here." His subordinates were sweating profusely and could only add, "It's so difficult." Resting his arm on the shoulder of the light brown cat, Oren asked, "Do you want to eat something? I'm hungry." In a place without a single blade of grass to ask someone what they wanted to eat, the cat still answered, "There's nothing to eat here, Mr. Oren, and we can't buy anything either. After paying for the merchant registration and buying a lot of stuff, we spent most of the remaining money on Scaram's goods and even more on liquor because we were having fun. That's why we couldn't afford the essential travel items before arriving here." The third cat collapsed on the ground, trembling and lamenting. "We're about to starve to death here. Sob, sob, sob." Oren snapped at him, "Stop crying. As long as we sell the goods, it will be fine. Do you two think I can't earn 1,000 tower coins here?" He ordered, "Go to the Minotaur King and ask for some food and water. Naturally, when they go to a poor place to sell items, they should treat us well. Look at the map. How far is it from here?" Staring at the paper map provided by Scaram, the brown cat replied, "It will take about 2 to 3 more days of walking from here." "What?" Oren's tail stood up in shock, gripping tightly and asking urgently, 2 to 3 days? What can we do? The map shows that." The cat silently looked at its master, while its companion huddled up, trembling and crying. "It's over. We're doomed." Suddenly, a faint sound from afar reached their ears, making the cat's alert ears turn and look immediately. A plump rabbit was pushing a cart with something that made a soft clinking noise, followed by a less plump rabbit carrying a basket as large as itself. As they got closer, the cry became clear and distinct. "Water here, selling water here, sweet, pure water to quench your thirst. Pika." Under the sunlight, nearly a dozen bottles of water glistened, looking extremely refreshing and tempting, which made Oren and his companions rush over as if they had found a lifeline. "We're saved!" Just the thought of someone selling here was enough to make them feel saved. "Hey, give us some water!" In that basket full of green onions was all water, enough for the 3 cats to drink until they were full. The rabbit with the cart lifted a bottle of water and smiled invitingly. "Each bottle of water costs half a tower coin." "Huh?" Oren's eyes widened in shock. "Why is it so expensive?" However, his attitude deflated immediately when the cart rabbit replied, "It's extremely hard to get water here, my friend. Don't you see?" The group felt dejected. There wasn't even any grass growing here, so where would the water come from? Not to mention the occasional white bones of some creature that looked a lot like a cat. Well then, Oren sagged his ears, truly thirsty. But the problem was that all 3 of them were out of money, and even though the water was right in front of them, they couldn't buy it. The cat behind moaned, "I want to go home." Sob, sob. Suddenly, the cart rabbit asked, "Are you wandering merchants? Guests of the Minotaur King?" Taken aback for a moment by the unexpected question, Oren casually adjusted the badge on his chest and replied with a puffed-up attitude. That's right. We are on our way to sell rare and hard-to-find items to the Minotaur King. Unexpectedly, the plump rabbit proposed. Pika, I didn't realize you were distinguished guests. Then, we'll let you buy on credit. Oren's eyes brightened immediately. Of course, there was no reason to refuse. But instead of handing over the bottles, a piece of paper was pushed right in front of Oren, with each of them getting a copy. They all looked at it, confused. Ah, this is a promissory note for unpaid bills. You have to pay 10 times the amount if you don't settle the debts within 3 days. The rabbit spread its hands like a traitor, making Oren jump in indignation. What? Is this a scam? 10 times the amount? It's unreasonable, can't you see? The cart rabbit said. The 99th floor is a harsh place, very hard to survive here, so we have to do this. We've encountered many people who've run away without paying. Or you can pay with your bodies. Just saying that, the arrogant young master frowned in disbelief. Pulling out a blue feather pen, Oren signed the paper immediately, his mouth open in disdain. Do you think Oren would ever pay with his body? Of course, that won't happen because we will sell all the goods within 3 days and make a lot of money. Satisfied? After the contract was recorded by the system, Oren and his 2 companions quickly packed all the water into their spatial bags. They hurriedly put all the bottles into the bags, leaving 3 bottles in their hands to drink immediately. As they left, Oren didn't forget to wave and say, "See you in 3 days to collect your money." With water in their system, his subordinates drank greedily, not noticing the cart rabbit pulling out a juicy carrot, munching away while smiling. Pika, wish you wealth soon. The next day, with the 3 barefoot cats enduring extreme heat, the road they traveled was still the same, with not a single tree or blade of grass. Scattered among the cat paw prints were empty glass bottles, and in the distance were 3 swaying shadows. Oren drained the last drops of water from his bottle, still feeling thirsty. He wiped his mouth. Just drinking water makes me hungrier than ever. We've only had water all day. The 2 cats beside him were dejected, still having half a bottle of water, but feeling as if their energy was completely drained, unable to speak. Hey, give me the remaining water. Seeing Oren's outstretched hand, the cat protested immediately. No, this is the last bottle. For Oren, anything unspoken was seized. He snatched the bottle from the cat's hand, scolding. I said give it, you have to listen to what I say. The cat cried, that was the last of my saved-up water. But Oren didn't care. He drank most of it. Suddenly, the remaining cat shouted, Oren, look! He turned and saw nothing yet, but the cat pointed frantically at a cluster of green leaves not far away. I see smoke coming from there. It looks like a restaurant. Walking slowly toward it, Oren sniffed, furrowing his brow, trying to guess the smell. A restaurant, huh? This smell? Their eyes widened in excitement, and as cats, they of course knew what this scent was. The smell they craved the most, with drool flowing as soon as they recognized it, was the scent of grilled fish. They all rushed toward it, where a group of 4 rabbits was cheerfully welcoming guests. Hello, welcome to Rabbit House, the only restaurant on the 99th floor. They were dressed in green and yellow uniforms, holding a leather-bound menu in their hands. Meanwhile, the grill on the other side was emitting an irresistible aroma, inviting hungry customers. As soon as they sat down, everyone shouted, Give us a grilled fish. Me too. Me too. I want 2. This restaurant looked high-end, with its glossy wooden tables outside the open grill. The service was top-notch, immediately serving water when guests sat down, professional and hospitable to a perfect 10. Everything was perfect until the owner stuck his hand out and said, Each fish costs 1 tower coin. Oren was stunned. How could it be so expensive? He spread his hands and shook his head. It was clear there were no ponds or seas here. Finding fish was quite a challenge. The 3 cats drooped their tails, and the rabbit was indeed right. When the restaurant owner showed the contract, Oren immediately grabbed it. The terms were just like the water-selling rabbit from the day before. Would you like to sign a guarantee for unpaid amounts? If you don't settle the payment within 3 days, you'll owe 10 times the amount. Or I have to pay with my body, right? Oren gruffly agreed, feeling famished, and was willing to sign any number of contracts. The system flashed 3 notification boards confirming the contract, and all 3 cats immediately shouted, Signed! Now bring us 10 fish! Me too, me too! The calls echoed throughout the restaurant. 10 fish were soon skewered and placed on the blazing grill. The restaurant owner's skill was impressive. He grilled the fish quickly, cleaning and charring them to perfection, releasing a delicious aroma. They seemed freshly caught, with the skin still juicy and plump. making the cats drool even without any seasoning or side dishes. Even young Master Oren's eyes sparkled with longing, let alone the two companions. Looking at the 10 fish, crisp on the outside and tender inside, piled on a plate of green onions, the group couldn't hold back and dove in. Initially, each had a plate with 2 fish, but their rapid eating speed required continuous replenishment of grilled fish. The sound of munching filled the air, and as they ate more and more, they called for more fish. "Bring up all the fish you have." It seemed this restaurant hadn't seen such generous customers in a long time. The staff kept grilling fish, and the owner even added fragrant squid skewers, making the aroma fill the place. Oren happily smiled with his eyes closed while chewing a piece of squid. Never in his life had he tasted something so delicious. They continued eating, consuming a mountain of green onion plates until they were completely stuffed. The restaurant even thoughtfully laid out a green onion mat for customers to rest after eating. The 3 of them lay back, ignoring the staff cleaning up, stretching and complaining. "We're so full, our bellies are about to burst." Oren lazily looked up at the sky covered by green onions, feeling sleepy but still remembering their important mission. "Now we need to sell goods to the Minotaur King." The 2 cats beside him yawned. "Oren, can we rest for a while? I'm so sleepy." With full bellies, their eyelids drooped. Even the black cat began to squint. He agreed. "Okay, just a little nap, only an hour." The sleepiness hit them so fast that all 3 fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. After a long journey, finally having a hearty meal, it was no wonder they were so exhausted they didn't notice the rabbits cleaning up, standing around the snoozing cats. "Good night, you guys," one hand holding his girlfriend, the other waving affectionately. And the rabbits didn't know anything. The snoring continued regularly. Another day passed on the 99th floor, and the sunlight shone directly on Oren's face, making the cat cranky and toss and turn uncomfortably. Of course, the rabbit house had been cleared away by now. He rubbed his eyes and sat up, wondering why his eyes hurt so much. The drowsiness made Oren not look around, but his younger brother, now awake, was looking up, trembling as if seeing something very frightening. "Brother, oh Oren, we've got a big problem." The huge face of the Minotaur, not far away, was still puffing smoke from its nostrils, startling Oren and making him scream in fear. To make matters worse, the Minotaur's wrinkled fur on its head looked extremely intimidating, making the cat want to jump up in terror. Surrounding the 3 cats were 3 massive minotaurs staring at them, making all 3 so scared they unconsciously sat on their own tails. This was the first time they had seen a minotaur up close, having only heard about them from those who had seen them before. It was said to be the strongest monster in the tower. No wonder the cats huddled together in fear. One minotaur spoke up, asking if they were the ones searching for the Minotaur King. Tears streamed down Oren's face as he put on a pitiful look and shakily held up the badge for the minotaur to see. "We are the traveling cats. Please don't hurt us." The 2 brown cats beside him clung tightly to their heads, trembling and unable to even speak, leaving Oren to make the presentation himself. We have the traveling merchant badge here." The Minotaur stood up so tall it seemed like it could block out the light. To Oren's surprise, the Minotaur then commanded them in a booming voice, "Follow me, I'll take you to the Minotaur King." Oren's fear vanished instantly, replaced by a look of relief and excitement. How lucky were they that they were being led straight to the Minotaur King? The Minotaur's domain was not far from where the 3 cats were sleeping. As they walked, they saw a stone with horns glowing in blue light. At the stone pedestal leading to the glowing blue area stood a majestic figure with sturdy horns and a flowing cloak. The entire Minotaur domain looked very solemn, with 2 rows of Minotaurs standing straight, welcoming the wandering cats who were trying to muster the courage to step inside. The wind here blew fiercely, making the Minotaur King's intimidating presence even more pronounced. Placing his hand on his staff, the Minotaur King announced loudly, "Are you the ones searching for me, the Minotaur King?" The forceful presence made the 2 other cats unable to open their eyes, their heads bowed in fear. Oren's earlier bravery disappeared when faced with the Minotaur King. Just a snap of his fingers could end the lives of the 3 cats. With a trembling voice fighting against his fear, Oren clutched his bag and forced himself to speak. "Yes, Minotaur King, we've traveled from afar to sell rare and hard-to-find items to you." Oren's legs were shaking, and only he could manage to speak in full sentences. Here are the items from outside the tower," the Minotaur King, with a deep voice, responded. "Items from outside the tower, you say? I'll have an expert verify whether the items you're selling are truly rare." With a flourish of his cloak, revealing two legs coming from behind, the Minotaur King introduced with solemnity, "I'm pleased that he is here at this moment. This is the Great Black Dragon." The cats huddled together in fear, peeking out at the so-called Great Black Dragon who stepped forward. With his hands on his hips and a trademark grin under his straw hat, it was none other than Seijin. Of course, Oren had encountered people from outside the tower before, and this person who claimed to be the Great Black Dragon looked a lot like them. He only stood up to the knees of the Minotaur King, but the confident way he stood with his hands on his hips, introducing himself in front of the powerful monster of the 99th floor, along with the protection of the Minotaur King, made it hard for anyone to doubt him, including Oren. Could it really be the Great Black Dragon? Oren gaped in astonishment. What kind of wind could have brought the Great Black Dragon here? This little black cat never thought he'd get to meet the Great Black Dragon in person like this. The figure raised an eyebrow as he looked down at the tiny cat, and with authority in his voice, he said, "I am the Great Black Dragon, Park Seijin. I have the ability to appraise rare magical items. Lies hold no power in front of me. Come here and show me your items." Oren hurriedly hugged the bag of goods like they were treasures, lowering his head and hastily muttering, "Yes, yes, Great Black Dragon." This young cat was quick and nimble, unlike his two henchmen who were frozen in place, still not understanding why the Great Black Dragon looked exactly like a human. Though afraid, Oren couldn't help but rejoice inside. Jackpot! That's the Black Dragon, the strongest being ruling the magic tower. If he likes them, someone like the Minotaur King would be nothing. Maybe, because of this, I might even become the strongest in the tower. Thinking so, Oren quickly dumped out a pile of trinkets from his bag. The items were all common things: a lint roller, nail clippers, an old-fashioned lighter, paper clips, and two things that looked like a police siren and a pencil case. Seijin stared at the things Oren had poured onto the ground, then glanced at him as he clutched his bag tightly, ears drooping, speaking softly. "That's all, Great Black Dragon." Seijin knelt down, staring at the 5 or so items. He knew for sure these were all from Earth, but they were all random junk, nothing that could actually be useful, especially the used lint roller. He picked it up and examined it. This thing wouldn't even sell outside the tower anymore. It might as well be considered trash. But where did that elf named Skaram get these things? While he was pondering, Oren suddenly spoke up excitedly when he saw Seijin pick up the lint roller first. "As expected of the Black Dragon, you have a real eye for treasures. This is called a lint roller. It has magic that sticks to remove dust or fur." Seeing Oren's eager expression, Seijin absent-mindedly asked, "How much does it cost?" Oren pressed his hands together, cautiously looking into the dragon's eyes as he gave his price. 50 tower gold coins. As Seijin shifted his gaze from the lint roller to the insolent black cat, Oren's henchmen whispered to each other from behind. "Didn't he buy that from Skaram for 5 tower coins? Brother Oren is amazing. He's not afraid at all, even standing in front of the Black Dragon, still confidently hiking up the price like that." Not hearing a response, Oren became even more confident in his tone. Though still bowing, his attitude had shifted. He chuckled inwardly. "Maybe I've got a knack for being a merchant, huh?" So, Oren grinned and repeated, "What do you think, Black Dragon? Would you like to buy this item? This is a magical item from outside the tower, so it's very rare to see it here." Under his straw hat, Seijin let out a long, tired sigh. When he looked up, his gaze bore straight into Oren, terrifyingly intense. "I've already told you that lying doesn't work in front of me, haven't I?" He knew for sure the cat was lying about the price it had bought the item for from that scammer, and he also knew this thing had no magical abilities whatsoever. Peeling off the outer layer, Seijin pinched it between his fingers and pulled it apart, showing the cat. "Look, there's no magic here at all. This is just a consumable product with sticky paper that can be peeled off. There are plenty of things like this on Earth." Tearing the sticky sheet right off, Seijin crumpled it in his hand, angrily concluding, "In other words, this is just trash. Not a single item here has any magical power." Oren was so shocked he forgot who he was even talking to. No way. I'm sure I heard they were imbued with magic. Maybe the Great Black Dragon made a mistake. Yeah! As soon as the words left his mouth, Oren quickly covered his own lips. He realized he'd just made the grave error of suggesting the Great Black Dragon had been wrong. The cat's eyes widened with fear. His spirit almost left his body when the Minotaur King's hand slammed onto the ground, smashing the stone floor into pieces, sending Orin flying, still covering his mouth to stifle his scream. The Minotaur King's eyes turned bloodshot, teeth clenched in a menacing snarl. "How dare you accuse the great black dragon of lying?" Below the Minotaur King, Sejun remained in place, frowning as he glared at the three cats, clearly displeased. They were so terrified by the Minotaur King's strike that they almost wet themselves, some sitting, others kneeling before the fierce gust of energy radiating from it. But since everyone was focused on the Minotaur King, no one noticed Sejun's face turning pale. I almost passed out." The sheer force of the Minotaur King's hand slam almost scared the life out of poor Sejun. He couldn't do anything but stay frozen in place. Thankfully, the cats were already groveling on the floor, begging for forgiveness, so they couldn't see his face. Orin, trembling so hard his words were barely coherent, stammered, No, everything the great black dragon says is true. Please forgive me for deceiving you, great black dragon." His two henchmen behind him had their hands up, shielding their heads and foreheads, acting as if not seeing the situation would make it hurt less. At that moment, Orin's mind flashed back to what Theo had told him. Damn it, that cat was right. He shook with a mix of fear and fury. Scarm really was a scammer. I've been tricked. But right now, what mattered most was survival. He trembled, unable to say anything beyond begging for mercy. Please, at least spare our lives. Unexpectedly, before they'd even pleaded for long, the great black dragon nodded in agreement. I will spare your lives, however. You all have incurred quite a bit of debt on your way here, haven't you? It immediately lifted its head, surprised, and asked, Pardon me, how do you know that? Sejun crossed his arms, frowning as he watched it act with natural sincerity. I happen to run several businesses inside the tower. Everything you've eaten and drunk came from my store. Orin could hardly believe it, even in his wildest dreams. He had been connected to the great black dragon for days, ever since he first arrived at the 99th floor. Behind him, suddenly, the rabbit merchant approached, unnoticed. Both the water-selling rabbit and the restaurant owner appeared. In the hand of Rabbit Scythe was a piece of paper and a pen, and he read aloud confidently. If I multiply the cost of the water and all the food you've ordered by 10, you owe about 500 tower coins. Moreover, I also need to charge for the lodging and even a cleaning fee for littering in the wilderness. As Rabbit Scythe quickly listed the figures, he waved his hand, finalizing the number on the paper. As for bricks, the total comes to about 100,000 pieces. Looking at the rabbit, Orin was confused. Bricks? What bricks? He widened his eyes. Just hearing about the 500 tower coins had been enough to traumatize him. Now, why was it being converted into bricks? Just then, the Minotaur King lowered his shaggy head and repeated a very familiar phrase. If you cannot pay with money, you must pay with your bodies. Orin found it familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. He was led to the brick-making area of the 99th floor to see firsthand what it meant to repay with labor, making bricks. First, they used a wooden mold, pressing it into the mud to shape it. Then they lifted the mold, revealing a neatly squared block of mud, perfectly sized. The process of pressing mud into the mold was repeated continuously until there were stacks of 18 bricks, arranged in 2 rows of 3 for the Minotaurs to carry away. With their large bodies, one Minotaur could carry 3 stacks of bricks using a wooden yoke. The Minotaurs were well organized in their tasks, and their skill ensured that each mud brick was quickly stacked in place. Some Minotaurs, more experienced, even produced 6 bricks at once, using a larger mold. In front of the group of cats now stood a worksite bustling with Minotaurs of varying shades, busy working non-stop. In the distance, there were Minotaurs transporting mud in large yokes and baskets, each as big as half their bodies. Orin stood slack-jawed, with his 2 underlings turning pale, as Sejun introduced them. According to the contract you signed, you must pay with 100,000 mud bricks. Seeing a brick nearby, Orin was shocked at its size. It was as large as himself. He jumped up, shouting in disbelief. No, there's no way we can make such huge bricks. Sejun's steady voice from above made them glance back nervously. That's right, you can only make about 10 bricks a day. If you calculate it in terms of time, it'll take you 10,000 days. During that time, you'll also accumulate more debt for lodging and food. You'll have to make even more bricks. The final conclusion was that they wouldn't even be able to pay off the interest, let alone the principal, and they would be stuck here, making bricks. Forever. Forever. The 3 of them were dumbfounded, feeling as though lightning had struck them as they imagined a lifetime spent in the mud pit. Cats are creatures who love to eat and lounge around. How could they be expected to work themselves to death like this? All three of them fell to their knees, bowing repeatedly before Sejun, hands clasped in desperate plea. Please, please forgive us just this once, Great Black Dragon. We'll do anything, so please, at least don't make us make bricks. Sejun stepped forward toward Oren, crouching down to look him in the eye. Very well, I'll give you one chance. Oren grabbed at it immediately, eager to know what it was, and thus the path to selling themselves to the capitalist began, unbeknownst to Oren. Among the businesses I run, the head of distribution is in need of some help with a few tasks. The job includes following him around, carrying goods in your bags, and selling them. Sounds simple enough, doesn't it? You'll repay your debt by working as interns in our farm's distribution department for 10,000 days. What do you think? While the cats were still sniffling at the idea of a 10,000-day sentence, Sejun raised a finger, mentioning the benefits. I'll give each of you a grilled fish every day. Just hearing that, Oren immediately agreed. He eagerly responded, Yes, we'll do it, Black Dragon. At this point, they didn't care that 10,000 days was more than 27 years. As long as they didn't have to make bricks, that was enough. The group bowed deeply at Sejun's feet, thanking him continuously as he agreed to draw up a new contract. The capitalist trap forcing Oren to choose between 10,000 days of brickmaking with the Minotaurs or 10,000 days as a paid intern was clear as day now, yet the cat still felt relieved. As Sejun pulled out the contract from Rabbit Scythe, Oren thought to himself, working for 10,000 days is definitely better than being a brick worker. His mood brightened. The job wasn't much different from a traveling merchant's, and he'd be able to take care of his food problem, so he felt lucky to be in this situation. Plus, he would be working under the Black Dragon. Oren pressed his paw print onto the contract after his two underlings had signed. Even if the mighty Black Dragon was as evil as the devil, they had to sign the contract. Good. The contract is complete. Congratulations, you are now officially interns. Sejun stored it in the system, officially adding 3 new employees at a dirt cheap price, just 3 fish a day. But the cats didn't know this at all, nervously asking, So, what do we do now? With the introduction of the chairman and the company done, it was time for the direct boss to make an appearance. Sejun looked at the spot where the cat had just stepped and introduced, The head of distribution will tell you what to do. Let me introduce you to the head of distribution. A shadow leapt from the ground, lightly landing on Sejun's shoulder. The cat spoke on behalf of the chairman. That's me, Theo. His grand entrance needed no flashy effects. He knew right away Oren would jump up, shocked to see a familiar face in this place. But what he didn't expect was that Oren's rude attitude was exactly the same, even with the Black Dragon present. The spoiled brat, who had always looked down on Theo, angrily pointed his claws at him and shouted, Theo, you runaway beggar, what are you doing here? With the contract signed and under protection, Theo had nothing to fear. He leapt from the chairman's shoulder and gave Oren a hard knock on the head. You're interns, but you don't show any respect for the leader. The two cats moved so fast that Sejun couldn't even stop them or say a word before Oren was left with a swollen bump, staring at Theo with worry. The other 2 cats were dumbfounded as they heard Theo proudly introduce himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. Interns, I'm the head of distribution and the Black Dragon's first subordinate. He immediately regained his smug, superior demeanor, placing a hand on his chest in a grand gesture. Therefore, you must listen to me from now on, understood? Theo crossed his arms and shouted loudly, Answer me! Of course, Oren wasn't willing to comply, staying silent, but the 2 cats behind him quickly bowed down and responded in unison. We understand, Boss Theo. Hearing Theo's unabashed laugh echoing through the sky, Ha! Oren, still clutching his scratched forehead, turned pale. Damn it! Who would have thought there could be someone worse than the devil himself? Having just received his new recruits, Theo led the 3 of them to a vast field of cherry tomatoes for an immediate introduction. Interns, this is where you'll be working from now on, understood? They looked at the seemingly endless field and felt their spirits sink. From now on, we'll be harvesting cherry tomatoes to sell, understood? Follow me, understood? Oren, acting like he was dead, lazily followed behind Theo, while his 2 underlings responded with dazed, Yes, sirs. After all, wasn't this better than making bricks? Seeing Theo lead them confidently, walking with his shoulders raised in pride, Seijun couldn't help but feel pleased. The cat had finally gotten back at someone who constantly caused trouble for him, and this arrangement was beneficial for Seijun too. With his arms crossed, he mumbled to himself, "With more subordinates carrying bags, transporting farm products will be easier." Looking up at the large figure standing beside him, Seijun thanked him. "Thank you, Minotaur King, for agreeing to this troublesome request." The Minotaur King crossed his arms and responded formally, "There's no need to thank me, Park Seijun. We received the order from the Black Dragon through the status window. We are also permitted to call you the Black Dragon." He didn't mention that the Great Black Dragon hadn't given any explanations beyond a single line. "Do as he says," the Minotaur King continued. "Above all, we are neighbors, so we help each other. It would be great to also receive genuine gratitude." "I did thank him, didn't I?" Seijun thought to himself, watching the Minotaur King, who said nothing further, but had a small stream of drool quietly trickling down from the corner of his mouth, dripping into the beard below his chin. "Ah, I knew it," Seijun thought. "He's drooling just from being near the field. Since when did the Minotaur King become this indirect?" Seijun pointed to a patch of green and suddenly remembered. "Ah, right. Since you're here, why don't you take some green onions and cherry tomatoes with you?" The Minotaur King rushed off towards the greens without even looking back, his voice drifting behind him. "Thanks, Park Seijun. Call me if you need anything." Seeing the Minotaur King's giddy excitement, Seijun felt a bit embarrassed. "I should have sent something good to them a while ago. I've been so busy lately, I completely forgot." Just as Seijun was about to continue with his work, he heard some noise coming from the cherry tomato field. As he got closer, he recognized the scolding voice of Theo. The cat was pointing at a green tomato in the brown cat's hand, scolding fiercely. "You're not supposed to harvest the green ones, understood?" Then, pointing at another cat who had somehow picked tomatoes without the stems, Theo was ranting. "If you leave out the stems like this, the product's value will decrease. Understood?" The cats didn't dare talk back, and Theo, hands on his hips, shook his head in frustration as if he couldn't believe how clueless they were. "You can't do anything right, understood? You guys don't know a thing about cherry tomatoes, huh? You're all so stupid, huh? I'll show you how to harvest them, so sit down here." "Huh?" They squatted down with scrunched up faces. Even Oren was too upset to speak up. First day selling themselves to capitalism, and it's already like this. The future looks bleak for sure. Watching the cat showing off in front of the new staff, Seijun could only click his tongue, just like a frog that can't remember the days when it was still a tadpole. Anyway, it's not often Theo gets this happy, so Seijun let it go, but only for today. How can the team leader act like this? He definitely has to keep an eye on Theo. Theo was lecturing the cats, and they didn't dare talk back. Even the pampered kid of the cat village didn't make a sound. The more Theo talked, the more excited he got, tilting his head back and laughing out loud. "Ah, I'm invincible." A new day dawned on the bright cherry tomato field. The yellow cherry tomato flowers were crowded together with green leaves, and the ripe red tomatoes ready for harvest looked so beautiful, in complete contrast to Oren's sulking face. The cat was carefully picking each tomato, placing them gently in its palm while lost in thought. Its movements were so slow, as if it was afraid of hurting the tomatoes, all because it couldn't stop thinking about how Theo turned out to be a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. It pulled a tomato off the vine, then looked up at the sky, dazed. And here I am, Theo's subordinate, and forever a slave. Though they say 10,000 days is only about 27 years, who knows if cats can pay off their debt within that time? Or worse, if the debt piles up, it might take several lifetimes to clear? Smack! Oren's black head got slapped by an orange paw from behind, so hard it almost lost its balance. Who the heck was that? It clutched its head, glaring up with a furious look, ready for a fight. But Theo's face wasn't any less intimidating. Hands on hips, the orange cat shouted at Oren. "Hey, intern Oren, why are you spacing out, Nia? Didn't I tell you to come quickly when I call, Nia?" Still hurting from the slap and now being yelled at, Oren forgot all its previous thoughts and lunged at Theo, grabbing the cloak and yanking hard. "What the heck? You bastard!" The orange cat let itself be dragged like that, not because it was scared, but because it had backup. Out of nowhere, the silver wolf chief appeared, baring its teeth and glaring down at the black cat, casting a shadow over the ground as if ready to chomp down on the insolent feline at any moment. Theo knew this, so it perked up its left ear, pretending not to hear clearly, and arrogantly placed its hands on its hips. What did you say?" Repeat that again, will ya? I'm the representative of the distribution unit and a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. Are you saying you want to go against me, Theo? Seeing Oren's attitude change and realizing there was no danger anymore, Elka turned and prepared to leave, its face stiff, but still managing to squeeze out a few flattering words. No way, Theo. Boss Theo. There was a bug on your shoulder, so I was just helping to brush it off. That's all. I wouldn't dare grab you by the collar. Of course, Theo didn't believe that fake kindness. He kept his hands on his hips, sneering at the intern. Seeing that Oren had run out of excuses, Theo finally turned around, but not before raising an eyebrow and reminding him with a smirk. Ha! Remember that. Behave yourself, you hear. Nia? Oren nodded furiously, hands twisted together in nervousness. Yes, yes, of course! As Theo turned and saw the two brown cats, it called out to them immediately. Hey, interns, have you finished preparing? Yes, it's done. Just as Boss Theo said, we've packed all our bundles with cherry tomatoes. The orange cat opened the system board where the contract details were recorded, nodding in satisfaction as it pointed at the notes. Intern Mark packed the fastest, and Intern Jeff replied first. I'll shorten your contract by 1 day each. Both brown cats burst into excitement. Really? Thank you, sir. At that moment, Oren, standing next to them, didn't hear anything about its own contract being shortened. After reducing the time for the other two, what about me? Quickly pointing to itself, afraid Theo would forget, he asked, and me too. Unexpectedly, Theo spoke loudly. You, Intern Oren, took the longest one, and your contract is extended by 1 more day. The black cat slumped down, wanting to scream and curse but didn't dare to. Its ears drooped in despair, and this time it couldn't hold back the sobs like before, crying out loud. Just then, Sejin walked over and asked, How's it going? Is Theo ready to go down? He only asked Director Theo, ignoring Oren, who was sniffling nearby. Meanwhile, the orange cat's face lit up as it confidently placed its hands on its hips and replied, Yes, we're ready to go right now. Theo took the opportunity to complain to Sejin. These cats' bundles are old type, so they couldn't pack much. Sejin handed everything over to Theo to handle, since they were Theo's interns after all, and simply smiled, saying, If they do well in the future, just upgrade it bit by bit. Got it, Theo said, suddenly remembering something. By the way, where are you going, Sejin Nim? This was a perfectly normal question for Theo before heading down to the lower floors. Theo had witnessed how fragile this human was, especially with those plant monsters running rampant, so it was very concerned about the chairman's safety. Unexpectedly, Sejin cheerfully replied, I'm heading to the Western Forest. That was a place Theo had never been to before. It blinked up at the chairman, asking again, Western Forest? Then it suddenly remembered, isn't that where the plant monsters appeared and came this way? The group made their way to the border between Kwang's territory and the farm area. Theo led the group, consisting of 3 cat interns and 3 silver wolves who came along as bodyguards. Sejin was fully equipped, bringing Kwang and Kwang's mother along, intending to say goodbye to everyone before they went their separate ways. At some point, Theo had leaped onto Sejin's shoulder and was now using its 2 front paws to press Sejin's cheeks together, making the human stare directly at it. Theo loudly asked, Are you sure you'll be okay without me? Won't it be dangerous, Nya? When there was no answer, Theo squeezed even tighter and barked, Answer me, Sejin Nim. Sejin was baffled, with his face being squished by the cat. He didn't need to explain anything. Didn't Theo see the 2 figures standing right next to him? Kwang and his mother are coming with me. I wonder if your excessive concern is an offense to them. Kwang even transformed back into his original form, crossing his arms and pouting at Theo. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I can't protect my father well enough? Sejin knew that the cat was only worried about him, so he didn't get angry. He gently touched the straw hat on his head, proudly saying, Besides, I have a secret weapon, remember? Didn't I tell you before? Hearing that, Theo finally let the farmer go, jumping down to the ground, no longer twisting and contorting. Yeah, it's not that I'm worried about you. It's just because you're going to the Ent Forest to face them head-on, yeah. From start to finish, the interns stayed silent since they had no idea what was in the Western Forest. Chief Elka, who usually didn't get involved in conversations, suddenly spoke up. Director Theo, this actually sounds pretty interesting, doesn't it? The cat jumped in surprise, and Sejin noticed it too. Before he could tease it, Theo spun around and shouted, No, it's not, okay? It's because I'm genuinely concerned, all right? It raised its voice, almost as if trying to hide its eagerness to join the exploration of the forest. But Sejin cut in. Hurry up and get to work. The new interns are all here. Show them an image befitting of a sales cat. And so, there was no choice. Although Theo still stood with his hands on his hips, pretending not to be too enthusiastic, he finally replied, "All right, fine, I'm going now." Looking back, Theo saw Oren's group nodding as they asked the Silver Wolf tribe to look after them on their journey, signaling that it was time to depart. Waving goodbye to the chairman and the mother bear and her cub, Theo reminded them once more, "You must be careful." Kwang, standing on all fours beside him, firmly reassured, "I'll protect father. Don't worry." Finally, Seijin chimed in, "All right, have a safe trip, everyone." Theo, on behalf of the group, waved goodbye to the Red Bears and Seijin, leading the apprentices and the Silver Wolf tribe down below, starting their long trading journey. Once the other group had left, Kwang asked, "Shall we set off now?" Seijun nodded vigorously. "Yes, let's head to the western forest." As they began to leave the Mother Bear's forest, the deeper they went into the western forest, the more the sunlight faded. By the time they reached Seijun's spot, the air was already filled with a gray mist. Here, even the grass wasn't green. It had a strange dark shade, and the vegetation looked peculiar. The group stuck close together, fully alert. Seijun glanced around. "This western forest is much gloomier than I imagined. Look at these trees. They look as they died screaming." And indeed, there had been many strange trees like this all around them, even creepier than regular Ents. Walking beside him, Kwang covered his nose, grumbling, "They smell strange too." Suddenly, the mother bear cautiously stepped forward a couple of paces, growling softly as she sniffed the air, calling Seijun in a low voice, "There's an enemy ahead." The bear's lips curled back, revealing sharp teeth, ready to attack. At that moment, Seijun began hearing low growls coming from within the forest. The mother bear's eyes gleamed fiercely. A strange wind suddenly rushed out from the forest, weaving through a cluster of tree stumps, each about the same height as the mother bear. They began to shift, slowly creeping toward the uninvited guests. Each tree stump bore 3 holes, just like the screaming ones Seijun had seen earlier. They slithered forward, twisting slightly, but Seijun saw nothing. Apart from the faint noises ahead, it was too dark for his eyes to make anything out. Looking left and right, unable to see a thing, Seijun confusedly asked, "What's going on there? I can't see anything." He stepped forward, intending to take a closer look, but Kwang's huge hand held him back. "It seems like only the mother bear can sense the danger. Don't go any further. Just stay here." That's when Seijun noticed a large tree root that had been half a meter away now suddenly rising up, with a sharp snapping sound as its roots tore free from the ground. Startled, Seijun jumped back. "Whoa, you scared the life out of me." Suddenly, a squishy, slurping noise echoed through the air. From the grotesque holes in the tree trunks, tentacle-like roots slithered out, twisting like tendrils. All the tree ghosts ahead simultaneously sprouted tentacle roots, swiftly advancing toward the group. The eerie scene erupted all at once, filling the forest with a hissing sound like a swarm of venomous snakes charging in. As they drew closer, with better visibility, the system announced that these were corrupted, rotten guard ants. Without further explanation, it was clear they were somewhere between the sizes of the 2 types that had attacked the farm before, only now with an even more revolting appearance due to their severely rotted trunks. Kwang, who had been covering his mouth the entire time, now realized that the stench came from the writhing mass ahead, making his nausea even worse. "Father, I'm not feeling well." Seijun didn't dare look back, his face pale with fear. "What are these things, zombie trees?" By the time they realized it, the group was already too close. Suddenly, the nearest zombie tree lashed out, shooting its tendrils from the holes in its body. They were disgusting, covered in moldy green, but they moved at a terrifying speed. The mother bear decisively swatted one down with a powerful blow, smashing it into pieces across the ground. Seijun stared in horror, realizing he had just narrowly escaped death. The zombie trees quickly changed their target, ignoring the human, and instead launching their tendrils from their holes toward the massive bear. They were longer than expected, and in no time, they coiled tightly around Kwang's neck. The mother bear's claws couldn't tear them away in time, her right arm already wrapped 3 times. The tendrils squeezed tighter, trying to pull Kwang down. Seijun shouted in panic, "Mother Kwang!" Realizing waiting was pointless, he grabbed the brim of his straw hat, cursing in frustration. "Damn it, looks like I'll have to step in now." Throwing away his precious straw hat, which he would normally never part with, Seijun quickly grabbed the 2 weapons strapped to his side. One was a gardening dagger, and the other was a warrior's axe from Wukka. Whoosh! A small flame suddenly appeared, floating atop Sejin's brown hair, as if it had been lit there all along. Along with the flame, holding two powerful weapons in hand, Sejin crouched low, ready for battle. Here comes my secret weapon. The flame of friendship is about to make its move. But suddenly, thud, Kwang's massive hand pressed down on the farmer's head as if flipping a power switch, leaving Sejin stunned for a few seconds. "Oh, Dad, your head's on fire!" The bear frantically rubbed his hands over the flame, trying to put it out, puffing and blowing with his mouth. Sejin's face twisted, and he quickly tried to stop him. "That's a buff that flame put on me." Hearing this, Kwang finally stopped, staring at the flame on his hands with curiosity, realizing it wasn't an ordinary fire. It couldn't be extinguished. With flames on his head, Sejin clenched his two weapons tightly, letting the metal parts clang together. From the small sparks created by the impact, he swung his hands, sending them flying toward the enemies ahead. This is how you use it. A loud crackle erupted as the sparks ignited. What started as tiny flecks of light quickly grew into a large flame as they flew through the air. Roaring to life, the fire transformed into a sizable column, rushing forward. Sejin grinned in triumph, watching as the flames shot straight to the roots of the crawling zombie trees. In no time, the fire spread rapidly, engulfing all the zombie trees in a fierce blaze. Though they had no mouths to scream in pain, the sight of their hollow eye sockets melting in the flames showed the intense destruction. The tendrils were quickly sucked back into the holes, and soon enough, the mother bear was freed, watching in relief as the trees turned into a sea of fire. The zombie trees flailed within the growing inferno, and Sejin was delighted. "Amazing! They're burning!" Putting his straw hat back on, he shouted, "Mother Kueng, let's retreat!" While both bears stood bewildered, unsure of why, Sejin's face turned pale as he warned, "If we don't do this right, the fire might spread to us." Without further hesitation, Kuang, along with his son, carried Sejin on his back and bolted out of the forest. Behind them, the zombie trees didn't seem to follow, but Sejin remained in a state of panic. Seeing the black smoke rising up to the clouds, he tightly clutched his straw hat, feeling lucky to have escaped. "Damn it, that was close. The fire spread even faster than I thought." The western forest might have been gloomy, but the trees were either rotten or dry, making everything catch fire even more fiercely. Holding his straw hat down with one hand and gripping onto Kwang with the other to avoid falling off, Sejin called out, "Kwang's mom, a bit faster, please?" Just then, Kwang shouted, "Look ahead, Sejin Nim." He immediately lifted his head, thinking they were close to the exit since there hadn't been any obstacles coming in. To his surprise, another group of zombie trees with pale green, decaying bark had already blocked the way. They crowded together, rushing toward their target in unison. The tendrils were the most troublesome, and once they got close, it would be hard to avoid being entangled. Suddenly, Kwang lifted his head and asked Sejin, "You can still use the skill from earlier, right?" Sejin quickly responded, "Yes, I can." "Why?" But the mother bear didn't reply, continuing to run without slowing down, glancing at her son running beside her. "Kwang, get ready. You can do it, right?" The young bear furrowed his brow with determination, boldly answering, "Yes, I can." Not knowing what was about to happen, and with the enemy now dangerously close, Sejin immediately rubbed his two weapons together, shouting, "Burn, baby, burn!" He scraped them against each other several times until sparks flew, repeating the action from before to send the flames flying out. "Let's go! Flame of friendship!" As the sparks shot out, a loud thudding noise from behind caught Sejin's attention. Kwang, who had lagged a few steps behind, had taken a running start, leaping onto the mother bear's back, then bounding over Sejin's head in 3 swift steps. Sejin, dumbfounded, stared at Kwang's shadow cast over him as the mother bear beneath didn't slow down. The young bear's target was the flame that his father had just created. Kwang twisted gracefully in the air, and with perfect timing, he slammed both his palms into the fire with incredible force. The flames, compressed by the strike, blasted forward like a fire hose toward the zombie trees blocking their path. A terrifying roar erupted as the fire exploded, engulfing the trees in a massive inferno. The impact amplified the fire's power several times over. Soon, the forest echoed with continuous explosions, sending trees crashing down in all directions. Flames and thick black smoke rose dozens of meters into the air, enough for the Minotaur tribe at the teleportation point to notice the commotion. They turned back in shock, staring at the towering fire. Even the Minotaur king stood up, asking his subordinates, "What's going on?" But no one had an answer. Under the clear blue sky, the rabbit farmers stood frozen, eyes wide as they watched the column of smoke with bewilderment. They sensed danger and were filled with worry. The black smoke is coming from the western forest. Father Rabbit knew instantly that it was the power of the flame of friendship. Sejin said he received Flame's power and was going to use it. Guys, Sejin's exhausted voice rang out, snapping the group back to reality. From his dirty white shoes to his gray pants, everything was covered in ash and soot. Sejin flashed a tired smile. We're back! His entire body was marked by the fierce flames from earlier. Kuang's red fur was also singed, but Kuang had already reverted to his small form, trotting over to the rabbits. After guzzling down a bottle of water in one go to quench his thirst, Sejin washed his face and hands, then recounted the earlier events. I thought I was done for. Thanks to the power of the flame, we managed to escape those aggressive tree zombies. Flame's voice rang out joyfully. I'm so glad I could help you, Master Sejin. Kuang, still drinking from a bottle of honey at his father's feet, was praised. He did really well too. Now that everyone had survived without a scratch, Father Rabbit scolded. You were too reckless. Just hearing the idea of burning down the entire western forest was enough to scare anyone. Sejin smiled wryly. What else could I do? Those Ents keep invading our territory every night, and I wanted to test the power of the flame too. I just didn't expect it to be this strong. He yawned widely, muttering to himself. Surely, they won't invade tonight, right? Hopefully, we'll get a good night's sleep. Suddenly, 2 system notifications popped up. The proficiency of beekeeping level 3 has been fulfilled, so it has leveled up. The beekeeping skill had reached level 4. Sejin was puzzled. How did my beekeeping skill level up? At that moment, 3 queen bees flew over, happily greeting Sejin. He immediately asked, what just happened? One of them, representing the group, excitedly invited him to choose a type of flower to make honey jelly from. Just hearing about it made Sejin eager. Honey jelly? What's that? Is it something I get after leveling up the skill? The bees smiled kindly, nodding enthusiastically. That's right, it's a super delicious, super soft jelly that enhances your talents. Sejin's mouth dropped open in surprise. It can enhance my talents? In the Black Magic Tower, under the rocky cave ceiling, there stood a massive structure made of stone. Clearly, this was not meant for humans, as it was enormous. In the hot spring area, there was a soft rustling sound of a fluffy white bath sponge, as soft as clouds, scrubbing against the dragon's skin, accompanied by a girl's relaxed voice. Today, I didn't take you out to farm under the scorching sun. It was a rare day off, so why not leisurely hold this basket of tomato soup and sip it slowly while soaking in the hot water? Just like Dragon Aileen here, the pool here was huge, with steam swirling over the pale blue water. Aileen gulped down the entire basket in one go, feeling refreshed. Drinking red locust tomato soup while bathing is just amazing. Aileen spread her wings behind her, feeling how easily she could control them. She wondered, today, my body feels light. Have I grown a bit taller? It seems like my wings have gotten bigger too? Thinking about her rapid growth, but still feeling it wasn't enough, the dragon leaned over the edge of the bath, resting her chin on her hand with a sigh. I really hope my dragon heart can grow stronger and mature soon. Then I can leave this administrator area. Just thinking about it made Aileen's large tail sway excitedly back and forth. Lately, she could only fly short distances, always circling the management tower. The thought of soaring grandly under the blue moonlight made Aileen's face flush red. Hiding her face in her hands, she squirmed with joy, thinking, ha ha, if I show Park Sejin my polymorphed appearance, he'll definitely fall flat on his back out of shock. As soon as she mentioned the farmer's name, the orb lit up with a faint humming sound like a phone vibrating. Aileen glanced towards it, remembering that a few days ago, Sejin had mentioned checking the apple tree's ability today, right? The dragon grabbed the towel in her hand and walked toward the orb, still dripping wet, without bothering to dry off. He had mentioned something about the flame of friendship, right? Maybe I should go take a look? She was feeling quite cheerful when suddenly a sharp pain pierced through her heart. Aileen gasped, unable to scream before her dragon form collapsed onto the ground with a deafening thud. She writhed on the floor, sweating profusely. My body, it hurts. My dragon heart, it hurts so much. Aileen felt the agony consuming her body, as if she was on the brink of passing out. I can't faint like this, she thought, trying to crawl forward, whimpering softly. Help! Help me! Her breathing grew labored, and her body became so heavy that she could barely move forward. Her trembling dragon arm reached out toward the glowing orb, but she couldn't quite reach it. In her mind, only one name echoed, Park. Park Sejun. She called out, but he couldn't hear her. Gradually, her vision blurred, the image in front of her becoming hazy. Aileen collapsed, barely 2 meters away from the orb, losing consciousness before she could touch it. She lay there for a few seconds before the orb suddenly flashed wildly, emitting continuous ringing sounds like an old-fashioned phone. The system panel displayed an urgent message. The tower manager's life is in danger. The Black Tower's emergency system had been activated. The system was now requesting assistance from the last person to contact the tower's administrator, and the image of that person appeared in the orb. Park Sejun, still unaware of the dragon's plight, was sitting and laughing with some kids on the farm. It was a cheerful day in the prehistoric field, as the bees were busier than usual today. The queen bee hovered above, ordering them to gather as much nectar as possible from the golden cherry tomato field, since more nectar was needed for a new item. The buzzing of the bees was soothing to the ears, and once each bee had collected enough nectar, they followed the queen's lead, forming it into a thick block and trying to shape it into a small square. Very quickly, one of the bees managed to make one. They proudly showed their tiny jelly blocks to the queen bee, while the ones who hadn't learned yet gathered around to watch how it was done. It seemed like each one had to make a block of jelly by themselves. On the bustling and cheerful field, the bees worked happily, occasionally flying around Papa Rabbit to show him what they were doing. The system panel appeared in front of Sejun, detailing his special job skill, Beekeeping Level 4, with the following features. Having a beehive that can use beekeeping skills, a slight increase in the working range of the bees, a slight increase in the queen bee's egg-laying speed, a slight increase in the bee's honey collection speed, a slight increase in honey quantity, and a slight increase in pollination rate. Since the system notification, there were now some new lines added. You can produce special honey jelly with unique effects. Currently, honey jelly can only be made using nectar and pollen collected from a single type of flower. The current number of beehives is 3 out of 4. Sejun read the new lines over and over, muttering to himself, "Honey jelly!" The bees ahead were spreading out all over the cherry tomato field, while the black rabbit lay down with its legs crossed, taking a cozy nap next to the rock where Sejun sat. He was both amused and contemplative about the effects of the honey jelly, thinking, could it enhance talents? Previously, Sejun knew that, generally speaking, it was very difficult for an ordinary hunter to awaken their talents. But honing that talent and developing it to a higher level was an entirely different matter. As for Sejun himself, he knew that for people like him, those who didn't even have a simple talent, it required enduring extreme hardship and persistence over a long period to accomplish anything. And to become true craftsmen, you couldn't just solve it through sheer effort alone. Sejun understood why one's talent in the tower was so crucial. But here, the system was saying he could enhance his talent just by eating honey jelly. He crossed his arms, deep in thought, finding it hard to believe. As expected, this black tower is full of surprises. Kwong, who had no idea how many bottles of honey he'd downed, looked up after hearing something about honey and jelly from his father and eagerly asked, "Eat what?" Just as Sejun was questioning the effects, the queen bee flew over with a handful of golden blocks. "Master Sejun, the honey jelly is complete." Kwang, seeing the wobbly jelly, burst into excitement. His expression matched Sejun's perfectly. The queen bee handed over so much jelly that the farmer had to use his straw hat to hold it. Nearly a dozen blocks were placed inside, making Sejun exclaim, "Wow, so much!" At his feet, Kwang's mouth was already drooling, and he eagerly called out, "Dad, that smells so sweet. I want to eat it." Sejun lifted the straw hat high to let the second-generation queen bee drop a large batch she was carrying, while shaking his head at Kwang. "No, son. Call the rabbit brothers over here. We'll all eat together." Of course, the little bear agreed right away, standing up quickly and shouting, "I'll be right back. Don't eat without us." The little bear ran off on all fours to gather the rabbit siblings, while the queen bee chuckled at his antics without him slowing down one bit. While waiting for Kwang to return, the queen bee would take the opportunity to make some more honey jelly. Sejun agreed. "I'll check the status of the honey jelly in the status window." The system recorded the full name of the item as Poison Honey Bee's Cherry Tomato Honey. The pollen and nectar from magical cherry tomatoes had absorbed many nutrients from the tower, which were skillfully processed by the poison bees through their unique method. This created honey with a delicate aroma and flavor. The sweetness was maximized by concentrating the honey. When consumed, mana-related talents are slightly enhanced. Producer, Tower Farmer Park Sejin. Grade C, shelf life 1 year. Sejin gaped, astonished. I can't believe this stuff can enhance mana-related talents. Is it because the jelly is made from magical cherry tomatoes? The black rabbit jumped onto the rock, clinging to Sejin's hand to peek at the contents inside the straw hat, while Sejin sighed deeply. But I don't have any mana-related talents, so eating this won't enhance anything. A bit disappointing. If we made jelly from the flowers of other crops, could those jellies enhance talents unrelated to mana? Just then, Kwang ran up excitedly. I've called everyone over. Behind him, the rabbits had gathered, including the golden-furred ones, led by their parents. It looked like a festival. Sejin quickly counted and saw that everyone was there, no one missing, so he stood up with the brimful straw hat in hand. We'll share 1 jelly per person. This is the first time the bees have made so many. After giving each of Kwang and the rabbits a jelly, there was still quite a bit left in the straw hat. Sejin picked one up for himself, eagerly anticipating the taste. What will it taste like? Holding the jiggly jelly with both hands like it was a treasure, Kwang said to Rabbit, I'm going to eat it so sparingly. Mook laughed and replied, That tiny thing? He bet the bear would gobble it up in 1 bite. Kwang realized Mook was right and immediately reached out to Sejin for another jelly. I need 1 more. 2 in each hand is just right for me. But Sejin laughed and said, No way, son. We still have to share with Aileen, too. Looking at the jelly in his hand, Sejin suddenly remembered that Aileen loved magical cherry tomatoes. She would surely love this cherry tomato honey jelly as well. Suddenly, he raised his voice and called out, Aileen, hey, are you listening, oi Aileen? Usually, whenever there was a new dish, he'd get a message from the tower administrator right away. But today there was nothing, leaving Sejin feeling like something was missing. After calling out a few times, the system panel finally popped up right in front of him, making him both happy and surprised as he exclaimed, Aileen. But it wasn't a message board. It was an urgent notice. The tower manager, Aileen Fratani, is dying from the Dragon Heart Rampage. Sejin was shocked as he quickly scanned the message and clenched his fists, urgently shouting, What do you mean? Is Aileen dying? His shout startled the rabbits, who froze and stared wide-eyed at him. Even Chubby Rabbit, who was about to pop a jelly into his mouth, paused. Everyone stopped eating and looked toward Sejin. He anxiously looked at the notification, which had now shifted from blue to a deep red. Black Tower mission. Please calm Aileen Fratani's Dragon Heart Rampage. Reward. Aileen Fratani wakes up. Upon failure, Aileen Fratani dies from her Dragon Heart's rampage. The system then immediately popped up another urgent board. Please choose an item to help Tower Manager Aileen Fratani. What? Sejin had never heard of the Dragon's Heart being able to kill Aileen. He questioned the system. What is this thing that's causing such wrath? Meanwhile, the rabbit family beneath Sejin's feet became noisy. Peek-a-peek. Is Aileen really going to die? What's going on, Dad? Is Aileen Nuna sick? The system displayed small windows answering Sejin's questions, explaining that the reason for the Dragon Heart Rampage was that Aileen had absorbed an overwhelming amount of mana that her hardened Dragon Heart couldn't handle. More terms Sejin didn't understand. He scratched his head in confusion. The hardened Dragon Heart? She absorbed mana that her talent couldn't handle? He quickly pieced it together, and as a possible reason dawned on him, he raised his hand to cover his mouth in panic. Don't tell me. Is it because of the food I've been giving her all this time? Sejin's face turned pale as he became increasingly certain that it was all his fault. It hit him so hard that he collapsed onto the rock below, muttering, No, no, Aileen. His distress terrified the rabbits and Kwang, who quickly gathered around to ask what was wrong. Sejin, at that moment, could only turn to the system board for help. He yelled at it, Status window. What should I do? How do I save Aileen? The system displayed 3 large dots, as if speechless, then brought up the same panel again, making Sejin fall silent. Please choose an item to help Tower Manager Aileen Fratani. Suddenly, the status window added a sentence. You have an item that can do that. That line was like a lifeline, and Sejin's eyes widened as he stared at it. In his panic, he turned to the side and saw the straw hat full of honey jellies pushed toward him, not knowing when it had gotten there. Kwang had pushed it over for his dad to see, then decisively held out his own honey jelly for Sejin to see. For Aileen Nuna, Kwang's face was full of determination. It wasn't just the red bear. Behind him was the whole rabbit family, offering their honey jellies to Sejin, saying in unison, Take our jellies too. Even the little yellow furred ones held out their jellies, along with their older siblings and parents, offering everything for the dragon. Seijin collected all of them into his straw hat, not wasting a second, and called out to the system status board loudly. Each honey jelly was swiftly pulled into the air by the system with a buzzing sound, disappearing at lightning speed. All the jellies were taken until none were left. The system announced, "Quest has been completed," in blue. The Black Tower system then transported the tiny honey jellies into the mouth of the unconscious Aileen lying on the ground. She didn't know what it was, only that a sweet taste touched her tongue, and she obediently closed her mouth and swallowed. The pain that had been tormenting her was gradually replaced by a strange power enveloping her entire body. The dragon woman began sweating less. Her body relaxed a bit as the pain subsided, and the mana circulated quickly, causing her body temperature to rise noticeably. The system had shifted to blue, announcing that the tomato honey jelly from the poisonous honeybee had successfully enhanced the talent of the tower manager Aileen Frittani's hardened dragon heart. Her hardened dragon heart talent was slightly enhanced, preventing the dragon heart from going berserk. Seijin hadn't seen those notifications as they were only displayed for Aileen. He anxiously kept calling out to the system, "Is Aileen okay?" His worried face appeared in the orb, and soon the result came. The system board popped up to answer, "Yes, the dragon heart of tower manager Aileen Frittani will not go berserk for the time being." "For the time being? What do you mean?" Seijin asked again, and the system responded immediately. "She is stable at the moment, but if the tower manager Aileen Frittani's talent does not develop, there is a danger of it going berserk again." Only then did Seijin dare to sit down, putting the straw hat back on his head, exhaling a long sigh of relief, and telling the little ones, "It said she's fine now." He patted Kwang's head, who was leaning against his leg, looking up at his dad. At this moment, Seijin didn't know what to say. His mind was consumed with worry about Eileen's hardened dragon heart. There had to be a way to solve this, right? Not long ago, in the place where the dragon clan lived, the beautiful nebula sparkled with the mystical lights of countless stars as it did every day. The dragons gathered anxiously around the portal stone, trying to find a way into the Black Tower. Suddenly, the portal stone lit up brightly, making a rustling sound as the wind stirred, and everyone present turned in surprise to look. A faint ringing sound echoed as a blue panel appeared, displaying the words, "Transmitting the Black Tower's emergency system activity records." Both Aileen's father and grandfather were shocked, glancing at each other in confusion. "An emergency system? Has Aileen collapsed?" "Father, was there a call for help from the tower? But the portal hasn't been activated?" Aileen's grandfather looked at the stone and quietly replied, "There wasn't any call for me. The system was designed so that if Aileen contacts you or me in a critical situation, an emergency portal would open. Aileen always calls for me by going to the tower management area of the Black Tower. We've managed her outburst before, but if someone else had been called, the portal wouldn't open due to security issues with the Black Tower." "Damn it!" Aileen's father reached toward the stone, but then remembered, if the records were being transferred, it meant the outburst had already ended. System. Right in front of the teleportation stone, several overlapping information panels appeared, documenting the entire process of Aileen's outburst from start to finish. Aileen's father, relieved, realized she's still alive. Although there was an outburst, her condition is much better than before. Even the mana supply of her dragon's heart shows a stable chart. Not hearing anything from his father, he turned around. Normally, his grandfather was very concerned about Aileen's health, so he should be thrilled to see this news, right? To his shock, his grandfather suddenly went into a rage, 3 bloodshot eyes flaring as his dragon claws extended, his hair flying wildly like Medusa's. The mana around him surged, startling Aileen's father. Before he could figure out what was happening, he heard his grandfather roar. "The last person she called was Park Se-jin?" His father looked like he was ready to bite someone's head off. Aileen's father, now even more panicked, thought, "Eek! We're in big trouble." Seeing the furious mana erupting from his father, the dragon form becoming more apparent by the second, he hastily searched for words to calm him down. "Father, maybe that person helped Aileen? Isn't the important thing that Aileen is safe and healthy? We need to quickly find a way to open the portal." Those words became pointless when the dragon's foot stomped down hard. Aileen's father turned pale, staying silent in fear. Park Se-jin was asked to help, but not me. The grandfather had fully transformed into his dragon form, massive and enraged, roaring so loudly that Aileen's father could only throw up his hands in surrender. Park Sejin was requested for help, but not me. Who is it? Who dares to steal my granddaughter's heart? I can't forgive him, Park Sejin. Seeing his father roar in that dragon form, Aileen's father hurriedly called out, "Father, this is humiliating for the neighborhood." But no matter how much he tried to calm him down, it was useless. Before long, the surrounding dragon families noticed the commotion, but they didn't seem too surprised. "There he goes again. That old man always loses it when it comes to his granddaughter." They chuckled to each other. "He's become a fool for his granddaughter." They laughed and chatted among themselves, unaware that someone was eavesdropping behind them. It was a dark-scaled dragon hiding behind a large rock, listening in on the two dragons' conversation. The commotion from the Fritani house had caught everyone's attention, but only one individual's eyes gleamed with scheming intent. "The Black Tower, huh? This could be a very good opportunity." While the world outside was in chaos after Aileen's heart attack, the dragon was taking a deep nap by the hot bath. The heart attack had passed. Her breathing was now calm and steady. A while later, her forehead furrowed, and she made a few soft noises. Suddenly, Aileen shot up, propping both hands on the floor, her face filled with confusion. What's this? Am I still alive?" The dragon thought she was still dreaming. Looking down at her limbs, feeling the clear sense of touch, Aileen was finally certain she was very much alive. So what happened to the dragon's heart? Staring at the heart beating steadily in her chest, Aileen grew even more bewildered. What happened here? There might be only one place to find the answer. Aileen cast her gaze at the orb placed neatly on the red carpet, glowing with a gentle light. She held it softly, not even having time to ask the system before numerous notification windows popped up right in front of her eyes. It seemed as if they had been holding back, waiting for her to touch the orb before jumping out to report. Messages like, "You have consumed honey jelly," and "Tower Farmer Park Sejin has completed the quest," flashed before her. All strange words. It took Aileen a moment to grasp the situation. "Sejin? Huh? So I called him at the last moment?" She looked at the orb, mumbled, "This is so embarrassing." As the tower manager, the Black Dragon always wanted to protect Sejin silently, showing him that her power was more than enough to give the farmer whatever he desired. Yet, this happened, exposing a part of her helplessness to him. But the matter had passed. Now, Aileen was curious and asked the orb how he managed to stabilize the dragon's heart. And what was that honey jelly? Surely, leveling up his beekeeping skills must have unlocked a new item for him to farm. Just the name honey jelly sounded sweet already. Aileen suddenly felt a pang of regret. She had eaten it while unconscious, so she had no idea how it tasted. Enhancing talents, it must be the perfect item for her current condition, right? The dragon quickly regained her spirit. Ahem, Aileen Fritani, as the great black dragon, showing proper gratitude to those who helped you, is the true meaning of being a dragon from the prestigious Fritani family. Her face lit up mischievously, her eyes glancing into the corner of the room. She felt pretty satisfied with her own idea. "So I gotta reward him, right?" The corner of the room shimmered without needing candlelight, glittering invitingly. A pile of gold coins formed a small mound, interspersed with a few chests and various kinds of weapons that looked expensive and brand new. The heap of treasures was so large that Aileen could even climb onto it. She dug around inside, finding familiar items like the magical sword Apophis, the gay Bolg, and even the holy sword Excalibur. Weapons of all shapes and types, but they were all for combat. After rummaging for a while, Aileen pulled out a tiny skewer like the ones used to eat fruit, feeling utterly confused. There wasn't anything tailored for farming or crop support, just stuff for warriors. Nothing good enough to give him. Leaving the treasure room, Aileen walked away, arms crossed, muttering to herself. There must be something, some item that Sejin, the farmer of the tower, needs. But for farming, what does one need while farming? Just as she was taking her steps, Aileen suddenly halted. Right in front of her, under the hexagonal skylight, stood a meticulously carved black dragon statue, so lifelike that it seemed ready to take flight. Of course, the model dragon wasn't the current Aileen. It was an older dragon, much more aged than her. Upon seeing the statue, Aileen froze, her face cycling through various emotions before ending with a satisfied smile. Sejin would definitely like this. As for what she would do with the statue, well, that would be revealed soon. For the past few days, the fields on the 99th floor had been free from the threat of the corrupted Ents, and the diligent farmers had plowed it to stretch endlessly to the horizon. The vibrant green beautifully highlighted the stone brick house with its dark green thatched roof. It was midday break. No one was working in the fields. Everyone was snoring away on the cool wooden floor. Kong lay snuggled under his father's arm, while Seijin snored beneath his straw hat, surrounded by the rabbit siblings. All of them, having worked hard on the fields, fell into a deep sleep the moment they lay down. A faint ting sound woke Seijin up groggily. He glanced at the message board. The tower manager thanked you for saving her. It took the young man a few seconds to realize Aileen was messaging him. He quickly sat up, anxiously calling out, "Aileen, are you okay?" The little ones beside him had no idea Seijin was awake, except for Black Rabbit, who immediately perked up at the sound. He saw another message appear, saying the tower manager's body had gotten better thanks to him, and he let out a sigh of relief. Through the mission in the status window, I found out why you particularly like cherry tomatoes, Seiyin nervously asked in a low voice. Did my fields put pressure on your dragon heart? Was it tough for you? A new message popped up with Eileen's words denying it. She said it wasn't because of the tower's farmer. The seizures typically happened every 10 years, so the seizure should have occurred earlier, but this time, it lasted much longer than expected. It seemed that thanks to the tower farmer, the dragon's heart had recovered somewhat, delaying the seizure. Seijin let out an understanding, "Oh," and scratched his head in relief. "If you say so, I feel a bit more at ease. I thought I was the cause." Recalling the moment when he turned pale, thinking he was the reason the dragon ended up in that state, Seijin finally felt cheerful again. Suddenly remembering the bag at his waist, Seijin called out, "Aileen, take more of this. The poison honey bees made some more earlier. Fortunately, it seems like the honey jellies that they made helped your dragon heart." He was feeling pleased, but then a notification appeared, freezing him in place. The tower manager said she felt ashamed of being the constant recipient of favors. She wanted to repay the debt of saving her life first. Seijin was taken aback. He muttered the message to himself, curious about how Aileen planned to repay him. A new mission appeared. Shout out Aileen to the sky. The reward, something really big and good. The sentences were both short and mysterious. Seijin placed his feet on the floor, seeing the message urging him, the manager saying he had to shout out loud first. "Hey, is that dangerous?" The reply was vague. Aileen didn't know if it was dangerous or not, so she wanted him to shout it in an empty space outside the house. Feeling more puzzled, Seijin muttered again, "That sounds kind of scary." Kwang, who liked risky things, immediately told his father, "Dad, you mustn't doubt Sister Aileen." Despite his doubts, Seijin went along with it. He and the rabbits and bears moved about 50 meters away from the house. This should be enough, right? He thought. It wasn't clear how big the big and good thing was. Seijin took a deep breath, filling his lungs, and shut his eyes tight, cupping his hands around his mouth to make his voice echo loudly. "Aileen!" The little ones gathered around like they were watching an exciting show. They looked up at Seijin, who shouted once, then twice, then 3 times, each call louder than the last, unsure of how much was enough. After 4 tries with no noticeable change, Seijin scratched his face and asked, "Is that good enough?" No notifications appeared, and there was no sign of anything happening. Moments later, suddenly, the quest was marked as completed, startling Seijin. Mission reward. You have received Aileen's 100th birthday commemorative fountain. Huh? He couldn't believe his eyes. What in the world was this? While the farmer was frowning in confusion, a giant black shadow was dropped from the sky at a terrifying speed. Its shadow was so large that it darkened Seijin's face. The shift in light made him look up in shock, along with Black Rabbit beside him, who stared with an expression of disbelief. It was too close. The group hurriedly tried to flee. Seijin's face turned pale, his legs stumbling as he nearly fell, but the enormous dragon statue crashed down right beside them, creating a massive shockwave that felt like they were in the center of an earthquake. In truth, the statue was dropped near where Seijin had been standing rather than directly above him, but the young man and the little ones were just as terrified. Only Kwang found it thrilling. He liked these kinds of dangerous games. What is that? He dropped his straw hat, half crawling, half kneeling on the ground with a wary look. This gigantic statue, what was it? Apart from the enormous dragon shape, the area around it had a radius of about 3 meters, making the statue as large as a real fountain. No wonder Aileen had warned him to perform it far from the house, or the house would have collapsed. To answer Seijin's question, a hissing sound suddenly came from the statue's mouth. Unexpectedly, a stream of clear blue water gushed out, pouring down below. It turned out to be an item with a full description under the name Aileen's 100th birthday commemorative fountain. The great black dragon Kaiser Fratani commissioned the dwarves to create this fountain to commemorate the 100th year of Aileen Fratani's birth. Made entirely from premium black marble, it was crafted by the dwarves based on the image of the great black dragon Fratani. The eyes of the statue were made from magic stones, personally enchanted by black dragon Anton Fratani. The fountain had the ability to create water on its own or draw water from any source within a 10-kilometer radius. Commissioner, the great black dragon Kaiser Fratani. Craftsman, the dwarf king and his subordinates. Grade S, skill, water creation level 50. All related stats were marked with question marks, appearing to be beyond Seijun's understanding. The fountain quickly filled up, and the sound of trickling water surrounded the statue's base, making everyone's eyes widen in amazement. Seijun's face was still full of concern as before. It was indeed a big and good reward, but from now on, whenever Aileen said something was big, he had to be careful. Her big meant gigantic to him. A notification popped up beside him, stating that the tower manager thought the fountain would reduce the time spent watering the fields. Seijun immediately let out an "oh," realizing she was right. Lately, the fields had expanded too much, and the rabbits' watering cans were a bit limited. "Now we won't have to climb up and down the caves anymore," he exclaimed. "Thank you so much for being considerate about me, Aileen, but why are the other fountain skills censored?" Aileen didn't know either. The one who gifted it, her grandfather, had never told her. She had never used it, so she hadn't questioned it. Seijun asked again, "Then how does it generate water?" 2 system notifications appeared, informing him that there was no usage limit because it was an installable item. Aileen said to call up the fountain's status window because the control system came along with the reward. Seijun let out another "oh." Hearing that there was no usage limit was excellent news. "So, shall we set up the control settings?" As he extended his hand and channeled a bit of mana, a strange object appeared right in front of him. It had buttons like a game console, along with 2 small wings, allowing it to float at his eye level. This was the magic fountain controller. He could freely control the water's power, direction, and range, as well as the statue's own movements, using the controller. Seijun held it in his hand, small and compact like a game controller, and stared in astonishment. "I can really move the statue with this? Amazing." Placing both thumbs on the 2 blue buttons, Seijun gave a slight nudge. A faint hissing sound came from the dragon's head. It was clearly made of stone, but it moved gently, gradually bringing its neck along, as if the dragon's head were turning in another direction. Seijun saw it following his finger's command, and couldn't help but let out a delighted "oh." Not only could it tilt side to side, but the head could also go up and down according to Seijun's wishes. Both arms and legs could be moved too, making the entire stone statue look like a small toy for a moment. "That's awesome!" It felt like he was playing with a game character. Kwang excitedly tugged at Seijun's pants. "Dad, are you the one moving it?" Black Rabbit in the back joined in. "I want to try too, Pyak!" Getting used with the controls, Seijun was able to bring the dragon statue to the ground, following the directions of the 4 kids. They all pointed to the left, watching as the dragon's large arm mimicked the movement perfectly, pointing in that direction right away. The kids enjoyed it and tried a more challenging pose. The right leg planted down, the left leg raised high while the arm waved around. The dragon statue still smoothly imitated it. Everyone laughed joyously, thrilled to bits, until suddenly, the dragon's head lowered and let out a long, blaring sound. Quack, 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 quack. The kids were so startled, they jumped up. The gray rabbit wanted to run away, but Kwang's battle instinct was quicker. He swung his arm, slapping the stone statue's face with a loud, resounding smack. At that moment, everyone, including Kwang, realized something was wrong. A cracking sound came from the dragon's horn, snapping right off the statue. Several black fragments flew out, leaving the bear gaping in shock, while his father was stunned to the core. Seijun screamed in horror as if he had seen a ghost, more accurately, as if he had seen the horn fall off the stone statue. At that time, Aileen was wrapped in a green onion blanket, holding a cup of something, sitting on a bed as soft as cotton, when suddenly the orb emitted a blinding white light, different from usual. It vibrated, buzzing urgently, calling its owner to come and see. Only when her dragon claw tapped it did the orb return to its normal state. It was a danger alert, but what had happened? A system message appeared behind Seijun. The tower manager asked what was going on, making him look around guiltily like a thief caught red-handed. Ah, Eileen? Sejin's eyes widened as he stared at the notification without blinking, while his mouth let out an awkward, "Ha-ha!" His left hand pretended to support the dragon's head naturally, while his other hand rested on his hip, his body twisted to one side, but he forced himself to respond. "No, nothing's wrong. This statue is so cool that we were taking a closer look." The kids had stiff smiles on their faces, fake laughing just like Sejin. She didn't notice much, only seeing a rabbit hiding both hands behind his back, giggling "peek," and merely thought they were playing some kind of game. Sejin quickly changed the subject. "Haha, Eileen, aren't you hungry? Do you want to eat something tasty?" The notification instantly displayed a yes. Eileen was successfully distracted, having no way to notice the crack on the dragon's horn that had been glued back together. The rabbit architect hid his hammer behind his back, not daring to show any trace of what had just happened. Eileen leaned back on her soft, fluffy bed, not questioning why Sejin had brought an entire large bowl filled with food today. Carrots, sweet potatoes, and regular potatoes were piled high to the brim, making Eileen very happy. As she chewed noisily, she smiled. It's a relief that Sejin likes it. Meanwhile, he was sighing in relief, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. It's a relief that she didn't catch on. Now that he was familiar with controlling the dragon statue, watering the vast fields would be a breeze. On the 67th floor, the cleanup efforts from the Red Locusts' attack were nearing completion. The Silver Wolf clan cleared an area of land and piled the bodies of the Red Locusts onto carts, making space for the Lizard clan to plant blade green onions against a possible return of the destroyer. With a lot of work to do, most of the Silver Wolf tribe members had been mobilized, but usually the children stayed back in the wolf village, except for the chief's son. Elka's son had asked his father to let him collect the Red Locusts' bodies, and he immediately agreed. "Don't go too far, son." There were many warriors, including his father and the lizard soldiers, who would protect the boy. Once the child was a little distance away, the mother wolf whispered to her husband, "You said experience is important, but is it all right to take the kids to such a dangerous place?" Elka frowned slightly and explained to his wife, "I know what you're worried about, but it's safe now that they're being subdued because they keep trying to eat the tough blade green onion. It's just that there are a lot of them, due to their simple behavior of moving in groups. We've figured out their attack patterns and timing." Looking around, where the onion fields were being planted, Elka reassured his wife. Most importantly, the harvesting of the red locusts will only take place while the lizard men are replacing the wilted blades. So if something happens, they will protect us. Gently placing his hand on his wife, he added, "So don't worry too much, my wife." His wife smiled at Elka, fully trusting him. The young boy didn't dare go too far, staying on the outskirts of the onion fields, where he suddenly found a whole locust body. Unlike the others, whose legs and bodies were cut into different pieces, this complete locust made the boy delighted. He shouted loudly, "Dad! Mom! There are many perfectly fine red locusts here." He was proudly showing off, not realizing that the locust in his hand was still very much alive. And behind him, where the sky turned a deep crimson, a swarm of mature locusts surged forth in a wave, rushing toward the boy. "Son!" Elka and his wife screamed in horror. They were too far away to reach him in time, and the boy was already within the locust's attack range. He had no idea how to defend himself or run away, his mouth hanging open in shock. Suddenly, a sharp blade swooped in from nowhere, slicing through the air with a swift swish, swish, swish. The glimmering blade flashed, and the locusts were immediately cut into pieces. Standing in front of the boy was a lizard warrior, fully armored, who had just executed the masterful slash. With a vigilant gaze fixed on the red locusts swarming toward them, he grabbed the boy who was sobbing, his ears drooping pitifully. He had narrowly escaped death. The lizard warrior, sword in hand, ordered, "Everyone, run! The red locusts are changing their attack method." From the sky, a forest of red surged, millions of locusts forming a gust-like stream, threatening to sweep away the entirety of the 67th floor. Under the blue moonlight spreading everywhere, the shadow of a black dragon soared gracefully. Sejin no longer hid in the cave like before. He had long been able to come out and enjoy the night sky. Sitting on the porch, he could clearly see the dragon circling around. He exhaled contentedly. "Wow, Aileen is so pretty. Is it time for the 9th blue moon already? Beside him, a few baby bunnies slept haphazardly, with only Kung staying awake, gazing at the view with his father. Suddenly, Sejin remembered another one watching the scene and looked toward the side of the house. How's Kwang's mom doing? Licking her lips as 2 streams of drool dripped down, Kwang nodded. Yes, thanks to Eileen's power, the influence of the blue moon has disappeared, making it easier for me to maintain my sanity. As expected of the tower manager, she's really impressive. The only thing causing the mother bear to drool was the pile of cooked locust meat stacked neatly in front of her. What a relief. Now all they had to do was wait for the blue moon's energy to seep into the crops. Just as he finished speaking, the bunny couple came rushing over. Excited. Sir Sejun, some of the crops have turned blue already. He quickly put on his straw hat, ready to get to work. Sitting around was getting boring. Great, let's go harvest them. Together with the bunnies, Sejun headed to the vast cherry tomato fields, carefully inspecting the areas emitting a blue glow. Because the field was bathed in moonlight, the number of fruits absorbing the blue moon's energy was greater than before. A cluster of cherry tomatoes, now blue and hanging heavily, was so tempting that he couldn't resist plucking them. As he loaded them into the now full cart, he marveled, "Wow, there's a lot of blue moon cherry tomatoes this time." A second-generation bunny ran over to report, "Uncle, the blue moon's energy has also affected the cornfield, which is to be harvested soon." "What, really?" Sejun, curious, looked where the bunny pointed and felt the urge to go check immediately. After all, it seemed like it was time for harvesting anyway. Arriving at the cornfield, it didn't take long for Sejun to spot what he was looking for. The corn stalks, waist-high on an adult, were easy to see from a distance, unlike the cherry tomatoes, which needed closer inspection. Sejun was thrilled to discover 2 corn cobs glowing with a beautiful blue light. Since Aileen couldn't eat cherry tomatoes while stabilizing her dragon heart, he decided to give her these 2 instead. Just in time, the message board popped up, announcing that the tower manager was exhausted and had completed her patrol. Sejun smiled sympathetically. "Aileen, you've worked hard. You must not be feeling well, huh? Take a rest," he continued. "Here, we've got 2 blue moon stamina corns. You shouldn't eat cherry tomatoes right now to stabilize your dragon heart, so have these instead." The 2 corns disappeared instantly, and the message board switched to a new message. "The tower manager thanks you. She says she'd like to sleep now." Of course, Sejun agreed, bidding Aileen farewell before turning his gaze back to the sprawling cornfield. Day or night, he intended to harvest all the ripe corn. Suddenly, a nearby plant glowed with an unusual color, catching Sejun's attention. It wasn't blue, but a warm red-orange, accompanied by a soft buzzing sound of energy swirling around. Curious, Sejun reached out carefully, deciding to snap it off the stalk. The red hue turned the corn silk a coppery brown, and as soon as it touched Sejun's hand, several notifications popped up. "You have harvested an exploding stamina corn. Your job proficiency has increased slightly. Your harvesting skill level 4 has improved slightly. You've gained 30 experience points. You've earned the achievement of creating a new variety within the tower." The exploding stamina corn, with its unique copper-colored kernels, was described as exploding and expanding several times its original size when heated. Eating it would burn 30 grams of fat from the body and increase strength by 0.5 for 10 minutes. The effect could stack up to 10 times within an hour. Eating it would also make your hair fuller. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 90 days. Grade C. Additional small notifications followed. No one is allowed to plant exploding stamina corn without your permission. You've earned the achievement of creating 3 new varieties within the tower. Rumors regarding you have spread at the Food Supply Association. Sejun trembled as he stared at the new item in his hand. It wasn't the strange name, exploding stamina corn, that made him shake, but the effect. It would make his hair fuller upon consumption. His knees hit the ground with a thud, as if he couldn't feel any pain. With both hands, he reverently held up the exploding stamina corn under the soft blue light, and he whispered, "Tower, you're the best!" Suddenly, Kwang ran over, curiosity in his voice as he called out, "Dad, what are you doing?" Sejun immediately took off his straw hat, revealing his messy hair underneath, and asked the little one, "How do you think about my hair?" Without hesitation, Kwang responded, "Not cool." That made Sejun stand up abruptly, holding the corn in his hand for the bunnies to see. "We gotta expand the cornfield immediately. Starting tomorrow, everyone will focus on taking care of this new corn variety." The bunnies didn't understand a thing. and Kwang even less so. He had to urge his dad to calm down, saying, "Dad, please calm down. You look even less cool." First, Sejin used his hand to scrape off some of the bright red corn kernels, saving them as seeds for the next crop. Then he got excited all over again, as the name of the corn implied its use. So it's going to explode and expand when heated, huh? How are we supposed to eat this? After staring at it for a while, unable to figure it out, should I ask Flame about this? He wondered. Climbing down into the cave where only a small patch of blue moonlight shone, Sejin headed straight for the apple tree. He was so surprised he stood with his mouth wide open. Standing under the apple tree, now over 1.5 meters tall with branches full of fresh green leaves, was Flame, beaming with joy. Master, look! I grew! Sejin was astonished, hardly believing it. You grew so much? Is it because of the blue moon's energy? Flame excitedly replied. Yes, after absorbing the energy of the blue moon, I felt a surge of energy inside me. Flame, waiting for Sejin, was eager to show off, spreading her 3 tiny fingers. Thanks to the blue moon, I've gained 3 more abilities. Though the tree had grown, the little spirit was still as tiny as ever. Sejin crouched down, smiling as he asked, "For real? What are those?" "It's the flame of protection." Confused, Sejin watched as Flame created a small blue flame that hovered near the top of the apple tree. It crackled softly before reaching out and wrapping itself around Sejin's body. Though surprised, he didn't feel hot. Instead, he sensed a strange power flowing through him. Flame giggled as the blue light around Sejin gradually faded. Curious, he looked at the flame in his hand. Is this the flame of protection? It looks like a will-o'-the-wisp, and it's not hot at all. The system notification chimed in with a ting-ting. The flame of protection will infuse you for the next 3 hours and protect its target. The little spirit, hands on her hips and smiling so brightly her eyes almost closed, declared, "That flame will protect you, Master." Sejin placed the small flame, now the size of 2 fingers, on his shoulder and thanked Flame. "You're very reliable. I'll take good care of it. Oh, by the way, can you heat this corn up for me, Flame? We've got a new crop called Exploding Stamina Corn. It says it will pop when heated, but I don't know how to eat it." Handing the corn to Flame, the little spirit exclaimed like she had seen this kind of thing before. "Oh, I think I know. When you want to eat it, you need to heat it without tearing the leaves." She showed Sejin how to wrap the corn leaves tightly, using a strand of corn silk to tie the leaves shut at the top so it wouldn't pop open. Once it was securely wrapped with no kernels exposed, Flame raised her hand toward the sky. "Hold it just like that. You won't feel hot because you've got the flame of protection." With a hiya, Flame cast her spell, instantly summoning a regular flame from the apple tree leaves, transforming it into a fiery band that wrapped around the corn in Sejin's hands. He watched the movements closely, and indeed, he didn't feel any heat, thanks to the flame of protection hovering on his shoulder. Suddenly, the corn in his hand exploded with a loud pop. The outer leaf puffed up like it was enclosing a balloon, while the fiery fragments swirled and then dissipated completely. Sejin, startled, held the corn in his hand, now smoking, and couldn't believe his eyes. "Did it really swell up into a balloon?" Flame giggled. "Now open the tip slightly." Sejun, now full of anticipation, carefully unwrapped the corn silk, slowly peeling back the husk. Inside, there were no longer kernels or a cob. Everything had transformed into freshly popped, fragrant corn that filled the air with its irresistible aroma. Sejin gasped in delight. "Wow! It's popcorn! Amazing!" Inside the cave, Sejin's excited voice echoed as he called out to Kwang. "Did you see the salt?" Corrupted Ent. The forest to the west had also sent in reinforcements. Poison Mist Flower Attack Soldier, resembling carnivorous flowers planted on rotting logs. Next, another attack soldier, Sticky Flower, with their huge mouths full of sharp, pale purple thorns. Kwang had gently called Sejin because the corrupted Ent were in overwhelming numbers, big and small, and now there were 2 new types specialized in attack. Praised it enthusiastically. The bunny family couldn't resist the new snack either. After one bite, their ears twitched with delight, and their joy only grew as they crunched down more of the perfectly crispy, savory treat. The effect of the exploding stamina corn kicked in right after they swallowed. Sejin reached out and patted the baby bear's head, feeling that its fur somehow looked better. Kwang quickly chimed in. "Dad, your hair looks fuller too." Sejin didn't believe it, rubbing the little bear's head with amusement. "Who taught you to lie like that, huh?" Suddenly, a loud thumping noise echoed everywhere, like drums being beaten. Sejin jumped, dropping the popped corn. A wave of anxiety washed over him, making him lose all interest in food. He spun around quickly, looking toward the cave entrance, asking in a rush, "What's happening? Didn't Eileen already put these monsters to sleep?" The bunnies, equally confused, looked up. They saw the large face of Mother Bear poking in, urgently calling, "Sir Seijin, I think you need to come out quickly." What could possibly make Mother Bear so anxious? A deep unease washed over Seijin as he immediately climbed up. It's corrupted Ent, a whole army of them, somehow crawling out from nowhere, marching straight towards Seijin's fields. But this time, it wasn't just the usual corrupted Ent. The forest to the west had also sent in reinforcements. Poison Mist Flower Attack Soldier, resembling carnivorous flowers planted on rotting logs. Next to them were another attack soldier, Sticky Flower, with their huge mouths full of sharp, pale purple thorns. Kwang had urgently called Seijin because the corrupted Ent were advancing in overwhelming numbers, big and small, and now there were two new types specialized in attack. They crowded forward, getting closer by the minute, while Seijun and the Bunny clan, holding torches, had just stepped outside to see. Kwang, the main combatant, immediately grew larger, standing between his mother and father. Seijun muttered in frustration, "Here I thought we'd be able to relax for a while. Why do these bastards have to appear during the blue moon?" There was no other choice. Seijun had to get serious, gripping his torch tightly, shouting, "We're going to have to fight them ourselves now. Everyone, grab your weapons." Besides the attacking weapons, the torches in their hands were the things that could burn the corrupted Ent completely. But before they could even charge, the sticky flowers all snapped their mouths shut at once, spitting out a purple liquid that shot straight toward the Bunny clan. Seijin's eyes widened in horror, unable to react fast enough to stop whatever it was until it hit his torch, knocking it out of his hand. The same thing happened to the bunnies. The purple glue precisely hit their torches as if the corrupted Ent knew they were vulnerable to fire. The torches flew, and their hands were covered in the sticky purple substance, which felt incredibly unpleasant. "What is this? It's so sticky." Seijin tried to pull it off, but couldn't. Near his feet, the sickle bunny looked at his torch, now extinguished and oozing with the purple goo, making no effort to hide his disgust. "Ugh, gross!" Meanwhile, a purple mist began to creep toward Seijin slowly. He stayed alert, taking a few steps back, but then leaned forward to try and figure out what it was. "Uncle, you mustn't touch that smoke." Black Rabbit leaped up and slammed his legs into Seijin's stomach, sending him flying backward, out of the mist's reach. The hit didn't hurt, and when Seijin looked up, Black Rabbit was already holding a hammer in his hand. Seijin asked, "What is that, though?" The bunnies and Kwang hurriedly retreated as Black Rabbit explained, "It's poison. That's the smoke pouring out from the toxic mist flowers, and it's still spreading." The purple mist thickened, but thankfully it wasn't moving too fast. There was still a gap between them and the mist, but they didn't have many options left other than to run. Sin didn't like that idea. He grumbled, "All sorts of things are coming out now. I'm so sick of this." Kwang shouted, "Dad, look at that!" But Sejan didn't need Kwang to say anything. The loud stomping sound had already drawn his attention. In the middle, a massive figure stomped forward, towering like a giant tree, with bark a lighter shade but surely more dangerous, because in its hollow trunk were 4 glowing blue eyes, and its roots pointed forward as if directing the corrupted Ents to attack. It was one of a kind, a corrupted Ent that had absorbed the energy of the blue moon. Its size was at least 20 times bigger than the rest of the corrupted Ent combined. Its spider-like legs supported its towering body as it lumbered forward, making the scene even more terrifying. Seijin's jaw dropped in disbelief. Corrupted Ent could absorb blue moon energy too? Apparently, Kwang had never seen this opponent before. Mother Bear's worry was evident as she warned, "Sir Seijin, I don't think taking that thing down will be easy." Seijin's panicked voice was silenced, leaving only hollow, empty eyes as he whispered, "I think so too." The corrupted Ent was too big, too colossal, and too powerful. Just one stomp from it could destroy everything here, not to mention the massive number of corrupted Ent following it. "We can't win." Feeling utterly small in the face of its might, Seijin grew helpless. Could this be the end? He glanced over at the cherry tomato field, still glowing with untouched blue streaks, and regretfully thought, is it really going to end here? I went through so much to come all the way here. Not just him, but all the labor the bunnies have put in too. The gray bunny was terrified, clutching tightly onto the sickle bunny's trembling hand. The sickle bunny was scared too, but all he could do was hold his girlfriend's hand tightly, comforting her. I'll protect you. Don't worry, peek. Suddenly, a strong wind blew from behind, knocking Sejun's straw hat off his head. He was startled, realizing there was a deep voice coming from behind him. I will help you. Spinning around, Sejun was utterly shocked to see the black dragon statue speaking to him. No one was controlling the statue, yet its eyes were glowing, and it was moving towards Sejun and his comrades like a real, living dragon. The voice coming from it left Sejun dumbfounded. Did he really just hear the statue speak? Black Rabbit was just as wide-eyed, staring at the statue, and sure enough, it proudly introduced itself. I am the great black dragon, Anton Fratani, Aileen's father. Every astonished eye turned toward the black statue. Aileen's father was a black dragon, ranked even above the tower's manager. More than anyone else, Sejun's mouth hung open in disbelief, like he was dreaming. Aileen's father? How is he here? Why is he inside this statue? Why does he want to help? And does Aileen know her father is here? So many questions, all waiting to be answered next week. The whole group looked up at the dragon statue introducing itself. I am the great black dragon, Anton Fratani, Aileen's father. Sejun was stunned, and after a long silence he managed to ask, Aileen's father? He clenched his fists, having never heard of other family members of the dragon clan around here. And more importantly, why was he a statue, a talking statue? The rabbit family, who had picked up the straw hat for the farmer, dared not move forward. It was already strange enough to see a statue move on its own, and now it claimed to be the father of the black dragon managing the tower. How could they believe that? Anton patiently explained, this statue has been infused with ancient golem magic. Initially, it was designed to activate when Aileen was in trouble, but for some unknown reason, the teleportation portal could not be opened. Currently, we are in a position where we cannot enter the Black Tower or exert any authority. Fortunately, we retain the power to control this statue, and when it was awakened and moved to the 99th floor, I could detect a faint signal from outside the tower, allowing me to manipulate its movements. And after confirming further, I discovered that you had saved Aileen from the Dragon Heart Rampage. Thank you. Watching the large dragon head bow in gratitude, Sejun was terrified. He put on his straw hat again, waving his hands nervously. No, haha, I just did what I was supposed to do. Anton, serious as ever, continued. You might have guessed by now, but the Black Tower is not being properly managed at the moment, so I would like you to lend a hand in the future. Sejun repeated Anton's words in a daze. Help? What kind of help? While his own field was being overrun by Ents on the verge of destruction, this great black dragon wanted his help? Anton nodded, confirming his intention. I want you to take over the management of the tower on Aileen's behalf. This made Sejun want to jump up in shock, but he restrained himself. Sorry? Me? Managing the Black Tower? He thought the dragon must have assumed he had some impressive skills just because he saved Aileen from the illness. But that was only a stroke of luck. Sejun quickly explained, I'm just a farmer with no special abilities. Moreover, I can't get out of the 99th floor, and I can't get rid of those approaching Ents either. Though the blue moonlight darkened the scene, everyone could clearly see the sheer number of Ents approaching, with a level of ferocity and unique abilities that left his farm no way out. While they were talking, the giant Ent kept advancing with slow, deliberate steps. Dozens of ominous red eyes showed no signs of slowing down. Black Rabbit screamed a warning. Uncle, the Ents are closing by. In this life-or-death situation, instead of intervening, the great black dragon Anton firmly believed, you can handle this situation. We will assist you with the impossible, so don't worry. The group was dumbfounded, Sejun too, and after a pause he didn't seem to understanding, hesitantly asking, who are we? Why did things keep getting more and more complicated? To answer the farmer's question, the dragon statue didn't respond, but tilted its head skyward, wriggling like a rooster about to crow. The dragon's head suddenly lowered towards Sejun, with a booming voice like a carnival speaker, making him jump. Park Sejun, I am Kaiser Fratani, Aileen's grandfather. Startled, Sejun fell back onto the ground as the dragon pressed its snout close to him, huffing in annoyance. I can't see my granddaughter because of you. If it were up to me, I'd crush you with my finger, but you're too important, so you can't die. The rabbits hid behind Sejun, and he, trembling, stammered out the only response he could think of. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Park Sejun. I honestly didn't know, but I apologize for the inconvenience. He was scared stiff, expecting Kaiser to scold him some more, but surprisingly, the dragon statue squinted its eyes in a goofy smile, seemingly just trying to give Sejun a good scare. The statue laughed loudly. That's right. You're a lot more polite than I expected." Then, without further intimidation of the young man, Kaiser shifted into a serious mode, raising his dragon head high under the moonlight. "We'll talk about the details later. Now, we must get to the main task." The whole group stared wide-eyed as the dragon statue spread its wings and soared high like a real dragon. Its tail twisted with surprising agility, like a helicopter taking off. The wind whipped fiercely, the rabbit family clung tightly to each other, and Seijun grabbed onto his precious straw hat. With just one motion, the dragon's body shot up, looking like almost touching the blue moon above. The dragon's shadow stretched wide, even more majestic than when Eileen would patrol. For a statue, it looked every bit like the real Kaiser. The ancient dragon gazed intently at the half-gold, half-purple minions below, estimating their attack range and numbers. "These rotting weeds will be the first to go," he declared. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon's mouth let out a crackling stream of blue fire, veins along its body lighting up as if it were a charged vessel. No one could still call it a mere statue now. All the veins glowed a frosty blue-white, even the scales reflecting the color of ancient ice. In an instant, raw power gathered just beyond the dragon's mouth, forming a swirling, frenzied orb emitting a loud hum. It compressed tightly, then burst with a bang, sending a beam of light shooting straight down in a terrifying path. At the end of that light was an even larger ball of power, hurtling fast toward the foolish Ents below. Before the power even reached them, the brightness alone seemed to erase their shapes, creating an effect we'd call fading out. Just one orb, accompanied by the dragon's wing beat, unleashed a power as catastrophic as a volcanic eruption, ripping the monsters apart into barely recognizable pieces. The ground roared continuously as it was torn to shreds, the shock waves merging and blasting outward in all directions. From a great distance, you could see the pillar of smoke rising high, while the powerful gusts roared across the open land with a deafening noise. The tremors reached all the way to the management tower, where Eileen was sound asleep. The ceiling rumbled with loud thuds, cracks forming as dust and debris fell down. If the dragon girl had woken up and rushed out to check on the farmer, she would have met both her father and grandfather for sure. But Eileen only turned over, mumbling in her sleep, "Seijun," before rolling back and continuing her peaceful slumber. She had no idea her grandfather had just flattened the earth, creating a 5-meter-deep crater with large cracks radiating from the high heat. It looked like a meteor had struck, with dust and fire rising high, leaving no trace of the Ents at all. Mama Bear shielded Seijun with her large paw, while Kwang used his arm to protect the rabbits. The bear family stayed alert, while Seijun was speechless. The power he'd thought only existed in comics was now right in front of him. Whoa, he just wiped out an entire mountain. Is this the true power of a dragon? Before he even had a chance to respond, the dragon statue circled back to him, calling his name loud and clear, Park Seijun, which startled him to his core. He stammered, "Yes, sir. Go to the place where those weeds have died. You'll find an item useful for yourself there." All these cryptic words left Seijun clueless. How could anything from those tree monsters be of any use to him? But he only hesitated for a moment before he and the whole crew headed toward the smoking crater. Truthfully, they were all a bit reluctant. Except for Black Rabbit, who clung to Seijun's shoulder and slid down, the other rabbits, along with Kwang, stayed up. So, only Kwang and his father made their way down into the hole. Even with shoes on, Seijun could still feel the heat radiating from below. The two went straight to the center, which was a bit more sunken than the rest. Kwang eagerly pointed, "Dad, over there something's glowing." Not only was it glowing, but it was also emitting beautiful mana particles. Was this the item Kaiser had mentioned? It looked like a budding flower, full of life, didn't it? Black Rabbit jumped down from Seijun's shoulder, and together with Kwang, they looked around to see if there was anything else unusual. Is this the item that Sir Kaiser was talking about? Thinking it might still be hot, Seijun was surprised when it felt normal to the touch. His system interface popped up, signaling that it was indeed an item. First, there was a message. "You have acquired Corrupted Ent's Enhanced Seed." Corrupted Ent's Enhanced Seed is the seed of an corrupted Ent that has absorbed the energy from the blue moon. The seed has been enhanced by the energy of the blue moon. Upon consumption, all stats permanently increase by 10. If left on the ground, the seed will germinate and grow into a powerful corrupted Ent. Shelf life, 100 years. Grade A. Oh my god, Seijun's jaw dropped. It was a Corrupted Ent's Enhanced Seed. Who would have thought something so grotesque could come from a seed that looked so mesmerizing? And, even more important, it was an A-class item. A dragon's foot landed with a thud, and in front of Seijun, Kaiser's deep voice rumbled, Eat it, Park Seijin. Afterward, your feeble body will become a bit stronger. The dragon invited him to consume it, appearing as intimidating as a monster, enough to scare anyone away. If you leave the seed as it is, it will develop into that monster once again. Eat it and eliminate it before that happens. It made sense, and all he had to do was pop it in his mouth and swallow it down. Yet Seijin looked like he was about to puke just thinking about it. He stared at the seed in his hand, thought for a moment, and looked up at Kaiser. Eating a seed, it doesn't feel right to eat a corrupted seed, though. What's not right about it? The dragon didn't understand. Just open your mouth and toss it in, simple as that. Just as he was about to protest, Seijin asked, "May I eat it after cooking it?" Kaiser was taken aback. "Cook it? You mean cook? Did you just say you know how to cook?" When Seijin answered yes, Kaiser asked again, "So do you have that thing you call cooking right now?" Seijin said no, and didn't notice how the dragon seemed to be treating cooking as if it were an item itself. Seijin rummaged in his bag. "I do have some cherry tomatoes here that I was going to eat previously." With nothing more to say, Kwang climbed back up, leaving Black Rabbit and Seijin to chat with the dragon. Kaiser spread out his large dragon paw toward him, eagerly asking, Where? Let me see one. I need to check if it's dangerous or not." Seijin handed over a handful, but hesitated. How exactly are you going to check?" "Well, by tossing it in my mouth, of course." Kaiser opened the dragon statue's mouth wide, throwing all the cherry tomatoes inside. But the statue didn't chew or digest them since, well, it was a stone statue. Kaiser explained, "The statue's mouth has a teleportation device that can easily transport items. If the statue swallows it, it will be transported directly to me." The dragon's mouth closed, performing an action as if it had just finished eating, and outside the tower, a notification appeared immediately. "The item has been successfully transferred. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 plump red cherry tomatoes dropped into the dragon claw, waiting to catch them. Here they are." Grandfather Kaiser felt the tiny fruits in his hand, finding them oddly amusing. "So, this is what made my Aileen's dragon heart race?" He sat there studying them for a while, forgot he was still in control of the dragon statue. Meanwhile, his son Anton was busy in front of a boulder with multiple screens displaying different images. These were all records of Seijin and his farm life, from the crops, the rabbit family, the bear family, down to every edible item there. He paused thoughtfully when the scene showed Kwang happily munching on a deliciously prepared red locusts. Monsters and humans alike were eating red locusts, and in large quantities. Red locusts naturally traveled in swarms, but they were pest animals and shouldn't appear out of nowhere. Anton pondered, when did the red locusts invade the tower? Recently? No. If even their remains can be transported up to the 99th floor like this, it must have been quite some time. It was surprising that he thought of cooking and eating these troublesome corpse-eating creatures that multiply endlessly. And not only that, but they also taste delicious and can be prepared into various dishes. It's not exactly our concern, but using that method, the monsters in the tower wouldn't have to worry about famine, would they? Plus, thanks to these various crops, edible items with different effects had helped improve Aileen's dragon heart. A tower farmer, an occupation even I, who have managed the tower for a long time, don't know about in detail. Thinking that a tower farmer could become a hope for helping Aileen, I'll have to look further into it soon. As he pondered deeply, Kaiser came running up from behind, calling, Anton. He was running and shouting, causing Anton to quickly put away the images and turn back, eyebrows furrowing in confusion. Father, what's going on? You must uphold the dignity of the head of the family, running like this. He asked if he didn't know who's the one flipping out because of his granddaughter. Kaiser, full of excitement, couldn't care less and simply told his son to look at this. It was a tiny, bright red cherry tomato. But so what? Wasn't this the crop that the tower farmer had given to Aileen? You transported it through the golem, didn't you? Seeing his father's urgency, Anton tensed up as well. Is there a problem with it? Yes, there's a problem. It's incredibly delicious. The old dragon praised it with a delighted face, giving a thumbs up, leaving Anton speechless. Delicious? You came all the way here just to say it's delicious? Sir Kaiser? Sir Kaiser! Seiyun stood next to the dragon statue, which had frozen still, calling out for some time without getting any response. Now it looked like a real statue, making him feel like everything that had just happened was a dream. What was going on? After retrieving the cherry tomatoes, the stone statue had stopped moving. Why? Could it be that all this was just to get those cherry tomatoes? Seijun was out of options. Anyway, with the Ents gone, he figured he'd gather everyone and head back to the cave. But those two, one black, one red, had been huddled together for a while now. When Seijun called them with no reply, he curiously walked over to check. What's going on, guys? Let's head home. Black Rabbit turned to him hesitantly. Uncle, Kwang's being stubborn. Peek! Still with his usual sparkling purple eyes, the little bear turned around. Dad, can I take this home? He was referring to a massive tree branch, though it was actually a branch from the corrupted Ent enhanced by the blue moon earlier. According to the system, it identified it as a corrupted Ent's enhanced branch, but it's quite large already. Kwang was waving his arms and showing off. I want to have a weapon just like Brother Black Rabbit's. Sejun had to explain to the little bear. It looks sturdy, but you can't bring it home, son. It's just too big. Kwang's face fell. Can't I? He opened his mouth, sadly placing a paw on the branch with his ears drooping down. It even has a name. What a shame. Suddenly, Kwang's ears perked up as he thought of something. His dad didn't know yet, and with Black Rabbit climbing up onto his shoulder, they all called out to head home. Next time, we'll find you a nice weapon, okay? But then, a scraping sound, a rrrr noise as something dragged across the ground, caught Sejun's attention. He turned around, terrified to see that Kwang had lifted the entire branch with his body, which was only slightly bigger than the rabbit's. He had the strength, but it was far too large. It was even bigger than one of Sejun's house pillars. Panicked, he tried to explain to his son again. Kwang, I told you. But before he could finish, the corrupted branch suddenly shrank, transforming into a rod just the right size for Kwang. It was a perfect fit for the little bear now. Black Rabbit's jaw dropped and Sejun mirrored the expression. It shrank? The group couldn't believe it, but Kwang was brimming with confidence. Look, Dad, it's an item. Really, it's called a corrupted Ent's enhanced branch. This branch was significantly strengthened by the energy of the blue moon. By infusing it with mana, its size can be adjusted at will. Both Sejun and Black Rabbit stood there, mouths wide open, unable to believe something so magical. Well, I guess that works, Kwang. Sejun watched his son beam with pride, admiring the branch in his hands. With it at this size, there was no stopping him from bringing it home now. Today's diary entry, in their lost adventures in the Black Tower, would definitely have a new line. Kwang has a new friend. A friend that's a weapon. With his bold nature, once Kwang had a new weapon in his hands, how could he just put it away? The little bear tightened his grip on the stick, squinting with a challenging look. Hey, Black Rabbit brother, bring it on. He'd admired Black Rabbit for a long time, and now was the perfect chance to challenge him. Black Rabbit, though the senior, wasn't about to hold back or be gentle. His face lit up with excitement, hands gripping his wooden hammer tightly. He called out, Peek, let's fight, Kwang. With that, the bunny leaped up, both hands gripping the hammer handle, ready for a powerful strike. He wasn't holding back just because he was older. Black Rabbit was also looking forward to a worthy opponent. Kwang swung his stick back, immediately taking a defensive stance to counter the rabbit's strike. The sound of clanging filled the air. The two were equally matched, and both of their faces were lit up with big smiles. Sejun watched them like an old father watching his two mischievous sons, leaning back on the wooden porch with some other bunnies, sighing, They sure are excited. After a while, the white bunnies all rolled over and fell asleep. They were farming bunnies after all, and couldn't make sense of the moves in a fight. Suddenly, a silver wolf approached from afar and called out, Sir Sejun! Along with his tribe, Elki had returned from a long journey. Behind him, two young silver wolves pushed 2 carts overflowing with red locusts, totaling 3 carts. They'd come to report that the red locusts had been delivered. Sejun put on his shoes, adjusted his straw hat, took one glance, and praised. That's a lot! Good job! While putting on his shoes, he hopped over and asked, Hey, didn't Elka come with you guys? Elki nodded. He hurried to the magic tower to visit Lord Iona, who was absent from the battlefield. Hearing that the mouse wasn't on the battlefield, Sejun's eyes widened in surprise. Is there a problem on the 67th floor? He recalled that Iona had been present since the Red Locust battle began. From Elki, Sejun learned that while the entire Silver Wolf tribe was gathering red locusts on the 67th floor, the locusts had changed their attack tactics, and they had been ambushed. Judging by the look on the wolf's face, the situation seemed quite severe. Sejun was stunned, urgently grabbing Elki's large face to examine it up close. Is everyone okay? Are you all right? Realizing he'd worried Sejun, Elki softened his tone. Yes, everyone's fine, thanks to the lizard warriors and the mercenaries. Elki was a bit embarrassed about having his face lifted in such concern, but he tried to hide his embarrassment and continued reporting. The red locusts are launching such concentrated attacks that the tough blade green onions are barely visible anymore. The locusts piled up their bodies into mountains, rendering the leaks useless. But despite the overwhelming numbers, the locusts still threw themselves onto the blade-green onion fields. Part of the reason the 67th floor could withstand them was due to continuous replanting of the onions, which helped hold off many attacks. Fortunately, with the vast number of red locusts dead, nearly covering the blade-green onion fields, they believed these monsters were still unable to invade through the waypoint yet. However, they were notifying the magic tower to request assistance as a precaution. For now, there were no major issues. Hearing this, Sejun let out a sigh of relief and released Elki's big face. Nonetheless, he crossed his arms, pondering those terrifying omnivores. Is everyone down there okay? Thinking it over, he still felt quite worried. The red locusts might struggle to climb to higher floors, but if they found a way down to the lower floors, they'd leave a trail of barren land behind. This tower had 99 floors, but so many places were still left for me to guide you through. Speaking of locusts, let's take a tour down to the village of Passage, where the buildings looked like human modern houses, lined up next to each other. This village was built next to the merchant path, recently renovated. The tallest building in the center, with a unique architecture, had stairs below and several floors above. In reality, it was a gravity magic tower. No physical principle could support its eccentric structure. On the lowest floor of the tower, the voice of the Silver Wolf chieftain, Elka, echoed in surprise. What? Sir Iona's not here? His face showed clear surprise, having come all the way down here only to miss her. Where should he look now? The witch at the reception desk, glancing at the system board nearby, replied confidently, Yes, if you'd like to leave a message, I'll pass it on to Magic Tower Master when she returns. Elka couldn't wait, anxiously asking when she'd be back. This was urgent news regarding the 67th floor. The two behind him watched curiously as witches flew by on brooms, looking rather nonchalant as their chieftain struggled to get information on Iona's whereabouts. But the receptionist had no idea either. After all, she's a busy one, and everyone knows that. Elka had to change her question. Did she mention where she was going? Let's see. I think he did. Apparently, she said she'd be heading to the village of Granar. At hearing the name, the young wolf behind Elka came closer, looking worried, and asked, Chief? Is that the place I think it is? Exactly, the chief replied. It's Boss Theo's hometown. Speaking of Theo, there he was, looking quite cheerful today, strutting down the path humming, La-dee-da-da. No one knew what tune it was, but Theo's face was glowing with joy, enough to turn heads on the street despite his small frame. All this delight sprang from the loyal followers trailing behind him. With a haughty wave, he shouted, Hey, intern, way are you doing? Not following me right from behind, yeah? Theo turned away to keep humming, but every time he faced the cats, he would bark orders at them with a piercing tone. The cats chorused, Yes, sir, as expected, except for the lone black cat who, instead of replying, dashed ahead to catch up. In this crowded village, that black cat, Oren, barreled forward without a thought, bumping into everyone he passed as he hurried on, while shouting, Sir Theo, wait for me. In his rush, Oren failed to notice he'd bumped into a figure smaller than himself. To be exact, his rear had smacked into someone's forehead, and all he could see was a pair of round ears poking out from a cloak, followed by a walking stick, as they both toppled onto the ground, faces hitting the dirt. Oren had been going so fast he felt a painful jolt, and his jaw knocked into his upper teeth when he landed. He must have bitten his tongue, for his eyes watered, his mouth twisting in pain and frustration. As he got up, Oren immediately clenched his fist and glared at the one he'd run into. Why are you loitering in other people's way, causing them to fall? Obviously, it was Oren's speed that caused him to trip, but this black cat wasn't known for reasoning things out. With the entitled attitude of a rich young master, he lashed out, caring little that he'd been the one to make the tiny mouse girl fall. She might have been small, but she snapped back at him. You tripped over me while running yourself, so how dare you get angry at me? Oren's fists clenched tighter as he growled louder than before. Does this little rat have a death wish? Clearly, this young cat had no idea who was under the cloak. But Iona, who was rarely this furious, had never met anyone so rude. Who in the entire tower would dare call a grand mage a little rat? With her chubby cheeks puffing in anger, the tension between the two rose, sparking a fiery clash. Oren bared his teeth, thinking this little mouse had no idea what trouble she was in. But just then, Theo's loud voice broke through. Oren, what are you? He was about to scold the black cat for not sticking close, but then stopped in surprise. Wait a minute, isn't this Iona? Seeing Theo, Iona's face softened immediately. She politely replied, Ah, Sir Theo, so we meet here. At that moment, Oren shrank back. Although he didn't particularly like Theo, the decades-old debt weighed on his shoulders, and now his boss was on good terms with the very little rat he'd run into. He had to ask right away, "Boss Theo, you know this hamster?" "Of course," Theo answered with a grin. "Yeah, it's a special relationship, Naya." At those words, the Grand Mage almost pulled her hand from under her cloak in frustration. No matter how many times she told him, this cat would go out and say that exact line. People are going to misunderstand if you keep saying things like that. Theo had no intention of debating the special relationship with Iona and smoothly deflected. But did something happen, Nia? Just then, Iona shot Theo a pointed look. "Ah, this guy bumped into me!" Oren's quick wit kicked in, and he realized who he'd really crashed into. Before Theo could respond, he was already on his knees, bowing and begging in a high-pitched voice. "It's all my fault. I wasn't looking. I apologize." Groveling like a true coward, Oren's desperate apologies startled the two gray cats behind Theo. "Sorry, I'm so sorry. I was in a rush and acted rudely to you. I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me, Lord Magician." His profuse apologies quickly dissolved Iona's anger. She stood there a bit stunned by this black cat's immediate switch, so fast she wasn't even sure how to react. Luckily, Theo stepped in, saying, "Iona, my underling is a fool, Nia. Please let it slide just this one, Nia." Caught in this strange situation, Iona could only nod in acceptance. "All right, for Theo's sake, I'll let him off this time." Oren wasted no time, raising his head to offer a torrent of thanks. "Thank you," in every possible way, even squeezing out 3 enormous tears, maybe to play the pitiful card for a plan B. Actually, no, he was genuinely crying out of fear. He discreetly wiped away his tears while Theo, only concerned about Iona's whereabouts, asked, "Where are you headed?" Little did Theo know that his wolf underling had been searching for Iona for days, while he, by sheer coincidence, ran into her. Iona explained, "I'm on my way to Granar village. I need to meet someone there." Theo exclaimed, "Oh, Granar village? That's my hometown." Then, unexpectedly, Iona invited him to come along, politely asking, "If you're not busy, would you care to join me?" Theo made a big show of considering it. Though it was his hometown, there wasn't many things there he felt attached to, especially since he'd left long ago to make his way elsewhere, not to mention the painful memories of betrayal he had there. Besides, he had business to do for the chairman. But for Oren, this was a golden opportunity. He stopped crying, lunging forward and clinging to Theo's arm with both hands, pleading, "Boss Theo, let's swing by Granar, won't you? I have urgent news for my father, please, I beg you." He put on the most desperate look, as if he would collapse, thrash around on the ground, and foam at the mouth if Theo said no. Theo found Oren's eagerness suspicious. Though he had no idea why Oren was acting like this, he disentangled his arm and turned him down. Nope, we must quickly go to the 38th floor and sell our goods. Nya? It's not personal, but Theo really got business to do. But Oren wasn't about to miss this chance. Determined to get to Granar, he persisted. "If we go to the village, I'll give you 1,000 tower coins. You know my family's wealthy, right? And how about we go back to your hometown to show everyone how successful you've become? Think about it. If that stuck-up Meryl saw you now, she'd regret it to her bones." Oren laid out every possible temptation, and to his surprise, it worked. Theo's expression showed he was hooked, practically savoring the idea of returning to show off to the girl who'd spurned him. A mid-tier wandering merchant with Meryl's ex as his underling was enough to make Theo proud. "All right, Iona, I'll accompany you, Nia." No one was more thrilled than Oren. The young master raised his fist in joy. If he got to the village, he'd definitely get his father to pay off all his debts and bid Theo goodbye for good. Iona, having observed everything, immediately asked the crucial question, "Who's Meryl?" Theo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, no one, don't think about it," but his face still held that gleeful look. Trying to look professional, he turned away, yet he was already imagining the scenarios of Meryl seeing his success as he returned to the village. Thinking about it made him positively giddy. Surely this cat would put on a show. "Oh, how foolish you were to leave me. Now look at you, regretting it." And Oren could only hope Theo kept daydreaming and wouldn't change his mind about visiting the village. Once they reached Granar, Theo's carefree attitude would be shattered on the spot. Oren chuckled quietly, barely hiding his joy. As the richest young man of Granar, returning to the village meant everything to him. Oren snickered to himself, thinking, "Once we get to Granar, you'll be crawling back under my feet again." Though Theo wouldn't admit his excitement, and Oren tried to mask his own, neither of them escaped Iona's notice. She furrowed her brow, wondering who Meryl could be to make both cats act so strangely. Theo, now eager, led the way for the mage mouse, cheerfully playing the tour guide. Is this your first time there? Granar village is beautiful and peaceful, Nya. You're gonna love it. He had no idea that Oren's scheming gaze was fixed on the back of his head, impatient for the moment the ginger cat would fall from grace. From the main path, Granar village wasn't too far, just about a day's walk. But somehow, it felt starkly different from Theo's rosy description. A black crow perched on a dilapidated wooden sign that read, "Welcome to Granar village," its presence adding a haunting vibe. The sign itself seemed on the verge of collapse. As they approached, the village before them was far from the idyllic scene Theo had painted. It was the kind of sight that left you dumbfounded, where the excitement of leaving was replaced by the shock of returning. People of all ages lay sprawled along the path, their faces hollow with exhaustion and sorrow. A somber air hung over everything, while kittens clung to their fathers, wailing without anyone to comfort them. Bones, stripped clean of flesh, lay scattered on the ground, and every cat looked emaciated, their fur dull and matted. The houses, long untouched by repair, stood somber and broken down. Mothers and children, hungry and weary, huddled together just to get through the day, while an old man struggled past with a cane, each step heavy. The village of Granar was clearly starving. Even the fish stall was empty, not a single fish on display, with the wooden barrels covered in cobwebs for who knows how long. The shopkeeper had nothing to do except sigh, still dressed in his usual apron. Theo never thought he'd come back to see his village like this. What happened here, Nya? The people looked gaunt, as if they were starving to death. He spotted a gray cat staring blankly behind him, so Theo walked up and asked right away, "Jeff, what's going on, Nya?" But Jeff didn't know either, shaking his head earnestly. "It wasn't this bad when we just left." A bowl fell to the ground with a thud, the person holding it too shaken to keep a grip. Both cats immediately turned around, and Jeff's face lit up with surprise. "Jeff, is that you?" Jeff stunned as he saw an older cat, looking frail, leading along a child wearing a hand-me-down shirt way too big. "Mom?" Jeff was shocked, then quickly stepped forward to hold his mother's hand. "Why are you so thin? What about the other brothers?" His mother broke into sobs. "Oh, my boy, where have you been, only to return now? Do you know how hard everyone looked for you?" Jeff didn't know what to say. It was a long story, but right now, he just needed to know. "What happened here, Mom?" Jeff held his little sibling close, happy to see him again, listening as his mother explained between sniffles. Monsters that looked like frogs had appeared in Zenka Lake. They disrupted the fishing and cut off the village's self-sufficient food supply. The village's young men banded together to hunt them down, but most barely survived. Now looking closer, they could see the young cats inside, thin, covered in white bandages. The wounded here were the lucky ones who had made it back. Food prices from outside the village had skyrocketed, so no one could afford anything, and all the cats in the village were starving. Theo frowned, asking her immediately, "You're talking about the frog monsters, Nya? Aren't there usually just one or two around the lake, Nya? They should be easy to deal with." That must have been a long time ago, back before Theo had left. Jeff's mother trembled at the mention of the creatures, looking even more gaunt as she spoke. "It's not just one or two. The lake is buried with thousands of frogs right now." Seeing Theo's shocked expression, she recounted how a few weeks ago, those from the Mercenary Association came, but for reasons unknown, the monsters' numbers only grew since then. Upon hearing about the mercenaries, Iona stepped forward and asked, "Where are the mercenaries now?" She looked down to see a small mouse asking, but still answered, "They're at Israel, Oren's father's manor." As Theo listened, he pulled the string on his spatial pouch and began rummaging inside. Suddenly, he poured out a whole pile of fresh piranhas from his spatial bag. The fish spilled out like a river. Theo looked at Jeff's mother. "Eat this first, Nya." She was speechless at the sight of so much fish. Though the spatial pouch looked tiny, it was a mid-level item and could hold an enormous amount of fish, a wealth of resources for the village cats. Villagers stumbled over immediately. "Fish! There's food!" They were surprised, but the two gray cats were even more so, their jaws dropping as Theo urged them to quickly distribute the fish to the villagers and to take care of their families. Then Theo turned to the two gray cats with a smile, knowing what they must be thinking. "Don't worry, this is the intern benefits, Nya, but if you run away, your contract term will be extended twofold, Nya." The two cats couldn't help but feel touched, obediently responding, "Yes, Boss Theo, thank you, sir." Leaving them to hand out the fish and tend to the villagers, Theo quickly turned around, calling out, "Oren, now it's your turn." Iona whipped around, but where had that black cat gone? He'd slipped away silently, probably taking advantage of the commotion among the cats to make his escape. Though they knew his destination would still be his father's manor, Theo was furious. That black cat dared to run ahead, more like he'd left without permission. Now Theo started to understand the whole plan. Oren had lured him back to Granar, and he'd fallen for it. That bastard ran, huh? Theo's shout didn't faze Iona. She elbowed her way in, reminding him, "We'll catch up to him soon enough." By the time Theo and Iona realized, Oren had already put a long stretch behind him, running fast on his swift legs. Oren's luxurious home lay at the edge of the village, far from the regular houses, so he still had a ways to go. But he could already taste freedom on the tip of his nose and ran even faster. "Ha ha! You think I'll keep working under you? That contract? Just let me reach home." As it was laughing with joy, its legs flying, something swooped down from the forest edge, casting a deep shadow over the cat. The bright eyes and sharp claws belonged to Elka, the chief of the Silver Wolves, who had leaped out from the woods, aiming directly at the black cat, which was frozen in fear, mouth agape, unable to react in time. If those claws struck, Oren would definitely be dead. It quickly rolled away for dear life, but Elka had accurately targeted the landing spot of those claws, not touching a single hair on the cat, merely scaring it to the point of screaming out. The roar of Elka was right above the cat, which was curling up in terror, legs and tail all tucked in. "You, why are you here instead of beside Boss Theo? Did you run away?" Elka stood on her front legs right beside Oren, increasing the immense pressure coming from the silver wolf. It shook like a faulty washing machine, trying to utter, "No, sir. There's just been a bit of trouble at home." This is indeed the cat village, but that excuse was unconvincing. Everyone knew Oren's crafty nature. Ignoring the cat trying to curl up and sob in fear, Chief Elka roared above it, saliva flying everywhere. "Where's Boss Theo? If you don't answer me, I'll bite you right now." Oren was trembling so much that it felt like its fur would fall out. Before it could respond, a deep voice rang out. "Sorry, but that's a bit difficult." A black wolf, as dark as Oren's fur, suddenly charged towards the chief with a mouth full of sharp teeth wide open. It was quick and almost bit Elka's neck, but the silver chief dodged skillfully at the last moment. Elka turned to look at the black wolf that had just tried to snap at her, and he stood protectively over Oren, acting as a shield for the cat. "You!" Chief Elka squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the newcomer, as if unable to believe his eyes. A black wolf? Not only was it a black wolf, but it was also equipped with armor and wore a confident smile, appearing larger than the Silver Wolf tribe. It stood with its legs apart over Oren's head, and it seemed like Oren had no idea about this black wolf. The situation was extremely tense. A black cat lay sprawled under the legs of a massive black wolf, armored and draped like a warrior. With an air of confidence, it raised its head, staring at the Silver Wolf chief without a hint of fear or respect. Elka was ready for a fight, his eyes glowering at the black-furred figure blocking his path. Behind him, Elko and Elki rushed up with news. "Chief Elka, we've found Lord Iona." Elka hadn't responded yet, but they quickly sensed something was off in the air, and the one making their chief so tense was a black wolf. "What's a black wolf doing here?" they exclaimed, confused. "This is a cat village. I'd like to ask the same." The black wolf opened its mouth. "What's the Silver Wolf tribe doing here?" It clearly knew who it was dealing with, Silver Wolves and their chief, yet it spoke as if it were in charge. Oren, seizing the chance, knelt down, clasping his paws together and pleading, "I don't know who you are, but those Silver Wolves are trying to kill me. Please save me." At that moment, Oren looked remarkably obedient and humble, but there was no need for him to beg. The black wolf simply said, "Go. I got a request to meet you out here." So it wasn't a random encounter. This was a full-on escort service sent to greet the pampered young lord. Oren was stunned for a second, assuming his father had arranged this somehow, but he didn't care anymore. Putting on a cocky air, he turned his tail toward the Silver Wolves, walking away with a loud laugh. "Thanks. I'm out of here." He stomped each step to show off, knowing the Silver Wolves couldn't just pounce on him with the black wolf standing guard. "Step aside, Black Wolf. We still have unfinished business with that cat." The black wolf furrowed its brow in disagreement, standing firm against the Silver Wolves advancing toward the cat. "I can't do that. That kid is actually the son of the mansion owner of this village, whom our boss owes a favor to. I'm here to pick him up." Oh, so they were on the same side after all. No reasoning would work then. Already irritated by that cheeky cat, Elka's mood worsened with this black wolf joining in. He growled menacingly, "If you don't move, we'll attack." Elka's threatening look was enough to make most monsters in the tower tremble. But facing 3 silver wolves alone, this black wolf didn't flinch. It snorted, standing up on 2 legs, looking down on Elka. "Come on, bring it, Silver Wolf tribe. You should know this well, right? We, the Black Wolves, have both the strength and build that is in a league of our own compared to the rest of you." It stood tall on 2 legs, flaunting its robust balance even on just 2 feet in combat, a feat the Silver Wolves couldn't manage. "My name is Harp. I'm the right-hand wolf of Lord Hagel, chief of the Black Wolf tribe. I could take down all 3 of you without breaking a sweat." It was intimidating Elka and his crew when suddenly flames erupted around it, engulfing Harp until it burned as brightly as a bonfire, turning him into nothing more than a charred silhouette. The black wolf swayed to one side, its fur singed and ragged, eyes white with shock, and smoke wafted off its body as it collapsed to the ground, tongue lolling out. It had officially turned into an over-roasted piece of meat. The silver wolves gaped, mouths hanging open. They hadn't even done anything yet, just about to jump into a fierce battle, and their opponent had already fallen into a heap. Iona calmly approached from behind. "I attacked because I sensed something suspicious. Apparently, it was the mouse's magic, and she was ready to unleash more spells if the black wolf had resisted further." Walking behind Iona was Theo, who immediately praised, "Well done, Iona. Without you, Elka, Elki, and Elko would have been in big trouble, Nya." The 3 silver wolves shouted in unison, "Boss Theo and Lord Iona." Theo was very particular when it came to protecting his subordinates. Right now, he was satisfied seeing the arrogant one lying defeated. "And what are you lot doing here anyway? Shouldn't you be heading up to the 99th floor?" he asked. Elka replied, "We're here to meet Lord Iona because of something that happened on the 67th floor. The people in the magic tower said she'd come to Granar village, so we followed, though we didn't know you were accompanying her. Boss." It turned out to be a lucky encounter with both Iona and Theo. The hamster immediately inquired, "Is something unusual happening on the 67th floor? Ah, well, let's put that aside for now. We have more important matters to attend to." Only after Iona's reminder did Theo remember, hurriedly asking, "Yes, that's right. Elka, have you seen Orin around here?" If it weren't for the hamster reminding him, the cat would have kept rambling on and on. Chit-chat was his thing. Looking back at the charred wolf lying with its tongue out, Elka finally answered, "We saw that cat running away and tried to catch it, but that black wolf got in the way." Everyone immediately understood that the cat had some protection. After all, his father was wealthy. With the power of the Black Wolf tribe, if it weren't for Iona's magic to counter them, things could have turned out very differently. "Now, let's follow along this path together," Iona called out. "We'll head to the main son of Granar village." That road led straight to the grand mansion of Israel, Orin's father, which stood proudly before a forest. It should really be called a castle. Built in an old-fashioned style with 3 floors, the mansion was sturdy and spacious. Although built to cat proportions, today the living room had a rather large guest taking up the entire sofa. A black wolf with a stern face sat close to Israel, who was on a red sofa beside him, saying nothing. His fur and intimidating presence made the living room feel colder. This wolf had one blind eye, scarred by 2 lines crossing over it, a sign of many life-or-death battles. His rough, hardened look was unmistakable. This was Hagel, the Black Wolf tribe's chief and a longtime free mercenary. The silence was suddenly broken by Israel. "Harp is late. I asked him to pick up my son at the village gate after hearing he'd returned with some suspicious company." That doubtful tone was quickly dismissed by Hagel. "Please wait a little longer. That one is my right hand. He's very good at what he does." Since the chief had spoken, Israel didn't say anything further and just sat in waiting. Suddenly, the living room door was flung open and Orin burst in, shouting, "Father!" No greetings, just storming in like that. Israel, keeping his calm but unable to hide his annoyance, approached his son. "Orin, where have you been all this time? Coming back only now. What about Harp? Did you see him on the way back?" The barrage of questions left the cat panting before he could respond. He had rushed back as fast as he could to report, practically running on empty by the time he reached home. Now up close, Israel noticed his son looked skinnier than before. "Where's your food? Why do you look like you came back empty-handed, with nothing at all?" Orin thought to himself, "It's a long story. Just making it back alive to tell you is a relief." He immediately turned on the drama, crying and grabbing his father. "Wah! Oh, my dear father, When I reached the merchant village, I was swindled by a goblin who had conspired with Theo, and I ended up losing all my money. Israel tried to pick out the meaningful words amidst his son's sobbing and asked, Theo, are you talking about that naive yellow cat, your childhood friend? How could such a kitten guy swindle you? Before his father could say more, Oren tossed aside his sobbing act and shouted, Kind? He's an extremely wicked guy. I explained that I needed to buy food for the villagers, but they forced me into a contract and made me work for them. And there's someone else controlling them from behind, someone who calls himself the Black Dragon, though he has no horns or wings, and he's even managed to deceive the rabbit tribe into working under him with his threats and lies. Oren spun the prehistoric farm into a tragic saga, turning Theo into a demonic cat and the poor rabbits into oppressed souls needing rescue. And himself? He was the one exposing it all, hoping to find someone to bring justice. Bang! The table in the living room split in half, making father and son jump. Hegel had slammed it, smashing it to bits, and clenched his fist with a glower as he asked Oren, You're not lying, are you? Even Oren's father was shocked. What did the table do to deserve this? But Hegel didn't care. His fury was apparent. Impersonating the great black dragon is a grave crime that deserves more than just death. Of course, the chief of a warrior tribe like Hegel wouldn't sit still hearing such news. Oren, now on both knees on the floor, vowed up and down, Yes, I'm not lying. He really called himself the Black Dragon. A thrill sparked in Oren's heart. This must be Hegel, the chief of the Black Wolves, who father always mentioned. This was definitely the famous Black Wolf tribe leader, known as a part of a race that reveres the great Black Dragon. Although he didn't know why Hegel was in his house, it was perfect. Just when he needed to complain about suspicious events, someone fit to take action was here. Oren's cunning mind quickly switched to a pleading mode, like a victim. He knelt down, clasping his paws desperately. Lord Hegel, please defeat that vile Theo and the mastermind behind him, impersonating the great black dragon, and is engaging in these despicable acts. They deserve punishment. With just a few persuasive words, Hegel quickly agreed. He stood up and told Oren to lead the way. I'll see for myself and make the judgment. His father hadn't even had a chance to say anything before the son realized his success. He had lured Hegel onto his side. A sly grin crept across the black cat's face as he prepared his revenge plan, when suddenly the living room door swung open. Sir Israel, there's a guest outside. No need to say, Oren knew exactly who it was. He rushed over to his father and whispered, Just in time, father. They're here. I'll go out and face them first. But first, he asked, you still have that thing in the warehouse, right? Israel was confused at first, then slowly caught on. What do you mean? Don't tell me? He. Oren laughed mischievously, thinking about that thing, the one he needed most right now. He already had the plan in mind. After all, this was his home turf. Oren, come out here, nya! Oren, nya! Theo's voice echoed outside, almost like a debt collector calling. He stood outside, calling for Oren, but didn't step in. After a while of calling with no response, the silver wolves beside him raised their heads, staying alert, while Theo wondered, why is no one answering? Not a single cat is even coming out to greet us. Elka, feeling his time was wasted, suggested they just barge in. Theo put his hands on his hips, glaring. That would be rude, nya. According to formal customs, maybe, but talking about manners with Oren might just make him roll on the floor laughing. The cat's ways were more like a thug's than a rich family's young master. The silver wolves saw no point in politeness with a scoundrel who'd run away, and were just trying to convince Theo when the mansion doors finally opened, revealing the smirking young lord. Oren strolled out, dressed in a fancy new outfit, striking a confident pose and greeting them with a sneer. Just the thought of you lowly bastard following me all the way here makes me want to applaud. Welcome to my mansion. What? Theo's ears burned. To be exact, it's your father's mansion, not yours, isn't it, nya? The black cat flared up. Well, it'll be mine soon enough. What do you know? Not only was Oren shamelessly relying on his father, but he used that privilege to criticize Theo and his crew. You treated me like a slave, didn't you? Here, you won't be able to do that anymore, Theo. He pointed down, emphasizing that this was his land, and there was no chance he'd take orders here. But in Theo's eyes, he was just a clueless cat who didn't understand employment contracts. You're still an intern bound by contract, Iona reminded him. Contracts made in the tower have absolute power. If you don't fulfill, you'll be punished severely. Seeing Oren's blank stare, Theo opened the contract and read aloud. If you don't come here immediately, the contract will be extended for another 30 days, okay? Oren, though loud-mouthed, was still wary of the tower's contracts. He was about to start wailing, but suddenly remembered he was standing on his own land. Clearing his throat, he tried to regain his confidence. Ahem, may I have a look at that contract to see what it says? Playing it cool again, Theo raised an eyebrow. If you want, open your own status window and look, nya. Who's gonna fetch the contract for you? Oren felt embarrassed and retorted loudly, I just wanted to check if they are the same, in case of any mistakes. He grinned, moving closer to Theo, adding, besides, it can be for a brief moment. It'll be over in a flash. Without suspicion, Theo was opening the contract to show him, unaware of the small bottle hidden behind Oren's expensive new clothes. He swiftly pulled out a small green vial, popped the cork with a claw, and grinned wickedly, ready to splash its contents onto Theo. The move was fast and well planned, but Elka's sharp ears caught the sound. The silver wolf, alarmed, lunged forward, shouting, Boss Theo! Theo turned in surprise, not realizing Oren was close enough to splash the green liquid all over him. Keke, take this! Just by looking at its color, it was clear the stuff was nasty. Theo was too close to dodge, and all he could do was scream in shock, his voice filled with helplessness. But just as he closed his eyes to brace himself, the green liquid splashed onto a blue barrier that had formed right in front of him, stopping it from touching him. Both Oren and Theo were stunned. A magical shield had somehow wrapped around the orange cat, leaving the green liquid to slide down the barrier. A protection spell? The black cat hadn't anticipated this. He'd calculated every move so carefully, and the distance had been perfect too. Theo, realizing Oren's plot, yelled furiously, How dare you try to dump that stuff on me, huh? In an instant, the wind by Oren's ears seemed to split into two as something came hurtling toward him at an incredible speed. The chief Elka's eyes lit up like spotlights, and he lunged forward, his forelegs slamming the ground with such force that Oren had to leap aside, barely dodging what could have been his end. In his panicked scramble, he lost his balance, tumbling and rolling before slamming his back into the staircase, groaning in pain as he sprawled across the floor, wailing miserably like he was owed something. I failed, he yelled out in fury, a mix of helplessness and bitterness in his voice. Even more surprising, not far from his face, the magician hamster was holding up the empty vial, clearly stating the name of the liquid he'd just tried to use. It was a contract nullification potion. When sprayed on the opponent's status window, the contract materializes itself immediately, and the agreement can be nullified. So you had such a precious item in your hands. What a pity. It's all wasted now. The swipe just now was merely a warning. If Elka had wanted to hit the cat, there'd be no challenge in it. The chief had had enough of this sneaky feline and was ready to let him have it. Oren, exposed and furious, shouted back, Shut up! But Theo wasn't about to be quiet. Oh, Oren, you're a real jerk. Just so you know, this contract doesn't just extend 30 days. Got it? Cornered with nowhere left to turn, Oren's recklessness outweighed his sense. With a final, desperate move, he reached out and grabbed the little hamster, yanking her toward him. Iona looked surprised but showed no fear as the black cat's claws closed around her. Oren tightened his grip, baring his claws and threatening Theo and the others. Everyone, stand still, he ordered, his voice trembling with fear, yet defiant. If you don't nullify the contract, this little magical rat will die right here. Theo gaped, unable to believe the black cat would actually go this far. Not just foolish, but vicious. Theo pounded on the magical barrier in frustration, yelling, Oren, what are you doing? Release Iona now! He kept banging, but the barrier wouldn't budge, trapping them inside and stoking his anger. Outside, Elka bared his teeth, growling, I thought you knew that you'll die immediately if you harm Iona, don't you? Oren wasn't one to be unafraid of death. He feared hunger and death more than anything, having lived a spoiled life. There was no way he'd actually kill Iona and face the consequences. Yet, he managed to grin. Keke, don't move. Think I won't do it? His sharp claws hovered over the hamster's face as he spoke in a low, menacing tone. Why would I make a move like this if I didn't have a backup plan, don't you think? Come on out and smash these fools to bits, Lord Hagel. Oren yelled toward the main door, still clutching Iona. The mention of Hagel heightened the tension, with the silver wolves preparing for a fight. Theo knew by now that the troublemaker had some sort of plan in mind, but in response to Oren's shout, there was only a strange silence. No one answered, no footsteps, not even a creak from the door, as if his call had simply faded into the void. The cat couldn't believe it and raised his voice again. Lord Hagel, Why aren't you coming out, Lord Hagel? He was confused, but still kept his claws at Iona's face, while she began to smirk, finding the situation amusing. So, you were counting on Hagel to fight us for you? Iona's calm remark infuriated Oren. He threatened, "Shut up!" But at that very moment, he felt something strange and widened his eyes in disbelief. What? Why? Why can't I move? He was frozen like a statue, unable to budge a single claw. Meanwhile, Iona calmly slipped out of his grip, setting her feet firmly on the ground. I cast a paralyzing spell on you. You won't be moving for a while. She picked up her staff, showing that even without it she held the advantage. Did you really think I was weak just because I'm small? She sneered. Q, you're gravely mistaken, black cat. At that moment, Oren truly began to feel fear, sweat pouring down his now pale face. Iona looked back at him with sheer contempt. I am Archmay Iona, leader of the Magician Association. I believe you know that you have to pay the price for undermining me and betraying Theo. Her eyes glowed with a fierce light, and she pointed her staff at Oren's throat, leaving him too terrified to utter a single word. Now, he realized he had messed with something he couldn't handle. Archmage? In this dark tower, there was only one Archmage, and it was the little rat right before his eyes. What on earth is that jerk Theo's connection to her? Though still on guard, the Silver Wolves and Theo relaxed slightly. They might now have a chance to witness the power from Archmage Iona that none of them had ever seen before. Rewinding time a few minutes before Oren, the brat, got his acupressure point hit. He hadn't given up even though he'd called out multiple times and no backup showed. Holding Iona in his arms, he kept shouting toward the house. Do something, Lord Hagel! Teach these bastards a lesson right now. But as no response came, Oren started to waver. From boldly ranting earlier, now he could only weakly call out Hagel's name. For crying out loud, even my father's in there! Why does this feel like calling into a haunted house? His voice echoed louder. Lord Hagel, come out and deal with these scoundrels already. Everyone in the mansion could hear Oren's cries. Hagel peeked out from a window, watching the panicking black cat below, and found himself panicking too. Damn it, the brat doesn't know, he cursed silently. Still, he did nothing, until Izarel, puzzled by his inaction, approached. Lord Hagel, my son's calling for you. Why don't you answer? From below, Oren's voice kept ringing out. But when Izarel looked through the window, he immediately understood why Hagel stayed rooted to the spot, drenched in sweat. Good heavens, that's the head of the Magicians Guild. My son's doomed, Izarel thought, despairing. Hagel knew he was neck-deep in trouble now. The brat had only said he needed to teach some impostor of the Black Dragon a lesson. He hadn't mentioned Iona being there, so the Black Wolf clan chief stayed silent until Oren was subdued by Iona, his whole body paralyzed. The brat had called him out by name, leaving Hagel with no choice but to show himself. Furious, Hagel cursed inwardly. That little bastard Oren's made me look like a clown. Meanwhile, Iona aimed her staff at the insolent cat, already aware he'd been calling for backup. She'd been waiting for that backup to appear. Hagel, is that you in there? I can sense you, so quit hiding and show yourself. Unable to conceal himself any longer, a massive red shadow darted from a side door of the mansion. In just a second, Hagel stood a short distance away from both Oren and Iona. The Black Wolf clan chief's intimidating presence couldn't be denied, but the moment he appeared, he was on all fours, frozen stiff, not daring to utter a word. Elka was stunned to see the Black Wolf clan chief emerge, more so because he leapt out of Oren's father's house. Noticing Elka's worried expression, Theo tilted his head up and asked, You know that guy? Still staring, Elka replied, Yes, he's a high-level freelance mercenary, very famous in our world. But what's he doing here? And what's his connection to Lady Iona? Elka had noticed Iona's commanding tone. It was clear the two knew each other. Whether their relationship ran deep remained to be seen. Kneeling respectfully, Hagel's deep voice rumbled, I humbly greet you, Lady Iona. The mouse woman seemed pleased by his demeanor and responded in a softer, more courteous tone. It's been a while, hasn't it, Hagel? What's going on here? Explain this mess to me. She pointed at the black cat, who was struggling to twitch his fingers. Though phrased as a question, her words carried an accusation. You're trying to kill me on orders from that brat, aren't you? Both Hagel and Oren were equally flustered. Even if the Archmage was right, they couldn't admit to it. No, of course not, Hagel stammered. I didn't even know you were here. I was tricked by him. It was obvious from his attitude that not only did the two know each other, but Hagel was clearly inferior to Iona. Theo and Elka quickly caught on. So Lady Iona's the one who hired Hagel? Is this the person she came to meet in Grana Village? Huh? No one had expected things to escalate to this point, but anyone who had roamed the tower knew of Archmage Iona and her capabilities. It was clear Orin was done for. Israel dashed out of the mansion in a panic, desperate to save his son. Oh heavens, I didn't expect the Archmage to come to such a humble place. When Iona asked who he was, he hurriedly replied, "I'm Orin's father." Then, without hesitation, he smacked his son on the head, scolding him to vent her anger. "You fool! How could you cause this much trouble? I ought to." Before he could finish, the mouse woman pointed her staff at him and cast the same freezing spell she'd used on his son. Now both father and son stood rigid like statues, unable to utter a word. Iona, initially appeased by Hagel's respectful attitude, was now thoroughly annoyed. "You're too noisy. Just stay quiet there until I'm done here, Q." Leaving the frozen father and son behind, she turned her sharp gaze on the Black Wolf clan chief. "Hagel, I've heard about you on my way here. It seems you failed the task I assigned to you." Her impatience left Hagel with no room to wiggle out of it. Bowing his head in defeat, he admitted, "Yes, we failed to subdue the frogs." The Silver Wolf clan remained silent, observing the scene, while Theo, as always, made his presence known with his chatter. "Ah, you're talking about the frogs swarming all over Lake Zenka, aren't you?" "Ah?" Theo chimed in. At that, Iona began to explain. "Not long ago, we discovered something abnormal in the tower. A force from another world seems to be leaking in from somewhere, concentrating at the center of Lake Zenka. The cause lies in the unusual reproduction of the frog queen's eggs, which suddenly skyrocketed in numbers. Normally, if the frogs only laid a bit more than usual, the cats in Grana village could handle it. But this anomaly has made the situation much worse. Left unchecked, it could lead to the extinction of all aquatic life on the 55th floor. That's why we needed to act." Turning to the Silver Wolves, Iona continued, "Originally, I was supposed to handle this myself, but the magic tower is currently occupied with dealing with the red locust plague on the 67th floor, so I entrusted this task to Hagel. As for how that turned out, there's no need to even ask." Her disdainful glare landed on the Black Wolf clan chief, who still didn't dare lift his head. Hagel could only admit, "I have no excuses. By the time we arrived, thousands of frogs had already hatched. We tried our best to deal with them, but there were simply too many, and our ability to fight underwater is limited." "No excuses, yet here you are full of them," Iona erupted, her voice sharp and furious. "You expect me to believe that? Ah, you're hopeless." Her rage only grew, spilling out in an unrelenting tirade. "Wasn't this a relatively simple task from the beginning? All you had to do was get into the underwater cave early and take care of the eggs. That's it. And yet you couldn't even manage that. Now the entire village is suffering because of your failure." Hagel bowed his head lower with each scolding word, finally managing to mutter weakly, "We did go on the day we planned, but they'd already hatched." Iona didn't even let him finish. You should have moved faster. You should have figured out their patterns earlier." "Hagel," she snapped, calling his name. Then, without a second's hesitation, she soared into the air, her fury carrying her upwards. Channeling her anger, she conjured a massive, swirling fireball, its searing heat pulling in all the light from the sky above. Darkness spread across the heavens as the sphere of flames grew. "Excuses are crimes. Do you understand that?" she shouted, her fiery aura fully manifesting. The adorable demeanor she once had was gone. Iona's eyes glowed fiercely, a blazing ring of fire hovering above her head. She was ready to punish those responsible. "Take your punishment. You and those ungrateful cats, too." By now, not only Orin, but also his father Israel, were trembling in fear, tears streaming down their faces. Israel, still frozen by Iona's magic, could only weep silently as he wanted to scream at his son. "What have you done to bring us to this?" But no words could escape him. Iona's wrath was terrifying. The fireball expanded further, its heat radiating down to those gathered below. Her declaration thundered into their ears. "I will destroy this entire place." Consumed by her rage, Iona no longer cared about anyone, neither the Silver Wolves nor the cats below. Elka was panicked. That kind of energy could hurt us too. Theo, equally alarmed, pounded on the protective barrier around him. He was safe inside it for now, but letting Iona go through with this was unthinkable. "Iona, stop it! Iona, can you hear me?" Clearly she couldn't. Lost in her fury, Iona poured everything into the fireball, its formation nearing completion. Theo grew desperate, banging harder on the barrier and calling her name again. "Iona!" Still no response. But then, unexpectedly, a cracking sound echoed from the barrier under Theo's hand. Surprised, he realized Iona's powerful magic was straining the barrier, weakening it. There was a chance. High in the air, Iona completed her gigantic fireball, her voice ringing out, vanish into the flames. Just as she prepared to hurl it down, someone suddenly stepped on Elka's back. In a blur of speed, the figure dashed up Elka's body and launched into the sky. Only then did the silver wolves realize it was Theo. The cat had leaped with claws extended, shooting toward Iona. The air was filled with sparks, grazing Theo's fur, but he didn't feel a thing. Closing the distance, his face came so close to hers that Iona finally noticed him. "Theo?" she muttered, startled. But before she could react, Theo's leap faltered, and he began to fall. This was his limit. Yet in that crucial moment, he reached out and grabbed hold of Iona's staff, clinging to it as he dangled midair. Iona gripped the staff tightly with both hands to keep it from slipping, eyes shut tight as she yelled, "What do you think you're doing, Theo?" Only one paw of the cat managed to grab on, while the rest of its body flailed below like someone drowning who had found a straw to cling to. Its mouth screamed out loud, "I'm going to fall! I'm going to fall! Meow!" Struggling for a while, Theo managed to get his other paw onto the stick, but Iona resisted as if wanting him to fall. "You're a cat. Falling from this height won't harm you, will it?" Well, that was true, but Theo wasn't convinced. "It's not safe, meow. Everyone will be dragged into the attack and put in danger, meow," he cried out in panic. Seeing that Iona seemed not to understand his point, Theo shouted again, "Are you going to let me face danger, meow?" The mouse looked at Theo, and in a brief moment made her decision. No! The fury in her round eyes was gone entirely. Iona glanced up at the massive fiery vortex spinning above and suddenly said, "Because you're the servant of the Black Dragon." The reason was so simple and unexpected that Theo gaped in shock, unable to respond before the mouse acted. With a casual snap of her fingers, the fireball overhead instantly shrank at its core and then exploded with a boom, dissipating midair. Within seconds, the entire fiery mass disappeared, leaving only faint traces and harmless sparks. Everyone let out a cheer, both relieved and amazed at how quickly such a massive attack was undone. More accurately, Iona had just reversed time with her magic. The leader of the Black Wolf clan had an entirely different thought. He had managed to stop an enraged Iona, something no one dared to do, and even made her withdraw her offensive spell. Iona then gently lowered Theo to the ground. Her face showed a pure delight, as if she had just been playing around with the orange cat earlier. The two of them landed, laughing and joking, which puzzled Hegel even more. Was that cat really the servant of the Black Dragon? Such an ordinary-looking cat? With the fear gone, Elka stepped up to praise. "You really surprised us, Boss Theo. I never thought you'd step on my head to jump." This cat was far braver than anyone had imagined, and quite daring too. Theo laughed in response. "If it weren't for you, Elka, I couldn't have reached Iona. Meow!" Thinking back on what had just happened, he realized how much he had risked. Now that he had some leisure time, he wiped the sweat off his forehead in relief. "Phew, I almost missed out on the 1,000 tower coins from Orin. Meow!" That made Iona burst out laughing. "You stopped me just for a few measly coins?" Now that things were safe, the quest for those 1,000 coins suddenly became the main reason. "No, meow, I need to get more money from that rebel who disobeyed orders. Meow!" Seeing the father and son duo crying tears of joy for surviving, Theo knew he could get more than just money. That rich guy must have brought along plenty of treasures, like the potion that nullified contracts. "Meow!" he whispered conspiratorially to the mouse. "What do you think, Meow? Want to join me in looting that bastard's treasure, Meow? Isn't that the perfect price for their crimes, Meow?" Such childish plotting made Iona giggle. The mouse immediately agreed, knowing full well that the father and son would comply with anything in their current state. "Let's go," she said, stepping inside, not forgetting to dispel the magic on the two cats. Looting time officially began. As they entered, everyone gasped in amazement. The Silver Wolf clan lived in tents like nomads, and Theo, from a humble village like Grana, was equally stunned by Israel's lavish estate. But even Iona hadn't expected the place to be so grand and magnificent. "Wow, this is perfect for looting." The group passed through a room filled with paintings and display cases that held shiny antique treasures. The golden light illuminated high-quality weapons that had been collected over centuries. For the wolves, this was even better than finding gold. While Elke and Elko rummaged through other items, Theo perched atop the clan leader, directing the team to pour all the gold and jewels into a spatial bag. The treasures were stacked chest upon chest, the clinking sound of riches utterly satisfying. "Elka, take these. Meow. Let's sell them all in the merchant village." Israel clutched his head in despair, muttering softly, "Oh heavens," but dared not intervene. Money didn't interest Iona, nor did weapons. But something here caught the powerful archmage's attention. How are there so many rare magical books here? The bookshelf held hundreds of pristine tomes, neatly organized. At a glance, Iona looked like a bookworm who had stumbled upon a priceless library, marveling at the sight. Rarely was she so impressed. Israel stepped forward and explained, "I have a passion for collecting ancient books. You may take anything you wish." They had already made the offer. How could she refuse? Iona cleared her throat, putting on an air of politeness. "These precious things, huh? Well then, I won't say no." 1 second, she was all modest and courteous. The next, she was eagerly gliding through the bookshelves, using magic to pull out rare volumes, marveling as she went. Oh my, this is the compilation of cage birds. And look here, the Lagna dragon. Oh wow, Q, the first basic magic. Oh goodness, I must have this. Israel was speechless. She only invited her to browse for fun, expecting Iona might shyly take 1 or 2 books. Who would have thought she'd turn the place upside down and still not be done? Theo even leapt down himself, clutching a necklace that looked expensive. Grinning wide, he was about to show it off when Hegel approached respectfully. "My lord, do you have a moment?" Theo jumped out of his skin, utterly baffled as to why the Black Wolf tribe's leader wanted to speak to him. "Me?" Seeing Theo's suspicious expression, Hegel decided to get straight to the point, even though he still felt hesitant. "Lord Theo," dropping to the ground, Hegel shouted loudly, "please accept the Black Wolf tribe as your subordinates." This time, the little cat was so shocked he dropped the necklace, letting out a loud, "Meow!" "What? Why all of a sudden?" he stammered, flustered, wanting nothing more than to retreat. In Theo's eyes, the Black Wolf tribe was still something extremely dangerous. And most importantly, why on earth would they want to be his subordinates? While the lower levels bustled with chaos, the 99th floor was peaceful. Inside the black tower at the center of the area, Aileen stretched lazily after a long nap. The dragoness let out a hearty laugh. "That was a good sleep. I feel so refreshed now." The moment she woke up, she started wondering what her beloved Seijin was doing. She summoned the crystal orb in her hand, eager to see him right away. But instead of showing Seijin, the orb emitted strange buzzing noises. Its purple hue began to shift to red, and suddenly, countless notifications exploded out of it, overlapping chaotically. The shortest ones read, "You have 1,000 unread warnings. Please review them." Aileen just felt annoyed. "I only ignored it for a day, and now it's nagging me already? What's the big deal?" she grumbled, dismissing the notifications as spam. Without reading a single one, she hit the button to delete them all, tossing the warnings into the trash bin. "I don't have time for this right now. I need to find out where Seijin is." With the red hue gone, Aileen levitated the orb between her hands. "Show me what I want to see." This time, the orb didn't just show Seijin within its glow, it projected a full aerial view of the farm, stretching across her vision. The rows of crops sprawled out below. "Thanks to my dragon heart's recovery, the orb's display is much bigger now," she noted proudly. But while a larger screen was great, the farm was so expansive that she couldn't spot Seijin anywhere. She scanned left, then right, moving the view back and forth, but he was nowhere to be seen. Even the house was empty, except for his red-haired kid running around the yard. Everyone must have been out working on the farm, and Kwang seemed to be practicing martial arts. Aileen found it amusing, watching the little one swing a stick around with such a serious face. "How adorable," she giggled. Just as she was about to move on to keep searching for Seijin, something made her pause. Her eyes narrowed with curiosity, staring intently at Kwang as he happily spun the stick faster and faster. "Is that what I think it is?" she wondered. By now, the little red panda had gotten much more skilled, handling the improvised weapon with ease. A notification popped up beside her. Kwang noticed her watching and waved cheerfully. "Did you sleep well, Sister Eileen?" The notification displayed his answer immediately. The tower manager asks, "What is that suspicious-looking stick you're holding?" "Oh, this?" the little one replied, holding it up proudly. "It's a branch from a mutated tree that absorbed the energy of the blue moon." Aileen nearly jumped out of her skin. A mutated tree that absorbed blue moon energy? Such a thing exists? The monsters on the 99th floor must have had a tough time dealing with it. She fired off a string of questions, but quickly remembered something and asked, "How did everyone manage to defeat it?" "Well, we met your father and grandfather through the stone statue you gave us," Kwang said excitedly, gesturing dramatically. "Grandpa appeared in a flash, then whoosh, flew up high. He was so cool, going bam 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 and shooting out beams of light, taking them down." Listening to the story, Eileen's face turned skeptical. "Through the stone statue? I sleep for one night, and I'm already out of the loop?" But her confusion quickly turned to glee as realization struck. "Grandpa did that? Grandpa showed up to help my crush? So my family already knows about him?
Seeing the cat stunned, taking a few steps back, Hegel thought it hadn't heard him clearly, so he repeated loudly, "Sir Theo, please accept our Black Wolf clan as your subordinates." Theo looked visibly flustered, stammering as he awkwardly asked, "Why so sudden, Nya?" He wasn't prepared for this. Now the cat seemed more panicked than when it realized the Black Wolf chieftain was present. Meanwhile, from behind, Elka approached to eavesdrop. Still kneeling on the floor, Hegel began speaking slowly. "For a very long time, our people have revered the Black Dragon. By being under you, who is an underling of the Black Dragon, we can get just a tiny bit closer to the Black Dragon, and there'll be no greater honor for us than that." After finishing, Hegel concluded earnestly, "So we ask this of you, Sir Lord Theo." Ah, so that's what it was. Theo finally understood, and the fear melted away, replaced by the confident expression it wore daily, a signature Theo look. Crossing its arms and pursing its lips, the cat paused for dramatic effect. Letting the Black Wolf chieftain stew in suspense for a few seconds, it then responded bluntly, "Nope, nya." The wolf jolted up in shock, unable to believe its ears. Calling Theo Sir Lord was a misstep. Now the cat looked like a capitalist scrutinizing every minor flaw. He wasn't even their boss yet and already found fault. "Didn't you fail to complete Iona's task and make her angry, Nya? Seems like you're pretty incompetent. I don't need any underlings who can't get things done, you know, Nya." Criticized so directly, Hegel rose slightly, trying to show its sincerity to Sir Lord Theo. "That matter, we have no excuse for it. But didn't you even take Orin as your underling?" He gestured toward Orin, still sobbing pitifully nearby, likely deeply regretting his failure. Not only failing to rescue himself, but also dragging his father into a shameless plundering. "Orin is different. His family is rich, so he was of help, Nya," Theo remarked. Elka, having only come to observe out of curiosity, decided to leave to gather more loot. But before he could walk away, Theo asked if everything had been taken yet. The chieftain confirmed, "Yes, Sir Theo." Theo immediately ordered, "Take everything to the village and share it with the cats, Nya." Seeing Theo preparing to leave, Hegel called out hastily, Sir Theo!" Desperately trying to find the right words to persuade the cat, Hegel seemed like a merchant begging a seasoned shopper not to walk away. Theo, well aware he was about to be called back, acted like an experienced Asian mother at the market, saying just enough to ensure the seller would plead, "Fine, I'll sell it to you at a loss." Sighing dramatically, Theo softened his voice and said, "I'll stay here a few more days, Nya. During that time, find me something I like. If I like it, I'll take you under me, Nya." His face turned mischievous as he tossed a finger to himself, adding for emphasis, "And everyone, including your underlings too." Even with one eye, Hegel could see clearly that an opportunity had opened for himself and the entire Black Wolf clan. He was ecstatic, nearly grinning from ear to ear, but quickly bowed his head and placed a hand over its chest in reverence. "Thank you, Sir Theo. We'll make sure not to disappoint you." Theo nodded in satisfaction, clearly looking forward to the clan leader's performance. Perhaps after today's events, only Orin and his father would feel unlucky. For everyone else, it was a beautiful day. Under the eternally clear blue sky of the 99th floor, Sejun was carefully inspecting the seed of the demon tree, scrutinizing every nook and cranny of it. Under the sunlight, it reflected a shimmer, making the blue hue even more beautiful. This made Sejun hesitant. "I think I might get a stomachache if I eat something that glows faintly like this," he thought. Aside from some toppings in bubble tea, anything blue and shiny didn't look appetizing at all. But the dragon had told him he should eat it to absorb its power. Still, the appearance made him second guess, so he held it out to Flame, asking her opinion. When it came to things containing mana, Flame seemed to have the answers. The little spirit examined the seed, which was half her size, and informed her master, "I can sense dark energy coming from it. See? Dark energy. And they want me to swallow it? Who knows if it'll grow into a tree in my stomach or turn me into some mutated version of myself." Sejun grimaced. "Can you purify this seed with the flame of purification?" he asked. "If you purify it and we plant it, then what? An uncorrupted ent will be born," she exclaimed, clenching her fists with excitement. "That's a really good idea, Master. I'll give it a try." The farmer agreed immediately, placing the seed on a thick cushion inside a basket of green onions, giving Flame some space to use her flame of purification. A group of gray bunny kids, overhearing something interesting, ran over to watch, gathering behind Flame and Sejun in anticipation. "This is fine. Flame assessed, then got straight to work. She flicked her hand, summoning the flame of purification, which quickly enveloped the seed. A loud whoosh roared like a gust of wind as the flame flared up, rising nearly a meter high. After a while, the flame shrank, gradually dimming into a soft glow surrounding the seed. When it ended, a system notification popped up with an item description. Now, the seed was a corrupted ents enhanced seed with a purification rate of 1%. Even though the number was small, it clearly worked. Seijin cheered. "It's working, Flame. If we keep purifying it like this, there is a possibility." The little spirit was overjoyed too. Nothing made her happier than knowing her powers were useful and effective. Even though there were still about 99 more rounds of purification to go, Flame was thrilled. But how long would it take to purify it fully? Instead of repeating 99 short bursts like before, Seijun asked, "Can you use the flame of purification for a longer duration?" She replied earnestly, "I think my power will recharge after a few days. Then, I can use the flame of purification again." Flame's enthusiastic response made Seijun feel incredibly satisfied. He reached out to pat the apple tree branch, as if patting her head, grinning with praise. "You're so reliable, Flame, and super capable too." Touching the spirit's head didn't have much of a feel, but patting the apple tree made Flame giggle happily. Her master was so kind, always praising her, and even patting her head. Suddenly, a notification popped up with a ding sound next to Seijun. It wasn't a message from Eileen, but an alert that the seed shop had opened. Seijun cheered with excitement. It only opened once every 30 days, and this month had been so packed with events that he'd almost forgotten. He always looked forward to this day, especially now that he had a decent amount of gold coins to choose and buy what he wanted. 3 smaller notifications appeared in quick succession. Park Seijun's grade, normal, showing 4 types of seeds to be sold to you at random. You are allowed to use at most 5 tower coin with your current grade. Then 4 boxes popped up, showing the prices and names of the seeds for him to consider. The first option was 50 black bean seeds for 5 tower coins. The second was 100 radish seeds for just 1 tower coin. The most expensive was 25 pumpkin seeds for 5 tower coins, and the cheapest option was 500 onion seeds, also for 5 tower coins. Even though Seijun had made money selling his farm produce, he was still shocked enough to gape at the prices. Huh? Why are they so much more expensive than the last time the seed shop opened? He remembered that 100 radish seeds only cost 0.1 tower coins before. Now it had skyrocketed to a full 1 tower coin, 10 times higher. A gray bunny chimed in. "Peek! It's probably because of what's happening on the 67th floor, Uncle." Seijun blinked in confusion. "You mean the battle with the red locusts on the 67th floor? What does that have to do with this? I'm on the 99th floor, and this is a seed shop system. How are they related?" The bunny explained. "Back when the Red Ribbon Kingdom on our floor fell to the red locusts, the whole tower faced a severe food supply shortage because our floor was the biggest grain producer. That led to a terrible famine." Just recalling it made both bunny kids shiver. It happened a long time ago, but when people heard about the battle on the 67th floor, residents of many floors who experienced that famine started hoarding food supplies in large quantities immediately. But if people are just stockpiling food, it's not a huge problem. The real issue is grid. That great landlord on the 55th floor, who benefited during the last famine, definitely won't miss this chance. He's likely plotting a scheme to accelerate the skyrocketing food prices further. Peek, that guy Grid, who has loads of money, might already be hoarding massive supplies in his storage. Once the food supply runs out, he'll sell it at exorbitant prices. He'll get richer while others can't afford anything." The bunny added, "It seems like the 99th floor is already feeling the effects, Uncle Peek." The 2 bunny kids explained their worries, and though Seijun didn't want to admit it, he had to agree. "You're right, I've heard about this situation before." The wolves also mentioned that this battle won't end easily. Because Seijun's farm already produced food, he hadn't been directly affected, until now, when the skyrocketing seed prices hit him hard. The main solution was to end the battle on the 67th floor. But how? His blade green onions were no longer as effective as before. Planting them in bulk wasn't going to cut it anymore. There must be a better way. I need to think of a solution. But for now, there was a more pressing decision to make. What should I buy? Seijun stared at the options, weighing his choices. If he bought 2 types of seeds, it would exceed the 5 tower coin limit, so he could only pick one. Black beans seem a bit vague. There aren't many dishes for them. Just radishes? Eating radish by itself doesn't feel right, does it? Pumpkins? I already have carrots and sweet potatoes, which are similar. Onions it is. As soon as he tapped to purchase the onion seeds, the system notified him, you have successfully purchased 500 onion seeds. A total of 5 tower coins were deducted from Park Sejin's seed bank account, and he was rewarded with 50 seed shop points. You now have a total of 106 seed shop points. Thank you for using the seed shop. Immediately after the final notification, another message popped up. You will be able to access level 2 of the seed shop in 30 days. A small red pouch tied with a ribbon dropped into Sejin's hands. The feeling of holding a new seed still gave him the same thrill as before. Looking down at Red Flame, Sejin explained, onions remove fishy odors and add sweetness, so they work well in most dishes. This will definitely be helpful. Although she couldn't eat it herself, Flame's eyes sparkled as she listened. It sounds delicious, she exclaimed. Just as Sejin was about to plant the seeds in excitement, another notification popped up, a message from the tower manager. Smiling, he greeted her. Eileen, did you sleep well? The tower manager replied, saying she had heard bits and pieces from Kuang. She asked, did you meet my father and grandfather? Sejin nodded. Yes, I met Sir Anton and Sir Kaiser through the stone statue you gave me. Without commenting on that, Eileen continued, where is that stone statue now? Sejin answered honestly, it's outside. After defeating the corrupted Ents, the signal suddenly cut off. Before he could say more, a deep male voice called out from above. Park Sejin, are you inside? Looking up, Sejin saw the silhouette of a dragon at the mouth of the cave. It sounded just like Sir Kaiser. He must be possessing the stone statue again to summon me, Sejin thought. The message window changed abruptly. Aileen simply instructed, head up. Sejin, puzzled, muttered, huh? Another message appeared. Hurry. The urgency startled him. Okay, I'm coming. Why the rush? He grumbled, starting his climb. But as soon as he began, the notifications kept popping up, all with the same message, urging him to climb faster. Annoyed, Sejin snapped, there's a limit to how fast I can climb, you know. Stop rushing me. I'm climbing already. As he neared the cave's entrance, the dragon's head from the stone statue loomed closer, staring at him. Park Sejin, come quickly. Hi, Sir Kaiser, he called out, still climbing. Before he could reach the top, another flurry of notifications appeared, accompanied by a chorus of ting, 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 ting. But this time, they weren't for him. Excitedly, Aileen's voice echoed through the messages. Grandpa, 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 I've missed you so much. The flood of blue message windows suddenly blinded Sejin. Panicked, he yelled, Aileen, I can't see anything because of the status window screens. Distracted, he slipped on the green onion rope and lost his grip. For a brief moment, time seemed to freeze. Realizing he was falling from a dangerous height, Sejin opened his mouth to scream in sheer terror. But before he hit the ground, a claw gripped his ankle tightly, suspending him in midair. He dangled helplessly, shaken but unharmed. Kaiser pulled him back to solid ground, but didn't bother setting him down properly. Instead, the dragon held him upside down like a toy. Another notification popped up. The tower manager asks if you're okay. Sejin could only stammer in response. I'm still alive. As Kaiser lifted him to eye level, the dragon glanced at the tiny notification windows curiously. These windows, are they Eileen? Yes, Sir Kaiser, Sejin replied, still hanging upside down. He waved his hands to push aside the overlapping windows, trying to read what Aileen had been saying amidst the chaos. Most of it was just her urging him to climb faster. Aileen, why didn't you send these messages to Sir Kaiser directly? Why did you send them to me? Sejin asked in frustration. Before Aileen could answer, the stone dragon began to weep dramatically. Tears streamed down as Kaiser pulled Sejin closer, rubbing their faces together like an emotional reunion scene. Aileen, Aileen, my dear granddaughter, can you see your grandpa? It's been so long. Are you sick anywhere? It's such a relief to hear about you, at least this way. Sejin felt like a doll possessed by Aileen's spirit as Kaiser coddled him. He shouted in protest, Sir Kaiser, you're a stone. It hurts a lot. Feel like you're going to grind my face off. Grandfather! But the dragon didn't listen. Sejin's screams echoed throughout the prehistoric cave. Down below, Father Rabbit found a familiar straw hat and asked, what's that screaming sound? And what's with this hat? Mother Rabbit shrugged. I don't know, but it's probably nothing. Their golden-furred kits toddled along behind them, helping with chores. For them, it was just another ordinary day on the 99th floor. Eventually, Sejin's cries subsided, thanks to the calm intervention of Sir Anton, who temporarily took over the stone dragon to speak. Clearing his throat, Anton explained slowly, our physical bodies aren't here, so Aileen can't send messages to us through the status windows. Father Rabbit climbed up and handed Seijun the straw hat, knowing full well that Seijun would never willingly take it off unless forced. Once the hat was securely back on his head, Anton continued explaining. Even if Aileen can hear and see us, she can't communicate with us directly. Instead, you or other monsters have to relay our messages indirectly. Seijun, adjusting his hat, muttered about how overly complicated everything seemed. We're out here breaking our backs every day. Who has the time to stop and play messenger whenever a notification pops up? From behind her screen, Aileen seemed eager to ask more questions. It had been such a long time since she'd been able to connect with her family. So, are you saying the tower gate isn't opening because of some internal system issue with the tower? She asked. I thought it was because I wasn't strong enough or something. Well, it's half true, Anton replied. If your magic power were stronger, you could unlock more features as an administrator, but with your current strength, it would be difficult. This is hard, Aileen admitted. So what now? Seijun asked. Is there another way? If you two of them can connect directly, then he wouldn't have to keep acting as the go-between. Anton sighed. First, we need to assess the tower's condition. We have no choice but to identify and fix each problem, one at a time. Aileen, have you noticed anything unusual with the tower? When there was no immediate response, Seijun had to nudge her. Finally, she replied, How would I know that? Anton stared at the notification window and pointed something out. You can check using the crystal orb. Are there any alarms or signs of abnormal activity? Anything with unusual colors? Well, there are some different colors, red and blue, Aileen said nonchalantly. But I moved all of them to the trash, though. Her words hit like a thunderbolt. Anton and Seijun both froze, their mouths agape in shock. Trash? She put tower alarms in the trash? Oblivious to their reactions, Aileen innocently asked, What's with those faces? There wasn't much they could do now. Anton couldn't bring himself to scold his daughter and awkwardly muttered, Well, never mind. Let's investigate this slowly. It seemed that it would be a long time before Aileen's power fully awakened and she could reunite with her father and grandfather. Meanwhile, on the vibrant cherry tomato fields below, the rabbit family continued their work with cheerful determination.
Because Anton couldn't talk to his daughter directly, Seijun ended up being an unwilling messenger for Aileen's dragon father. While munching through a pile of cherry tomatoes and corn, he was still stuck at the part where Anton was explaining the absolute basics to his daughter. When you switch to administrator mode, make sure you've read all the green notifications because they're super important. The dragon even used his claw to draw annotations on the ground for his clueless daughter. Seijun listened for a while and felt like he understood, so surely Aileen should too. Still, he had to double-check. Aileen, are you getting all this? She nodded, just as the rabbit father arrived with a glass of what seemed to be honey tomato juice. Handing it to Seijun, the rabbit suggested he take a sip. It might be a while before this lecture ended. Seijun scratched his head when Aileen claimed she understood, but didn't ask any questions. Did she really get it? Maybe it was just too much to take in all at once. Taking a sip of the drink, Seijun casually asked Anton, "What's the deal with the green notifications?" Anton explained, "The green notifications appears when a certain species of monster in the tower is at serious risk of extinction." This was new information to Seijun. He couldn't believe that even the tower's management had to worry about monster extinction. Then again, it made sense. This was a monster tower. Of course, its management had to look after the creatures within it. Anton calmly added, "The balance of this tower is more important than anything else. Our job is to ensure that most of the monsters can live harmoniously within the tower." That made Seijun think of another question. Pointing to himself, he hesitantly asked, "What about people like me who come into the tower from the outside? I heard those locusts also invaded from outside. But we are included as subjects to be managed?" It was a strange question for a regular citizen to ask whether he needed to be managed like an intruder. Anton might have found it amusing, but he still answered seriously. "No, haha, that's different. Red locusts are intruders in the tower. Why have not followed the proper procedures? They're like viruses that grow on the tower. But you, humans, received the permission to enter the tower. To talk about it, only a few lucky enough to get in, while most people live their entire lives not knowing what the inside of the tower really looks like." Seijun, who wasn't even a hunter, widened his eyes as he recalled how he ended up here. Come to think of it, He had tried to refuse but stubbornly pushed his way in anyway. Anton continued, humans fighting the tower's monsters and taking treasures out of the tower. These are actions authorized by the tower itself, so you don't need to worry about that. If humanity does something to disrupt the tower's order, then it becomes a different story. But so far, human power has been too insignificant to truly affect this tower. Sejun knew that well enough. Both the rabbits and Kung constantly mocked him for having no mana at all. Unable to argue, he scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Haha, that's true! Suddenly, a message notification popped up next to him. The tower manager says there has been a big problem. Sejun asked immediately, what's wrong? Apparently, the dragon girl had been flipping through all the notifications to find a green one. She found it, but couldn't make sense of it. The last line simply read, Danger. Blue carp in Lake Zenka are critically endangered. Aileen's face was filled with panic. How could she have accidentally trashed such an important message? Sejun was equally startled. How could it happen so fast? But then he remembered. It probably had been happening for a while, and the clueless dragon didn't even notice. Anton turned to his daughter and asked firmly, Aileen, do you remember what I just told you? No matter what, only the dragon girl had the ability to handle this situation. Anton had no choice but to place his trust in his daughter. Following her father's advice, Aileen boldly commanded, Crystal Orb, switch to administrator mode. Instantly, a series of notifications large and small appeared, smooth and steady, signaling successful activation. Next, she declared with confidence, appoint a middle manager. Holding her hand a short distance from the orb, she announced the candidate's name, Tower Farmer, Park Sejun. The orb spat out letters like a lottery machine until Park Sejun's name proudly appeared at the end. The appointment was complete, and a notification popped up before Sejun. It read, the tower administrator has appointed you as a middle manager to stop the blue carp in Zenka Lake on the 75th floor from going extinct. You have acquired the mid-level manager's stigma. Before Sejun could even process this, a soft blue glow appeared on his left wrist, and a tiny black dragon insignia emerged, looking like a fresh tattoo from a street artist. Anton explained, that's the mark that indicates your position as the tower's middle manager. You won't get into any trouble as long as you show that mark anywhere in the tower. Before Sejun could digest the information, another notification appeared, teleporting to the 75th floor's Zenka Lake in 1 minute. I'm leaving immediately, Sejun exclaimed. He understood the situation was critical, but couldn't there at least be some training first? Flustered, he stammered, I've never left the 99th floor before. How can I be reassigned so suddenly? Desperate for answers, he glanced at Anton, pleading for help. What if I have to fight an unknown monster there? What if that place is a fire pit? Hearing his panicked tone, Anton quickly interjected, wait, let him bring subordinates along. But Aileen, would you check it with the administrator mode? Behind the notifications, Aileen frantically scrolled through a sea of admin commands, searching for the option to assign subordinates. She found it just in time. The system permitted a middle manager to leave with subordinates, but only if she designated who they were. Excited, Aileen lit up with joy. Might as well go all out, she thought, assigning every monster on the 99th floor to accompany Sejun, rabbits, minotaurs, and even Kung's mother, the most formidable of them all. She fully equipped her crush with a dream team for the mission. But alas, Aileen's enthusiasm met reality. Her mana reserves weren't even close to enough for such extravagance. A cold notification popped up. You cannot appoint them. The tower manager's mana is lacking. Why didn't it say so earlier? Aileen panicked. At the same time, Sejun received a similar notification. The tower manager is lacking in mana, teleporting to the 75th floor's Lake Zenka in 10 seconds. Completely cornered, Aileen scrolled feverishly through the options again and settled on two of the strongest, Kwang's mom and the Minotaur King. Surely just two will work. But as fate would have it, her pitiful mana reserves couldn't handle transporting even the two mightiest beasts. A big red X appeared over their portraits, rejecting her attempt. Still, you cannot appoint them. The tower manager mana is lacking. Sejun, meanwhile, was losing it. Scratching his head and yelling at the top of his lungs, Aileen, there are only 5 seconds left. He couldn't imagine surviving Zenka Lake alone, and Aileen couldn't let her crush at such a risk. No way. With every second ticking down, Aileen's panic skyrocketed. She skimmed the list again, desperately searching for a solution. At this point, Sejun was beyond calm, clutching his head and screaming, Aileen, 3 seconds left. I'm doomed. And then, in the last 2 seconds, her dragon claw flailed and accidentally tapped the portraits of Quang and Black Rabbit. Somehow, the system accepted the appointment. They were now officially subordinates of the middle manager. Aileen had no idea how much mana she had left, but by sheer luck, her gamble worked just in time. Quang and Black Rabbit, who were peacefully harvesting green onions in the fields, suddenly saw notifications pop up above their heads. Subordinate 1 and Subordinate 2. A bright flash of light engulfed Sejin, yanking him from the 99th floor and transporting him to Zenka Lake on the 75th floor. The process was smooth, but whether he'd survive the trip was a whole other matter. Anton could only look skyward and wish the poor guy good luck. Experiencing interfloor teleportation for the first time felt a bit strange. When the notification popped up saying, "You have arrived at 75th floor's Zenka Lake," Sejin found himself falling from the sky into the area, with Black Rabbit and Quang following suit in a panic. The poor kids, still clutching their green onions, managed to land gracefully without a scratch. Unlike Sejin, who hit the ground with a painful thud, making him wonder if his 30-something spine had just given up on him. "Dad, are you okay?" Quang asked, his voice full of concern. Black Rabbit chimed in as well. "Where are we, Uncle?" Seeing the 2 kids with him suddenly made Sejin's back pain feel a little more bearable. He sat up with a sigh of relief. "Good thing you 2 came along. We're on the 75th floor. I've been appointed as a middle manager in Aileen's stead. That's why we've been brought here, to stop the blue carp from going extinct." Black Rabbit's eyes widened in shock. "Piak! You're saying we've left the 99th floor?" His reaction was completely normal, but Quang's excitement was unexpected. Instead of being scared of the new place, he pointed at the mark on Sejin's wrist and exclaimed, "There's a drawing on Dad's wrist." The 2 kids had clearly been yanked out of the 99th floor right in the middle of their detoxifying green onion harvest. At least they came somewhat equipped. Just then, the system notification for the mission appeared. From now on, investigate the cause that is threatening the extinction of the blue carp. It was time to get to work. Sejin got up and told the kids to follow him. Before parting a cluster of leaves, he warned, "I don't know what might show up, so follow right behind me, okay?" Following the dappled sunlight through the trees, they reached the edge of the forest, and Sejin was left in awe at the sight before him. The crystal-clear sunlight from the blue sky reflected off the lake's turquoise waters, casting a faint bluish hue onto Sejin's face. Zenka Lake stretched endlessly before them, its expanse broken only by low-lying mountains, making the area look more like an ocean than a lake. Compared to the vegetable fields of the 99th floor, this view was a gift. Sejin couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is beautiful." The 2 kids, mouths agape, were just as stunned. "Dad, there's so much water here. It's amazing." Quang cheered, and Black Rabbit echoed, "Piak, it's my first time seeing this." Though Sejin had seen the vastness of the world before entering the tower, it was different for these kids. Born and raised on the 99th floor, this was their first time seeing another floor. Realizing this, Sejin felt a wave of nostalgia and decided, "The mission can wait a bit. How about we have some fun first?" With the massive clear lake and the warm sunshine, it was impossible to resist the urge to jump in. Quang and Black Rabbit dropped their green onions and branches, diving in with joyful splashes. Sejin, after kicking off his shoes, leapt in after them. The small pond on the 99th floor was nothing compared to this lake. He started splashing the kids, sending waves crashing at them. Quang, unable to fight back, transformed into his giant form, pretending to be a sea monster and scaring both Sejin and Black Rabbit with his dramatic waves. If Quang had really splashed them with his full strength, Sejin might have been gulping down water by the mouthful. After playing to their heart's content, they floated lazily on the water under the warm sun. Black Rabbit alternated between floating on his back and his belly, while Quang and Sejin, looking nearly identical, were already snoring. They played for hours until the white clouds temporarily hid the sun, signaling it was time to dry off. Sejin built a fire to dry their clothes. His white t-shirt, well-maintained, didn't even turn gray. The fabric dried quickly and remained soft, allowing him to put it back on in no time. Black Rabbit patted his cheeks and proudly said, "My fur's all fluffy now." Quang, however, paid no attention to his fur and sprawled out, whining, "Dad, I'm hungry!" After a full day of play, even Sejin felt the hunger pangs. "Me too. We left in such a rush, I didn't bring anything to eat," he admitted. Looking around, he decided, "Should we see if there's anything around?" Leading the kids, Sejin tried to stay optimistic. "If we can find a village, we'll ask for help. We should be able to get some food that way." The two kids eagerly agreed, slinging their green onions over their shoulders. Black Rabbit cheerfully exclaimed, "Piak, I can't wait! Maybe the villages here have delicious food." Seijin, full of anticipation, hummed a little tune as they walked along. La la la. His excitement grew with every step. If they could find a village, he could locate the waypoint for the 75th floor and register it. Then he'd be able to travel freely between the 99th and 75th floors. But his brief joy was rudely interrupted by reality. Bam! Sane slammed into something so hard his nose felt like it might cave in. Clutching his face, he crouched down, groaning in pain. Ow, ow, ow! It's like there's a wall here. The kids, walking behind him, seemed unaffected. Maybe they couldn't see it? Seijin didn't know what to think until the system offered an explanation. Your range of activity cannot exceed Lake Zenka. Oh, come on, he groaned, realizing it was an invisible barrier marking the boundary of Zenka Lake from the rest of the 75th floor. Frustrated, he smacked the barrier, causing ripples to appear. I can't go any further? What kind of nonsense is this? It's my first time leaving the 99th floor. This is no different from being locked up again, right? While Seijin spiraled into despair, Kuang, hungry and irritable, began banging on the barrier as if someone on the other side might hear him. I'm hungry. Hurry and give me food. Black Rabbit, the calmest of the group, had a practical suggestion. Why don't we try catching some fish in the lake? Piak! Well, if it's just for food, rabbit stew would probably be quicker. Unable to affect the barrier, Seijin lashed out by kicking a random bush, shouting, "Oh, come on, for God's sake!" His theatrics earned him divine retribution. A jolt of pain shot up his leg, leaving him clutching his foot and crying, "Arr! My foot!" Black Rabbit noticed something flying out of the bush and pointed, "Uncle, I think that's the monster that hurt you." But Seijin, now entirely focused on his throbbing foot, sat down in defeat, groaning pitifully. Meanwhile, Kuang and Black Rabbit cautiously approached the culprit. Kuang, ever the loyal son, declared, "I'll give it a good scolding for hurting Dad." However, before Kuang could act, Seijin glanced over and shouted, "Kuang, wait!" Kuang froze, but only after he had already hoisted the monster high above his head. Strangely enough, it didn't resist. Puzzled, Kuang asked, "What's wrong?" But when he saw the excitement on Seijin's face, he looked at what he was holding, a large pineapple. A pineapple? Kuang tilted his head, still uncertain. "What's that?" Seijin smiled, explaining, "It's a fruit. If it's fruit, it should be edible, right?" They sat down by the edge of the forest near Zenka Lake to inspect their find. The rough, spiky exterior gave way to fragrant, juicy yellow flesh inside. Cutting it open, they took a bite, and instantly, their earlier frustrations melted away. The pineapple was sweet, with just the right hint of tartness. Seijin savored the familiar taste, a reminder of his past. For Kuang and Black Rabbit, it was a brand new experience, and their delight was evident in their wide eyes and wagging tails. "So sweet," Kuang exclaimed, "and it's a little sour too." Who would have thought pineapples could also grow in the tower's wilderness? Black Rabbit nodded thoughtfully. "There might be more pineapples around here, Piak. Let's look for them later." Sejun agreed. Being a seasoned farmer, he carefully removed the flesh portion as it may spoil and picked off the lower leaves and trimmed them. Holding it up, he explained, "I'll take this back to the 99th floor. If I plant it and it takes root, we can grow our own pineapples back home." Black Rabbit looked at him with admiration, clearly impressed by his uncle's resourcefulness. Meanwhile, Kuang had only one thing on his mind, more pineapples. "Dad, I want more!" Sejun smiled indulgently, but his joy was short-lived. A faint ripple disturbed the surface of the lake, and a slick, webbed foot stepped onto a nearby rock. The wet sound made Sejun spin around in alarm, only to see a massive green frog-like creature walking on two legs, staring directly at them. Its size and sudden appearance left Sejun gaping. "Is that a frog? It's a frog, right?" He couldn't believe his eyes. This was nothing like the frogs he knew. It seemed to understand his words, opening its mouth to croak, ribbit, in a strangely endearing way. But before Sejun could entertain the thought of it being a harmless Pokemon-like creature, the system threw up a notification. "You have found one of the causes of the blue carp's extinction in Zenka Lake." 2 more notifications followed, delivering a crushing revelation. "Middle Manager Quest has appeared. Eliminate all 2,291 frogs in Zenka Lake." "Are you kidding me?" Sejun screamed. "Over 2,000 of these things? What do you think I am, some kind of kamikaze soldier? I can barely handle one." As if to prove the system wasn't joking, more frogs began emerging from the lake, dozens of them at a time. They waddled slowly but steadily toward Sejun and the kids, their sheer numbers sending shivers down his spine.
As they stepped out of the water, Sejin's group immediately stepped back. He was over 1.8 meters tall, but these blue frogs still towered above that height. On top of that, they were moving in a group, and who knew how many more were climbing up behind them. The sound of their stomping footsteps echoed loudly each time, with Sejin's panic growing louder with each step. You're saying they're the reason for blue carp extinction? It makes sense, though. No fish could stand up to these guys. Both Kwang and Black Rabbit had already prepared their weapons. Even though they weren't sure what these creatures were, they could smell the danger emanating from them. Just like Sejin, they looked a lot like Pokemon until they all opened their mouths wide and roared, "Frog!" From that moment on, each one showing their terrifyingly twisted faces. Their eyes all turned red, with long, sharp teeth and dripping fangs, looking fierce and unyielding. To top it off, the frogs jumped high into the air, their long tongues lolling out hungrily, while their eyes fixed tightly on Sejin. Their tentacle-like arms reached out, ready to grab him, while Sejin's farmer hand quickly touched the axe handle, nervously waiting a little longer. He needed them get a bit more closer. Fortunately, one of them was big enough to attack from a distance before the frogs got too close. A bizarrely transformed stick with the ability to enlarge alongside him, Kwang successfully smashed all the frogs with a single move. The actual size of the little bear had now overpowered them, but with their numbers and ferocity, these blue frogs were a force to be reckoned with. They didn't hesitate for a second at Kwang's straightforward attack, and together they launched another assault on the small bear. Black Rabbit immediately jumped up, gripping his hammer tightly, and swung it fiercely at the tallest frog above, breaking the surrounding swarm in midair, while Kwang below continued to swing his stick, knocking away the medium and close-range frogs. They absolutely couldn't let them get any closer. With the high and mid-levels taken care of by the two kids, Sejin, holding the axe alone, dashed toward the blocking frogs in front of him. Damn it! They weren't easy opponents. He had told himself to be careful, but Sejin couldn't have imagined they would use that deadly tongue move. The flexible tongues could stretch like springs. A pair of frogs slapped him in the face, forcing Sejin to duck down quickly, clutching the straw hat on his head. Who knew if they had poison or sawed teeth, he had to avoid them just to be safe. As he ducked, he immediately threw the axe of the great warrior Wukka, watching it spin around him multiple times while steadily slicing the frogs into large pieces. Take that! After finishing, Wukka's axe returned to its owner for another round. So he had taken down the low-level frogs, while Kwang and Black Rabbit had just finished dealing with the mid and high levels, jumping down right behind Sejin with vigilant looks. I may look like this, but I live on the 99th floor. Sejin angrily pointed at himself, implying that there were even fiercer monsters there that he wasn't afraid of, fearing nothing more than a few blue frogs from the 55th floor. 2 system notifications popped up as if cheering him on. You have defeated 4 frogs. You have obtained 2,000 experience points. Come at me. I'll turn all of you into experience points. Along with the 2 kids behind him, Sejin confidently declared to the frogs. And perhaps they didn't learn any lesson after their kind was beaten to death. They still advanced without any fear. All right, move out, Black Rabbit, Kwang. Sejin waved his hand forward, commanding them. The 2 kids immediately opened their mouths and shouted in response, totaling only 3 from the 99th floor daring to face dozens of frogs from Zenka Lake. This was going to be an extremely difficult mission, with the system initially counting a total of 291 blue frogs. Meanwhile, while Sejin was fighting to protect his life on the 55th floor, Theo was peacefully snoring away on a large bed with a thick, comfortable mattress on the same floor. He was in a luxurious, lavish room with all the furnishings made from expensive materials. It was so quiet here that Theo was sleeping soundly. The cat was snoring so deeply that it suddenly opened its eyes, stretching its limbs. Yawning so wide it almost cried. It mumbled, "I had a good sleep, nya? It's been a long time since I slept on such a soft bed. But still, Sejin's lap are still better, nya." It was just saying that, but if it slept a few more naps, it could fall asleep again right away. Suddenly, a gentle knocking sound came from the large wooden door, just loud enough for Theo to hear, like checking if he had woken up yet. The cat glanced over at the expensive sofa, looking toward the door without saying anything, but it still opened it by itself. It was the familiar face of intern Oren. It just locked eyes with Theo, showing a respectful attitude and polite tone. "Boss Theo, are you awake?" Folding its arms and nodding to the black cat as it respectfully stepped forward, Theo then calmly replied, "Your bed is pretty good, Nia. I'll give you that." The cat nodded repeatedly. "It is my honor, Boss Theo." Oren held his hands in front like an experienced servant. Seeing that Theo's attitude today was relatively good, he softly spoke. "Boss Theo, I've prepared your meal. Would you want to eat now?" Theo was a bit surprised. "What meal? Already have food right after waking up?" Not just any meal, it was a fancy meal of the wealthy folks. The grilled fish displayed on a luxurious white plate was extremely eye-catching, as if inviting any cat in the world, saying, "Here is one of the most delicious dishes on earth." Although Chairman Sajan treated Theo well, giving him the freshest grilled piranha on the 99th floor, seeing the meal meticulously prepared by the mansion chef was something else. The plate of grilled fish seemed to sparkle, inviting Theo to come and take it, and it didn't hesitate to praise it. Salmon, and a high-quality grilled salmon at that. Oren now had become a restaurant manager, feeling honored that Boss Theo liked the meal his house prepared. Next to him, two cat maids gently carried the dining utensils over. Before leaving camp, they didn't forget to invite the special guest to enjoy. Holding a fork and spoon in hand, Theo politely thanked them for the meal first. Oren was pleased when he saw the orange cat starting to cut the fish meat, and he was preparing to step back. "Please let me know if it's not enough." The service at this mansion restaurant deserved a perfect 10. Theo was very satisfied. After tasting a bite of the fish, he grabbed a really large piece and brought it towards Oren, asking, "Do you want a bit?" He waved his hand to decline, his attitude so respectful it was weird. Might wonder if he was too shocked after what happened in front of his yard, to the point of changing personality and knowing his place so well that he even changed his head. He was surprisingly well behaved. A moment later, the delicious salmon was left only with bones and the head. The edible parts had been eaten all up by the orange cat, proving just how Theo liked this dish. Afterwards, Theo leisurely walked down the shiny stone corridor, alongside walls adorned with luxurious wallpaper. Even though this place was completely different from the cave or the normal house Theo used to live in the cat village, he adapted very quickly. While picking his teeth and singing a little tune, Theo was enjoying a dreamy new day. "It's been a long time since I ate this much, nya." He cheerfully walked to the end of the corridor, arriving at the living room. Strangely, as soon as he reached the door, he saw the leader of the Black Wolf clan, Hegel, bowing his head low and trembling in the face of the anger being unleashed. "What are you saying right now?" It was Iona standing on the table, pointing a finger at his face, scolding him without any mercy. "You haven't even confirmed how many frogs are there right now?" Hegel replied sympathetically, knowing nothing else to say except to apologize. "Currently, we can't determine which underwater cave the Frog Queen is in. When we return from there, we'll report back to you." Hegel's complete answer finally eased Iona's tension a bit. In the end, she lowered her voice and nodded, though her words still showed displeasure. "You're not doing anything properly at all." Without saying a word, the Black Wolf clan leader waited for the Archmage to continue venting. Luckily, Theo stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, voice calm. "Iona, don't be angry, nya." Her anger instantly vanished when she saw the cat, and even greeted it. "It'd be wise not to expect anything from a talentless underling, nya." The cat crossed its arms, eyes glancing at Hegel standing beside it. Its demeanor clearly directed at the Black Wolf clan leader, making him hastily speak to mitigate the situation. "Ugh, I'll make sure to prove my ability." Things seemed to be done here. The Archmage's anger quickly turned into complaining. Iona adjusted her dress, sighed tiredly. "Oh my." Theo immediately asked, "Iona, didn't you sleep well last night, nya? You look exhausted, nya." Her eyebrows tightly furrowed, hands gesturing urgently. "There's no time to sleep. We need to quickly find a way to deal with those frogs." Being too tired to open her eyes while speaking, Iona didn't notice Theo's arm reaching out, grabbing her two armpits and lifting them high. Theo, what are you doing?" The monster panicked, as with her status as a great archmage of the Black Tower, no one dared to make such a move with her. But for Theo, she was so light he could lift her easily, and judging by her expression, she knew he did it on purpose. The cat placed Iona into the familiar green cloak it wore, gently patting her and assuring her, "It's okay. Sleep a bit in my hoodie, nya. If something happens, I'll wake you up right away, nya." Iona tried to push Theo's neck with her hands to resist, and the hamster quickly found an excuse for the cat to let her down. "I can't sleep. I have insomnia." Iona's words were cut short as her two arms got tangled in Theo's super soft fur. She instinctively pressed her cheeks against him, feeling the softness and comfort that wiped away all her earlier frustration and panic. No need to count to 10 because she was only at 3. Iona's eyes were already dimming as sleep overtook her. Her mind felt like a cloud slowly dissipating, her head nodding to the side. Before fully sinking into sleep, she still tried to tell Theo, "All right, just a little bit more. I'll be in your care." The cat smiled contentedly, naturally agreeing, "Don't worry and sleep well, Nya." Iona might not have heard the whole sentence. When Theo turned around, she was already snoring softly in his hoodie, clearly exhausted. Happy to see her master finally asleep, Hegel suddenly looked confused at the scene. The wolf looked at Theo, trying to suggest taking Iona back to bed, but Theo refused. "No, Nya, you go do your job." Moving gently on his soft paw, Theo decided to take Iona along so she could continue her peaceful sleep. As they were leaving the room, the cat suddenly remembered something and stopped to call out to Hegel. "Yes," the wolf answered, and Theo's left arm immediately swung up. The cat pointed its 2 claws at his eyes and then directly at the wolf clan leader, squinting to look menacing. "I'm watching you, Nia." Its attitude seemed playful, but it left Hegel stunned. Almost forgetting that this was also a test of his abilities with Theo, Hegel quickly responded, "We should go to Zenka Lake right now." Just as he closed the door, he realized Elka had arrived outside. The Silver Wolf clan leader looked at Theo as if he'd been searching for him for a while. Upon seeing Elka, Theo immediately asked, "How did it go in the village, Nia?" He didn't forget to lower his voice more than usual, and while asking about the work, he didn't forget that a hamster was sleeping on his back. The clan leader explained, "We've distributed food and necessities to the villagers, but the people want to meet you and are now waiting for you." Looking at the wolf's attitude, it seemed Elka was reluctantly bringing them back, as he should have informed Theo before bringing them. Luckily, the cat didn't pay much attention to that. It just looked surprised at the clan leader and asked, "Me? What's up? Are there any cats in the village that need to meet and are ready to wait for me?" When Theo and the clan leader stepped outside Oren's family's grand castle, Theo was extremely surprised because there were not just 1 or 2 people, as he thought, but nearly 100 cats from the Granar village had come here, silently waiting outside. The orderliness and the number of cats arriving made Theo stunned. "What's going on here, Nya?" he asked. The clan leader was still trying to find the right words, but decided to stay silent as the group of cats gradually approached the doorstep on their own and began to speak. The cats all had identical expressions. They stared pleadingly at the orange cat with shining eyes, clasping their paws in front and whispering to each other, "It's Theo! It's Theo!" They looked back at everyone, unsure of how to speak, when someone from the crowd took the initiative to shout out, "Theo, please take us under you. We really want to learn how to become wandering merchants like you." The cat's arms reached up eagerly, and without Elka, they would have swarmed Theo immediately. After a moment of astonishment, Theo quickly responded to everyone with one word, "No, Nya," and then stopped caring about anyone else, just turning straight inside with an incredibly annoyed face. "Why does everyone keep saying they want to work under me, Nya? It's too troublesome. Nya, I already have enough subordinates." The clan leader hesitated for a moment before speaking up, while still walking with Theo inside. "Please at least listen to what they're saying. After all, you're a hero to them." Theo looked up at the clan leader in surprise. "A hero?" Elka patiently explained. "It's because rumors have spread. With just 1 tower coin, the rising yellow star of the wandering merchant world has climbed all the way to the 99th floor alone and gained the trust of the great black dragon. That's Theo, the golden cat." According to the clan leader's description, in the eyes of the Granar villagers, he was like a superstar standing on a pile of glittering gold, truly someone who had everything, wealth and high status. The image was so dazzling that Theo widened his eyes and asked the clan leader again, "What really, Nya?" "Well, Elka never lies." "Yes, indeed. With the current situation of blue frogs ruining the scene, you are the one who saved the village from famine, and also quelled Lord Iona's wrath. So for them, that's an incredible feat. Expanding the business will require a lot of manpower. You must lead everyone outside the 99th floor. Please take them in, at least for the sake of Lord Sejun, the great black dragon." The clan leader's words made the cat listen seriously. Without Elka, how else would it know about what was happening out there? And the wolf's answer still looked far-reaching to help it. Theo wasn't angry. On the contrary, he felt happy and grateful. He nodded slightly. "Thank you, Elka. Nya, you're an extremely loyal subordinate. I'll consider what you're saying, Nya, the cat replied. Just as it was about to say more, a loud noise at the lobby caught Theo's attention. It was the voice of a gray and white cat, wearing a refreshing green dress, struggling with the castle's guards. She wanted to come in, but they didn't know who she was, pulling her outside. She thrashed around, but refused to leave. Seeing Theo standing not far away, she loudly and confidently called out for everyone to hear, "I know Theo well." Not only do she knew him, but she also made him hesitate for a few seconds when he saw her. "Meryl? Is that you, Maril, Nya?" He just stood there asking without daring to get closer, as everyone probably knew the feeling of seeing your ex and all the bitter memories flooding back. But Meryl was just not waiting, quickly sending 2 guards out, running to Theo as fast as possible, rushing straight into him with a touching display. She hugged him tightly, calling his name, "I missed you so much," and clung stubbornly. Theo had to use both hands to pull Meryl away, panicking and asking her what she was doing. Meryl frowned at Theo, keeping her hands firmly on his shoulders and whining softly. "Oh, Theo, you came back to Granar Village without calling me. I'm so disappointed. I knew you'd come back after doing this and that, succeeding in all sorts of ways to impress me." Meryl stretched out a claw, pressing it into Theo's palm with affectionate eyes, her voice getting more and more charming. "You liked me the best. I'll accept your feelings." The cat looked at Theo with passionate blue eyes, her cheeks flushed with sincere determination. Not hearing him say anything else, it seemed he had lost consciousness at some point in his head. Meryl gently slid her arm into Theo's hoodie, once again softly calling, "Oh, Theo?" She pushed the green hood so far it was about to slip off Theo's shoulders when another, smaller hand blocked Meryl's. Unexpectedly, it was Iona sticking her head out from Theo's hood, coldly asking, "So, you're Meryl?" Before they could greet each other, Meryl let out a long, fearful cry, flinging the hamster aside. Theo heard a sharp yelp beside his ear as he panicked, realizing Iona had just been knocked off his hoodie. Meryl was still standing there, screaming weakly, "I hate rats so much!" While both Theo and Elka didn't pay any attention. The orange cat hurried over, and Iona had already fallen to one side, hitting the ground hard, her face scraping the floor, eyes unable to open. The cat, heartbroken, asked her if she was okay, noticing her face, but Iona calmly replied, "I'm fine." The cat's heartbreak quickly turned into angry flames as it looked towards the green-dressed cat and shouted loudly, "Marl, what do you think you're doing?" She screamed in fear, curling up, trying to explain with a pitiful look, "Oh, Theo, why are you angry with Meryl? You surprised me. Why are you so worried about that little rat?" Hearing her speak, Theo went crazy, his voice getting louder as he shouted, Meryl right in her face without any courtesy. "Obviously. You attacked Iona. Nya. Go apologize to her right now, Nya." She hid her face in her hands, whispering that Meryl was very sad and asking not to be scolded, but Theo didn't want to listen. He continued shouting, "Iona is more hurt than you, Nya. If she were a normal cat, Meryl would have apologized to Iona. But who is Meryl?" She was a cat who played emotional games with Theo and was used to having others desperately begging for her affection. That's why when Theo berated her, Meryl could only be weak for a few seconds before the tendons on her forehead started twitching under his hands. "Ha! Seriously? I can't stand hearing that thick Granar dialect anymore." Meryl's voice sounded completely different as she spread her 5 sharp claws out. "Don't you understand? This Meryl, the beauty of Granar Village, is saying she's going to accept you." Elka smelled something was wrong and immediately stood up, alert, looking directly at her. Although the clan leader didn't want to get involved in Boss Theo's romantic matters, Elka was still ready. She stood up, approaching with her 2 sharp hooks spread out and a scary expression. "Abandon that rat and come here with me. You stupid yellow cat. Oh my god, is this how girls in Granar flirt?" Not only Theo, but Elka was also extremely shocked. So shocked that his mouth opened wide and couldn't close. He had a wife and child, but he had never seen such a twisted romantic situation like this, so shocked that he couldn't even jump to stop it. Yet, in front of Marl, something familiar appeared. The purple light from the stone attached on top had a dangerous aura, and the owner raised it in front of Marl, gently calling her name as a warning. "I didn't think you'll be able to win Theo's favor like that." Under the hood, Iona calmly gave her about 2 seconds to calm down, but Marl's steps kept approaching. Instead of being angry, the Archmage smiled on her face. "Moreover, Theo and I are already significant to each other, you know?" After saying that, a purple whirlwind coiled up, shooting straight from the top of the staff towards the foolish Meryl. No matter how fierce she was, she couldn't resist Iona's magical whirlwind, and she was pushed back. White light radiated in circles, while Theo could only gape down at the hamster. Bang! The purple light suddenly pierced through a corner of the castle, shooting straight outside, taking along a smooth wall. Looking back, there was a large, triangular hole in the wall, showing the sky outside. The wind from there blew fiercely inside, so naturally, there wasn't a single green dress corner left in front of the group, much less Marl. Theo was so shocked that he, standing behind Iona, had been flung onto the floor. After a while, the cat was stunned. Maril flew away, Nya. Clan leader Elka was not unfamiliar with Archmage powers, but now his mouth was even wider than before, truly unable to utter a word. One cat and one wolf were shocked and wanted to faint, while Iona just gently closed her eyes, staggering and collapsing right at Theo's feet. The hamster's face hit Theo's leg but couldn't do anything, because Iona had pressed her face into his soft fur. She hugged him, pressing her face in a very comfortable way. I'm so sleepy, so just a bit longer. Would you let me? Not sure. She might release another spiral ball into the head of this foolish orange cat if he said no. But at this moment, Theo smiled, an incredibly affectionate and caring smile, as if nothing that happened earlier was anything at all. Using both his hands, Theo pulled Iona back onto his belly so the hamster could press her face against it. He smiled, gently patting her, in a gentle voice. Sleep well, Iona.
On the outskirts of the commercial district, up on the 75th floor, rows of boarding houses stood closely packed together. This area was usually a resting stop for wandering merchants after long days of travel, offering rooms that ranged from luxurious and pristine to modest and cheap. Among the red-roofed houses, there was a two-story building clad entirely in stone. Not only were the 2 floors below rented out, but even the attic above was put to full use. There, under the faint light filtering through a tiny window, a green goblin's hands were busy counting silver and gold coins spilled out from a cloth bag. It was Skarum, the sly green goblin known for swindling people. Strangely enough, he now found himself cramped in this shabby attic, counting his meager earnings. 4 or 5 coins. It didn't amount to much no matter how he counted. Grinding his teeth, Skarum muttered, "Sk, how much did I even make this time?" Lately, those inspection bureau guys have been way too vigilant these days. It's getting harder to snag these pushovers. With his greedy nature, if he'd made any decent money, there was no way he'd still be holed up in this dirty attic. Thinking about the times he'd scored big only made him more irritable. In frustration, he pounded on the wooden door behind him. "Hey, get it together. Bring me something valuable, will you?" Whoever was behind the door didn't reply, not even a grunt to acknowledge his words. Skarum didn't bother pressing the issue. He grabbed his familiar hat and put it on, ready to start another day of scams with high hopes of snagging bigger fish. Should I scout around to see if there's a big catch nearby? Before he could act, a massive explosion suddenly blasted through the attic wall. The goblin instinctively ducked, barely avoiding the debris. When he looked up, a large gaping hole had replaced a part of the wall. The tiny round glass window had been blown apart, leaving a gushing draft of wind sweeping through the room. Amidst the swirling dust, something white poked out from the pile of straw in the center of the attic. Skarum froze, his heart racing as he sat down heavily on the floor, too frightened to approach and check what had caused the destruction. What is going on? It wasn't until a white figure rose from the straw that he realized it was a tower monster. A trembling female voice broke the silence, struggling to steady herself. The moment she managed to stand upright, she slammed her fist into the floor, yelling furiously, "Theo! And that little brat Iona too! Those insolent bastards!" Oh, it turned out to be Meryl. She'd been blasted straight here from the mansion all the way to the 75th floor outskirts by a powerful spell from the Grand Archmage. Oblivious to her surroundings, Meryl grabbed a handful of straw, clenched it tightly, and continued cursing. "How dare they humiliate me, Meryl, the most beautiful cat! I won't let this slide." Seeing her about to rip all the straw to shreds, Skarum cautiously approached and called out softly, "Hey, Miss White Cat over there! What did you just say?" Hearing his voice, Marl immediately turned her head, glaring daggers at him. Skarum, ever the smooth talker, had already caught on to the name Theo during her tirade. He was eager to learn more about what had happened. "Could you explain in detail what you just said? You see, I have a very interesting plan." A glint of opportunity flashed in Scarum's red eyes. He was already scheming ways to turn this into profit, even though he knew Meryl wasn't some clueless rookie merchant. Meanwhile, Meryl's angry gaze turned skeptical, but she was curious to hear what this goblin had to say. When she saw his outstretched hand as if they were old friends, she frowned in annoyance and asked, "Who are you?" By asking that single question, congratulations, she had walked right into the trap of the infamous scammer, Skaram. Later that afternoon, Hegel, the Black Wolf tribe's chieftain, arrived at the edge of the forest, near Lake Zenka, to meet his subordinates tasked with counting the numbers. As soon as he saw them, Hegel asked, "Have you confirmed the number of frogs?" They replied, "Yes, it's been confirmed, but the number has dropped significantly since yesterday." The tribe leader was utterly confused. The situation was baffling, as no one had proposed a solution yet. Why had the numbers suddenly dropped? He asked his subordinate in disbelief. How could this happen? Just then, another Black Wolf subordinate came rushing in, shouting loudly, "Chieftain Hegel!" Seeing his panicked expression, Hegel asked, "What's the matter?" The subordinate, stomping his feet in impatience, urged, "Please come with me, sir. There's something I think you need to see." Hegel followed him to the other side of Lake Zenka, where he was shocked to find dead green frogs scattered all over the ground. Each one had died in a different way. Some lay face down, others belly up with their white undersides exposed, and some even had their tongues sticking out. Dozens of green frogs were dead on the shore or floating on the lake's surface. The sight made Hegel's heart skip a beat. What's going on here? Are they all dead? While Iona would likely be thrilled to hear about the drastic drop in green frog numbers, reporting back without a proper explanation might risk angering the fiery hamster even more. In truth, the Black Wolf subordinate also had no clue what had happened, which was why he had called Hegel to see for himself. Once Hegel had taken in the situation, the subordinate pointed toward the distance. "Look over there, Chief. To the north, not far away, beyond a gently sloping mountain range, a white column of smoke was rising into the sky. It looked as though someone was roasting or cooking something." Lake Zenka had long been dominated by the frog tribe, leaving no room for other monsters to linger nearby. Frogs, being water dwellers, had no love for fire. So, who on earth was lighting fires here? Hegel immediately ordered, "We need to go check this out." Half an hour before the Black Wolf tribe spotted the smoke, in the edge of the forest, Sejun and his two young companions were utterly exhausted after clearing out an entire pile of frogs. Around them, heaps of frog corpses were stacked high, with no one bothering to clean them up. The ground bore the marks of a fierce battle, now cracked into large sections. The air was quiet, save for the sound of Sejun chewing. He had stuffed some pineapple into his straw hat and was wearily munching to gain a bit of energy. Kwong and Black Rabbit each held a piece of pineapple, but their faces lacked the enthusiasm they had shown when they first tasted the sweet fruit. Their cheeks sunken and pale, Sejun chewed his pineapple while asking the system, "How many have we killed now?" Astonishingly, the three of them had taken down 1,150 frogs. Though there were still over 1,000 left, they had eliminated nearly half. Exhausted, Sejun leaned against a fallen tree, staring up at the sky in despair. "We've been chasing them all day without a break or even food. I'm wiped out." Next to him, his child whined, "Dad, I'm hungry. This is too hard." At Sejun's feet, the rabbit warrior was also out of energy, letting out soft squeaks. Peaked, the frogs were now fleeing to avoid them, making it increasingly difficult to chase them down. Though they no longer had to hunt the frogs, the group was completely spent, and all they had to eat was pineapple. Sejun held up his last piece and offered it to Kwong, asking, "Do you want it?" But the mere sight of pineapple now terrified the little one, as if it were a ghost. Covering its eyes with its hand, Kwong exclaimed, "No, no, I want meat," and began to sob. Seeing this, Sejun couldn't bear it. Kneeling down to comfort his child, he said, "Oh, my Kwang has grown up now. Fruits can no longer fill your belly, huh? All right, I'll go to the lake and catch some fish for you." However, just as he took a step forward, a system notification stopped him in his tracks. The fish population in the lake is unstable due to the frogs. If a middle manager eats fish from the lake, the blue carp will face an even greater risk of extinction. Sejun was dumbfounded. "What? So we can't eat anything? Is there really nothing in all of Lake Zenka besides frogs and blue carp? What do you expect us to do?" Of course, the system didn't bother to reply. Just then, the red bear called out, "Dad, I have an idea!" "What is it?" Sejun asked, watching as Kwang pointed at the nearest frog corpse. It took him a few seconds to realize what his child was suggesting. The red locusts are edible, so why wouldn't the green frogs be? He burst out praising Kwang. "You're a genius, aren't you?" His enthusiastic encouragement made Black Rabbit secretly happy. It peeked out to ask again, just to be sure. Could it be? Sejin decisively took a frog to the base of a nearby tree. Using Wooka's warrior axe, he skillfully butchered it into bite-sized pieces, carefully selecting the thighs, which had a mix of lean meat and fat. He then meticulously wrapped the frog meat with detoxifying green onions they had brought along. With those onions, any toxins in the meat would be neutralized. And even if there weren't any toxins, the green onions would enhance the meat's flavor to an entirely new level. Once everything was ready, he placed the wrapped meat on a horizontal branch and roasted it directly over a fire burning below. The aroma of grilled meat filled the air, and before long, the dish was done. Sejin laid the meat on several large leaves and sliced it into 3 portions of varying sizes. All done, let me introduce to you the masterpiece, frog and green onions roll. Black Rabbit gaped in disbelief at the new dish, while Kwang jumped up and down, showering him with praise. "Dad, you're the best in the world." Even beyond his 2 kids, the system chimed in promptly to congratulate him. The achievement of creating frog and green onion roll has been accomplished. Recipe registered with cooking skill level 3. Cooking proficiency at level 3 has increased significantly. The requirements for proficiency of cooking level 3 has been met. You have leveled up. You have reached cooking level 4. As an effect of cooking level 4, special effects are imbued to the frog and green onion roll. This dish, already delicious, was now officially recognized as an achievement-worthy creation. Frog and green onion roll, a dish crafted by grilling frog meat wrapped in detoxifying green onions. With masterful cooking skills, the flavors of the frog meat and green onions blended perfectly, creating an exceptional taste. The green onions neutralized any toxins in the frog meat. Special effect, smooth movements in water. Tower Farmer Park Sejin, shelf life, 5 days. Grade C+. Wow, this is amazing. The most intriguing part for Sejin was the special effect added to the dish. It says smooth movements in water. Could it mean better swimming ability? This might come in handy for catching frogs that try to escape into the water. As Sejin pondered over the skill's potential, an impatient diner couldn't wait any longer. Kwang shot him a look of exasperation. "Dad, focus on the food." Startled by his child's glare, Sejin hurriedly apologized. "All right, let's eat first. Everyone gets a piece. Bon appetit." Finally, a smile of satisfaction appeared on the kids' faces. The pile of meat in front of them had been waiting long enough. Sejin cautiously took a bite to test the flavor. Remembering the time he had tried chewing on red locust meat, tough as rubber, he appreciated his teeth even more. But the frog meat was nothing like he had imagined. It wasn't tough at all. Instead, it was wonderfully tender and flavorful. Each bite came apart easily, revealing its incredible taste. The 2 kids sparkled with delight. "This is awesome. It's so much better than we thought." It seemed this dish was destined to become a new favorite for both Kwang and Black Rabbit. Even with Sejin, he found the dish quite impressive. The meat was soft and moist, with a discernible muscle texture that added to the experience. Usually, frog thigh meat is the toughest part, but this one was surprisingly tender and easy to chew. It wasn't greasy either, and it even had a slightly sweet taste. As soon as he took a bite, the system popped up to congratulate him. "You've eaten a frog and green onion roll. As the special effect of smooth movement in water, you can now move smoothly in water for 30 minutes. That bite of frog was just a demo, folks, merely a test to see if it was edible. Behind him, 3 more pairs of cleaned frog legs were ready. Sejin pulled out a thoroughly roasted frog thigh for himself and handed another to Kwang. "Now that we've confirmed the taste, let's begin the real feast, shall we?" Kwang, who needed to eat at least 10 frogs to feel satisfied, grabbed the frog leg excitedly and told his dad to roast more. Even the rabbit's almost done with his first bite. Just as he was about to take a bite, a loud shout of "Stop!" startled Sejin. Before he could make sense of what was happening, a massive black wolf charged at lightning speed, swatting the frog meat out of his hand and sending it flying into the air. Kwang hugged his frog leg tightly, refusing to let anyone take it. Holding his food in his hands only to have it knocked away was a first for Sejin. He stared wide-eyed, but it wasn't a food fight. Hegel wasn't here to snatch a meal. Instead, he howled with concern. "The frogs contain poison. You mustn't eat that." His intentions were good, but his fierce appearance made him seem like a hostile black wolf looking for trouble. Out of nowhere, Kwang transformed into a giant and slammed into Hegel's stomach, roaring, "Stay away from my dad! The farmer quickly backed out of the brawl's radius, his soul barely clinging to his body as everything happened too fast to process. Hegel, caught off guard, flew backward, slamming into a nearby tree with a resounding bang. That punch was nothing short of Kwang's full force. The small bear had now turned into a massive one, casting a huge shadow over the black wolf chieftain in a menacing stance. Hegel struggled to his feet, now more wary of the young but powerful bear monster. Above all, the bear's fiery temper was no joke. Kwang clutched his weapon tightly, eyes blazing with ferocity. To think you'd interrupt him while eating, I'll have to beat you up. Kwang's aggression was enough to make even the battle-hardened black wolf chieftain tuck his tail. Hegel, more than anyone, knew that red bears didn't live in packs. They were lone warriors residing on the 99th floor of the tower. Alarmed, the wolf wondered, why is a red bear here? Cautiously, he tried to regain his stance, but luckily, Sejin rushed in to stop his son. Wait, Kwang, calm down, let's talk this out. The child glanced at his dad, not angry, but clearly able to read him like a book. This black wolf isn't our enemy. He's just worried we might get poisoned by the frog meat. Isn't that what you were about to say, Dad? Sejin stammered, waving his hands awkwardly, unable to deny it since his son had hit the nail on the head. Hegel, observing this from behind, felt something off. Why was the bear calling this human Dad? Then his eyes caught the black dragon pattern on Sejin's arm. He immediately bowed low behind him and shouted, My apologies. I failed to recognize someone as great as you and acted rashly. Sejin was startled by the wolf's sudden humility. Turning around, he saw Hegel prostrating himself on the ground, respectfully introducing himself. I am Hegel, the Black Wolf Chieftain, and I humbly greet the Great Black Dragon. Black Dragon, Park Sejin. He pointed at his own face. Well, it's me, Park Sejin here. But why is this wolf calling me Black Dragon? He pointed at his own face, curiously asked, Do you know me? Anyway, during the days when everything was a chaotic mess, someone was lounging very leisurely in the luxury mansion. Suddenly, its right ear twitched as if being pulled by someone. The orange cat looked up in surprise, letting out a soft nya. Was this ear twitching a sign of something? Such a small movement woke up Iona. The little hamster looked up and asked, What's wrong, Theo? The cat replied that it felt like something was going on, though it couldn't pinpoint what. Even with such a vague feeling, Iona immediately asked, Are you being drawn to something? Didn't you say there was nothing useful in this mansion? Theo held both its cheeks, focusing on the thought before answering. It's not here, Nia. It's somewhere far away. It's a tingling sensation, something that makes me crave a bit of jelly, Nia. So, you're just hungry. Iona huffed, jumping off Theo with a slightly pouty voice. I don't believe it. But her tone quickly turned cheerful as she reached a hand out to Theo. But since it's you, should we go to this place that's pulling you? Could Theo's feelings somehow lead them to Zenka Lake? At this time, the lake was completely still, not a ripple in sight. Ever since Sejin and his group dealt with the frogs, they had disappeared without a trace. Yet now, Sejin and Kwang were sitting on a rock near the lake, staring intently at it as if waiting for something. After a long while, 4 circular ripples appeared on the water's surface, accompanied by soft bubbling sounds. From beneath, the smooth skin of frogs emerged, but their faces drooped strangely, far from the fierce look they usually had when coming ashore. Then, all of a sudden, boom! Waves surged several meters high, and the frog corpses seemed anchored to something, not drifting away. Turned out it was Hegel and the Black Wolf clan leaping ashore from the water, each with a frog in their mouths. On the clan leader's head was Black Rabbit, the adventurous little one. As soon as Sejin saw them, he jumped up. Welcome back. How's moving through the water? Black Rabbit hopped down and quickly reported. Swimming and holding our breath underwater have become incredibly easy. So I could catch the frogs hiding between the rocks, but I couldn't find any more, even in the depths. Sejin skeptically opened the information panel and saw that 1,850 out of 2,291 frogs had been eliminated, meaning there were still about 500 left. But where could they be? We've searched around the lake, but there's no trace of them, he said. Suddenly, Hegel spoke up. I think they're hiding in a cave under the lake. Sejun, surprised, asked, A cave under the lake? The clan chieftain nodded, shaking water off himself as he explained. Yes. When we first came to the lake to hunt the frogs, we tried to locate a cave under the water, which was predicted to be the lair of the Frog Queen, but we failed. It's deep underwater, and we couldn't reach it with our strength. Strange, Sejun pondered. Not even after eating frog green onion roll, You couldn't dive that deep? Hegel replied, No, even if we found the entrance, we're unsure if there's oxygen inside the cave. While the adults discussed, Kong was busy hugging Black Rabbit, licking the water off his big brother. Every trip seemed to bring the two siblings closer, almost like they were from the same mother. Suddenly, from behind the bushes came the sound of footsteps rustling, and someone pushed through the branches, calling out helplessly, Boss Theo, please slow down. The cat emerged from the bushes, still as plump as ever, and scolded the one making all the noise behind it. Why are you so slow, huh? Hurry up, nah. This place is pulling me in strongly, nya. Sejun, standing there, couldn't believe his eyes at seeing the orange cat in this place. He called out in surprise and delight. Theo, is that really you? The two little ones at his feet, Quang and Black Rabbit, were ecstatic. Big brother Theo, it's been so long, they exclaimed. Hearing the calls, Theo turned, instantly spotting the familiar human he hadn't seen in ages. Overjoyed, he dashed over. Mr. Sijin, is that you? Trailing behind was the Silver Wolf clan leader, smiling in greeting, with the tiny hamster Iona perched on his head, lying flat. Seeing familiar faces, Theo's expression lit up with pure joy. Chairman Park, he cheered, then leapt into Sijin's arms without hesitation, overflowing with excitement. I missed you so much, Nya. Completely ignoring the astonished looks from the Black Wolves, Theo's reunion sparked an unexpectedly cheerful atmosphere among the motley crew of species. Clinging tightly to Sejun's chest, the cat hastily asked, How did you get here, Nya? Below, Quang and Black Rabbit clung to Sejun as well, their faces brimming with happiness. Sejun chuckled and said, It's quite a long story. Over there, the leaders of the two wolf clans exchanged brief nods as a greeting. Of course, everyone was curious about why the other had come, but they figured they'd take their time to figure it out. Iona, however, was only interested in one thing. What exactly drew Theo here? Was it the chairman? Elka shrugged. I'm not sure. Even Iona, sitting on Theo's head, had no idea what had drawn him, so how could the Silver Wolf clan leader know? Oh well, let's just take it slow. It's not a big deal. The little hamster chuckled, watching Theo reunite with his juniors. At this moment, he didn't resemble an experienced wandering merchant or a sharp businessman. He was just a big brother eager to play with his little siblings and cuddle with his elder. But that was just Theo, a unique cat through and through. Iona understood this and softly said, After all, he's a special cat. By the shores of Zenka Lake, the group huddled together to figure out how to deal with the green frogs. Looking at the system notification board, Sejun realized there were still around 500 frogs unaccounted for. Killing them wasn't hard, thanks to the brave warriors by his side, but the location of the deep cave under the lake remained a mystery. Iona, perched on little Queng's head for some time now, explained that the Black Wolf tribe had sent scouts into the lake many times, yet no matter how thorough the search, they found nothing but water. The farmer, holding Theo the cat in his arms, agreed that the underwater cave was their only lead. But it was merely speculation. No one had actually seen it to confirm its existence. Iona believed there was a high chance the cave was real. Several hundred years ago, this area wasn't a lake. The issue was the sheer size and depth of the lake, which limited her search magic. Suddenly, the hamster proposed an incredibly bold idea. What if we increased the temperature of the entire lake and boiled all the water? Sejun immediately objected. No, it wouldn't just harm the blue carp but all the living creatures in the water. He stopped her while marveling at Iona's capabilities, which were as astounding as ever. Did she even comprehend the size of this lake, boiling all the water? However, Theo, licking its treat stick, seemed unimpressed. Is destroying things your specialty, Iona? It chimed in suddenly. No, the hamster squealed in protest. In times of trouble, the two would defend each other fiercely, but when things were peaceful, Theo always found a way to tease her. It was just its nature, but things didn't stop there. Iona stood upright, furiously demanding to know why Theo would say such a thing. What have I ever done to you? Well, back then, you did this and that, and just like that, the two of them, one cat and one hamster, were at each other's throats again, arguing noisily. Tribe Chief Elka could only shake his head at the scene. This is complicated. Sejun, however, noticed a sudden notification pop up. Reading the numbers made him jump. Everyone, the number of frogs is increasing. Just moments ago, there were 20,291, and now it's 2,293. The two stopped their argument immediately, staring at the farmer in shock. How could the number increase? In his panic, Sejun set Theo on the ground as Mook asked, Pyak, could it be because more eggs are hatching? He didn't know for sure. The system only reported the increase, leaving the reasoning up to them to figure out. But they needed to act fast. If we don't move quickly, we're doomed, Seijin urged. At that moment, Theo spoke up. Seijin, there's something I haven't had the chance to tell you because we haven't met lately, Nya. The cat pointed toward the blue waters. I felt a sense of attraction towards the lake, Nya. It was odd enough for a cat to feel drawn to a lake, but Theo's fascination wasn't like someone longing to dive in for a swim. Even it didn't know what the feeling meant. Iona assumed the feeling was directed towards Seijin. So, it's the lake? She asked. Yeah, Theo nodded thoughtfully. At first, I thought it was the chairman, Nya. But now that I'm here, I sense it's coming from the lake, and the pull is incredibly strong, Nya. I think I know where the cave is, Nya. Pointing at himself confidently, he declared, I can feel it in my guts, Nya. This is real, Nya. Despite their doubts, everyone decided to trust Theo. After all, the wolf tribe had searched everywhere and found nothing. If Theo claimed to know, they had no better lead to follow. Seijin carried the chubby orange cat in his arms, while Iona stood atop his head, directing the operation. My shield can maintain oxygen inside, allowing us to move underwater for up to 15 minutes. We can't predict the size of the cave entrance, so we'll limit the team to Seijin, me, and Theo to guide us. Joining us will be Kuang, Black Rabbit, and Elka. Above ground, the wolf tribe will keep watch and respond if there's an emergency. Hegel nodded in understanding and respectfully reminded the team to be cautious. We'll surround the lake to ensure no frogs get out just in case. Feeling reassured, Iona agreed. All right, I'll leave it to you. Just as they were about to head out, Theo grew uneasy. The cat broke into a sweat, its voice shrinking into a whisper. Nia, Seijin, are we really going into the water, Nia? Though it claimed to know the cave's location earlier, Theo hadn't anticipated being the guide. After all, cats usually hate water. Seijin, unaware of its fear, replied matter-of-factly, Well, you have to guide us, don't you? Suddenly, Theo began thrashing in his arms, panicking. No. What if I drown in the water? Nya. I hate water to death. Nya. It flailed wildly, making it difficult even for the farmer to keep hold of it, so he could only tell it to calm down. Theo tried its best, stopping its thrashing, but switching to trembling uncontrollably instead. Its hind legs and tail curled tightly, and its paws covered its eyes to avoid seeing the water. Looking so pitiful, who could bear to drag it into the lake? Iona gently descended and called out to it softly. Theo, you have me. Don't you trust me? Peeking up with one eye, it whispered. I do, but I'm just too scared, Nia. Though its words of trust didn't sound very convincing, Iona quickly smiled encouragingly. Don't worry, I won't let the water touch even the tip of your fur, so be rest assured and become our guide. Her words calmed Theo's trembling a bit, but the thought of going into the water still made its ears droop dejectedly. Iona kept smiling warmly and added, I trust you too. That was enough to stop Theo from shaking entirely. It was still scared, but agreed to help. All right, I'll give it a try, Nya? With preparations complete, Theo climbed onto Seijin's shoulder to boost its courage. Very well, let's go complete the quest. The group got into position, excitement rising as the two little ones below shouted in unison, Yes, let's go. The first task fell to Iona. She raised her magical staff high and chanted loudly, Form a sacred barrier to shield us all. Magic shield, activate. A purple circle appeared at her feet, radiating dazzling light, and soon a large sphere formed around them. Its size was unexpectedly enormous, spacious enough for even Elka to move around comfortably. Everyone marveled as the Grand Archmage lifted the sphere from the ground, slowly ascending into the air. While Elka remained calm, most others exclaimed in delight. It wasn't every day you got to experience flying, and Black Rabbit and Kuang were especially thrilled. The black wolves watched from below, calling out, Take care! The sphere rose higher and higher, nearly reaching the peaks of the nearby mountains. Even Seijin couldn't help but exclaim, Whoa! This is amazing! Now we're going into the water! As everyone eagerly anticipated the moment, Theo suddenly leapt from Seijin's shoulder, clinging tightly to his face while wailing. I knew it! This is terrifying, Nya. I can't do this, Nya. I'd like to get off, Nya. Save me, Nya. It clung so firmly that Seijin couldn't pry it off, blocking his view entirely. His muffled voice struggled to get through as Theo's paws covered his mouth. No matter what anyone said, the cat wouldn't let go. The kids tried to coax it, calling out, Brother Theo, calm, get yourself together. But that only made it cry louder. The sphere was soon filled with a cacophony of meowing, yelling, and squealing from bears and rabbits alike. In a chaotic moment, the sphere tilted wildly and plummeted uncontrollably into the lake. The impact sent waves soaring meters high, leaving the black wolves staring helplessly. They should be fine, right? One asked their chief, Hagel. I hope so, Hagel replied uncertainly. But if this is how it starts, will the cat faint before they even reach the bottom? In reality, Theo didn't faint, but clung to Seijin's face so tightly that he couldn't breathe. Its limbs latched on like hooks, and even when Black Rabbit tried pulling its tail, it refused to let go. Seijin's attempts to peel it off were fruitless. Kwang and Elka called its name repeatedly, but Theo remained oblivious, having been like this since the sphere hit the water. It wasn't until Iona's calm yet cheerful voice rang out, Theo, there's no need to be scared. We're already inside the water, that it finally turned to look. Tears the size of pearls clung to its eyes, but at least it started listening. Once the plump cat lifted itself from Seijin's face, the farmer could finally see their surroundings. And what a sight it was. Master and servant gasped in amazement. Light from beneath the lake shimmered on their faces as they realized they had descended halfway into the lake without even noticing. Schools of fish swam leisurely in the dark water, glancing curiously at the strange newcomers before darting away. The underwater scene seemed endless. Though it took a moment for their eyes to adjust to the light, they soon noticed how breathtaking the place was. The water-repelling sphere worked perfectly, just as Iona promised, allowing them to breathe freely with not a single drop of water getting in. The scenery inside the tower was truly stunning. Seijin donned his straw hat and began scanning the surroundings with the kids. Meanwhile, Theo, no longer afraid, leapt away from its master and stared hungrily at the fish swimming below. Fish? They look so delicious, Nya. It was amusing, a cat afraid of water, yet obsessed with eating fish. Now, submerged in the lake, it had no fear, only memories of grilled fish tantalizing its senses. When Iona called out to Seijin to guide the group, he snapped back to reality. This wasn't a sightseeing trip anyway. Seeing Theo calm down, Seijin once again hoisted the cat under his arm and asked it to sense the direction that drew it most strongly. The group followed Theo's lead. The cat, looking like a true mascot, no longer afraid of water, began focusing on the pull it was feeling. Its paw spread wide. It closed its eyes and murmured, I can sense it. It's up ahead, Nya! Following Theo's directions, the sphere descended deeper, sometimes directed to go further forward, other times to lower just a bit. Eventually, they realized they had passed through what appeared to be a gateway or an old stone bridge covered in moss, leading them straight ahead. Reaching the end of the path, the group discovered buildings nestled among the rocky cliffs below, a village-like structure in a valley, but still submerged underwater. There was an ancient underwater city inside the lake. Elka remained composed, but Theo was utterly shocked. I've lived here my whole life and never knew about this, Nya. Suddenly, Black Rabbit pointed at something. Piak! Everyone, look over there. It was a green frog, much like the ones they had been fighting above ground. This one was casually swimming into a rocky crevice not far from them, holding a blue carp in its mouth. It didn't even notice the strange group staring at it. Seijin glanced at Iona, who nodded in understanding. No words were needed. Everyone knew they had found the right place. Iona gently aimed her staff in the frog's direction. The water shield shifted silently, gliding toward where the frog had disappeared. Slowly, they followed its trail until they saw a square hole above them, sunlight streaming through. Ascending carefully, the sphere emerged on the surface of a smaller lake. Ahead lay a solid stone tunnel, dimly lit at the far end by a faint glow that stood out in the otherwise dark surroundings. Disabling the water shield, the group stepped into the tunnel. It was completely separate from Zenka Lake, with breathable air allowing them to move freely, though they tread cautiously. I can feel an extremely strong sense of attraction from that side. Nya, let's get moving, Theo declared, perched on Seijin's shoulder and pointing toward the end of the tunnel. It urged everyone to hurry along. The team moved in a tight formation, on high alert. As they neared the tunnel's end, familiar ribbit-ribbit sounds reached their ears, the unmistakable croaking of frogs. At the tunnel's exit stood a stone gate, beyond which the group froze in shock. Below them were hundreds of green frogs, all facing a massive, vibrantly colored frog at the center of the cave. Piles of blue carp lay before it, brought in by its underlings. Behind the giant frog were countless rows of frog eggs, packed tightly together. This was it, their lair. It seemed Seijin's group had stumbled in just as lunchtime, or perhaps a tribute ceremony, was underway. The queen frog, with drool dripping from its gaping mouth, was fixated on the carp pile, oblivious to the intruders. For now, the group was safe to observe. That's the frog queen, Seijin murmured, but it's way bigger than I imagined. Theo leapt off his shoulder for a better view. Lunchtime had begun. The queen's massive, webbed hand grabbed a handful of carp, shoving them into its sharp-toothed maw. Without chewing, it swallowed them whole, its blood-red eyes half closing in satisfaction. Then suddenly, the frog queen let out an ear-piercing screech, "Ka!" aimed directly at its underlings. The frogs in the front rows flinched and backed away, while those in the rear crouched low, trembling in fear. Clearly, the queen was displeased. The carp tribute was insufficient to sustain its massive body. "So that's it," Seijin muttered. "Seems like the frog queen had become trapped in this place due to her enlarged body and was being supplied food by her underlings. However, with your arrival, the amount of food brought by her underlings decreased, and she became very angry. Obviously, the queen didn't seem to care about the frogs killed by others. It only cared about the dwindling carp." Theo pointed toward the queen and whispered to Seijin, "I can feel the pull coming from that queen frog, Nya." Seijin was taken aback. Not the cave, but the queen herself. Theo, leaning too close to the rocky wall, slipped without realizing it. Losing its footing, the cat toppled forward while still looking at Seijin. Startled, Seijin lunged after it, shouting Theo's name. His quick reflexes allowed him to grab the cat's merchant cloak, but he stepped onto a patch of loose earth and lost his balance. Like Theo, Seijin slipped and fell headfirst toward the ground below. Elka cried out in alarm, but it was too late to grab him. Seijin held onto Theo's cloak tightly, shouting as he fell. Iona, however, remained calm. Raising her staff, she summoned a radiant purple light that enveloped both Seijin and Theo, slowing their descent. Thanks to her swift action, both landed safely. Still shaken, Theo stammered, "Alive! We're alive!" Seijin, gasping for breath, scrambled to his knees. Despite his many brushes with danger, this one had left him trembling. Only Iona seemed unfazed. "We almost got a big problem," she remarked. But the real trouble was just beginning. 1,000 pairs of glowing red eyes from the Green Frog army were now fixed on them. The earlier fall had caused a loud commotion, drawing their full attention. Theo shrank back in fear. "We got caught, nah!" Barely a second passed before the queen let out another bone-chilling screech. "Kia!" commanding her minions to attack. The swarm surged forward, their grotesque faces and razor-sharp teeth a clear sign that battle was inevitable. The Silver Wolf chief, along with the 2 younger wolves, leapt in without hesitation. Seijin's team sprang into action, snapping into combat mode. Elka immediately struck down a green frog with a single blow. Kong, having grown to full size, swung his staff, taking out several frogs at once. Black Rabbit darted nimbly through the chaos, landing a hammer strike on another. "Now that we're here, we have nothing to lose now. Piak!" Black Rabbit shouted as they fought. Seijin was about to join the fray when a notification appeared. "You have a new quest. The cause of the blue carp annihilation discovered. Defeat the mutant giant frog queen. 01. Adjusting his straw hat firmly, Seijin's earlier fear vanished. "This is it, the final part of the quest," he declared, gripping his garden knife tightly. "No turning back now. Let's go, Theo, Iona." Theo clung to Seijin's shoulder as they charged forward, while Iona flew ahead, staff in hand. "I'll support you," she shouted. Seijin's team tore through the frog army with practiced precision. Kwang cleared the path with heavy staff swings, while Seijin and Black Rabbit struck down any frogs that leapt at them. Elka, though battling solo, held the rear effectively. Whenever Kwang couldn't clear the way fast enough, the hamster created a small purple swirl at the tip of her staff and shot it toward the green frogs, scattering them in an instant. Magical techniques were vastly different from physical moves. One blast could kill a dozen at once, leaving only a few scraps of skin fluttering in the wind. Amid the thick dust and chaos, Seijin and Theo emerged near the queen. Gritting his teeth, Seijin declared, "No matter how big you are, I'll take you down in one go." He hurled his axe with all his might. It spun through the air, its sharp edge gleaming, but when it struck the queen's belly, it merely bounced off, failing to pierce her tough hide. The axe soared upward, embedding itself in her massive hand. The queen showed no pain as she held the axe aloft, casting a shadow over Seijin's shocked face. "Huh? It didn't even hurt her?" he muttered in disbelief. Before he could react, the queen slammed her massive hand down where Seijin had been standing. The ground shook violently, sending his straw hat flying into the air. Only the hat remained in sight. Where was Seijin? The moment the hat flew off and hit the ground felt like an eternity to everyone. All the members of the farm froze, staring at the hat, while behind them a swarm of green frogs was rushing forward. Elka and Black Rabbit screamed almost at the same time. "Uncle, Sejong. Both of them suddenly felt despair in an instant. A super strong slap. White smoke billowed so thick you couldn't see if he was alive or dead, making everyone panic. Very quickly, people shifted to surprise because the Frog Queen's hand was trembling violently when resisted by some other force from below. The familiar red fur made the frog's hand unable to close its red claws. Kwang gritted his teeth. He was a big, incredibly trustworthy son for successfully saving his father. Below was Iona, marveling. She hadn't even used her magic yet, and this kid could already do it himself. Everything happened so fast. Sejong realized and loudly called for his little bear, while Theo was dangling on his arm. Seeing he could withstand the Frog Queen's power, Kwang gritted his teeth harder and conveniently flashed a confident smile. "Any guy who dared to mess with my dad will pay the price." Saying that, he gathered his strength, twisted forward, and slapped the Frog Queen with a strike as powerful as a star explosion. A fierce shout rang out. Kwang gained momentum and rushed straight forward, while the Frog Queen lost balance and tumbled backward. The creature was too fat. If it got flipped back a bit, it couldn't stop at all. This was the opportunity. Iona called out to the farmer, and he immediately understood, gripping his dagger tightly, his stance steady, while Theo had jumped up and clung tightly to his shoulder. The orange cat eyes was full of determination, just like its owner, its paws gripping his jacket tightly, not affecting Sejong's movements. He let out a long yell and charged forward. Above, Iona was pointing her magic staff down, the light spreading out beautifully, contrasting with her tense face. She had to be really precise. Because it was so precise, the dagger in Sejong's hand got enchanted, making the blade glow a deep purple. He was startled, swung it high, his body swerving to one side like he was holding onto fire. If Theo hadn't yelled in his ear, "Sejong, don't get distracted, Nia!" he would have lost focus and not known where to stab. The stomach, Nia. Theo just pinched his fingertip onto the light pink swollen belly of the Frog Queen. That was the softest part. Had to aim the weapon there accurately to have a chance to win. Sejong quickly regained his composure, frowned, and used all his speed to sweep the dagger in a long arc through that big belly. The purple light sliced from left to right, making a loud sizzling sound, and the Frog Queen could only stare, unable to do anything. The light then burst out, almost blinding, as if it wasn't a cut, but like someone had ripped open a bag containing 1,000,000 light bulbs inside. The light hit Sejong, blinding his eyes, so surprised he couldn't blink back in time. Iona was the one casting the spell, and was also so surprised that she slowed down a beat compared to normal. She swung her staff down once more, and a familiar shield covered Sejong along with Theo. Kwang quickly shrank, ducking inside to dodge just in time. The light and the terrifying wind blew everything out of sight. Everyone had to quickly turn their heads to avoid it. On Elka and Black Rabbit's side, a solid protective barrier was also set up, keeping them safe, so the Black Rabbit laughed heartily. It had never experienced such a fierce storm before. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed, flickering the two barriers which still stood firm. The frogs panicked, their eyes wide as they saw their queen explode loudly, wanting to jump to rescue, but immediately fainted, the pale green skin fading away, leaving only the light of the explosion. A few seconds later, looking back, the whole area was swept clean of frogs, not a single one left. In the air, a few pieces of light scattered like shards of glass. The frog eggs below were still intact. If they were on top, they would have been blown away. Seeing it was okay, Iona then opened the shield and came over to Sejong. "We almost had a big trouble." Everyone was dumbfounded, eyes staring outside, not understanding what had just happened. Just a slash through the Frog Queen's belly. How did it create such a big explosion? The tribe leader picked up his straw hat and came to ask, "Are you okay, Sejong?" Looking over, everyone seemed fine, the numbers intact, all thanks to Iona stepping in to protect just in time. Placing the straw hat on his head, Sejong looked up. It seemed Theo was also paying attention like him, noticing that where earlier the Frog Queen was standing, now there was only a strange stone. It looked like it had been cut from somewhere, with a few odd characters on it, emitting a faint green light. Could it be magic? But where was the green Frog Queen? There it was, Nia. That's what been drawing in. Sejong looked at the cat in surprise, checking its fierce face. But come to think of it, is this stone an item or what? He stood frozen, not knowing what to do, maybe step closer to check it out, when suddenly Iona stopped him. "Sejong, don't come any closer. Strong energy is still pouring out. It's very dangerous. I'll try to use my appraisal magic, then we'll know the identity of the stone." Seeing something abnormal, plus the frog queen disappearing and leaving this stone, they have to check it thoroughly. The eyes of truth. As soon as the magic was cast, Iona's eyes lit up in a minty blue glow, different from her usual purple magic. She flew close to the stone, touched the front of it with her magic staff, and saw light emanate from it, as if blending between magical light and the stone's light. After a moment, the light softened, and the item's information panel appeared. It was written quite briefly. A fragment of something unknown. Fragment 9 of something. Divine energy is pouring out. Grade unknown. It's the first time I've seen such a mysterious item, Sejin thought. The fragment has no name, replaced by question marks? Iona pondered, I can only do up to this with my power. This is the first time I've seen this item, overflowing with divine energy. It seems the frog queen eating it caused an abnormal mutation. That frog must have been very hungry to swallow a whole stone, or she thought her fat body needed that stone to keep it stay the same size. From this, Iona could guess that when the frog queen's belly exploded, a massive concentrated energy was released. If the barrier had been even slightly delayed, we ourselves would have been erased by the divine energy. I see. Everyone was dumbfounded, realizing they had almost died. The wolf tribe chieftain smiled worriedly. Thank you, Lord Iona. Next, a notification popped up in front of Sejin, and Theo saw it too. It was a notification saying, you have defeated the Frog Queen, one of the causes that led to the extinction of the Zenka Lake's green carp on the 75th floor of the Black. You have leveled up. You have received 1 additional attribute point. You have reached level 30. A new quest has appeared. Job quest. Plant a new type of crop never been cultivated before, up until now. Reward. Unlock level 31, 500 tower coins. A short mission to deal with later. The important thing was that thanks to the appearance of the status window, Sejin knew he had completed the previous quest. He even leveled up, but here it said it was only one of the causes. So the Frog Queen wasn't the only cause? What else is there? I thought I was going back to the 99th floor. What a buzzkill. It seemed the system still intended for him to find out the cause, but no notification appeared. Iona suggested everyone go outside first and then investigate later. Suddenly, as everyone was about to turn their backs and leave, the edge of the rock suddenly emitted a very strange green light, looking extremely odd. Sejin didn't know what it was, and no one around had an answer either. Suddenly, Theo jumped down, telling him, it might be dangerous. Step back behind me. So Theo, along with the red bear, black rabbit, and the tribe leader, cautiously approached, peeking through the rock wall to look down, leaving Sejin and Iona behind. Seeing nothing dangerous, he went closer to check and discovered a frog egg glowing, but only one egg. The rest were all still. For the first time, Kwang saw this and cheered happily. One of the frog eggs is shining. Sejin also speculated based on what he knew. Hearing that once the Frog Queen dies, one of the frog eggs would become the new Frog Queen. It may be that egg. Suddenly, the wolf tribe leader next to him spoke up. We have to eliminate all these eggs. If the frogs are born, they will breed and overrun the lake like now. The Archmage didn't think so, saying the frogs in Zenka Lake were not a threat until now. The abnormal proliferation of the frogs is probably caused by that fragment emitting divine energy. Without the fragment, the frogs will return to their original population. Elka thought it wasn't quite right. It's not just because of the fragment. Even if the number of green frogs was reduced, they would still prey on the blue carp again. After the population explosion, the green carp was already very few. Sejin found this reasonable. It will take some time for the blue carp to breed again and their population to grow. These frogs had just been born and would keep seeing the blue carp as their food, so the end result is still extinction. Iona, frogs are carnivorous, right? I don't think so. They only catch easy fish. But I believe they also eat aquatic plants or find food outside the water. In that case, Sejun has a solution. He rummaged through his pocket and took out the stalk part of a pineapple he ate earlier with the leaves cut off. Let's plant these here. Besides, isn't he also tasked with planting a new type of crop here? Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's get started right away. Using the handle of the dagger, Sejun dug a small hole and neatly placed the pineapple stalk into the ground, then covered it with soil. The 3 pineapple stalks were just planted and watered, and the system immediately popped up a notification. You have planted a pineapple crown. Due to the level 4 planting effect, the chance of pineapple roots developing has increased. Due to the level 4 planting effect, the chance of pests attacking has slightly decreased. While Sejun's group was planting pineapples, Iona used magic to shield the stone, and Kwang and Elka just sat there, watching curiously. If pineapples grew here, the frogs would naturally eat them. If they liked the taste, they'd start looking for pineapples to eat, even outside the water too. Pineapples are abundant outside the lake, enough to feed the entire frog tribe. Sejin was thrilled to see the system continuously notifying him that he had completed the mission. As a quest completion reward, level 31 has been unlocked. You have acquired 500 tower coins. Luckily, he already had pineapple shoots ready, just in time to also complete the job quest. Theo looked at him in surprise. Sejin, are you a genius, Nya? We really managed to kill 2 birds with 1 stone this way, Nya. He laughed brightly, a bit embarrassed. But this wasn't the first time Sejin had managed to do 2 things at once, probably because of his skills. How about over here? Is it ready? Sejin moved closer and saw a sealing spell wrapped around the stone, isolating it from the surrounding environment. It's only temporary, but I've put protective measures in place to prevent divine energy from leaking. Kwang picked up both the seal and the stone, excitedly calling out, Dad, look! I'm strong enough to lift it now! Sejun immediately praised his son. Whoa, you're incredible, Kwang. Then let's go find the other causes, he shouted, and everyone agreed in unison. Nobody knew that the pineapple shoots they had just planted had already started growing so quickly. As the group left Zenka Lake, the sky was still clear, but something was definitely off. The moment Sejun set foot down, everything went wild. Great wandering merchant Theo. A bunch of cats from Granar village had suddenly appeared in a group. As soon as they saw Theo on Sejun's shoulder, they all loudly called out. They were the cats from in front of Oren's manor earlier, and now they had all come over, kneeling down sincerely once more. Please take us under you. Sejun didn't know about this earlier. He had never seen so many cats since he set foot in this tower. Why were the cats behaving like this? Before he could ask, Theo was already surprised and addressed them all at once. Nyaha, you guys followed me all the way here, Nya? As he jumped down, Hegel stepped forward respectfully. Welcome back, Black Dragon. At this moment, the fragmented stone that Kwang had just placed on the ground. What's going on here? Sejun immediately asked. These cats were so stubborn, refusing to leave unless they met Theo. If they weren't even afraid of someone like Hegel, there must be something seriously wrong. We want to follow Theo until the end of the tower to receive your teachings. Please, take us in. After kneeling, they approached Theo with their paws clasped in deep respect, making Sejun only manage a reluctant smile. At this point, how could the cat refuse? Theo frowned, looking like these cats would follow him to the end. Suddenly, a notification appeared right next to Sejun. You have discovered the remaining causes that led to the extinction of the blue carp in Zenka Lake on the 75th floor of the tower. Part 2 of the Middle Manager quest has appeared. Middle Manager quest. Stop the cats of Granar village from hunting the blue carp for 1 year. Reading it left him stunned. Another cause for the blue carp's extinction was the cats from Granar village. Theo naturally knew this. Elka whispered to him, signaling Sejun to ask. With things already like this, the cat sighed silently. I have no other choice then, Nya. He looked up at Sejun and explained. The cats in Granar village rely on catching fish from the lake to make a living, Nya. If they can't catch fish for a year, the village cats will starve to death, Nya. So I'm going to take them all under me, Nya. If they all become wandering merchants, you'll be able to complete your quest. They'll definitely help in selling the crops too, Nya. I'll teach them properly. Of course, it would be even better if my bundle could be expanded. Suddenly having so many workers, Sejun smiled and agreed immediately. How could he refuse? But Theo, do you think you can handle it? You'll become the leader of 33 wandering cat merchants. Of course. Don't you believe, Nya? Theo wanted to prove his capability, so he clenched his fists, his eyes shining with confidence. Sejun nodded his head. So in situations like this, all he needed was a confident smile. Here's the important part, come. Very well. Everyone, let's come here and sign the contracts. That was probably the happiest day for the cat village recently. They immediately cheered and jumped up, agreeing right away. Each cat received a contract, and all that was left was to stamp their paws to complete it. Sejun stared at the 33 contracts, his eyes popping out, as these cats patiently waited for him to check each one individually. While the father was working, Kwang was sitting behind a rock, chewing on the grilled frog thigh he hadn't finished eating earlier. Seeing the lively scene made the little bear really happy. The Black Wolf tribe leader watched as Theo's subordinates busily held contracts in their hands, staying silent as if Hegel were the outsider. Suddenly, there was a soft call, the orange cat's ears flapping as it called the tribe leader's name, making him confusedly look down. After all that happened at Oren's Manor, every time Hegel looked at Theo, he still felt very shy. But the cat simply and sincerely spoke. "Thank you for helping Nia." "No problem. Serving the black dragon is my duty," Hegel replied properly, making the cat stop smiling. It folded its arms, putting on a stern face. "But we will need some hands to bring the cats to the 99th floor. "Huh?" The wolf looked down in surprise, not understanding. "Take the cats to the 99th floor. Does that mean going with the black dragon's subordinates?" Seeing that Hegel had somewhat understood, Theo pretended to ask further. "If you're interested, would you like to come with us, Nia? I'll take you under me, Nia." "All of the Black Wolf tribe," Hegel announced. Today must be Theo's recruitment day, and in an instant he had hundreds of subordinates. This unexpected decision made Hegel's face turn bright red. Really, Theo?" The wolf couldn't contain his joy. Realizing he was overstepping, he bent down to greet the cat, chattering, Thank you very much. We will do our best, Sir Theo." The orange cat had earned the highest respect from the subordinates. Sejun saw that and smiled happily for it. Theo has grown up. Not only does he do his job well, but he has also become a leader and an inspiration to others. And just like that, this quest was basically finished. Sejun had completed his first middle manager quest, and the 75th floor, along with Zenka Lake, had returned to its usual peace. A series of notification panels appeared. You have completed the middle manager quest. As a reward, you receive 1,500 experience points and 1,500 tower coins. You have completed the middle manager's mission. The most important notification finally popped up in front of Sejun, giving him 30 seconds to return to the 99th floor. He had already packed everything neatly, with 2 large bags tied and ready, just waiting for the moment. After reading the notifications, he quickly turned to inform the little ones eagerly waiting. "The quest is finally over. We'll be heading back the same way we got here. Queng, time to go home. Hold that stone up." The little bear didn't even need to transform into its larger form. Tiny as it was, it lifted both the large stone and the protective barrier above its head effortlessly, cheerfully responding, "I got it!" Next came instructions for the sales manager cat. Theo, register all of them as wandering merchants and head to the 99th floor together. Theo assured Sejun not to worry, saying, "I'll take everyone to sell goods on the lower floors too, Nia. Everyone, follow me, Nia." Behind Theo, 33 cats raised their paws high in unison, determined to start their grand journey from this day forward. Once Sejun finished giving orders, Elka spoke up. "We'll make a stop on the 67th floor with Iona to take more red locusts before heading back to the 99th floor. Sejun agreed immediately, bidding farewell to both Elka and Iona. "Black Rabbit, let's go. Just a few seconds left." Sejun called out to the Black Rabbit while holding 2 large bags. He was still busy packing pineapples into bundles to carry home. "Wait, Uncle, there's one more pineapple here." Black Rabbit's joyful exclamation was interrupted by a rustling noise in the nearby grass. When it turned around, a fluffy white creature approached, speaking sweetly. "Excuse me, I'm here to meet Lord Iona." It was clearly a pure white rabbit, snowy from head to toe, dressed in a mage's outfit. One hand held a thick book, while the other adjusted a pair of glasses. Behind her head was a large red ribbon, matching the color of her crimson eyes, which gleamed even brighter as they fixed on Black Rabbit. The moment she saw Black Rabbit, her words halted abruptly, replaced by a faint pew. Beneath her snowy fur, a blush was visible on her cheeks. Although Black Rabbit's fur was black, the fiery red blush on his face stood out. Brave as it usually was, the sight of a ribbon-wearing rabbit left him completely stunned. Without knowing when, the two had inched closer until only an arm's length separated them. They gazed at each other, hearts pounding, as if surrounded by a magical field of blooming flower. It was so sweet and serene, one might wish to freeze this moment in time. Yet, many others were around, and what seemed like an eternity for the pair was just a fleeting second for onlookers. "Pew, there you are!" Iona's voice called out, snapping the pair back to reality. At that exact moment, the system chimed with a ding, signaling the countdown's end. Everyone would now be teleported back to the 99th floor. Sejun was the first to disappear, leaving behind a blue streak and a mechanical hum. The gust of wind generated from his departure ruffled Theo's cloak before dying down with the light. Next, a still dazed Black Rabbit was swept away, leaving its unfinished pineapple bundle behind. Along with it was a confused white rabbit, left standing alone. Looking around, the white rabbit seemed lost. Prompting Elka to explain, they've safely returned to the 99th floor. Payu, teleportation magic? She asked as Iona gently landed nearby, rushing toward her. Iona, who is this rabbit, Nia? Theo inquired, taking the chance to ask. Iona proudly introduced, This is my disciple. I called her here because we have some matters to discuss. I intended to introduce her to Sejin and Black Rabbit, but our timing was off. This revelation surprised Theo, who had no idea Iona even had a disciple. Not only that, but this disciple was particularly polite, bowing to Theo immediately upon introduction. The cat was caught off guard by the rabbit's formal demeanor, while the archmage simply smiled knowingly. Nice to meet you. I've heard much about you. I am Puyu, the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Beautiful, intelligent, and graceful. No wonder our Black Rabbit fell head over heels the moment he laid eyes on her. The teleportation magic transported Sejin and his companions back to the 99th floor in perfect condition. Even the stone Kwang carried remained unchanged. However, as soon as it landed, it caused a loud thud, leaving a long crack on the ground. Iona's protective magic surrounding the rock was exceptionally strong. Even in her absence, it remained intact. Sejin, still not accustomed to teleportation, took a few deep breaths before scanning the familiar landscape stretching to the horizon. We're home, he exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy in his voice. We've returned to the 99th floor. Usually, he'd jump at any chance to leave this place, but now, having left and returned, he found himself deeply nostalgic for it. While Sejin was bursting with joy, an object flew straight into his chest at lightning speed, shouting, Uncle! But his face turned pale, and he couldn't even respond. Standing on his chest, Black Rabbit grabbed his shirt and shook him like a debt collector. Uncle! Uncle! Who was that rabbit back there? Never before had the little one been so frantic. Sejin told him to calm down, saying he had no idea. We only saw each other for a few seconds. Pineapples scattered everywhere, but Black Rabbit couldn't care less. He was deep in thought. Seeing him like that, Sejin earnestly explained, It seemed like she knows Iona. Maybe we can ask when they come to the 99th floor later. But judging by Black Rabbit's face, waiting didn't seem like an option. The little one was thinking hard, recalling that during the teleportation, he had definitely heard her introduce herself as Payupyu. Watching him, a realization dawned on Sejin. Black Rabbit, could it be? His face lit up with a mix of joy and slight embarrassment. The kid was finally at the age where sparks of love began to ignite. Before he could tease him, a voice called out nearby, Sejin! It was a whole family of rabbits, parents, children, and gray rabbits, bringing soup, grilled fish, and roasted corn to welcome him back. Above them hovered the queen bees, accompanied by representatives of the Minotaurs and Kwang. Kwang's mother rushed forward to embrace her beloved child. Welcome home! You did so well! They all shouted in unison, gathering around Sejin. Even the Minotaurs joined in, saying, We missed you, Moo. We've prepared so much food for a party, Moo. Bees perched on Sejin's shoulders, chirping with excitement, while golden-furred youngsters leaped onto his lap, filling him with joy and surprise. How did you all know I'd be back? He asked. Father Rabbit explained. Eileen told us. Right there was her words. While I can't see other floors, I can make rough predictions based on the quest progress. Oh, I see. Sejin nodded, his face lighting up with a smile. The dragon girl suddenly spoke up. Welcome back, Sejin. You've done a great job with your first middle manager quest. It seems you're not injured anywhere. She paused, eyeing him carefully. Wait, have you lost some weight? Was the quest difficult? Her barrage of questions left Sejin momentarily stunned. Laughing, he grabbed a bowl of soup and replied, Luckily, the mission wasn't too hard, but 3 days felt much longer than I expected. All we had to eat were pineapples. I thought I was going to die. She asked curiously, Pineapples? What's that? I found it on the 75th floor. You need to peel them off the husk, though, so I'll let you try once I've prepared them, Sejin replied, handing the soup bowl to Rabbit Father, who said he'd take the rest to the storage room. Meanwhile, the little ones crawled all over Sejin, while the older ones began the party on the spot. The tower manager expressed eager anticipation to see the pineapple, reminding Sejin of how much he missed chatting with Aileen like this. This is so nice, he said suddenly. I've missed you, Aileen. Really? She asked. Yes, I was so bored not being able to see your status window. Unpacking his belongings for the little ones, he stared at the notification board and asked, Aileen, did you miss me? Aren't you bored with Kaiser around? I'd be a bit disappointed if you didn't miss me. Ha ha ha. He chuckled awkwardly, but Aileen seemed just as flustered. When he asked if she remembered him, she went completely silent. Thinking it was a connection issue, Seijin called out, "Eileen, are you listening?" Meanwhile, Eileen clutched her crystal orb, murmuring, "There's no way I didn't." But when she tried to send her message, only 2 words came through. "Me too." Seijin frowned, puzzled. "I missed you a lot." Eileen hugged the orb tightly, shouting as if Seijin could hear her. Her face burned bright red, emotions overflowing, when suddenly her father's booming voice roared from the rooftop. "Park Seijin, you're back." "Huh?" The voice startled Seijin so much he nearly jumped out of his skin. Eileen screamed loudly, accidentally crushing the crystal orb in her hands. "Oh no, no, no!" she cried as wisps of smoke escaped from the shattered orb, carrying the images of her father and her crush away. Speechless, she stared at the broken pieces on the ground. "I was so surprised I used too much strength." Oh no! From that point on, she could no longer send messages to Seijin. But he, having been startled by the dragon, didn't even notice the absence of the tower manager's notifications. "Whoa, you startled me, Kaiser," Seijin muttered. Kaiser snapped, "You ungrateful brat! You didn't even greet your elders upon returning. Hurry up and raise a toast. That's how we start the party, isn't it? I even made tomato juice for you myself." Kaiser's imposing demeanor didn't quite match his words about making tomato juice, leaving Seijin skeptical. "What? You did?" he asked. The baby rabbits scurried over to see, only to find Kaiser holding out a wooden bucket filled with a concoction of tomatoes, leaves, flowers, stems, and possibly even roots. Every part of the tomato plant seemed to be floating in there. The little rabbits pulled faces as they stared at the bucket's contents, while Sejun's expression darkened, his facial muscles twitching as he spotted green, unripe cherry tomatoes floating inside. "What kind of tomato juice is this? How much of crops have you stolen while I was gone?" He hit the nail on the head. Kaiser roared back, "Steal? How dare you accuse the great black dragon?" Seijin sighed, exasperated. "Please, just wipe the tomato juice off your mouth already." Kaiser stubbornly denied it. "I didn't steal. I only ate a little while helping them harvest the tomatoes. That's still stealing, isn't it?" Seijin snapped, but before he could continue, the rabbit family, who had spent their entire day tending the fields, interjected in outrage. Uncle, Lord Kaiser tore up the entire field. He even uprooted the tomato plants completely." Seijin turned to Kaiser, squinting suspiciously. "Well, anything else to say for yourself?" Honestly, if the rabbits hadn't snitched, it would have been hard to believe the great black dragon could do such a thing. Cornered and unable to talk his way out, Kaiser finally slammed his hand down in defeat. "Fine, I ate them. So what? Do you think that's a problem for the great black dragon, Kaiser Fratani? Don't forget your place, Tower Farmer Park Seijin." He jabbed a clawed finger at Seijin, barking accusations at him instead. Right at that moment, Aileen's message popped up, questioning, "Grandfather, did you steal and eat Seijin's crops? Caught red-handed while scolding the field owner? Talk about bad timing." Aileen, holding another crystal orb in the storage room, explained she'd had to find a new one after the previous orb shattered. She hadn't seen the earlier events but had guessed, and nailed it. Kaiser was flustered, scrambling to defend himself. "Ha ha! Of course not. I didn't steal them. I only ate them. What does that even mean?" Aileen raised her voice, pressing him further. "You only ate them? Even I couldn't even eat those precious crops as I pleased. Do you know how hard it is to grow those crops?" Cornered once again, Kaiser faltered, pleading, Now, let me explain." But Aileen cut him off sharply. "Grandfather, I hate you. How could you eat such precious crops? I don't want to talk to you anymore." Her voice, transmitted through the orb, struck Kaiser like a hammer. Frozen before the tiny notification window, Kaiser was overwhelmed, calling out desperately, "Aileen, what do you mean you won't talk to me? Aileen," but she ignored him completely, leaving the board empty of responses. Unable to coax her, Kaiser turned to Seijin with a shout. "Park Seijin, say something to Aileen." "Humph, I might, if you grant me a favor," Seijin replied slyly, seizing the perfect opportunity. Kaiser wanted to refuse but hesitated, knowing his granddaughter was watching. Swallowing his pride, he begrudgingly agreed. "Fine, I'll do it. Just say what you want already." "It's simple," Seijin said, smiling. "Why don't we all have something to eat? The rabbits and minotaurs have already started the feast. Instead of standing here arguing, let's join them, enjoy the delicious produce, and have a good time." Of course, today's star dish was the pineapple. Though it was served last, the golden hue and tantalizing aroma as Seijin sliced it made everyone's mouths water. The rabbit family eagerly watched as Seijin divided the fruit. Aileen received half the pineapple as her portion, while the other half went to Kaiser. Despite its size, the pineapple was barely bigger than half a dragon's claw. Kaiser gingerly picked it up, his motions oddly delicate. The rest was shared among the little ones, with one pineapple enough to feed the rabbit family, Quang, and Seijin himself. The cool, sweet, and crisp pineapple slices were the perfect refreshment and dessert. Seijin gazed out over the fields. In just 3 days while I was gone, the 99th floor has changed so much. The crops are the same, but the landscape. His voice trailed off as he admired the improvements made by the gray rabbits, who had rebuilt the fountain and dug a canal flowing through the fields, restoring moisture to once dry soil. Meanwhile, Kaiser had synchronized Aileen's new orb with the tower's statue frequency, allowing him to communicate directly through the status window. From then on, he'd been grinning and doting on his beloved granddaughter. "You're not mad at me anymore, are you?" The messages confirmed she wasn't, but she did demand that Kaiser ask Saiyan for permission before eating any crops in the future. Kaiser agreed instantly. Anything his precious granddaughter asked, he would do without question. Seeing him in such a good mood, Seijun approached and asked, "So, did you make up with Aileen?" Still embarrassed about scolding Seijun earlier, Kaiser cleared his throat and muttered, "Thanks to you." "Ahem, so what's the request?" Kaiser asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and readiness to assist. "Can you appraise an item? I discovered something on the 75th floor. An item, you say?" Without even knowing what it was, Kaiser's expression turned serious. Seijun led him to the edge of the fields, near the forest's border, where a stone wrapped in a protective barrier was placed. "I found this item inside the belly of the Frog Queen in Zenka Lake on the 75th floor and brought it back here." "A stone found in the belly of a Frog Queen?" Kaiser was intrigued. "And who created this barrier around it?" Seijun was equally surprised. He had thought that the number of creatures in the tower capable of magic was extremely small, so Kaiser should have known. It was Iona, the magic tower master. She said it was dangerous because divine power is flowing out of it. That was all Kaiser needed to hear to understand. Using a claw, he picked up the stone along with its protective barrier for closer inspection. This is high-level magic, something even the tower's creatures would struggle to handle. Impressive. Step back. Seijun obediently moved away, allowing Kaiser to focus on his task. The dragon seemed to merely hold the shield surrounding the stone, but suddenly, a blinding light erupted, like watching a needle slowly pierce a water-filled balloon in slow motion. Moments later, Kaiser set the stone down. The barrier was gone, but divine power continued to flow gently around the stone, illuminating runes etched on its surface. At this point, the system recognized the item. Fragment of the Sacred Monument. 9th fragment of the Sacred Monument. Divine power emanates from it, benefiting the surrounding environment. The more fragments collected, the stronger the divine power becomes. Grade S. Seijun read the description, but found it utterly baffling. Divine power that benefits the environment? An S-grade item without any special abilities? The vague wording only left him with more questions. What kind of item is this? Even the information doesn't explain much. Kaiser, unfazed, reminded him, "You must not compare this to ordinary items found in the tower. This is a sacred item." "A sacred item?" Seijun still didn't understand. Like some sort of spiritual altar, Kaiser stared intently at the stone, his tone grave. "This is an artifact of the great creator god." The divine power bringing benefits to the environment already sounded strange, but hearing Kaiser seriously say it was the artifact of Creator God made it feel even more bizarre. The farmer stared blankly at the stone dragon, his face clearly dumbfounded. Speaking of this, the dragon said, "I've been continuously searching for traces of Creator God outside the dimensions so far, but I never expected the answer to be right under my nose all along. Who would have thought it was right here in this very tower? Did he miss something? Why does it feel like something's lacking?" Seijun quickly called out, "Lord Kaiser, I don't really get it. Could you please explain it in a way I can understand?" "Ah, all right," the dragon sighed, as if just now remembering that Seijun was just an ordinary person who had entered the tower from outside. Fine. Beings like you have a short lifespan, so you wouldn't understand." Clearing his throat once more, he called out to his granddaughter, "Aileen, you should listen too. This is important." Aileen perked up immediately. Despite her carefree demeanor, the dragon girl was very dedicated to studying matters related to the tower. "Now, where should I begin?" Kaiser pondered aloud. Sensing a once-upon-a-time moment coming, Seijun found a spot to sit down, tilting his head back, ready for a story. Kaiser thought for a moment and decided to start with the most intriguing part. right at the beginning. At the very start, we dragons were born to serve Creator God. The pride in his voice was evident even at the opening line. Following the Creator's wishes, we maintained the peace of this world and the balance of dimensions, creating a harmonious and abundant universe of order and perfection. For dragons, who lived for millennia, generations of dragons serving Creator God was a reality spanning ages, not just some retold legend. Under the Creator's divine power, the dragon race thrived immensely during the time of his rule, an era so magnificent that dragons still refer to it as the period. In a dimension entirely different from the Black Tower, under a mesmerizing multicolored sky, was the palace of Creator God. One day, the Creator summoned the dragons and spoke of something entirely unexpected. If I disappeared, could you use my power to maintain the world? Creator God did not take on a grand or intimidating form. He appeared as a simple man with long hair, adorned with nothing but an authoritative golden band. His approachable nature meant the dragons didn't even perform formal rituals when meeting him. Hearing the question, a blonde dragon asked, "Creator God, are you indulging in such unnecessary thoughts again?" The god jolted upright and snapped, "I'm asking, what if that happens?" Another dragon spoke up, "That's impossible. This world belongs to you entirely. Like a star without its light, this world without you, the Creator God, is something we cannot even dare to imagine." The one who had just spoken was Kaiser Fritani, the black dragon, kneeling alongside the others. Only when Kaiser spoke did the dragons kneel down, showing their utmost seriousness. Creator God laughed at the sight. "Kaiser, you're as rigid as ever." Kaiser simply closed his eyes and remained silent, likely accustomed to such remarks from the Creator God. "You all have the capability to do so. Aren't you already doing fine even now too?" Though Creator God said this, he often made such cryptic remarks that led nowhere, so at the time, the dragons thought he was just joking with them. Occasionally, the Creator would create playful beings, like a tiny winged creature curled up in a glowing orb, mesmerizing the young dragons. They adored the Creator's playful creations, and the peaceful days went on. In the eyes of the dragons, Creator God was a passionate, yet strict, and at times a fickle being, with a temperament that could shift like the weather, sunny one moment, stormy the next. And truthfully, the dragons had grown used to it. The Creator God's power was all-encompassing, like the air they breathed. The things he created served countless purposes. But there was one thing no dragon could have ever imagined. Creator God does not lie. The day he truly disappeared arrived. That day, a massive explosion echoed through the sky, with lightning striking down to the land below where the god once resided. The ground shattered and fractured, with debris launching into the air. It was the monument of Creator God. Kaiser, with his son and many other dragons, witnessed it together. They couldn't believe where the dark energy was coming from. The dimension itself was breaking apart. What's happening? Could it be, has the Creator God truly disappeared, leaving us behind? No, it can't be. I don't believe it. The Dragon Clan could do nothing but panic and question one another. This incident was far too sudden. No one was prepared. "Everyone, get ready," Kaiser commanded as the dark energy grew fiercer. Creator God left us those monuments for us to prepare for a time like this. We must secure them. If we succeed, we can recover the crumbling dimension. Before he could finish, a deafening explosion erupted above. The light and shockwaves drew all the dragons' gazes upward. The blast shattered the monuments, sending chunks of rock raining down like a storm, crashing relentlessly into the ground below. Not a single dragon could stop it. The dimension was destroying. The dragons looked at one another in despair, their cries echoing in the chaos. Even Kaiser, who had issued commands earlier, now clung tightly to his trembling son, who was sobbing in fear. Everyone felt their faith slipping away. We can't live up to the Creator God's expectations. That day, the entire Dragon Clan could only watch helplessly as meteors streaked across the sky, tearing apart the once familiar, vibrant dimension. The destructive entity that had shattered the monument into countless fragments. What was it? Where had it come from? What was its purpose? No one knew. Even Kaiser had no answers, only the certainty that it carried a very dark energy. It wasn't just the monument it sought to destroy. It wanted to annihilate everything. At that time, the dragons had no choice but to engage in endless battles to protect what little remained. Fortunately, with the lingering power of Creator God, they eventually discovered the tower, a structure within the dimension. Later, they realized they could send the remnant of life from the dying worlds into the tower. After the destruction of the monument and the collapse of the dimension, countless small, fragile creatures were wiped out. The tower became a refuge for the few survivors, no matter how sparse they were. Kaiser explained, "I've been searching for scattered traces of Creator God for a very long time, and now, after 3,000 years of wandering the dimensions—" "Wait a minute," Sejun suddenly interrupted, earning an irritated glare from Kaiser, who looked like he might smack him. "What is it, Park Sejun? I was getting to the most important part of the story." Sejun nervously waved his hands in apology. "Lord Kaiser, it's just that I have a question I can't hold back any longer. Earlier, you mentioned sending the lives of dying worlds into the tower. What did you mean by that?" Sweating, Sejun considered the implications of that statement. After all, weren't humans also among the creatures allowed into the tower? "It's exactly as I said," Kaiser replied. "This tower was designed for worlds destined for destruction. Those entities will invade entire dimensions and bring countless calamities. Before that happens, the tower selects survivors and allows them entry. So those who aren't chosen can't enter the tower?" Sejun stammered. "The place where I was born, Earth, it appeared here, and that's how I got in." He hesitated, unsure how to explain, but Kaiser seemed to understand. The dragon's expression softened with sympathy. "Unfortunately, if you fail to overcome the trials of the great disaster, your world will be destroyed." Sejun froze, feeling as though lightning had struck him. His face turned pale as he stared at the dragon, words stuck in his throat. The meaning was painfully clear. Aileen, too, was speechless. She covered her mouth, unable to cry out. Sejun finally managed to blurt out some words. It was just too hard for him to get it. Since the tower appeared on Earth years ago, no one ever told us it was meant to save survivors from a catastrophic disaster. Meanwhile, on the 75th floor, in the village of the Wandering Merchants, Theo stood in front of 33 cats. After the Zenka Lake event, members of the Silver Wolf Clan and Black Wolf Clan, his subordinates, awaited orders. With so many cats around, Theo had to find a higher spot, a chair, to make his voice heard. "Has everyone registered as Wandering Merchants, Nia? Anyone left behind, Nia?" he shouted. The group responded in unison, "Yes, we've all finished." Among them were Oren and his 2 lackeys from before, though now the 2 lackeys were trusted by Theo more than the spoiled rich kid. "All right, Jeff, lead the cats and go with Elke and Elka to collect the red locust corpses," Theo commanded. Jeff was stunned, his voice rising in disbelief. "What? Me?" His high-pitched tone wasn't out of annoyance, but sheer disbelief that Boss Theo had entrusted him with such an important task. "Am I really allowed to do that?" it softly asked back, and Theo leapt down, placing both hands on its shoulders, looking deep into its eyes with utmost seriousness. "Jeff, I trust you, Nia. You've always been diligent. You've never abandoned the village and have always taken responsibility for looking after the cats, Nia. Thanks to you, these cats can become wandering merchants, Nia." They all agree too. Each cat enthusiastically raised their paws to affirm the statement. The low-tier merchant badge gleamed brightly, and every single one of them buzzed with excitement to embark on their journey. Acknowledged by the big boss and admired by the cats, Jeff felt a sudden wave of emotion well up inside. It unexpectedly dropped to its knees, bowing repeatedly and shouting, "Theo, I will serve for the rest of my life." Theo scratched its head with a sheepish grin. Although it already had subordinates, such an open declaration of loyalty was entirely new, making it impossible not to smiling. Even Iona, despite her busy schedule, stayed to watch the scene to the end. Standing quietly in the background, she smiled warmly, feeling happy for Theo. Soon after, only Elko, Hegel, and a few others remained in the merchant village. The trainee cats, along with Elka and Elke, were gathering the red locust carcasses under Jeff's guidance. Oddly enough, Theo assigned Jeff other tasks, but kept Oren by its side. "Let's go too," it told Oren, "and don't forget to bring your bundle, Nia." Oren promptly replied, slinging the bundle over its shoulder, fully prepared for a journey with the big boss. "You've become quite skilled at managing your subordinates," Iona said with a smile. The cat, hands on its hips, tilted its head to the sky, basking in the compliment. "Nya ha ha ha, I'm a growing ka after all. Aren't I awesome, Nya?" "You'd have been more awesome if only you didn't say that," Iona retorted, deflating Theo's pride instantly. It bared its fangs playfully, retorting, "Aren't you being too much, Nya?" As the big boss and the Grand Archmage bickered, 2 of their subordinates whispered to each other. "Piu, I'm not sure about this, but what's their relationship?" Piu asked Oren, perplexed as she'd never seen her teacher argue with anyone in the tower. After all, Iona was the revered Archmage. Oren whispered back, "I'm not entirely sure. They said they have an important relationship." Their bickering subsided as Theo perked up at Iona's mention of going to the 38th floor together. Its eyes sparkled as it asked, "You can really go to the 38th floor with me, Nya? You're not planning to head to the 99th floor with Piyu, Nya? And what about the 67th floor?" Elka mentioned that the red locusts are behaving strangely, Nya. Both of them climbed onto Elko's palm, who gently lifted them onto the head. Wherever they needed to go, the silver wolf would take them. "No need to split up," Iona said, explaining that the red locust's behavior was indeed changing. The cat asked, "Is that good news? Can you explain why?" The Grand Mage narrated how locusts evolved based on the size of their population. Not only red, locusts also come in yellow, green, blue, and even purple. When their numbers decrease, their color fades, and their size and strength diminish, leading to their regression. She continued while Elko and Hegel moved gently through the merchant village, drawing the gazes of all the creatures on both sides of the road at the sight of the enormous wolves. "Has anyone noticed a capybara sleeping on a bench?" Iona carried on. "Locusts' trait is their infinite gluttony. They can't stay in one place and must constantly move to find food. As terrifying as they are, this also makes the solution to them quite clear. Without new food sources, they'll succumb to hunger and start eating one another, eventually leading to their extinction." "Does this mean the behavior change you mentioned signals their regression?" Elko asked, receiving a knowing smile from Iona. "Exactly. It's a sign they're degenerating. So the red locust menace is as good as over, and the Archmage won't need to intervene herself." Meanwhile, on the 67th floor, the sky was overcast as lizard warriors checked their blade green onion after a recent locust attack. Red locust carcasses were strewn everywhere, so abundant that stepping on one was unavoidable. A yellow lizard warrior stomped on one and grumbled, "I'm sick and tired of these red locusts." Sure, they're a delicacy for their lizards, but eating the same thing all the time gets old, not to mention having to fend off their endless attacks. Suddenly, another lizard sprinted over, shouting, "General Tamuro!" It carried a locust carcass in its arms, its face full of urgency. "Sir, please take a look at this. There's a patch of blue on their heads." Following the warrior's pointed claw, Tamuro saw the bluish mark on the deceased locust's head. Eyes wide in surprise, he clenched his fist with excitement. "At last, their numbers have dwindled to about 5 billion, huh? Isn't it said they'll turn green when their population hits 3 billion? The warriors gathered around Tamuro, their spirits lifting as they finally saw hope after months of fighting. "The goal is within reach. If we can hold out just a little longer, we'll reclaim this land," they cheered. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out. It was a wild boar dressed in fine attire, accompanied by its subordinates, having arrived unnoticed. The boar smiled cordially. "Warrior Tamuro, you've worked hard. This is Tarek, leader of the large wandering merchant guild, Chaw, operating under direct orders from Grid." Clearly someone of importance, Tarek's presence prompted Tamuro to hurry forward to greet him. "Mr. Tarek, what brings you to such a dangerous place?" Tamuro asked. With his hands clasped behind his back, Tarek replied, "Many lizardmen have been sacrificing themselves for the tower. I thought it only right to visit and express my gratitude. This is a small token of appreciation from my master, Lord Grid." Tarek revealed a cloth-wrapped box, opening it to reveal a bar of gleaming gold that shone even amidst the gray skies. Is this the tower's coin guarantee medal?" Tamuro asked, taking the object, but clearly puzzled. Why had Tarek brought such a thing? Tarek explained, "If you go to the Merchant Association's bank, you can exchange it for 10,000 tower coins anytime. It's essentially a high-value promissory note." Tamuro looked at Tarek in astonishment. "How could I accept such a significant gift?" With the same practiced smile, Tarek replied, "To Lord Grid, you're a hero who protects the tower from the red locusts. He'd like to actively support you as a sponsor. Of course, once this is all over, he also plans to assist with the reconstruction efforts on the 67th floor very generously." Did Lord Grid really say that? Seeing the joy in Tamuro's eyes, Tarek knew the lizard general had fallen into his trap. His smile remained polished, but his gaze carried the weight of calculation as he noticed Tamuro swiftly tucking the gold into his chest. Tamuro, eager to reciprocate, asked, "I would like to return the favor somehow. What can I do for Lord Grid?" Now to the heart of the matter. Having received the gift, the conversation naturally flowed. Tarek responded, "Lord Grid is a humble man. Would you be willing to spend some time having tea in our tent and talking with us? The others are welcome too." Tamuro readily agreed, allowing Tarek to lead him away like a newfound comrade, with 4 lizard warriors following close behind. As Tarek mentioned that a grand feast had been prepared for everyone to enjoy, the warriors exclaimed with delight, "I'm starving! This is exciting! Finally, something other than these red locusts." Unbeknownst to them, the 2 brown dogs who had been accompanying Tarek earlier did not follow the group. Instead, they quietly turned back, smirking as they ensured the field was deserted. They opened their backpacks, pouring out piles of fresh meat, fish, and an abundance of vibrant vegetables. Their merchant bags, equipped with expansive spatial dimensions, continued to spill out food, forming massive heaps at the bottom of a ravine. The 2 dogs, grinning wickedly from above, watched as the supplies amassed below. What were they planning? The passageway village was nestled beneath an ancient forest of towering trees, always fresh and cool. Sunlight filtered down through the big branches, lighting up the busy street where people were always bustling about. Instead of the usual monster merchants you'd expect to see, a green-skinned guy who clearly wanted to stay hidden suddenly showed up, catching the attention of 2 dog merchants. He pulled out a shiny, that unused brass tube that reflected the sunlight just a bit. "Now, take a look at this. It's enchanted with preservation magic, so it can preserve food for a long time. What do you think? Are you interested?" Scarum enthusiastically promoted the item, but to everyone else, it was just an ordinary tube. One of the 2 dogs spoke up skeptically. "What's so great about this?" Just as Scarum seemed like he might fail, a soft voice came from behind. A fluffy white cat named Meryl stepped forward, grabbing both dogs' arms at once. "Brothers, if Meryl can't sell this, Dad Scarum will hit me. Can you please buy it for me?" Meryl clung to the dogs sweetly, making them look confused. The pretty girl with clear blue eyes smiled sadly, looking like she was about to cry. "Plus," she added, looking pitiful and wiping her face, making the dogs glare at Scarum. "So this goblin is your dad? And he hits you?" The dogs looked at Scarum with distrust, making him flustered. She's adopted. I don't hit her, just play around sometimes," he stammered. "You know, just messing around. She's a jokester." Meryl's sparkling eyes made everyone feel sorry for her, and her voice sounded really down. "Brothers, you're gonna buy it for Meryl, right?" Honestly, nobody was into that silly item, but Meryl's cute and pitiful look was hard to ignore. The golden dog looked at the black dog, cheeks turning red, and they exchanged a glance before quickly dropping a handful of money into her palms. Meryl happily waved at the 2 dogs, thanking them a lot for not just buying one, but even 4 of the tubes with such a cheerful attitude. Her smile was totally worth it. As they walked away, Scarum loudly asked the cat, "What did you say about me being your dad?" Everyone misunderstood. "Oh my, didn't it work out since you sold the item? Here, your share." Meryl immediately changed her expression when talking to the Green Goblin, clearly not knowing that he wasn't actually controlling her. "But why is my share only 2 coins? Scarum frowned, realizing the payment was just that, and got annoyed, demanding more. "Each tube costs 5 tower coins. Give me more. I was the one who sold it. You don't even know how to sell the items properly. You should be thankful I gave you some of it." Scarum snapped, handing him only 2 coins out of frustration. He mumbled something unhappy, but put the money in his pocket. Meryl threw all the money into her purse, reminding Scarum about his promise to let her take revenge. "When will I be able to take revenge if you're just selling these trivial things?" she said. He replied vaguely, "Just wait. The time will come." Suddenly, Scarum went silent when he saw a very familiar figure passing by, a huge silver wolf ridden by a cat. As soon as he recognized it, the Green Goblin and Marl quickly hid behind some crates, trying to stay out of sight from the orange cat. The cat didn't see any mess left behind because the 2 had run away so quickly, but it felt like something was there and stood there confused for a moment. Iona found it strange and asked what was up, but Theo didn't know either. He just thought he heard a familiar voice. Then the silver and black wolves casually walked away, not noticing that Marl and Scarum were hiding behind some wooden crates, breathing heavily from running so fast and scared they might get caught. Later, both peeked out, and Scarum complained, "That cat surely isn't fit to become a noble." Meryl was just irritated that the hamster was sticking close to him, not expecting her ex to still be hanging out with that hamster. "So annoying," she muttered. When Meryl spoke, Scarum finally noticed the hamster. "Wait, isn't she Iona, the leader of the Magician Association?" Meryl realized only now that the hamster had such an important status. The goblin was pretty sure because he always hung around the merchant market and knew the news well. After all, she was the leader of one of the three associations maintaining the tower. Now, Marl was only focused on how to get revenge on someone with such a high status. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed and frustrated she got. Who are those small fries behind him? And there's Oren too. She was talking about the rabbit with a ribbon next to Oren, riding the black wolf. From earlier until now, that rabbit has been buried in a thick book, not paying any attention to the black cat, and Oren didn't dare to bother them either while they were reading. Skaram followed the direction Maro was pointing, suddenly frowning as if something was hard to say. Then he slumped down and sat behind the pile of wooden crates, rummaging through his pocket to answer the cat's question. "What are you looking at?" Skaram thought he recognized that rabbit. It seemed like he had seen it somewhere before, so he started searching through the papers in his pocket. When he found the piece of paper, a mischievous smile spread across his face. He was right. He knew his chance would come. In his hand was an old piece of paper, written in ancient script about the tower. It was a wanted list from Grid, top secret. The familiar red ribbon was the trademark of the Red Ribbon Kingdom's princess, and it was also Puyu's symbol from when she was young. It listed a wanted princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom with a reward of 10,000 tower coins. On the way, Theo had heard Iona briefly talk about the Red Ribbon Rabbit and was very surprised to learn that Puyu was the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. "I heard the entire royal family was eaten by the locusts during their invasion, Nya," he said. "Why didn't you tell me she was still alive, Nya?" The cat turned his head to look at the two young ones on Hagel's head, whispering to Iona as if it was a very secret matter. "She weren't eaten, Theo," she sighed. What did she mean? The answer seemed to be somehow they're still alive as princesses, but the hamster frowned very seriously, saying the royal family was murdered. The cat almost jumped up when he heard that. To him, the royal family being killed was a severe matter, so shocked that his mouth hung open, unable to believe it. Not only Theo, even the silver wolf was stunned when Iona explained. A few decades ago, during the locust invasion on the 55th floor, the Mercenary Association and the Wandering Merchant Association, along with the big shots from the magic tower we're in, stayed in the Red Ribbon Kingdom to help the rabbits. Back then, just like now, during important meetings, Iona had to stand up to be tall enough to see the entire map. That day's meeting had many prominent figures. Almost all the heads of the tower's organizations were there. Lucius, the leader of the Mercenary Association at that time, suggested, "Tomorrow we'll focus all our forces on defending this area. We need to secure the fields." Suddenly, the person across the table spoke up. "Food is also an issue, but once the locusts start to multiply, things will get really messy. So according to you, the kingdom will be left empty while the locusts are attacking." Iona, who was much younger back then and serving as the vice leader of the Magician Association, slowly spoke up. "The queen is in the kingdom, so there won't be a problem." Pointing outside, the hamster said that a barrier was protecting this place. At this moment, the red locusts wouldn't be able to do anything to the moon's divine power, and of course, it was the Magician Association members who created that barrier. Everyone looked up at the clear blue sky with white lines intertwining, a sign that the barrier was still very strong. Its effectiveness was unquestionable. Suddenly, the leader turned back to look at Iona. "I heard that since the locusts appeared, you haven't been able to get any sleep." The goblin leader nodded in agreement. "You're truly amazing," she replied. "That's why we can rest comfortably here." Lucius agreed. "All right, let's end the meeting here and meet again tomorrow." Everyone excitedly agreed, because all the prominent figures of the tower were present, and handling the red locusts with them wouldn't be too difficult. But Iona couldn't have imagined that while everyone was trying to save the rabbit herd, there were people in distress looking to profit, and dark plots were being carried out quietly without anyone knowing. After disbanding the meeting, everyone went back to their rooms to sleep or rest. The corridor was silent, only sunlight streaming through the window. The Red Ribbon Kingdom had arranged a warm room for Iona, with a small wicker basket just the right size for the hamster. Iona was deeply asleep in her tiny bed, catching up on the sleep she missed while setting up the barrier, when suddenly she was jolted awake by some noise. It was the sound of many frantic footsteps all at once, and within a second, the hamster realized something was wrong. Quickly getting out of bed, she grabbed her cloak and put it on. When she reached the door, she saw a crowd of rabbits of various colors running out like they were flying. She immediately asked the nearest white rabbit, "What's happening?" The barrier has collapsed, and the locusts. At that point, she knew the locusts had already invaded the kingdom without needing to ask further. Iona just wanted to know how the king and queen were doing now. The entire palace was bustling with footsteps, and now, alongside Iona, there were even heavier footsteps. Everyone hurriedly opened the grand palace doors. Accompanying her at that moment were a few rabbits, Lucius the leader of the Mercenary Association, and a few others who had been present at the meeting. The scene before everyone's eyes was incredibly grim. Light from the balcony outside shone onto the sight of a boar dressed in a cloak, holding a motionless white rabbit in its arms. Next to it lay another white rabbit amidst a pile of lifeless red locust corpses. Red curtains fluttered in, carrying the scent of fresh blood, making everyone jump in surprise. Grand Merchant Grid? Everyone gasped his name, but Grid remained silent, saying nothing. The surrounding red locust corpses quickly stirred fear in Iona's mind. Everyone fell silent as Grid placed the rabbit's body down, covered its face with 2 white cloths, and then began to speak. The king and queen were killed in the locust ambush. By the time we arrived, they were all ready, and they left this for me. He held out a rolled-up paper tied with a red bow, sealed with the kingdom logo. Grid solemnly presented it for everyone to see. At first, it was backlit, so no one recognized it, but once they did, everyone was utterly astonished. It was a land deed. As Lucius and the other leaders approached, although surprised, Iona knew they had been convinced. She gradually backed away from the door, and as she sprinted out, she could only hear Grid's voice saying, "As everyone can see." The hamster's face showed extreme hatred. She fled because she couldn't stand the boar. Grid's fake, nauseating expression as he cried, claiming they had left the little princess and the kingdom to him. Even though it's a huge burden, I, Grid, will fully take responsibility and protect the Red Ribbon Kingdom. A brave black rabbit loudly objected on the spot. Stop lying. There's no way the king and queen would hand over the kingdom to a wild boar merchant, someone who isn't even a rabbit. The black rabbit was incredibly courageous, but in her state, she could only utter one sentence before Grid's subordinate slammed her head onto the floor with a loud thud, being so rough and quick that even Lucius standing there couldn't intervene in time. The entire hall immediately fell silent at the brutal scene. How could a rabbit stand up against a wild boar? Grid, unfazed, raised his short, stubby pig claws and calmly asked, "Next? Anyone else want to say something?" Then Lucius and the other leaders broke into a sweat, mentioning that the remaining white rabbit had seen the companion's reflection, only to be met with stifled sobs. A fake smile spread across Grid's face, and behind him were 2 wild boar guards ready to strike, though no one dared to speak up. No one? Then, where's the princess right now? The greedy, dark-faced boar didn't look like someone entrusted with the responsibility of protecting the kingdom. No one knew when Iona had run out of the hall. Her short legs were as fast as ever, but slower than before because she had to carry a small pouch that peeked out her yellow ears. And that was why the little princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom was on Grid's wanted list since birth, because Iona had fled the kingdom alone with Pyupiu. The timing of the barrier's destruction and the locusts' invasion was truly suspicious. The hamster was certain that the greedy wild boar Grid was behind it all. Despite the extremely tense situation at that time, Pyupiu being here today proved that Iona had successfully helped the princess escape. As she recounted the story to Theo, the hamster still had many questions from that day. The land deed was sealed with the power of the rabbit royal family, so Grid must have thought he could take on the role of Pyupiu's guardian. Once the little one grew up, he probably planned to use her as a puppet until the princess officially ascended the throne. Look at her now, a knowledgeable and adorable rabbit, ready to discuss knowledge with other monsters, completely different from what could have happened in the past. Iona couldn't just stand by and let that happen. Later, the locusts devastated the kingdom, which was left without the king and the queen. And after the locusts disappeared, thanks to the tower managers, Grid controlled the 55th floor using the land deed he couldn't even open himself, while also acting as the landlord. Just recounting the old story made Iona clench her hands in frustration. He's truly a disgusting and revolting bastard. Theo, bewildered, followed along. I had no idea that Grid was such a bad guy, nah? But how is he still able to act as a landlord, Nia? Just as you said, he couldn't even open the land deed. Doesn't that mean he hasn't officially inherited it yet, Nia? Elka suddenly interjected. Maybe he used his influence with the Wandering Merchant Association and the Mercenary Association. Grid has a unique ability to get people on his side by using his own money. That's just a guess. There's no confirmed answer yet. Iona mentioned that recently, they've received information that Grid has put a bounty on finding Puyu. He must be thinking this is his chance now that the kid is at an age where she can officially succeed. Theo vaguely guessed that Puyu's appearance wasn't a coincidence, so he tried to probe if the reason Iona wants to introduce the kid to Seijin is because of that. She smiled and nodded. That's right. After we request the Black Dragon to personally protect the kid, we will rebuild the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Of course, it would be in a completely independent state and under the real princess's authority. And with her vast knowledge, Iona believes that Puyu is fully capable of ruling the kingdom. Unlike the upper floors where monsters live only during the day, the second floor where newcomers enter the tower is now nighttime. Two new hunters were still dressed in casual clothes, walking and asking each other about getting level-ups quickly and easily. One replied firmly, "I'm telling the truth. Have you been deceived your whole life or what? That's the top information my mother got from the association. But getting experience points just by giving people money doesn't make any sense." He was in the middle of arguing when both of them stopped upon seeing a figure not far away. It was a man dressed in a formal suit. As soon as he saw the two approaching, he bent down and greeted them very solemnly. "Hello, new hunters. I'm Harrison, a level coordinator." "Whoa, amazing, a level coordinator?" The two were as excited as if they had won the lottery. The guy confidently boasted to his friend, "See, you've befriended the right person." Harrison smiled brightly, inviting the two to follow him. "We've been waiting for you for a long time since we got the phone call from the madam. Please follow this way." The two immediately followed, as one of them mother had already mentioned about this. They didn't know what they saw as their eyes popped out, and the scene before them was probably surprising to anyone. A super huge field, seemingly stretching to the horizon, was being lit up by high-powered lights like daytime. They kept looking without knowing where the end was, while Harrison enthusiastically welcomed them. "Welcome to Gagel's Experience Point Farm." Looking at the strange yellow petal flowers, he was very surprised. "Are we really getting experience points by killing these? This is the first time I've seen these monsters. They look very much like flowers, but know how to extend themselves forward and move like animals. They just can't move further than their roots." Harrison drew a dagger, introducing, "These are plant-type monsters that the company has discovered. The research team has successfully bred a large number of them. We are now offering a special level consultation service exclusively for VIPs to train as skilled hunters. Each of these monsters will give you 33 experience points." Harrison swung his hand, chopping off a nearby flower, hearing it hiss like a real monster. And indeed, a sign showed that he earned an additional 33 experience points. There are around 4 monsters in every payong of land. How much do you want to invest? Looking at Harrison as a model, killing monsters seemed easy, earning points seemed easy, and there are hundreds of thousands of such monsters here. This is clearly a great deal. The two young men looked at each other and smiled, not saying anything, but clearly understanding each other. Not only did they chop with their hands as Harrison demonstrated, the plant monsters were incinerated from leaf to branch as these newcomers poured gasoline and set fire to a large bunch. While burning the monsters, they laughed joyfully, and now they could kill monsters easily upon entering the tower. The path of being a hunter seemed bright. How could it not be enjoyable? Leveling up just by burning a pile of fire, even luckier than winning the lottery. The two guys, with 2 bottles and a can of gasoline, were wreaking havoc in an area they had paid for. Who says it's not like winning the lottery, right? We can burn 100 pyeong of land with just 100 million won. The two boys laughed even harder, pouring more gasoline and fire onto the ground. Today, they weren't just going to earn more experience points, they were enjoying a rich person's brutal experience. We've gone through so many floors and still haven't reached the 38th floor, huh? Let's all head up to the 38th floor with me and see what's been happening there lately. This is the place Theo usually uses to trade agricultural products from the 99th floor. Today, a bunch of hunters have come to set up tents, and from up high, it looks just like a small village. People are chatting loudly all around, and Elka and a few others are poking their heads out. So, these must be the humans, right? Who are coming into the tower? It was Elka's first time seeing this type of creature, and he was kinda curious. While Oren was so scared, he tucked his ears back. The black cat straight up said he was really scared of them, wondering what kind of creatures they were since they looked so different. Unlike Theo, who thinks more hunters mean more customers and that they need to hurry down. From a bush, Theo the experienced middle-class merchant waves excitedly, saying hello to everyone. "I am here. Nah!" The hunters cheered when they saw the familiar orange cat, rushing over to say, "Hey everyone, Theo's here." Seeing it made everyone even more excited than before. But little did they know, right after that, a huge monster jumped out and stood right behind Theo. Out of nowhere, the leader of the Silver Wolf tribe appeared, making the hunters jump back in fear. Some froze on the spot, others immediately reached for their weapons, all looking super surprised, like, "What is this, a wolf?" Instead of Theo's usual friendly smile, facing the hunters was the deep growl of the Silver Wolf leader. Massive in size with a fierce face, the hunters were terrified and quickly stepped back. They didn't have any weapons on them, they were just taking a break, and they had a pile of wood on their backs. The tension was thick for just a few seconds before Theo realized and gave Elka a look. "Hey Elka, these humans are our customers, nya? What are you doing with our customers, nya?" Elka, confused, immediately apologized, saying he couldn't help it because he was startled. The poor tribe leader was being scolded by the tiny cat in front of everyone, which was already weird, and then they saw Theo quickly speak up to calm things down. "Don't be surprised, nya. This is my subordinate Elka. He's a really cute doggy." Elka was still blank because he didn't understand what Theo meant. The cat turned around, frowned at the leader, and signaled to do what he was told. "Give them some service, nya? Service? What?" Elka looked at Theo for 2 seconds and got what the cat wanted, but he really didn't want to have to do any serving. So the wolf leader had a mental struggle for a few seconds, squinted his eyes looking unwilling, but then he immediately rolled onto his back, tongue out, belly up, and started whining like a dog waiting for his owner to play. The white fur under Elka looked so soft, not like a grown-up dog with a family or a son or anything. The hunters, especially the women, saw that scene and got all excited. It was like seeing a sweet, lovable dog that knows how to act cute, and the best part was it was super-duper big, making everyone want to cuddle it. "Theo, can I touch him?" A young lady stepped up to ask. The cat nodded and quickly came up with a merchant-style response. "That'll be 1 tower coin for each touch, nya?" It was super expensive, but they were willing to pay to touch, cuddle, stroke, and even bury their faces in the giant dog's fur. Elka was kinda stubborn but quickly joined in with the people's compliments, saying how cute and adorable he was and how soft the fur was. The wolf's tail was wagging wildly, eyes half closed, and 2 teardrops on each side looking so helpless. Elka mumbled, "My pride, my tribe's honor, and hey, some money too." Seeing that the hunters were almost forgetting there was another creature beside them, Theo raised his hand to get their attention. "Look over here. Here too, nya. Let me introduce you to a new face, nya. This is Oren, my wandering merchant subordinate, nya." The black cat got startled when its name was called, looking really confused, with its paws in front not knowing whether to let go or hold on, hesitating over a few words. "Hello. Hi, hello, humans." "Humans? What humans?" Theo furrowed his brows, muttering his name. "Oren, Oren." Calling it twice made the cat realize it had misread the script. It took a deep breath, raised its paw like a lucky cat, and spoke loudly. "Nice to meet you all. Nya. I'm Oren. Nya." He was using nya, just like Theo told it, making those ladies feel so excited. A clever, cute black cat, how adorable it was. Everyone took photos right away. Taking photos was one thing, but petting its head was another. Theo noted it down, saying, "That'll be 1 tower coin per pat, nya." Oren closed his eyes tight when strangers touched his head, tensing up completely, but later when they scratched his chin and complimented how cute he was, he couldn't help but break into a big happy grin, feeling really pleased. Then it's time for our main character today to introduce the main topic. Let's start the crop auction, Naya. We've just upgraded our bundles, so we have more crops to sell, nya. The hunters cheered and rushed over to get ready for the auction. Oren, next to Boss Theo, placed a huge basket of cherry tomatoes next to a basket of sweet potatoes. These were the first 2 items up for auction. Today, we'll be auctioning off 5,000 C-grade magic cherry tomatoes and 5,000 C-grade strength sweet sun pumpkin potatoes, along with 10,000 D-grade detoxifying green onions at 500 each per batch. Naya. Oh, strength sweet sun pumpkin potatoes. That's a new crop. Everyone cheered in excitement, but someone said, "We'll save that one for later. Now, let's kick off the auction with 500 cherry tomatoes, Nia." With Theo's shout, everyone started bidding. Initially, 500 tower coins went up to 700, and the atmosphere heated up with everyone focusing on the auction. Unbeknownst to them, up above, a white rabbit and a hamster were hovering, watching. Iona was really surprised. The hamster opened her mouth and exclaimed, "When Theo works, he can shine just like his fur color." Puyu heard this and giggled, hiding behind a thick spellbook to tease the hamster. "Pew, I didn't know you could always have that kind of expression, master." Iona was startled. "Puyu, you shouldn't tease your master!" The hamster clenched her fists, her face turning bright red. Not daring to tease Iona anymore, Puyu fell silent. Suddenly, Iona felt a bit confused, thought for a moment, and then called out, "Master, am I allowed to feel emotions like that?" Puyu asked without looking at Iona, partly knowing it was a sensitive question, and partly knowing she shouldn't ask. "Since you've saved me, I've only known to train, wait, and restlessly keep running on this path for the reconstruction of the kingdom and the suffering people." Remembering the days of hard study, suddenly the book in her hands felt somehow heavier. She hesitated in her words. "Now I only have a little hope, and I know there's still much to do, so my determination might waver, but... She couldn't express her feelings, yet Iona understood. The hamster touched her student's hand gently and called, "Puyu, you don't have to carry all the burdens. Being honest with your feelings isn't something to be ashamed of. Is the black rabbit on your mind?" Her white fur cheeks turned bright red in an instant, her left ear uncontrollably wiggling twice, like nodding on behalf of her owner. Puyu felt her heart pounding, so embarrassed she had to press her lips together to pretend nothing was happening. But the sweetness couldn't be hidden. "What about him? I only saw him for a few seconds." The more confused the rabbit was, the more it showed. Now it's her turn to tease Puyu. "Oh my, you're not being honest at all. Then I don't need to talk about the black rabbit anymore." But Puyu couldn't let it go. The little rabbit muttered, "Rabbit, what kind of rabbit is Black Rabbit?" "Puyu, too late, I'm not telling you." Puyu was teased until her face turned bright red. "Master, that's too much." Iona smiled, planning to tease this little rabbit with a few more lines. It's been a while since they had some nice relaxed time, but suddenly Iona saw a familiar shadow coming out of the bush. The pretty cat Meryl, with her shiny fur, had appeared on the 38th floor since when, still daring to wave and smile at Iona? It looked like she had been here waiting for the great Archmage's attention from the start. That act really annoyed Iona. The hamster slapped her hands down quickly. "What's that cat doing here?" Iona sped off so fast to land on the grass, right in front of Meryl. She greeted the hamster with a smile. Indeed, the two had met before, but the way Iona treated her before made it impossible for Meryl to show a happy smile. "You say you're Meryl, right? What are you doing here?" Iona's guarded look just made Meryl look funnier. The cat lifted her paw to cover her mouth, giggling, her beautiful blue eyes looking down adorably. "Oh, do you still remember my name? I'm truly honored." Pretending to be all charming, but Iona didn't have the patience for niceties. Just looking at that face made her so annoyed. The hamster snapped back. "Are you trying to harm Theo again?" Merle's sweet expression vanished. She slapped her paw as if she heard something really gross. "Ha! I'm no longer interested in that dumb yellow cat anymore. Since I found you." The 5 claws spread out sharply, and the light blue eyes glowed with danger even though the words were completely unclear. Iona stared straight at her, thinking, what's going on? Iona couldn't sense any intimidation from her, but her words just felt off. Suddenly, her hand quickly reached into the side pocket, pulled out something, and raised it up. Because of this, the unexpected action made Iona react swiftly, but what the cat was holding was just a white sphere emitting a soft light with some kind of engraving on top. At that moment, Iona didn't understand what was happening, and that 1 second was enough to prevent her from moving when the beam of light shot out, enveloping her body. It looked like a white lightning bolt striking Iona, not causing a jolt, but pushing the hamster a bit upwards, quickly closing into a large white shield outside. The prominent white seal appeared when the sphere was completed. Although her body had no wounds, Iona knew she was trapped. She extended her hand to summon magic, only to see it vanish like smoke right before her eyes. Her magic had never been harder to grasp like this, to be precise. No matter how many times she tried, she couldn't form anything inside this sphere. Meryl laughed crazily when she saw Iona's surprised face. Ha ha ha. You can't use magic inside there, which means now you're just an ordinary hamster. Kai ha ha ha, you're trapped now, serves you right. Up there, Puyu hurriedly rushed down to rescue her master. She was in such a hurry, coming down from the most visible spot, that by the time she heard Iona's warning not to get close, it was already too late. The nearby bush rustled for a split second, and the deceitful goblin who had been lying in wait shot out from the bushes quickly, blocking the white rabbit before she could reach her master. In Scaram's hand was also a similar white sphere that had sealed Iona's power. He grinned mischievously and pointed it at Puyu, mimicking exactly what Marl had done. The helpless rabbit was engulfed by that white power, tumbling down like a falling stone, the book in her hand flying away, her face flushed with a long streak. Iona panicked, calling out the rabbit's name, while the two others smirked and watched. By the time Puyu struggled to get up with her aching and sore body, the two black shadows had already approached. Now, in Scaram and Marl's eyes, Puyu was no longer Iona's student, but the princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom being wanted by greed. Ha ha! Both of them laughed loudly. 10,000 tower coins are ours now. Their laughter made Puyu finally realize that they weren't trying to capture Iona, but had set a trap to catch her, to take her back to where she wanted to hide the most, the landowner grid. Meryl and Scaram's laughter was so loud, echoing through a moment of the forest, they carried a hamster and a rabbit on their shoulders and left without caring if anyone was watching. They had gotten what they wanted. Just as the two were leaving, Zerath stepped out from the bushes, extremely surprised. What just happened? Why is Lord Iona here? While still confused about whether to chase after them, she heard a familiar voice not far away. It was Theo, happily returning with his two subordinates after finishing selling goods. We had really good sales today, Nya. Today's income must thank the work of the white wolf and the black cat. From earlier until now, Elka always showed a vulnerable face, being harassed and such, while Orin was chuckling. I'm seeing you in a new light, Orin. You definitely have a knack for being a merchant, Nya. The black cat smiled widely, yet remained humble. No, Theo, I mean thank you, Nya. All thanks to your teaching, Nya. Everyone stopped when a strange fox approached. She immediately called out Theo's name, and the cat was also very surprised. Isn't this Zerath? Haven't seen you in a long time. Did you see the party came here with, Nya? I told them to wait here, but now they're nowhere to be seen. She pondered for a moment before saying, I think I just witnessed your party being kidnapped. Back on the 99th floor, farming activities were still going on as usual. Only those not farming were a bit unusual. Aileen was clenching her fists, grumbling. Grandfather, you're a dummy. Why didn't you tell me that? Kaiser's embarrassed face on the other side of the screen didn't make the dragon any calmer. Her cheeks puffed out, even though her grandfather kept clarifying. I didn't tell you? This was written in Chapter 1 of the Basic Tower History. You dozed off again instead of studying, didn't you? And initially, that was the truth that all beings in the tower knew, although it seems history has been forgotten because of their short lifespans. Although it was an explanation, Aileen couldn't absorb it. The dragon switched to scolding. You didn't even know about this. Is there any way to get out of this? At this rate, Sejin's house is going to be wiped out. Oh, even if I mention it then. Kaiser looked down at Sejin, who was being comforted by the whole bunny family and Kuang, and suddenly ran out of words. Kuang only knew his dad was unhappy, his face scrunched up, but the little bear could only ask, Dad, you have another home other than this place? Black Rabbit saw that he wasn't in the mood to answer, so he chimed in, explaining that he was talking about Sejin's hometown, where Sejin's whole family, grandmother and grandfather were all there. After a moment, he spoke up again. Lord Kaiser, what do the trials of the calamity mean? It's about things like the locust invasion on the 67th floor right now. They're the minions of destruction. Considering they haven't appeared on your planet, Earth, it seems they were trying to get there, but discovered a rift in dimensions and forced their way into the tower. In this situation, we can consider it a stroke of luck because somehow brought them time. This issue worries the farmer immensely. Humanity has only climbed up to the 38th floor so far, and even the powerful monsters on the 67th floor are struggling to fight the locusts. But what if the locusts appear on Earth? Thinking of millions of locust swarms flying to red quartz and covering the entire blue sky, the worst-case scenario flashed in Sejin's mind. They'd be annihilated in less than a few days. Seeing Sejin lost in his thoughts, Aileen asked her grandfather, Is there any dimension that won against the trials? They have traveled through countless dimensions over the past thousands of years. At least there must be one. Unfortunately, Kaiser's answer was no. Not even one has been found up to now. I've searched many ways, but even we, the dragons, do not know exactly how to overcome the trials. We have only found a fragment of the Creator. The hope just flickered out, and Eileen could do nothing more than let out a helpless, "Oh." Suddenly, Seijun interrupted. "No, it's not that there's absolutely no way." He stood up with an optimistic look that greatly surprised the dragon. "Is there a way?" "What way?" Seijun leaned on his arms, looking very confident with his answer. "There's a very important difference between the destroyed worlds and this one." Kaiser's face twisted, and Eileen didn't understand either. They all popped out the same question. What difference? "It's because the Tower Farmer Park Seijun is in this world." He patted his chest, revealing the black dragon symbol on his hand. At their feet were the Bunny family and Kueng, who, though not fully understanding, also smiled confidently. "Is there any trials that's too difficult for the whole family to overcome? If the green onions we cultivated defeated the locusts on the 67th floor, then this time there might be a new variable different from the current dimension. Do you think so?" Pointing at himself, Seijun seemed to say, "I'm the one who created that differing variable." Theo's gang quickly got a new companion, Zerath. The fox grabbed the tuft of fur on Elka's head tightly while the silver wolf chief was darting around like a bird. Theo's voice almost got drowned out by the wind, but Zerath still caught it. "Didn't you know where those two were heading, Nia?" The fox said she knew. If she didn't know, then where could Elka go? They must have headed toward that rotten root inn in the Passageway Village. That place is one of the businesses of Tarek, the wandering merchant, under Greed's control. The two of them made contact there yesterday. They're clearly up to some sort of scheme. But how did Zerath know all that, huh? Theo gave the fox a suspicious look. "How did you know that in such detail, Nia? It's also suspicious how you happened to be following after Scarum." Seeing Theo's face, Zerath suddenly realized she'd probably said too much. Her intentions weren't meant to be revealed anything. While she was suspicious and surveilling the Chow merchant troupe, who are currently at war with the locusts on the 67th floor, she discovered that they were in contact with Scarum, so she followed them. But that part was top secret, so the fox could only force a fake laugh to cover it up without saying anything. And yet, Theo got suspicious right away. "Don't tell me you are trying to work under Greed through Scarum, Nia. That guy's a damn devil, Nia. Don't hang out with those nasty bastards, Nia. Why did everything suddenly turn out like this?" Zerath was so stunned she couldn't keep her mouth shut. But Theo's story was also quite possible, so the fox just went along with it. "I also only found out now. As I thought, there's no one like Theo, my savior." With such sincerity, and even clapping his hands to convince Theo immediately. The cat snorted in agreement. She knew it was good, making Zerath breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, both of them glanced sideways when they noticed the silver wolf chief had stopped, catching his breath while signaling to Theo that they'd reached the passage entrance. In front of them was a patch of deep green forest, dotted with a few pale white boulders. It was the merchant path on the 38th floor. They were standing on a high ledge and had to get down to reach the passage. Theo told Zerath that he needed to find the companion waiting here. That guy had mentioned he held a high position in the mercenary group here, so meeting him again would be useful. Zerath wanted to know who that guy was, but Theo didn't rush to speak. After all, Elka was already getting down, and they'd meet very soon. Lying asleep on a large rock outside the entrance was the Black Wolf Chief, Hegel, looking completely relaxed, not paying any attention to the stares of the merchants entering the passage. They kept staring at him, wondering why a wolf was sleeping there. Theo jumped down, raised his hand to greet Hegel, and woke the wolf. "Oi, Hegel, we're here, Nia." The chief immediately stood up to greet Theo. "You're here. Did you sell a lot of crops?" Only then did Hegel notice that next to Theo was a familiar figure in a cloak. Oh, as if she were a stranger. The mercenary instantly recognized her, and Zerath never expected that Theo was actually talking about Hegel, huh? The two had met before during the association meeting. Zerath broke out in a cold sweat, silently praying that Hegel would play along with her. Who would have thought he'd speak? Wandering Merchant Association leaders, so Zerath almost wanted to throw her head off to stop him. When Hegel finally caught on to the signal, he quickly changed his tune. Yeah, that's right, this is Zerath, a very close friend of the Wandering Merchant Association leader's son. Ha ha ha! Hagel's sycophantic expression looked downright ridiculous in front of the others, but Zerath grabbed onto it and acted all respectful. Hello, hello, Hegel. Both sides exchanged forced smiles for a while until the fox found a chance to whisper, I'm on an undercover mission. I see. Hegel was about to ask more than Theo spoke up. What is it, Nya? Do you know each other, Nya? Their awkward, embarrassed smiles were identical, both laughing as if to say, yeah, we know each other on a basic level, nothing serious at all. Hegel noticed that something was off with the group, scanning everyone and guessing something wasn't right. Where are Lord Iona and Piuyu? Almost forgot. Theo quickly told Hegel that Iona and Piuyu had been kidnapped. The shocking news was so overwhelming that the Black Wolf chief could hardly believe it. He thought the cat was joking and even said, don't joke like that. Who in their right mind could kidnap Lord Iona? Zerath nodded. It's true, Hegel. Theo wasn't joking. I witnessed it myself. Theo added immediately, it was Scarum and Maril, Nya. Zerath said they were on their way to the Rotten Root Inn to meet someone named Tarek, Nya. Can we get support from strong individuals at the Free Mercenary Association, Nya? At the mention of Tarek, Hegel looked puzzled. Wasn't that guy the wandering merchant under greed? This is going to be tough indeed. Elka agreed too. Theo, even within the Free Mercenary Association, there are many different factions. Most of them are in the economic faction, working solely for money. Follow those with money. Greed is currently one of the wealthiest in the tower. Just like I was in the past, most of the mercenaries in the association are likely to have connection with greed. So what about the magical association then? The cat asked. Well, that isn't any better either, Hegel replied. Greed has already planned to have his subordinates in more places than I expected. Even the magical association is probably the same. This way doesn't work, and that way won't do either. Theo groaned, holding his head. Nya! Does that mean there's really no other way, Nya? Zerath squinted at the orange cat. As an experienced agent, of course the fox had already thought of many solutions. It was just a matter of whether to tell the cat or not. Finally, she decided to speak up. Theo, I've got an idea, but can you trust me this one time? Looking completely serious, and given the dire situation, Theo had no other choice. The warm sun shone down on houses of the passageway village, so peaceful, completely different from the gloomy scene in the slum area, where the dilapidated houses barely saw the sun. The residents there were all poor, drunk, elderly, or jobless. Yet amidst those shabby houses was the Rotten Root Inn that Scarum and Maril were headed for. Each carrying a heavy load, they reached the wooden door of the inn, and Scarum knocked exactly 4 times in a broken rhythm. The wooden panel was slid aside, revealing a pair of mischievous, beady eyes staring intently at Scarum, asking with just one word, business. The goblin replied immediately, we got the item and came to see Tarek. Noticing that next to Scarum there was also a white cat carrying a similar load but staying silent, the goblin added another question. A bug. That was clearly a code between the two, because Scarum sounded worried when replying in a way that was totally different from what was asked. It likes rotten root. The wooden panel was slid back to its original place, hiding the imp's gaze, and then the door was pulled inward, leaving Scarum unable to hide his nervous excitement and anxiety. Let's go, Scarum said to Maril, and the two stepped inside, but everyone looked worried because there were many shady characters around. Except for the one who opened the door earlier, a large green imp. Everyone else was mercenaries and big guys sitting and drinking beer. They drank their beer, but couldn't take their eyes off the new guests entering the inn. Even when Maril was climbing the stairs, they kept watching her intently. No pretense or suggestiveness at all. Every step she took was noticed by them. The two of them reached the 2nd floor, where a man in an expensive red cloak was already waiting. He said coolly, Scarum, is it? You better not bring disappointing results for me this time. Sitting on a sofa was an overweight pig holding a cigar, asking Scarum. His smile looked gentle, but it carried a threatening undertone. Scarum didn't dare delay any longer, casually letting the cloak on his shoulder drop as he replied, Certainly not, Tarek. Here, as per your instruction. 2 pieces of cloth were pulled out, revealing Piuyu and Iona trapped inside 2 magical containment spheres. The smiles on Scarum and Maril said it all. They'd just received a heap of cash this time. Seeing the 2 trapped inside the spheres, Tarek immediately leapt up from his chair, murmuring continuously, oh, as he moved closer to take a look. As per your command, we used the seal to capture these 2, said Scarum. Tarek truly had to commend Scarum for his hard work. Then he smiled kindly down at the white rabbit. How have you been lately, Princess Puyu? You've grown into such a beautiful rabbit. Puyu had no idea who this guy was. Why would he even know her name? But Tarek didn't wait for any response from Puyu. He quickly turned to the hamster on his left, keeping up a fake smile against Iona's obvious disdain. And here is the leader of the magical association, Iona. The hamster one heard Tarek speak, and her cheeks burned with anger. Tarek, you disgusting pie! Iona gritted her teeth, and before she could finish her sentence, a tremendous force from outside struck the sphere, making it sink down with her inside. Iona was stomped on repeatedly by that pig, venting his rage with curses. I've taken it easy on you all this time, yet can't you read the room now? Still don't get it? You're nothing but a harmless hamster who can't even use magic anymore. Luckily, the sphere didn't shatter, so Iona could withstand Tarek's relentless stomping, but that was why the pig kept stomping to vent his anger. It wasn't until the overweight body could no longer take it that he finally stopped, grabbing the cloth that the servant had brought over. At least that eased things up a bit. Skaram and Maril both stepped back a little as Tarek stomped on the rat, only following along because they were all too scared of that sight. Tarek looked at the imp. When you first came and said you saw the princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, I thought you were Lung, and to think you'd complete the mission so perfectly. Lord Greed will be pleased. Skaram immediately flashed a flattering smile. In that case, could you officially introduce me to Greed? The fat pig interrupted in an overly affected tone. I'll think about that. Give them 10,000 tower coins. A fake smile spread across Tarek's face as he ordered his underlings to quickly prepare the money and then sent the two of them on their way. The mercenary dog shoved them out immediately, while Skaram still wanted to say more. All he wanted was just one chance to actually meet Greed. Maril didn't care. The glittering gold coins in her hand were enough to keep her happy all day. After a brief commotion, only the Tarek group remained. The pig glanced down at his own badly scratched Iona as if nothing had happened. Where were we just now? Oh, Iona, thinking about the deals you ruined, I really want to crush you, but now not the time for that. Princess Puyu, I am Tarek of the Chow Wandering Merchants Troupe. Your patron, Lord Greed, has been searching for the princess for decades. Now, you should stop wandering around and return to the Red Ribbon Kingdom. No, Puyu, who didn't even know who this fat pig was, just by the way he treated her master, and then acted all sweet with her, knew he was nothing. There was no need to be cautious or fearful. After all, they needed her to come back anyway. So the rabbit stubbornly retorted, Puyu, Greed isn't my patron. I don't want to have my parents' mortal enemy as my patron. Puyu's words didn't anger Tarek. He turned around and mocked Iona. Seeing Princess Puyu think like that, it must be because that magician must have brainwashed you deeply, huh? That incident back then was just a stroke of bad luck, wasn't it? Lord Greed is a virtuous individual, highs managing the kingdom and its people to fulfill his responsibilities. He fully supports and works hard to prevent the tragedy on the 55th floor from happening again on the 67th floor. While he was casually recounting this to Puyu, Iona behind him let out a loud, clear laugh. Ha! You all really thought no one would know that bastard were using his support to take control of the 67th floor? But things won't go as you planned. The number of locusts is increasing. Hearing that, Tarek burst into raucous laughter, as if he had heard something extremely funny. He even mocked Iona, calling her a real idiot. Did you think we're sighting and waiting to fall into ruin without doing anything? While Tarek was laughing their heads off, the door was suddenly opened from the outside. A mercenary dog had come to report. They said the locust's color had switched back to red. Tarek put on a sly smile at the dog, using his counterfeit face on everyone without sparing a single soul. Iona listened in shock. What the heck? No way. They were clearly all turned into green locusts. Ha ha, no need to hide anything anymore. Tarek's smile darkened a few notches as he stood up, crossing his legs and announcing, those locusts will just keep increasing in number, because we're feeding them. Tarek revealed his dangerous, scheming nature as a fat pig, but as soon as he finished that sentence with Iona, his smile returned. The red locusts we fed will quickly evolve into purple ones. Everywhere will turn into wasteland, and once the food runs out, this place will fall under Lord Greed's rule as well. Puyu, you should marry Greed and hand over control of the Red Ribbon Kingdom to him. Even if you're just an innocent and fragile rabbit who doesn't know much about the world, you naturally want to save your people, right? Puyu stubbornly refused to reply, and Tarek once again turned to look at the Grand Mage. First of all, Iona, it looks like I have no choice but to get rid of you, and with this, I'll make the Magician Association ours as well. You see, you're extremely dangerous to Lord Greed's plans. The pig's eyes gleamed venomously, and around him, 2 pairs of mercenary eyes were fixed on Iona. Normally, when she still had her magic, none of them would dare come close. But now Iona was just a powerless little hamster, so even the mercenary dogs dared to stand high above, smirking cunningly at her. KKK, thanks for the food. One of them scooped up the sphere containing Iona in his hand and brought it close to his large, gaping mouth full of sharp teeth. Just as he was about to sink his teeth in, the wall beside him suddenly exploded with a huge bang. Before the dog could react, a leg came rushing from that direction, stomping directly on his face and knocking him sideways. That was Theo, who just kicked the mercenary dog right in front of Tarek. The cat stormed over, yelling, "Don't you dare mess with my precious magician, Nia!" Iona looked up at Theo with delight from above, never having felt such a strong urge to see that orange cat as much as she did now, her eyes showing unhidden emotion. Theo just lay on his back, spreading his arms and legs to catch the sphere containing Iona. The furious glare he had aimed at the fleeing dog now shifted toward Iona. "Did you wait long, Nia?" She softly smiled. "I knew you'd come in no time." Iona's tiny hand could only reach the inner wall of the sphere, the only barrier between her and Theo's hand. That moment when they met seemed as long as an entire movie, even though it was just a few seconds. Looking back, the dog had been sent crashing into the wall on the other side with a mighty thud, leaving Tarek and the remaining mercenaries gaping in astonishment as they watched Theo gently land with Iona in his arms. They all looked around in bewilderment, swearing they had no idea what kind of crazy stuff had just happened. An orange cat kicking a dog that was lying in a corner? And that wall Theo just smashed into, how could it have been blown a giant hole like that? The cat looked perfectly fine. How could this be? Tarek had been shouting non-stop, but Theo didn't pay him any mind. The cat was busy helping free Iona and Puyu, continuously asking the two how to open the sphere. "Oi oi, do you know who I am? I'm Tarek, the leader of Chow Wandering Merchant Troop under Greed. How dare you touch what belongs to me, the future great wandering merchant? I'll make sure you can't even step foot in the wandering merchant industry. Hey, are you listening to me, you lowly yellow cat?" Tarek's voice rang out, and soon Theo had to turn back and glare at the fat pig. "Shut your mouth, Nia. I'm holding back my urge to kill you, Nia." Knowing that this guy wouldn't let it go, Theo stood up and glared at the pig. "You want to know who I am, Nia? Then let me tell you. Remember this well, you pig." Theo pointed directly at Tarek while he was saying, "I'm the wandering middle-class merchant. I, Theo, the orange cat." With his short thumb, Theo pointed right at himself with confidence. A gust of wind blew, making his cloak flutter and adding a perfect dose of dashing charisma. In the room, Theo's words rang out loud and clear. "I am a middle-class wandering merchant who will become a great merchant. And also me, Theo, the golden cat, Nia." Tarek was quite shocked by Theo's grand entrance, his warthog-like eyes staring straight at the cat. For 3 whole seconds, he stayed frozen like that, then suddenly pressed his lips together. Then, he burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha ha!" tilting his head back as if the ceiling itself was the funniest thing he'd ever seen. He laughed so hard that his bulging belly looked like it might just roll down to his feet. Only when he was done did he shake his head vigorously, no longer sparing Theo a single glance. His voice turned into a weary sigh, the kind one would use when talking to a clueless child. "Whether you call yourself a golden or yellow cat, you're still just a yellow cat." After his mockery, Tarek stepped back and gave a command to the mercenary dog beside him. "Teach this brat a lesson." The brown dog stepped forward, looking at Theo with not a hint of concern. The dog let out a low, sinister chuckle, ki, then suddenly stuck out his tongue hungrily, revealing a set of razor-sharp fangs. His arms reached out, ready to snatch his prey. "I shall tear you apart to pieces very painfully. Ha 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 ha!" Tremble in fear. It did look intimidating, but Theo merely narrowed his eyes in boredom. Standing still, he smirked and muttered, "I am not scared, Nia." The dog froze, thinking he must have misheard. But Theo's eyes widened as he repeated himself, "My subordinates are far more terrifying than that, Nia." The brown dog hadn't even figured out where Theo's subordinates were when, Out of nowhere, two shaggy wolves leaped down. Elka soared just behind Hegel, his face calm and collected, a stark contrast to the fierce, battle-hardened demeanor of the black wolf, an elite mercenary with years of experience. Only when Hegel's jaws were inches away from his head did the brown dog realize the threat. In the blink of an eye, Hegel lunged, his fangs sinking deep into the dog's neck, slamming him to the ground despite his pained yelps. Meanwhile, Elka had already moved to guard Theo, both of them watching the scene unfold like it was straight out of a Hollywood movie. Hegel bit down precisely, then swiftly released, leaving a long, deep gash across the dog's neck. The poor creature lay motionless, looking completely out of commission. Tarek's smile vanished instantly. What? What's going on? How is there a black wolf here? And you? Aren't you Elka of the Silver Wolf tribe? You've been receiving Lord Greed's kindness all this time, but what are you doing here? Tarek was clearly shaken upon recognizing Elka's identity, but at the mere mention of Greed's name, his rage reignited. Attacking me means betraying Lord Greed. Do you not care about the consequences this will bring upon your tribe? People often mistook Elka's quiet nature for meekness, but faced with Tarek's aggression, he responded with eerie composure. Shut your mouth. Elka, the one who once ate the nasty scraps that disgusting wild boar handed down, was long dead. Right now, I am Elka of the Silver Wolf tribe, who protects the golden cat Theo, the one who will become a great wandering merchant. The remaining black wolf stepped into Tarek's view. With the massive scar across his face, he looked like he was glaring daggers at Tarek, but in truth, he was merely introducing himself in the simplest way possible. I am Hegel of the Black Wolf tribe. Theo didn't bother wasting words. He simply crossed his arms and stared straight at the boar, sending a signal to his subordinates in an instant. Hegel's tone shifted. If you touch even the tip of Theo's fur, we won't let it slide. Tarek hesitated. He was nothing more than a fat boar physically, after all. How could he stand a chance against a wolf chief if he made the wrong move? Anger and confusion swirled in his mind. Why would wolf tribe serve a mere cat? You think you can oppose me without consequences? I could make sure you never leave this place alive. It was unclear where Tarek got the guts to point his fat finger at Theo's group and shout them all down in one go. Insulting wolves was one thing, but insulting Lord Theo? That, Elka could not ignore. His eyes narrowed at Tarek, his voice turning low and deadly. I shall tear apart that oily mouth of yours so that you can stop spouting nonsense. Tarek understood immediately. It was clear now that these people didn't fear his threats. If anything, he was the one in danger here. A cold breeze drifted through a gaping hole in the wall, blowing against Tarek and snapping him back to reality. His guards were gone. He had no combat abilities. At least, his mouth still worked. With that in mind, he changed his tone, still arrogant, but at least less insufferable. I should thank you for blowing off the roof. You see, this slum is my territory. Marksman. The wild boar lifted his pudgy arm and pointed outside, more specifically, through the hole in the wall that the wolves had torn through. But there was no response. Only the wind whispered in reply. Not even the chirp of a bird could be heard. What? Why is no one answering? 10 pairs of eyes stared at Tarek, waiting to see what kind of circus act he would put on next. The boar stood there, completely baffled. What is going on? Why is there no one left? A figure in blue suddenly emerged behind the two wolves. It's no use. This area is also our territory. Your subordinates were located. It was Zareth, the fox, clad in police uniform, stepping forward to inform Tarek. All of your subordinates have been captured by our association's inspection bureau agents before they could even act. Zirath was referring to the greedy goblins who had abandoned everything for money. At that moment, they were tightly bound by the dogs from Association's inspection bureau, their heads pressed under gun barrels, too terrified to move an inch. Just as Tarek had suspected from the beginning, his forces had been hiding all around the Rotten Root Inn, waiting for a single signal from their boss to strike. Tarek recognized the fox. You're an agent of the Wandering Merchant Association's Secret Inspection Bureau. Sir Tarek, nice to meet you. I am Zirath, an agent of the Inspection Bureau. You are hereby placed under arrest for kidnapping, unlawful confinement, intimidation, and more than 8 other criminal charges. Her steely gaze made the fat boar now almost stammering. What? How? Where's your proof? I'm a kind wandering merchant. Those guys are the ones who barged into my business and caused such a ruckus. How do you plan to capture me? It was unclear who Tarek was even referring to, the orange cat or the 2 wolves by his side. No one here was as frantic as the warthog, shouting and flailing about. Proof? A familiar voice chimed in. It was Iona, speaking calmly as she was freed from the enchanted sphere. In the little hamster's hands was a ring adorned with a peculiar red gem, looking like an old relic. She declared that this was the evidence, and the moment she did, a gruff voice echoed from within it. There's no need to hide anymore. The truth will now be revealed. The locusts will start multiplying again, because we're feeding them. Hearing just that much, Tarek's greasy face broke out into a cold sweat. That voice, it was his own, but it didn't stop there. His voice continued to ring out, loud and clear. Everything will turn into a wasteland, and once the food runs out, this place will fall under Lord Greed's rule as well. Puyu, you should marry Greed and hand over the ruling of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, as a thoroughly fragile and innocent rabbit, of course. Ha 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 ha! Listening to his own voice play back, Tarek was as horrified as if he were hearing a ghost whisper in his ear. He stammered in denial. That's a lie. But Iona immediately cut him off. Magic doesn't lies. But you're not supposed to be able to use magic, right? I heard that once someone is inside that sphere, they can't use magic anymore. It seemed Tarek wouldn't back down as long as he had doubts. Iona sighed and explained, that's true, I can't use magic in the usual way, but this artifact is enchanted with memory preservation magic. Instead of transmitting information outward, it stores everything internally, which makes it unaffected by the sealing spell. That is the interesting point of magic. Her small finger, barely the size of a pea, pointed at Tarek like a 1,000-pound hammer slamming into his face. Just surrender quietly. You will be referred to the Association's court of law, together with Greed, whom you like so much. The wild boar was utterly speechless, his teeth grinding in frustration. The case was settled. Before long, more agents arrived, swiftly restraining and hauling away Tarek's guards. They didn't forget to bind Tarek's hands behind his back either. The moment he was touched, Tarek roared in protest. No, this can't be happening. We invested so much money into this. Lord Greed won't let this slide. He won't sit by and watch. He kept shouting, but the agents kept dragging him further away until his voice faded into the distance. With only their own people left, Theo turned to Zerath. The cat had intended to chat casually with her, but before he could speak, the fox agent lowered her head in respect. Theo, thank you. Thanks to the time you bought us, we were able to locate all the marksmen. Oh, it was nothing, Nya. Then, with a curious tilt of his head, he added, but I must say, I'm really surprised to learn that you're a secret agent of the Inspection Bureau, Zerath. The fox laughed awkwardly and murmured an apology. I'm sorry, I had no plan of deceiving you. Yet she had clearly kept it from Theo from the very beginning, deliberately approaching him in secret. But Theo, once he saw someone as a friend, never dwelled on such things. Instead, he clapped Zerath on the shoulder, his eyes narrowing in a playful smile. Let's get along well, Nya. Zerath was momentarily speechless, still dazed when the cat turned and waved goodbye. Swing by the 99th floor sometime. I'll introduce you to Chairman Park, Nya. Once everything settles down, you must come visit Nya. Watching Theo head toward Iona and Puyu, seemingly ready to leave, Zerath didn't stop them. But one thought lingered in her mind. Did he just say, Chairman Park? I wonder what kind of person that is. Theo barely took a step toward Iona before his brow furrowed. Her whole body and face were scratched up, a result of the wild boar's cruel stomping earlier. So when she was asked if she was okay, Iona just beamed and said she was fine, that she only needed a little rest, and she'd recover right away. She never once mentioned where the wound on her face came from. Theo didn't ask either. Otherwise, he would have held a serious grudge against Tarek. He only remembered that back when they were at the Oren's mansion, Iona had suddenly asked to borrow that ring for no reason. He had kept it in his bundle for so long that he had completely forgotten he even had it. Turns out, Iona had foreseen this and borrowed it from Theo, likely knowing she'd need it in the future. And sure enough, it came in handy. Hegel suddenly spoke up, surprised. Unbelievable. There's a kind of magic even Lord Iona can't handle. What happened today was completely unexpected. No one saw it coming, not even Iona. But one thing she was certain of, the thing that created this magic-blocking sphere wasn't just some ordinary item that a monster in the tower could use. Oren whispered, I can feel a dragon's presence from this thing. Iona hadn't noticed it before, but hearing Oren say that, she pressed the sphere against her face and thought, a dragon? Could it be the black dragon? No, that's not it. This feels completely different from the black dragon. First things first, I'll take this up to the 99th floor. Now that we've certainly figured out that Greed is targeting Puyu, we need absolute protection from the black dragon. Just hearing that was enough to tell that things were getting serious. A grand archmage, the head of the magic tower, was facing something beyond her power and needed the Black Dragon's protection. Elka, the chief of the Silver Wolf clan, realized more than ever that restoring the Red Ribbon Kingdom was becoming a necessity. Hegel agreed. This is the time for us Wolf Tribe to join forces and help. Just then, an agent approached. Lord Iona, we've captured 2 suspicious individuals downstairs. With that, the agent dragged in 2 squirming figures, wriggling like drowning worms in salt water. Knowing full well they had no chance of escaping, the duo still struggled fiercely, insisting they had nothing to do with Tarek. I told you I'm not. Don't know Tarek at all, one of them blurted. Yeah, we were just loitering around, the other added. They kept yapping away until they noticed who was standing in the room. Theo. The orange cat stared at them in silence. No words, no expression. Yet it was enough to make both Meryl and Scarum break into a cold sweat. One was a scammer who had tricked him. The other was a woman who had dumped him. Then, when she couldn't get him back, turned around and schemed against his lover. Looking at the two of them, Theo suddenly found it hilarious. You two, come with me to the 99th floor. Naya! The 99th floor was as busy as ever. The golden flowers of the cherry tomato fields were in full bloom, and bees buzzed around, busily gathering nectar. The rabbit folk, when not pruning, were diligently watering the plants. Almost everyone was working hard. If not working, then at least chewing hard. Like Aileen, for example, the dragon who was happily nibbling on a tiny sweet honey jelly. Oh wow, this is delicious. Honey jelly made from peanut flowers has a slightly nutty and savory flavor, unlike cherry tomato honey jelly. Aileen was praising it for Seijin, who was currently checking on the peanut plants that were in full bloom, filling the air with a pleasant fragrance. Glad you like it. It's about time to harvest the peanuts too. We can boil it, can eat it, you can do all sorts of things with it. It looked like Seijin was already thinking about all the ways he could use the peanuts. But hey, Seijin, aren't you worried at all? Your cat friend is in danger. Is it really all right for you to be eating leisurely like this? Seijin smiled. I just focus on what I can do right now. Worrying won't solve anything, right? And besides, I have a plan too. Seeing the serious look on Seijin's face, Aileen grew curious and urged him to spill the details. If I can help, I'll do everything I can. Thanks, but for now, we have to wait for Theo to return. No rushing things. Want some more honey jelly? Of course, that question earned an enthusiastic nod from Aileen. But before that, a notification popped up in front of Seijin. Tenant Farmers has created a 100 pyong cherry tomato field. You have gained 200 experience points. The size of the farm has now surpassed 30,000 pyong. You have developed from a landowner into a wealthy landowner. Whoa. Seijin read through each notification one by one. Who would have thought he had now become the owner of a 30,000 pyong farm? The field has gotten really vast. My talent has developed. What's a wealthy landowner? Curious, Seijin tapped on it, revealing a long list of details. Talent wealthy landowner, an acquired talent that only a farmer with over 30,000 pyong of farmland can possess. You can designate up to 100 tenant farmer. Tenant farmer can use the landowner's job skills. When tenant farmer use the landowner's skills, the landowner receives a 3% reward. You can designate up to 5 guards to protect your farm. Within a 1-kilometer radius around the wealthy landowner, the landowner will receive 50% of the experience points from enemies defeated by their guards as a reward. Reading that line made Seijin freeze in shock. Wait, I can actually select guards to protect my farm, and on top of that, I get 50% of the experience when they defeat enemies? This isn't even stealing experience points, so it's probably faster to let the guards handle it instead of doing it myself. Kung, Black Rabbit, get over here, quick! Seijin waved at his 2 best candidates for the job. Those 2 were practically glued together wherever they went. All right, first, I'll select Kwang and Black Rabbit as guards. The 2 little ones stared at the glowing blue signs above their heads, but of course, they couldn't read a word of it. The little bear cub turned to his dad and asked, "What's this? Did you forget to tell me something?" Kwang, you are now officially a guard protecting this farm. His eyes sparkled as he cheered. That sounds amazing. I'll be protecting the field. His excitement was pure and innocent. Unlike the Black Rabbit, though, just look at his face. Did he look happy? Not one bit. I must become a guard on top of being a tenant farmer? Suddenly, a little white rabbit that had popped up from the cave, bringing a message for Seijin. Uncle, Flame is calling for you. Hearing it, he stopped in his tracks. Flame is calling for me now? It had been a while since they last went back to the cave. The entire area had been turned into farmland, stretching as far as possible, except for the edges of the cave where sunlight never reached. Sejun and his two brand-new guards went down to meet Flame. The tiny little spirit hadn't grown a bit, still as small as a piece of candy. The only thing that had grown was her apple tree. The little girl pointed at a seed resting on a small cushion. The final purification is done. The seed of the Ent, once pitch black, had now turned a soft, shiny pink, looking absolutely stunning. The system recognized it as a purified Ent's enhanced seed. The seed of a corrupted Ent that absorbed the energy of the blue moon has been purified. The seed has been enhanced by the energy of the blue moon. The corrupted energy has been purified, so the resistance to corruption has increased. Upon consumption, all stats permanently increase by 15. If left on the ground, the seed will germinate and grow into a powerful Ent of purification. Shelf life, 100 years, grade A+. Sagan held it in his hand, impressed. Now that it's purified, it looks fine now. Kong loved the color. This color is so pretty, the little bear cub exclaimed. Master, are you going to eat it? Sejun glanced at Flame and suddenly remembered that if he ate this seed, his stats would go up. But he wasn't really keen on the idea of eating a tree seed. That just felt weird. Flame, however, misunderstood his hesitation. She thought he was still worried because it was a corrupted Ent seed, so she earnestly reassured him. This child wasn't bad one, you know. It used to be a kind one, but it was contaminated. Sejun understood what she meant. He didn't bother explaining. He just smiled. Don't worry. I'm a tower farmer. I should naturally plant the new seeds. Don't you think so? With that, he dug a small hole and placed the seed inside. A gentle pink light shimmered around it, making it look even more beautiful. Sejun covered it with soil, and right then, the system chimed. You have sowed a purified Ent's enhanced tree seed. Proficiency of sowing level 4 has increased significantly. Due to the effect of proficiency increase level 1, the proficiency of harvest level 4 has increased by 5%. The proficiency of sowing level 4 has been fulfilled and leveled up. The power of the purified Ent's enhanced seed is using its power and quickly growing. Sejun and his two little guards were both eagerly watching, waiting to see what would sprout from the soil. Soft white lights gathered into tiny floating orbs above the dirt mound, making the scene look like something straight out of a fairy tale. Just then, Eileen spoke up, startling Sejun. Hey, wait a minute. What if it grows into some massive, gigantic tree? Oh crap. Why didn't he think of that earlier? Eileen was right. Sejun immediately lunged at the dirt mound. Eileen was yelling right into his ear. Dig it up again. Hurry. Why had he been so reckless? What if this tree grew into the same massive size as the corrupted Ent that absorbed the blue moon's energy before? It could rip the entire cave apart. Sejun moved fast, but the tree moved even faster. Just as he reached for it, two tiny green leaves pushed through the soil. He froze, stiff as a statue. Then he screamed, It's growing already! Not only did it sprout, but a whole fluffy green mass started pushing out beneath the two tiny branches, making Sejun's heart nearly leap out of his chest. The image of a colossal corrupted Ent flashed through his mind, and his face turned pale as a sheet. Behind him, Kueng had already transformed into his larger form to protect his father, while Black Rabbit swiftly took a battle mode. But who could have expected that the thing in front of them was a tiny, green-feathered chick with two twig-like horns growing on its head? And that was it. It stopped growing right then and there. The system even confirmed that this was indeed the powerful purification Ent. It was kind of cute, Sejun had to admit. But wasn't it supposed to grow into an actual tree? Sejun stood there, completely dumbfounded. This thing is a powerful purification Ent? Anyway, you look at it, it looks exactly like a little green chick, all quiet and still. The only hint that it's really a plant are the two small branches on top of its head. Sejun and his group just stood there, frozen. Nobody could believe their eyes. That thing, that's supposed to be some powerful purification Ent? It seemed like only Kueng noticed something odd beyond its looks. He still seemed pretty on guard. Sejun stared at it hard like, it's smaller than I thought. Yet just a moment ago, he was afraid it'd wreck this ancient cave. While everyone was still at a loss, suddenly those eyes opened ever so gently. Inside them was something that shimmered gold, looking mighty mysterious. To show it wasn't just a chick, it stood up and popped out two chicken-like legs from the ground. Two tiny wings poked out, and it stretched its whole body, like it just woken up and needed a good yawn. Every move it made was surprising as heck, but it didn't seem dangerous, so Kueng returned to his smaller form. Where you going, huh? Sejun asked, but it didn't pay him no mind. Soon as it stepped out of its planting hole, it started looking around for something. Its footsteps made a crackly sound, like a branch tapping the ground, and its whole body swayed side to side, walking just like a little chick. Suddenly, it stopped in its tracks when it saw Flame, who'd been quietly standing by her apple tree without saying a word. Perfection went pat 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 straight over to Flame with those two twiggy legs, like a chick running to its mama. No, it's gonna munch on the apple tree. Seijun freaked out, wanting to stop it in case it hurt both the tree and the spirit, but Flame seemed more freaked out by his yelling than by the ent. She didn't look scared of it one bit. She hollered at Seijun, "Don't come here, master. This little one ain't bad." Honestly, he looked more like the bad guy than it did. Right then, Perfection screeched to a halt in front of Flame, pressing its 2 feet together, bobbing its head like a greeting, eyes squinting happily. Seijun shut right up. Just a second ago, it looked ready to attack, and now it was docile as could be. Not only docile, it even rubbed its big ol' head on Flame, all affectionate, like they'd known each other for ages. The girl was thrilled, patting that green fuzz, like she really felt it. "Master, don't worry, it's all right. This little one's not bad, it's just protecting me." "Huh, protecting you? Protecting how?" Seijun knelt down, taking a closer look. Bet he had a ton of questions in mind. The ent looked up at him cheerily, wiggling its tiny wings, and spoke. Ent protect. Purifying. Ent protect world tree." "What's a world tree?" Seijun asked Black Rabbit, who was the best at figuring stuff out, but that kid just shook his head. "Not in my dictionary, uncle." Kung didn't care about any language business. He only wanted to know if this thing could be eaten. His little worldview only split things into dangerous or not, edible or not, and that was that. All of a sudden, a system window went ding by Seijun, explaining that the world tree is some mysterious tree with the power of dragons. The system didn't really clarify it, just something Aileen had read in an old book. Only those recognized by the world tree can be blessed and enjoy boundless prosperity. "So what about this ent here?" Aileen heard his question, looked down for an answer, and read it out. Perfection was originally a guardian that protected the world tree, but ages ago, it got corrupted by some evil energy from outside the tower. She didn't really know much else. She'd never seen a corrupted, purifying tree in her life. "So if it's guarding Flame, does that mean Flame's the world tree?" Seijun asked, and it spread its wings and gave a loud cry, like it agreed. That made Flame gasp, mouth gaping wide. What do you mean, me? Are you saying I'm the world tree?" "No way. I'm just an apple tree. There's no chance I'm that great tree. I'm just a weak little apple tree. Honest?" She didn't even realize her roots were digging way down under the ocean, which was pretty darn epic if you asked anyone else. Aileen cleared it up real quick because she was the tower's manager, so she went and checked if there was any world tree in the tower right now. Turned out there wasn't. Conditions weren't met yet. The screen just said it short. World tree condition not fulfilled. But still, maybe Perfection saw some potential in Flame, which is why it was so friendly. Or maybe it believes Flame could become the world tree someday. Seijun was all sorts of confused. All he could see was a scrawny apple trunk, about as thick as his wrist, and a cute little spirit. Sure, Flame does have a lot of powers, but imagining it as a world tree-level plant was something he just couldn't wrap his head around. It wasn't just Seijun who was confused. Flame kept denying it. I'm just an ordinary apple tree, but you never know until you try." Seijun immediately ordered the 2 little ones to get moving. "Black Rabbit, Queng, hurry and bring the watering rabbits here, and get clean water ready." The 2 kids rushed off at once, pat, 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 wasting no time. Then Seijun anxiously asked Flame, "Are you cold or hot? Do you want more sunlight? If you need anything later, just say it. Got it? I'll come by often to pat your head." The little one was still all flustered when Seijun turned to Perfection. "You'd better protect my Flame really well, understand?" It caught on right away, circling around the apple tree, eyes squinting happily as it repeated, "Purify, protect, protect, protect." Seijun was pleased watching it. He rubbed his palms on the apple tree like he was patting Flame's head. "Grow up big and strong for us, Flame." Though Flame didn't quite get why she was suddenly the center of such attention, it was still delighted. She loved being patted and looked after by her master, so she just grinned away, feeling all happy to be cared for. Meanwhile, on the 67th floor, they were facing locusts that had turned purple. These were millions of purple locusts fed by those wild boars, and they'd multiplied so much that the blade onions could no longer hold them back. The brave lizard warriors gathered a few intact green onion roots for seed, and then fled the battlefield. That was General Tamuro's team. They'd only stopped by Tarek's tent for a quick bite, and by the time they returned, things were already dire. He ordered the whole squad to retreat, but no matter how fast they ran, the last lizard warrior still ended up with locusts clinging to him, biting deep with needle-like mouths, painful as could be. If the silver wolf hadn't appeared out of nowhere at just the right moment to slash away the locusts, that warrior would have been torn to pieces by now. Elke used a blade onion stalk to hack away the locusts on the lizard warrior, but quickly realized the green onion tip had corroded, as though it had been dipped in poison. The purple color from the locust still clung to the green onion's tip, then slowly broke apart and flew off in the wind, leaving Elke badly shaken. The whirring got louder and louder. Clouds of purple locusts swarmed in, blotting out the sun. Danger was closing in, their weapons were failing, and the wounded lizard warrior looked like he couldn't run on his own. Just when it was a hair's breadth from disaster, spheres of light suddenly went boom, right into the locust swarm. Elke was so close, his vision went white, and he quickly ducked aside, but fortunately, he was all right. Chunks of charred locust corpses rained down from above. Not too far away, Elko was shouting for him to hurry over. Behind him were the silhouettes of cloaked magicians. If they hadn't shown up in time, Elke would have been a goner. Without delay, Elke clamped onto the lizard warrior's shirt and sprinted on all fours, racing across the field of blade onions while the purple locusts gave chase. With a mighty leap, Elke took the lizard warrior out of harm's way, crossing the boundary of a magic barrier the mages had put up together. As soon as the silver wolf made it through, someone yelled, "Magicians, attack!" Then multicolored magic circles fired beams of light in every hue, as pretty as a rainbow but devastating in power. They pounded into the purple locusts, blowing them to pieces in midair. "Elke, are you okay?" Everyone rushed to check on Elke, while a few gathered around the lizard warrior, whose skin was now stained purple from the locust poison. Elke was fine, but had no idea what was going on. Why were there purple locusts at all? The lizards were clueless too. As far as they knew, the locusts should have been degenerating into blue locusts by now. "So should we plant more blade green onions?" Elko asked Elke, but seeing how things were, probably not. It'd be pointless. Once the green onions slashed the locusts, they just shriveled up on the spot. They were poisoned and couldn't be saved anymore. That went for the lizard warrior too, who was writhing on the ground, his whole face now a deep purple. He was drifting into delirium, groaning about the pain. The medics could only dull it a bit. Once you were hit by purple locust venom, there was basically no cure. "We're done for. Their poison's too strong. It'll spread everywhere. The land and the air will get contaminated." The lightly wounded warriors grumbled in frustration. "Damn it, killing those locusts splashes poison on us. And we get hit too. We can't even fight them without magic. Our warriors are useless now." Elke looked at the situation and felt a chill down his spine. The soldiers on the battlefield were steadily dwindling, and if this kept up, the 67th floor really would be swallowed whole by that swarm of locusts. Suddenly, someone called out quietly down below, "Sir Elke?" It was a group of brown cat trainees under Theo's command, each carrying a bundle of detox green onions in their arms. They hesitantly asked the wolf, "We each brought a few detoxifying green onion stalks when we came down from the 99th floor. Do you think they might help?" They gazed nervously at Elke. Wolves were scary in the eyes of cats, after all. But the moment he heard detox, Elke lit up with a big grin. The lizard warrior was immediately given some detox green onions to chew, which was the only way to cure him now. Even though it hurt, he had to keep chewing. To everyone's surprise, the second he swallowed a bite, his symptoms vanished. The warrior recovered in a flash, and he himself was shocked at how quickly it worked. The detox green onions were a success. Everyone cheered joyfully, eyes on the newly recovered warrior, who no longer had a single purple patch on him. They handed over the bundle of detox green onions to the lizard warriors, and Elke instructed everyone to treat the wounded right away, then get moving. "Kiddies, let's all go. We have to share this news with the 99th floor. The only thing that can turn this war around is the detox green onions." They had to hurry, because the purple locusts had evolved. They weren't afraid of the blade green onions the way the red ones were. Once they finished gobbling the green onion field and turned on the mages with all their might, not even the magical defenses would hold. Meanwhile, Elke and Hegel had made their way to the forest on the 99th floor. Orin was riding on the black wolf's back along with Marl and Scaram, while Theo alone sat on the head of the silver wolf chieftain. "Ow! Why'd you poke me?" The green goblin yelped in a shrill voice. Even though his hands were bound, the black cat behind him was jabbing him with a staff. "Don't try anything funny. You're hiding something, aren't you?" the cat hissed. I'm not hiding anything. Quit accusing me, the goblin hollered back. There was no need for Oren to speak up. Hegel had already issued a warning. Don't forget you're riding on my back, goblin. I can sense every move you make. The goblin instantly shut his mouth. Oren leaned forward, reaching into Skaram's shirt pocket. Sure enough, he pulled something out, a key. The goblin hurried to explain that it was just a house key, nothing more, but Oren confiscated it and shoved it into his own bundle, just to be safe. If it really was just a house key, Skaram sure not looked mighty upset about losing it. All the ruckus behind them made Theo up front glance back, and he praised Oren. Nice work. His voice woke the hamster girl sleeping under his hood, Iona, who cracked her eyes open groggily. You're awake, huh? She hopped right off Elka's soft fur and took one look around to see they'd arrived. Theo grinned. Yup, we're on the 99th floor now. Thanks to that high-speed tunnel, we made it here so fast. Thank you, Iona. She brushed it off with a little smile. No need for thanks. This was the right thing to do, Theo. Then he asked if she was okay or if she needed more rest. But Iona was fully recovered after dozing in Theo's hood. She was more than ready to see Lord Sejan. This meeting was too important to be half asleep for it. They were still talking when Elka called out, Sir Theo, I see Lord Sejan over there. And he wasn't alone. There were the rabbit folks and Quang all gathered around this bright green creature. Turned out, Purification Ent was about the same size as the other farm beasts, practically looked like part of the farm itself. This was its first time out and about, so it turned every which way, gentle eyes full of curiosity. Mama Rabbit treated it like a little kid. One misstep, and it could tip right over. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Lord Sejan. He looked over and saw the big ones and the little ones approaching, led by Theo. We're back! He was happy to see them, and this time, everybody noticed there was a brand new person tagging along. Black Rabbit recognized her. Who would have guessed they'd meet her here? Puyu had indeed spotted the rabbit watching her so intently since they arrived, but she just lowered her head in a polite greeting and walked on behind her master, leaving Black Rabbit standing there looking like a fool, mouth agape and cheeks bright red just because she nodded at him. Even Sickle Rabbit noticed how weird his little brother was acting. What's with you, kid? You know that pretty lady? Black Rabbit snapped his mouth shut right away, stammering. No, nothing. We only met for a few seconds. The new arrivals split up. Theo and Elka went to check out that unfamiliar green critter. They'd never seen anything like it before. I'm Ent, a guardian of the world tree, here to protect Flame. What the heck is it talking about anyway? Theo didn't get it at all. Meanwhile, Sejan greeted Iona with the rest of the rabbits, all of them eyeing the lovely rabbit girl who'd come with the Grand Archmage. Yes, Lord Sejan, this is my disciple, Puyu. The girl politely bowed to the Black Dragon, introducing herself by name. He responded cheerily, I'm Park Sejan. Just call me Sejan. So why've you come here? I doubt it's not only for a greeting, right? Puyu blinked at him in surprise. No wonder he was the Black Dragon. Yes, exactly. I've come to ask for your help. Then Iona spoke up on her behalf. Puyu is my disciple, but she's also the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor. She's here for your immediately protection. Huh? What was that? Sejan jolted so hard he nearly fell backward. He was shocked that someone would come asking him for protection, while the rabbit family behind him was downright terrified at hearing the words, last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. The most stunned of all were the husband and wife rabbits and the gray rabbits who'd escaped that kingdom on the day it fell. Without a second's delay, all the rabbits present dropped to their knees and bowed to Puyu in unison, calling out, Princess, we had no idea you were still safe. Please forgive us for not recognizing you. Puyu was so flustered, she didn't know what to say until Mother Rabbit spoke. You've grown up so beautifully. As one of your people, I'm truly moved. It was the first time Puyu's identity as princess had been openly revealed, but her words came out gentle as could be. Everyone, please stand. There's no need for formalities. So the rabbit couple and the gray rabbits came closer, eyes brimming with tears, while the youngsters born on the 99th floor, who knew nothing of the Red Ribbon Kingdom's downfall, just stood there staring, confused. Mother Rabbit, for her part, was sobbing uncontrollably, grasping Puyu's hands and calling her princess, unable to say much else. At that point, Sejan asked Iona, so protect her from what, exactly? That's a long story, she replied. Taking advantage of the tearful moment on the side, Iona explained the entire tale to Sejan. Once the emotional part had passed, Theo settled comfortably on the boss's lap like always, listening as Iona finished. Oh my, that must have been really tough on Puyu, huh? Sejan glanced at her with sympathy. Back then, she was just a baby in diapers. Though the princess blamed herself for being too weak, all the rabbits instantly cried out in unison, "No, it's not the princess's fault. It's all because of Grid, and we can't ever forgive him. We have to save the captives suffering over there, and avenge the queen and king." Only Kwang and Perfection Ent off to the side weren't paying much attention. Everyone else was caught up in the rabbit's fierce determination. Then Iona pulled out a flat object and handed it to Sejin. "After this kidnapping ordeal, we gathered solid evidence we can use to strike back at Grid." Sejin took it, eyeing the two who were still tied up, with Oren standing behind them holding a staff. He thought they looked so pitiful, it was almost cute. "They used this stuff to kidnap you and pew you, huh? We'll deal with interrogations later." He looked down at the thing in his hand. It was something he'd never seen before, carved with a dragon design. Sejin also had a dragon mark on his arm, but his was black. Why was this one white? Suddenly, Eileen sent a message, sounding a bit testy. "That thing can't be here." "What do you mean?" Sejin asked, but Eileen was just as baffled. She recognized the object all too well. It was the white dragon's insignia. It belonged to Kalon Marv, his grandfather. Wait, wasn't his only grandfather Fritani Kaiser, the black dragon? Since when did he have a white dragon grandfather too? Sejin flipped the seal in his hand, looking at it repeatedly, and only uttered a few words. "So that's how it is." He didn't even question what the dragon girl had just said, that this belonged to white dragon Kellyon Marv, while she already had a grandfather who was a black dragon named Kaiser Fritani. Perhaps too occupied with figuring out how to use it, Sejin glanced at the two figures tied up on the ground and wondered, did they use this sigil to attack? "Yes," came the reply. "Sejin, what do you want to do with them, Nia?" Seizing the moment while he was still lost in thought, Skaram immediately prostrated himself. "Please spare me just this once, Black Dragon." The elf didn't even bother acknowledging Marl beside him, and only pleaded for himself. Marl, being equally cunning, quickly shifted the blame onto Skaram. "I was only following this elf's orders, Black Dragon." Sejin didn't bother responding to them, and instead asked Aileen, "Does this white dragon sigil belong to the dragon that manages the White Tower?" The system notification instantly displayed the answer. "That's correct. We have clans of dragons that represent different colors, such as the black dragon, the blue dragons, the silver dragons, and so on. Additionally, there is an unspoken rule that a dragon's belonging cannot be brought into another tower without permission. Dragon belonging are already extremely powerful. If misused, they could shatter the worlds constructed within the towers. At this, Eileen grew uneasy. If this truly belonged to my grandfather, White Dragon Kellyon, then it's even more dangerous. Sejin had no idea about the tangled connections in all of this. He was merely curious. Why? Is there a special reason? Eileen hesitated for a moment before explaining. My grandfather and grandfather Kellyon are actually... Before she could finish, a deep and normally nonchalant voice suddenly boomed. Hey, Park Sejin. A massive stone statue came striding forward, gently calling out to the farmer, but not to continue Eileen's explanation. Instead, it was to declare, I'm a bit hungry. Is there anything to eat? Kaiser didn't care who Sejin was, with or what he was doing. He just barged in, causing the surrounding monsters to panic in terror. The Black Dragon? Iona's eyes went wide. The moment she let out a sound, it caught Kaiser's attention. Not just Iona, Hegel also immediately fell to his knees, tightly shutting his eyes in apprehension. We greet the Black Dragon. All the rabbit folk working in the fields were already aware of Kaiser's presence. The only one who had never seen him before was Puyu, who was too stunned to kneel and simply stared with wide eyes. But Kaiser only locked his gaze onto the tiny hamster, no bigger than his claw. Judging by the aura of your energy, you must be the child responsible for casting the protective shield on the fragment of the monument, huh? Summoning such an advanced magic spell was quite impressive. Iona dared not be careless. Keeping her head bowed low, she meekly whispered, Thank you, Black Dragon. Only then did Kaiser finally notice the unfamiliar faces around him. Apart from Iona, none of them had enough magical power to interest him. Turning to Sejin, he asked, What's all this? It hasn't been that long, and you already have so many visitors. Why not just throw a party to celebrate? It became clear that the old dragon had no idea what everyone had been talking about. Seeing no point in explaining, Sejin let out an awkward laugh and extended the object in his hand. Unexpectedly, the moment the white dragon seal peeked out, Kaiser's expression shifted dramatically. The massive dragon leaned in closer to Sejin, his enormous stone-like figure casting a shadow over him, while one of his claws nudged Seijun's arm. Seijun tensed up in alarm. Kaiser impatiently gripped his hand and demanded, "Park Seijun, where did you get that thing?" Why are you acting like this, Kaiser?" Seijun tried to calm him down, but the old dragon's voice only grew more impatient. "Answer me now." Caught in Kaiser's massive claw, Seijun hurriedly explained, well, I got it from that elf and the white cat over there. We were investigating because we heard that someone used it to frame us." As if begging for their lives wasn't enough, now the two culprits had to face an actual black dragon before their eyes. Their bodies shrank in terror, and they didn't dare utter a word. Kaiser released Seijun and immediately shifted his attention. He turned his massive head toward the two tiny figures at his feet and thundered, "Using that thing? Huh? Residents of Black Tower dared to use an item belonging to the White Tower?" His roar crashed like a storm upon the gathered monsters, causing sweat to drip from every inch of Scarum and Marl's faces. "Spare us, please," they stammered, their voices trembling. We were wrong." The surrounding creatures held their breath in absolute fear. Hegel, meeting Kaiser for the first time, was shaken to the core. He had never seen such overwhelming dominance, completely overshadowing even Seijun. Unable to stop trembling, he just wanted to escape from this place. But the fear of those around him did nothing to temper the black dragon's fury. On the contrary, this was an incredibly grave matter. Kaiser's eyes gleamed as energy surged into his claw, glowing with a faint light. The dragon's power illuminated Scarum's bewildered face as though peering directly into his soul. In that brief yet seemingly endless moment, the might of Black Dragon Kaiser Fratani condensed into one single point, forming a roaring dragon specter. His humanoid form was merely a shell concealing the full power of the Black Dragon, ruler of the Black Tower. Without hesitation, he pointed his claw forward, uttering one word, "Exterminate." Power surged violently around Kaiser, whipping his robes and hair into the air. But to the monsters of the 99th floor, all they saw was a single dragon claw gently touching Scarum's forehead. The elf, clueless about what was happening, had just heard something about being exterminate, yet he felt nothing. Maybe he misheard? Pop! Scarum exploded into a million pieces right before everyone's eyes. With just a single touch of the black dragon's power, the elf was wiped out, exactly as Kaiser had declared. It took a moment for Seijun and the surrounding creatures to comprehend what had just happened, that Kaiser had effortlessly obliterated someone in front of them. Terror, shock, and sheer horror spread across their faces one by one. Even Aileen hadn't expected her grandfather to act so decisively and ruthlessly. The white cat beside them hadn't even realized that her companion had been killed. But when she turned to look, the green elf was nothing more than a pile of ashes, his blood completely incinerated by an unimaginable heat, leaving the ground scorched black. No. The moment Marl grasped what had happened, she immediately tried to scramble away, but she was so panicked that she collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, Kaiser had already shifted his focus to the second target, his sharp claw pointing at her, ready to do the same. "Kaiser! Lord Kaiser, stop!" Seijun leaped forward, shouting, and all the surrounding monsters rushed in at once in a frantic attempt to intervene. How could they have known that a mere white dragon emblem would drive the black dragon into such a frenzy? Seijun didn't know either. All he knew was that he had to stop the old dragon. "If you kill this one too, we'll never find out how that thing got in here." "It doesn't matter," Kaiser replied curtly. "They were tainted with the energy of the white. It must be exterminated. Step aside, Park Seijun, even if it's you." A light flared at the tip of Kaiser's claw. Once he was enraged, there was no stopping him. Seijun froze at the chilling tone. If he refused to move, would Kaiser actually kill him? Just then, a system notification pinged right in front of Kaiser's face, blocking his view. There weren't even any words on it yet, but the dragon was already furious. "Aileen, don't you dare interfere. You know how much I despise them, don't you?" Instead of persuading him, Aileen outright threatened him. "You're the one who needs to stop. If you don't stop, I'll cut off the communication immediately." "What? Aileen, wait." Before he could finish his sentence, Aileen opened a flood of blue system panels, focusing entirely on modifying the area settings and activating administrator privileges. Never before in her career as a tower manager had she worked under such pressure. Kaiser knew his granddaughter wasn't bluffing. He quickly backed down, fearing that she would literally log him out of the server. But Aileen knew her grandfather too well. She had to ensure absolute protection for her crush. What if the old man got irritated and poked Seijun's forehead? Then what? I'm blocking you for the time being. Crystal ball, cut of the stone statue's communication. She selected the modification area, immediately severing the connection condition. A message appeared. Would you like to block this connection? Without hesitation, Eileen pressed yes. 1 second passed. Kaiser, not hearing a response from his granddaughter, called out in confusion. Eileen? No reply. A second later, the light vanished from his dragon eyes, like a television screen abruptly shutting off. Kaiser had been officially logged out, leaving behind a literal stone statue. Seijin cautiously called out to him, while the surrounding monsters remained frozen like statues themselves. Who else would dare confront Kaiser besides Seijin, the crazy farmer? When the dragon didn't respond, it meant he wasn't able to respond anymore. Seijin sighed in relief when he spotted a message notification nearby. I turned off the stone statue. He won't be able to connect for the time being. Finally, he asked, why was Lord Kaiser so furious? Don't dragons normally fight together like life and death brothers? Aileen sighed, sounding dejected. That's a long story. But I thought dragons had good relationships and even interacted with other dragon clans? They did, Aileen said. Before I became the tower administrator, I played and studied alongside dragons from different clans. My grandfather Kellyon and my grandfather were once the closest of friends. Everyone envied their bond. But then, because of a certain incident happened, their relationship completely fell apart. Since then, even the mere trace of each other sends them into an all-out war. The white dragon and the black dragon, once best friends, now bitter enemies due to the feud between their families. Aileen understood her grandfather's anger, but recalling the past only made her nostalgic. She sighed. I wonder how Brother Ajax is doing these days. It's been hundreds of years since I last saw him. Seijin had no idea who that was. Hearing her call him brother, he wanted to ask, who the hell is that guy? But he swallowed the question and cleared his throat instead. Well, anyway, to calm Lord Kaiser down, we should investigate the origins of this emblem, right? Oren dragged Marl, who was so terrified that even her tail curled up, before Seijin. At this point, all they could hope for was that the white cat would confess something useful. Though to be fair, she didn't even need any threats. Marl had just witnessed Skaram literally explode before her eyes. Tears were already streaming down her face. At the end of the day, Marl was just a small-town girl with slightly better looks than other cats. If even a wolf would be scared, how could she not be? Outside the Black Tower, a deafening boom suddenly echoed. The stone platform where the two black dragons had been standing was struck by a tremendous force. Metal clattered against the ground, followed by a sharp, irritated hiss. Kaiser Fratani stood amidst the wreckage he himself had caused, his head bowed, more consumed by his own fury than by the destruction around him. By the time his son arrived, there was nothing left to salvage. Father, what happened? Kaiser turned to glance at Anton, but only barely, not even bothering to reply. Anton grew more alarmed. Did something happen with Eileen? Why does the device look like this? I got angry and destroyed it. Kaiser hadn't talked yet about the part about finding the white dragon's emblem in the tower. Instead, he only muttered about how he had no idea when Eileen had studied the tower system, but she had cut the connection at a critical junction. Clever little brat. She really is my granddaughter. By this point, Kaiser's voice carried an amused chuckle. His anger had subsided. Anton, however, was pissed. Okay, fine, she's smart, but why the hell did you take your anger out on the device? Do you even know how much that thing worth? Kaiser didn't care. Just find the person who made it and tell them to fix it. More importantly, the white bastard's item had been found inside the Black Tower. Seeing his father's face still contorted with rage, Anton immediately understood. It must have been Kellyon, huh? At the mere mention of the name, Kaiser's expression twisted further in pure annoyance. That's exactly it. He's been spreading his power by letting the residents of the tower use items infused with his energy. Kaiser growled, his rage barely contained. He knew I would discover it, and yet he still left behind such an unpleasant gift. Too furious to stand still, he turned on his heel, but not before giving his son an order. Anton, summon the black dragons immediately. Anton quickly stepped in. Father, what are you planning? Do you really intend to start a war? Kaiser's wings flared open in response, but he still spoke, as if his son might not understand otherwise. Anton, this is war. A war between the white dragons and the black dragons. How could I ever forget what that bastard did in the past? This time, I will make sure he pays the price. Without waiting for another word, Kaiser spread his wings and took off, completely ignoring his son's calls from below. Anton knew his father far too well. Once the old dragon decided something, he would see it through to the bitter end. There was no stopping him now. All Anton could do was stare blankly as his father fully transformed into a black dragon and shot into the cosmos before him. A bloodstorm will be coming soon. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, though the fields looked peaceful, the atmosphere was anything but relaxing. Merle had been crying non-stop, her every word drained of energy from sheer terror. It was a miracle she hadn't fainted yet. I don't know anything, she sobbed. Scarum, after he met Tarek, he gave me this thing, and I just used it. Please spare me. I'll do anything, please. She fell to her knees before Seijun once again. He might not have turned into a black dragon, but he was the only one who had dared to speak up earlier. Iona confirmed, she must be telling the truth, Seijun. When we were captured, Tarek said something similar. Seijun narrowed his eyes. Does that mean Tarek was in contact with the white dragon? Iona hesitated. No, I don't think so. Behind her, Kwang was happily playing with the purifying chick, completely oblivious to the terror the adults had just gone through. It's more likely Tarek received this from greed, Iona continued. Judging from his personality, if that loudmouth was involved in something like this, he would have bragged about it everywhere. I always found it strange. Greed's wealth and secret information network, that's not something a single person could manage alone. Kwang, now in his large form, gleefully tossed the tiny tree he was holding into the air, laughing as it fell back down. Meanwhile, poor Elka was worried sick. He should be in an important meeting right now, but he was babysitting instead? Seijun thought over Iona's words. As expected, looks like I'll have to investigate greed next. Just as everyone waited for Seijun to decide where to start, Black Rubiet suddenly spoke up. How about we take a break and continue this conversation later? Everyone must be exhausted by now, right? Seijun turned and noticed Puyu looking pale and drained. After what had just happened, she must have been terrified. All right, everyone, rest up. We'll continue tonight. He then turned to Black Rabbit. Can you take Puyu home for me? The group slowly dispersed. Iona sidled up to Theo. I'll excuse myself to Theo's hoodie again. The cat beamed with joy. If Iona wanted to nest in his hood for as long as she wanted, she was more than welcome. Meryl was taken away by the Rabbit sisters. Anywhere was fine, as long as it was far from any black dragons. Before leaving, Iona reminded her, Meryl, using items from another tower without permission is a grave crime, punishable by execution. Even if you aren't punished here, if the association catches you, the penalty will be immediate, so be prepared. With that, Iona hopped into Theo's hood. Theo, now seeing the crying white cat, didn't know how to comfort her. He just watched her bury her face in her paws and sniffle. Feeling sorry for her, he muttered, She looks kind of pitiful. Can't we let her go just this once, nya? What's this? Are you considering Meryl at this moment? Theo immediately denied it, flustered. And no, I'm not. Suddenly, Oren called out, Lord Seijun, what should we do with this bundle? It was a pile of items confiscated from Scarum. Good point. There might be some clues in there. Seijun stepped forward and rummaged through the bag, listening to the clinking of metal objects as they tumbled out. Oren tilted his head. Are you looking for something specific, Nia? Seijun explained. Scarum owned a lot of items from outside the tower, but he never interacted with humans, so how did he get them? There must be a reason or a method. If he were still alive, they could just ask him, but since he's dead, they have to figure it out ourselves. After sifting through the pile, Seijun pulled out an old, suspicious-looking key. Holding it up, he asked the two cats, Is this really a key? Well, Scarum did say it was, Theo replied. But what would he use a key for? Wandering Merchain uses their bundle as their home. Just then, a system notification popped up. The owner of the Warden's key has disappeared. The owner of the Subspace Prison key has disappeared. The Subspace Prison key will be assigned to Park Seijun, the tower manager. Before he could process what that meant, another message appeared, summoning the Subspace Prison. Before anyone could react, a massive door came crashing down with a thunderous boom. Everyone, cats included, jumped back in shock. What the hell? Where did this door come from? It was a towering wooden door, with an arched frame and stone steps at its base, ancient and imposing. Iona narrowed her eyes. She could sense spatial magic emanating from it. So it's subspace magic. It's a magic spell that creates a space between dimensions. They're used to imprison dangerous criminals or protect valuable treasures. She glanced at the key in Seijun's hand. Seijun caught on. Wait, don't tell me this key is for this door? He hesitantly inserted the key. It fit. Twisting it to the right, he pushed the door open. Oren didn't dare step inside. Only Theo followed Seijun. It was pitch black inside, completely empty. The only light came from the entrance behind them. Theo frowned. Huh? There's nothing here? Wasn't this supposed to be where Skaram hid valuable artifacts? Suddenly, Theo's ears twitched. He pointed at a corner. Sejin, over there. Something rustled faintly in the darkness. If it weren't for Theo's sharp hearing, they wouldn't have noticed. Sejin finally spotted it. A figure with wings was curled up against the stone wall, shielding its face. Theo yelled, "Who are you? Identify yourself, Nya." The creature shrank further, whimpering. "Please don't hurt me. I beg you." Hearing the pitiful voice, Sejin knelt down. "Calm down. I won't hurt you. Who are you?" Theo, curious, watched the figure closely. He had only yelled to scare it, not to be aggressive. After a moment of hesitation, the creature slowly stepped out of the shadows, saying, My name is Bat-Bat." It resembled a bat, with black wings wrapped protectively around its chest, but its perky ears and fur didn't match that of a bat at all. As it waddled into the light, its large, teary eyes met Sejin's. "Are you my new master?" Its tiny legs pitter-pattered against the wooden floor as it walked. It barely finished its sentence before a tear rolled down its cheek. Sejin's group looked at the creature in sympathy. But what's his deal? Judging by Theo's bewildered expression, even he had never seen anything like it before.
Seeing the whole group staring at it, the strange creature softly asked, "Isn't it only Master Skaram who can open this prison? Are you my new master?" Sejin introduced himself and asked curiously. "I did open this prison, but who are you? What are you doing here?" The creature furrowed its brows at Sejin, as if he had asked something absurd. The one who opened the prison didn't even know why he was here. With its wings folded tightly, it timidly introduced itself as a golden bat named Bat-Bat, waiting here for its master to arrive. "What? You're a golden bat? Where's the gold? You look dirty as hell." Theo stepped forward, openly skeptical. "When was the last time you washed?" He even covered his nose and sniffed as if the bat emitted some unbearable stench. And it seemed Theo had asked the right question. Bat-Bat blinked in confusion and asked back, "Washing? What is that? Ugh, Sejin, this thing is so dirty." Theo clutched his nose and shouted, making the farmer feel awkward. Sejin could already smell something unpleasant coming from the bat. Who knew how long it had been here? Sejin asked if it had been trapped here for a long time, but Bat-Bat looked just as confused. "Huh, I was born and raised here. This new master is quite strange, but I should make a good impression, so I'll give you a gift. I received this from Master Skaram. It's delicious, so I saved it." It rummaged under its left armpit for a moment before pulling out something extremely rotten. It seemed to be some kind of fruit, its wrinkled skin covered in mold, shriveled and dark brown, exuding a foul stench. Sejun, a farmer through and through, had never seen such a fruit like this one before. His face turned pale as if he had seen a ghost. The smell was unbearable. Theo, standing next to him, looked at the offering Bat-Bat held with both hands, his expression twisted in horror. "It's completely rotten. What even is this?" Even Iona discreetly covered her mouth, yet the bat proudly presented the item as if it were something special. "Doesn't it look delicious? I'm giving it to you, master. If you eat that, you'll get sick." "Have you been eating things like this all this time?" Sejin shouted. Sejin was so taken aback that he raised his voice a little. Upon hearing this, the bat's eyes welled up with tears. Its ears drooped as it clutched the rotten fruit tightly in its arms, looking aggrieved. "This is Bat-Bat's treasure. I got it as a reward for doing well. It's really delicious." Noticing Oren peeking from behind the stone door, Sejin's voice turned firm. "You can't eat this. You said your name is Bat-Bat, right? First, let's get out of here. How have you even survived in this place?" The bat looked up at him as if hearing the words of an alien. Did you just say to go outside?" The little creature was terrified. Master Skaram had said that the outside world was dangerous and terrifying, that if it left, small creatures like itself would be eaten alive and meet terrible fates. It spoke as if it were that Iona, who was even smaller than it, was standing right there. Sejin patiently explained, "It depends on the situation, but the outside isn't as scary and dangerous as you think. Skaram lied to you." Bat-Bat was so shocked it dropped the rotten fruit from its hands. It seemed to have trusted its master a lot, and hearing something bad about him left it utterly stunned. "Bat-Bat, I'm also from a small race like you, but living in this dark place is such a waste because the outside world is truly beautiful. You don't have to eat rotten fruit like this. You can enjoy fresh fruits and vegetables all you want." It picked up the rotten fruit again, cradling it like a treasure. Though it didn't quite understand what fresh meant, The way its mouth watered and its cheeks flushed showed that it was tempted. Seeing the opportunity, Seijin continued, "That's right. If you like fruit, I have cherry tomatoes I grew. Would you like to try them? They're sweet and fresh." Sweet? Bat seemed to waver. "Well then, what are you waiting for? Let's go out and eat. Just one step outside and you'll see." Seijin got up and gestured for it to follow. The bat hesitated. It wanted to go, but fear still gripped it. It made sense. Bat had been raised with the belief that the outside world was out to devour it. How could it step outside so easily? Iona reached out a small hand and smiled. "If you're scared, hold my hand. I'll protect you." Bat had no idea that the person offering to protect it was the Grand Archmage of the tower. It only saw a tiny creature like itself, from the outside world, who didn't seem to fear it at all. Maybe the outside world wasn't as terrifying as it thought. Hesitantly, it placed its hand in Iona's. She immediately grasped it and pulled it close. Bat unconsciously let go of the rotten fruit, leaving it behind on the stone floor as it followed Iona, Sejun, and Theo through the prison door. With just a few steps beyond the stone gate, it felt as if an entirely different world awaited. The warm sunlight shone into Bat's eyes, making it unable to open them. Having grown up in a place where only a faint light seeped through the wooden door, it took quite some time to adjust. Iona simply smiled, holding its hand as she led it outside, waiting patiently for the little creature to finally open its eyes. As soon as it caught sight of its surroundings, its eyes sparkled, reflecting the sunlight. In front of it stretched a vast and radiant world. The gentle wind brushed against its fur, bringing a soft, comforting sensation, completely different from the prison. Seeing its dazed expression, Iona grinned and asked, "How do you feel?" "Amazing, right?" Bat hesitated, looking around and taking deep breaths. "The smell, it's completely different from inside the prison." "Of course it is. The wind is warm too. Doesn't it feel wonderful?" Sejun, being taller, didn't notice the scent much, and Iona's nose seemed immune. Oren remained silent, but Theo groaned while pinching his nose. Nya. The moment we stepped outside, the stink from this thing spread everywhere. This is beyond what grooming can fix." Bat seemed completely unaware that the orange cat was complaining about its smell. To it, everything seemed normal. "So, what should I do now?" it asked timidly. Sejun's face turned serious. I have a lot of questions about the prison space and about you. But before that, there's something even more important to do." Theo clung to Sejun's pant leg, silently pleading for him to tell the bat to take a bath. Thankfully, the farmer got the message. The most important thing right now is to take a bath and eat. Those were two entirely new concepts for Bat. But before anything else, it needed to understand that on the 99th floor, no one ate alone. Food tasted best when shared with the whole family. Sejun took Bat to introduce it to the rabbit family, the Wolf Clan chiefs, and Kuang and his mother. At first, everyone curiously inspected the golden bat. Then, almost in unison, they all covered their noses. The rabbit parents exchanged awkward glances, unsure what to say. This little one smelled too much. And so, under the clear blue sky of the 99th floor, a plume of white smoke rose high. The great feast and bath festival had begun, kicking off with a bucket of water being dumped straight onto Hagel's head. Kong giggled in delight, while Elka remained silent, the Black Wolf chief looking like a soaked puppy under the care of Mama Bear. Would Elka be next after Hegel? Nearby, the quick-working architect rabbits had already built a brick hot spring. The system was simple. Just throw some firewood into the base to heat the water. Somehow, the gray rabbits had designed it so perfectly that the temperature was just right for a bath, without anyone getting cooked alive. Beside the bath, 2 large trays of food had already been prepared, along with glasses of cherry tomato juice. Rabbit Mom handed Sejun a glass to taste. Kuang floated in the warm water, completely relaxed beside his father. It seemed like Bat enjoyed bathing too. It had joined in, mimicking the others as it soaked itself. Everyone received a glass of cherry tomato juice. Bat took its portion from Sejun's hand with gratitude and curiosity. "What is this?" It had never seen anything like it before. Copying Kung, it tried sipping through the straw. Its eyes widened with awe. Sparkling with admiration and delight, it stared at Sejun, filled with gratitude. This was probably the best thing it had ever tasted. Master Sejun hadn't lied. There really were things outside that were far better than the rotten fruit in the prison. Soon, Kung let Bat climb onto his head, giving it a high vantage point to look down at the rabbits teasing each other. "Why does your face look like a burnt pot lid? What kind of fire-blowing technique was that?" Laughter echoed everywhere. Bat joined in, laughing heartily. Could it have laughed like this inside the prison? A warm feeling surrounded it, and in no time, it had completely blended into the cheerful atmosphere. Next to the bath was the tub where Elka, the wolf chief, was soaking. Though it was a bit small for him, his head and tail sticking out, it was still far better than being grabbed by Mama Bear and forcefully drenched. Just look at his blissful expression, especially with 3 diligent attendants scrubbing him down. Meanwhile, Black Rabbit was sneaking away with Puyu, crossing behind the wooden house. Were they running away together? Above them, the clouds drifted lazily across the 99th floor sky. Half a day had already passed. After the bath, everyone had nearly devoured the heaping trays of food. Full and satisfied, they sprawled across the floor, either napping or playing together. Kwang, for some reason, had found a towel and was now scrubbing the purifying tree as if it were an actual chicken. Standing outside, Seijin stretched, feeling relaxed as he observed everything with Iona. "Looks like everyone's settling in quite well, huh?" The Archmage nodded. "I hope that little one can settle down here. Seijin, what do you plan to do with the prison space now?" "Oh, right. That was the next important thing to deal with after eating and bathing." Seijin pulled out the key and looked into the empty space in front of him. "Summon subspace prison." With a heavy thud, the wooden door, framed in stone, slammed into place before them. The commotion was just as loud as before, but this time, Seijin wasn't afraid anymore. Instead, he put the key away and asked Iona, "It seems like I can summon this prison anywhere, right?" The hamster nodded. "Yes, it seems that it now belongs to you, Seijin. You can take it out and summon it anywhere. What should I do with it, though?" He could only see Bat inside. There were no other living creatures. "Then I'll clean it up and use it as storage. I would be convenient if I had something like a storage bag." Iona immediately spoke up. "Seijin, if you don't mind, could you allow me to upgrade it into proper storage? This is an old version using triple-layered magic, so I think I can expand the space. I'll clean it up, install lights, build shelves, and even decorate the interior." "Really? That's amazing, Iona. You can use magic like that too? Well, you are the master of the magic tower, after all." Seijin suddenly knelt on one knee and patted Iona's head. The little hamster froze in shock. Had anyone in the Black Tower ever dared to pat Iona's head before? Definitely not. At first, she was startled, but the feeling quickly turned to joy. She allowed Seijin to continue, warmth spreading through her chest. This was the feeling of being recognized and cared for. Her happiness grew so much that her cheeks turned red. Unable to endure it any longer, she pulled up her cloak to cover her face, shyly stepping away from Seijin's hand. "Q, Seijin, you are truly a kind dragon." Before he could even ask what she meant by that, Iona pushed open the door and stepped inside. "I'm going to close the door for a while to perform the magic upgrade. See you later, Seijin." Seeing him nod and remind her to call for him if she needed anything, Iona smiled before stepping inside. Once the wooden door shut, darkness consumed the prison space, forcing her to summon an orb of light. Now alone, Iona murmured to herself, "He's always so humble, treating everyone equally without distinguishing strength. Just seeing him happy over a basic spell like this, I can't help but want to act spoiled. He truly has the heart of a great person." Then for Seijin, "Shall I start the renovation?" Her small eyes glowed as she floated into the air, surrounded by golden magic. The bricks, doors, and walls of the prison were covered in shimmering golden lines, evidence of a powerful spell enveloping the entire space. Away from Seijin and the rabbits, who were lounging about enjoying their day off, lay the peaceful carrot fields. Under the shade of a tree, a single uneaten carrot remained. It turned out that Black Rabbit and Puyu had wandered away from the crowd, seeking a quiet spot to enjoy their meal in peace. "Did it suit your taste, Princess?" Puyu's eyes curled into crescent moons as she smiled. "Yes, it's been so long since I last had a carrot. Compared to the ones I ate as a child in the kingdom, this is 100 times more delicious." She let out a small sigh. "While I was escaping from greed, training under my master, and living in peace, so many others suffered. Just thinking about the rabbits still trying to restore the forgotten crops and preserve the pride of rabbits, I feel ashamed of myself." Seeing her look downcast, blaming herself, Black Rabbit immediately stood up in protest. "That's not true, Princess. You have worked hard to fight against greed and protect your people. You've been training your strength for this very reason. You were growing stronger." Puyu smiled again. "Thank you for saying that. But there are still many things I have to think about, no matter what. The truth is that I once turned my back on my people to survive. As a member of the royal family, as the princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, I believe I must take responsibility no matter what price I have to pay. She clenched her fist, but her eyes were filled with sorrow as she gazed at the sky. Her voice was filled with unwavering determination, a mixture of emotions weighed down by duty. Black Rabbit glanced at the beautiful princess, wanting to say something, but holding back. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the fields outside and began speaking. I was born on the 99th floor. Honestly, I don't know much about the Red Ribbon Kingdom, but I can feel it through my father and the other rabbits. What is it that they are longing for? The two of them looked out at the vast carrot fields in silence. Then, suddenly, Black Rabbit stood up, clenched his fists, and asked, "What is it that you are longing for, Princess?" Puyu looked at him in confusion, only to see the sunlight glimmering on his fur. "My instincts tell me that you want to return, that you must reclaim the beautiful Red Ribbon Kingdom." The conviction in Black Rabbit's voice was so strong that Puyu's eyes glistened behind her glasses. Had anyone ever spoken to her like this before? Had anyone ever described her dream as something so close, so achievable? While she was still in a daze, Black Rabbit suddenly smiled and turned to her. "So, Princess, please continue to lead us with your bright smile." Then, he knelt on one knee, looking straight into Puyu's eyes. "Here, I'm called Black Rabbit, but my real name is Biak. I heard that rabbit warriors can become knights to protect the kingdom. I want to defeat greed, reclaim the Red Ribbon Kingdom, and bring happiness to you, Princess. Will you allow me to become your Black Rabbit Knight, Princess?" Looking into Biak's sparkling eyes, Puyu saw faith and a future ahead. Unable to hold back, she placed her hand over his and softly replied, "Of course." The two clasped hands tightly, and Puyu felt her heart whisper, "He is my knight. Biak!" As they basked in the warmth of the sunlight, feeling their hearts pounding loudly, their faces were just about to draw closer when a big red blob suddenly popped up and spoke. "What are you two doing here?" "Wah, wah, wah!" The Black Rabbit leaped away like a thief caught red-handed, his face blazing red. "Kukwang? Huh? You two? How long have you been watching? Well, you're slow to notice." The little bear pouted, completely unaware that Puyu was just as flustered beside them. Stomping its little feet, the chick tree grumbled, "Protectant! Become a knight!" Kwang didn't care about what the two were doing anymore. He quickly urged Black Rabbit to hurry up. Everyone was looking for them. "What's going on?" Black Rabbit asked in confusion, then turned to the frantic-looking chick behind them. "Lots of cats! Lots of wolves!" the chick squawked. Kwang grabbed the chick's head and rubbed it to calm it down. "The thing is, before we can even defeat greed, the 67th floor might collapse." Before the small bear could finish speaking, the chick interrupted again. "Dangerous! Very dangerous! The locusts are in danger." That was all Black Rabbit needed to hear to know something bad was happening. He grabbed Puyu, and the two of them sprinted back to find Seijin. The moment they saw him, the young rabbit shouted, "Uncle! Ah, perfect timing. I was just about to take a break and discuss things." That was when Black Rabbit noticed the entire rabbit clan was busy preparing basins and bottles of water, loading them onto carts to bring to the exhausted cats lying nearby. The felines looked completely drained, as if they had just come back from a desert. Even the two silver wolves closer to them were licking at the water with grateful expressions. "What's going on?" Black Rabbit asked. "Only for Elkie to cut in. Where is Iona?" "She's busy with something else right now," Seijin replied. "If it's related to the magic tower, you can speak to Puyu." Without hesitation, the wolf turned to her. "As I mentioned to Seijin earlier, the locusts on the 67th floor have turned purple and started releasing poison. The blade green onions are withering from the toxins. We are being pushed back helplessly." Puyu's face paled as she looked at the wolf. "This is happening much faster than expected." Elkie glanced at Seijin, who listened intently as the wolf continued. "Fortunately, the detoxifying green onions seem to work against the purple locusts, so we rushed here to request urgent support." "I see," Seijin quickly grasped the situation. "So when they turned toxic, the blade green onions stopped working, but the detox green onions worked. That's a small relief. Theo, pack as many blade and detox green onions as possible into half of the cat's bags." "Got it, nah!" Theo responded firmly, immediately shifting into work mode. Seijin then turned to the rabbits. "You guys, take the stored food and distribute it to the remaining cats." A young rabbit approached Seijin, carrying his equipment, a gardening knife and a warrior axe, both wrapped in a white cloth. Taking them, he secured the weapons at his waist while asking Aileen, "Has anything unusual happened in the tower?" A notification popped up from the blue panel. "I'm checking," Aileen replied, rapidly opening multiple alerts. "That's strange. I don't see anything unusual happening." Then, suddenly, a green panel appeared right in front of her. "Aileen, what's this?" Seijin asked. The system administrator immediately alerted him. "Seijin, this is rare. It's a special mission." On the screen, a new task was displayed. Mid-level administrator quest. Prevent the extinction of the jewel frogs in Navia Swamp, 67th floor of the tower. Seijin frowned. "Isn't this the floor with the locusts?" "Yes," Aileen confirmed. Then several notifications rapidly popped up. "The tower's administrator has appointed you as a mid-level manager. You will be transported to Navia Swamp on 67th floor in 30 seconds. Choose your subordinates to accompany you." Again, another sudden decision with barely any time to think. Around him, the cats were still busy collecting food rations. Those who had finished their tasks stood by, waiting for orders. Before Seijin could decide, Aileen warned him, "This time, I really won't be able to help you. Likewise, Grandpa is in that condition, so he won't be able to help either. This situation is different from before. Those locusts, they're an external threat to the tower itself." Aileen hesitated before adding, "Even though my dragon heart has grown, just like last time, you won't be able to bring too many strong monster from the 99th floor. Are you going to be okay?" He immediately flashed a confident smile. "Aileen, I told you before, didn't I? This world is different from those that have fallen, because I am here, and the reliable crops I have grown are ready as well. So don't worry, Aileen. Trust me, Seijin, the farmer of the tower." After confidently reassuring the dragon, Theo arrived, leading the cats. Each one had their bags stuffed full of food, add green onions. Behind them, Kwang waved his staff excitedly. "Dad, Kwang just ate a full meal. I can use as much strength as needed." Puyu, standing beside him, spoke urgently. "Seijin, I will assist you with my magic." Black Rabbit immediately chimed in. "If the princess is going, of course, I'm going too." Oh, so it wasn't out of concern for this old uncle struggling to rush down to the 67th floor. This kid was just following because the princess was going? Seijin chuckled knowingly, and a moment later, a notification popped up. Selection of subordinates complete. With Theo perched on his shoulder, Seijin declared boldly, "All right, let's go, to the 67th floor." The other cats would find their own way down, and with the wolf clan leader present, there was nothing to worry about. As for Seijin and his group, since he was now a mid-level manager, they would be transported directly. The 30 seconds passed in a flash. A message appeared, transporting to Navia Swamp on the 67th floor. Then, their bodies transformed into streaks of blue light, shooting into the sky. When they reappeared, the surroundings were pitch black, and they were all falling. Seijin barely had time to register what was happening before he yelped. "What?" His entire body smashed into something below, followed by the added weight of Theo landing right on his back. Theo, being a cat, absolutely hated water. Even though his leader was already drenched, he ordered him not to let him get wet too. Seijin, Kwang, and the two rabbits surfaced, coughing. "This smell, it's muddy water. No wonder it reeked of moss." Looking around, Seijin quickly realized the situation. They had landed in the middle of a swamp, surrounded by a dense, damp rainforest. If Seijin was only a little confused, Theo was so panicked. The cat had climbed up from Seijin's back onto the straw hat on his head, clinging onto it while screaming. "Seijin, move carefully. I'm about to fall off, nya!" Seijin got to his feet, scanning his surroundings. They needed to find cover. This place was too open, making them easy targets. All around them were widely spaced trees, offering little concealment. The water reached Kwang's belly, yet the little bear didn't seem to mind. Wherever his dad went, he followed. Unlike Black Rabbit, who immediately stood up and reached for the princess, helping her to her feet like a proper knight. The moment they stabilized, a loud snap echoed through the air. A purple locust that was half of the size of a rabbit clung to the tree trunk ahead. "Ooh, uncle." The trembling in Black Rabbit's voice made Seijin want to tremble too. Slowly he turned and whispered, "What is it?" Meanwhile, Theo had hid behind the straw hat, his face pale as a sheet. But when Seijin turned his gaze, he realized it wasn't just one locust. Any remaining courage vanished instantly, replaced by pure terror, because dozens, no, hundreds of glowing purple eyes were locked onto them. The swamp was infested, swarming with purple locusts, packed so densely that not a single gap remained between them. Then, in an instant, the fear turned into horror, as the entire swarm took flight at once. They spiraled into the air, forming a massive purple tornado surrounding Seijin's group. Kwang is now in its size, gripping his staff tightly. They were completely encircled, trapped in the middle of a storm of locusts, each one of them responsible for the destruction of the 67th floor. And just as the tension peaked, a notification appeared. Now, find and eliminate the cause threatening the existence of the jewel frogs. Seijun and his team huddled closer within the eye of the storm. What the hell is this system talking about? He grumbled. It has to be these guys, but he'd deal with that later. The priority right now was survival. Seijun roared, "All right, let's charge in, let's go." His team followed without hesitation, running straight into the swarm. The purple locusts surged toward them from the opposite direction. Weapons were drawn. Theo leaped off Seijun's hat, ready to fight. Seijun bellowed, "For the Black Tower." And that was the end of Season 1. What do you all hope to see in Season 2? Leave a comment and let me know.
Please hit subscribe because we are going to have fun once again. Now, let us begin the video. We see that the Dragon Lady is extremely tense, deeply regretting her decision as she walks back and forth through the library. No matter how much she thinks about it, sending Seijun to the 67th floor was a mistake. She wonders how long a tower farmer can hold out against those locusts, because they are becoming more dangerous with every passing second. Suddenly, the Dragon Lady's crystal ball starts glowing red. A system notification appears, asking Dragon Lady Eileen whether she wants to lift the block. She taps yes. We see that it is her grandpa, Kaiser, who immediately starts begging in front of Eileen, telling her that he was wrong and asking for forgiveness. He pleads with her to never block him again. Meanwhile, Dragon Lady Eileen is still processing everything. We get a recap of the previous events, how Seijun went to the 67th floor as a mid-manager to deal with the locusts, and whether he will be all right. Even though Dragon Lady Eileen is a tower administrator, she is unable to help him, which deeply upsets her. Kaiser notices this and feels disappointed that he cannot help her either. Suddenly, Kaiser realizes something and tells Eileen not to worry at all. He reminds her that Seijun is the best solo farmer. He entered the Black Tower on his own and survived the 99th floor using nothing but his bare hands, an achievement impressive even to mighty dragons. He influenced countless beings and turned them into his comrades so he could grow faster than anyone else. Above all, Seijun is the representative of the Black Dragon, chosen by none other than Eileen herself. So how could the Dragon Lady doubt her own judgment? As the scene shifts, we see Seijun eating detoxifying green onions while Theo attacks multiple purple locusts, chewing on green onions at the same time. Grandpa Kaiser tells Eileen that Seijun will be just fine because he is the best solo farmer the tower has ever seen. We see Seijun using his dagger and scythe to cut down everything in his path. The scene shifts back again, showing our lucky golden cat, Theo, wondering what Seijun would have done if Theo had not packed an extra bunch of detoxifying green onions in his bag. Seijun simply smiles, gives a thumbs up, and tells manager Theo that he did a great job. Meanwhile, the rabbit princess is casting magic to protect everyone and deflect the locusts. She knows that red locusts are already dangerous, but now they have turned purple, meaning the locust population on the 67th floor has increased even more. She uses her water attribute skills and fires a water cannon, blasting the locusts away. A system notification pops up, informing Seijun that Guardian Princess and Guardian Theo have defeated a purple locust. Seijun gains 50% of the experience earned by both of them. Now Seijun looks at the situation more calmly, realizing that this might actually be an incredible opportunity to level up. We see Baby Bear, who is no longer a baby, returning to his giant form with his trusty wooden weapon, slamming it down on the purple locusts. Even Seijun throws his axe like Thor and recalls it back. Suddenly, Seijun is ambushed by a purple locust. Theo panics, thinking that Chairman Park is in danger. However, Seijun reveals another trick. The flame of companionship emerges and engulfs him, forming a protective armor around his body. He smiles and tells Theo that he is fine, as multiple purple locusts are reduced to smithereens. Theo and the rabbit princess are both shocked. Seijun explains that before coming to the 67th floor, the trustee flame granted him the flame of protection and friendship, so he is not the weakest anymore. Baby Bear happily calls Seijun his dad, proud of how reliable he is in battle. Even the rabbit princess realizes that if the Black Dragon had been in the Red Ribbon Kingdom in the past, things might have turned out very differently. However, Seijun turns serious and tells everyone that even so, there are simply too many purple locusts. Defeating them alone will not be possible. We see a massive swarm of purple locusts engulf a tower-like structure from top to bottom, dissolving it in seconds. Se-jun and the others continue fighting relentlessly. Theo knows they are getting exhausted, and they may run out of detoxifying green onions soon. Even the warrior rabbit, despite being the strongest warrior of the rabbit clan, is starting to feel the strain. Se-jun realized that everyone was getting tired. Baby Bear was barely holding on, relying on his immense strength. Se-jun wore a disappointed expression, knowing that if the Minotaurs had been there to protect them, things would have been different. Or if Iona the wizard head were present, the situation would improve drastically. Suddenly, something clicked. Se-jun smiled, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. He realized that he could bring Iona there right now. He took out the interdimensional key he had obtained when he rescued Bat-Bat. Just as multiple purple locusts rushed toward him, he immediately activated the key, summoning a dimensional portal. He began pounding on the gate, calling for Iona to open it. This shocked the hamster wizard, who opened the gate with a frantic expression, wondering what was going on. At first, she thought Se-jun needed the room and told him that the upgrade was almost complete. However, she quickly realized something was wrong as the air outside grew increasingly toxic. Se-jun told her that he needed her help. Before Se-jun could explain further, Iona herself noticed the purple locusts swarming across the forest. The tall structure nearby had already been destroyed. The purple locusts soon noticed the wizard head as well, viewing her as their next prey. But Iona did not back down. Her expression turned serious, quite intense for a hamster. She raised her staff and began channeling lightning energy, which glowed purple. As her magic staff fully charged, she unleashed Giga Lightning. The entire sky turned purple with lightning, destroying countless purple locusts as they exploded like firecrackers. Even Se-jun was shocked by the sheer power the small hamster possessed. Baby Bear cheered excitedly at the spectacle, along with the other creatures. The rabbit princess smiled brightly, while the warrior rabbit observed silently. Theo, unlike ordinary cats, was completely captivated by the scene unfolding before him. As the scene shifts, Se-jun turns back toward the dimensional gate as Iona descends from the sky. Purple locusts continue to be blown into smithereens by the lightning strikes, leaving Se-jun in awe. A system notification appears, informing Se-jun that the system has been updated. The mid-manager is now tasked with exterminating the purple locusts on the 67th floor of the tower. Out of 700 million purple locusts, 50,000 have been defeated, granting Se-jun 3 million experience points and 50,000 tower coins. Failure will result in Se-jun being unable to return to their original location until the quest is complete. Se-jun is shocked, not only by the massive experience gain, but also by the realization that 700 million purple locusts still remain. Baby Bear returns to his normal size, and everyone stares at the system window, unsure of what to do next. Iona reassures them, explaining that once the numbers decrease, the purple locusts will revert back to red locusts, making them easier to defeat. However, due to the toxic air, Iona begins to look pale and suddenly collapses. Before she can hit the ground, Theo leaps forward and catches her, gently placing her near the gate. He tells Iona that since she was affected by locust poison, she should eat a detoxifying green onion immediately. Under the influence of the hallucinating poison, Theo appears even more impressive in Iona's eyes. She compliments him for his incredible magic and expresses relief that they are on the same side. As Iona bites into a chunk of detoxifying green onion like a cute little hamster, she blushes intensely at the praise. Meanwhile, the warrior rabbit scans the surroundings and informs Se-jun that he no longer senses any locust presence nearby. Se-jun feels relieved and decides that they should take a break inside the dimensional space he unlocked. As the scene shifts, the warrior rabbit, Baby Bear, and the rabbit princess enter the dimensional space, their eyes sparkling with amazement. When Se-jun enters with Theo and Iona, he is mesmerized by the cozy atmosphere. The dimensional space has transformed into a place perfectly suited for Christmas. Se-jun compliments Iona on how beautifully she decorated the place. The hamster smirks and tells Se-jun that a simple task like this is easy for her. At that moment, Se-jun gets another idea. He realizes that if he uses the dimensional space permanently, he could summon his comrades anytime, without even designating them as subordinates. This was truly a game-changing idea, as Sejun watched all the creatures laughing and playing together. Suddenly, he noticed that Baby Bear was eating something and wondered what it was. Baby Bear immediately showed him a piece of meat and told Sejun that the locusts struck by the lightning attack were actually delicious. However, when everyone else smelled it, it did not seem good at all. Sejun made a strange face, and even Theo wanted to throw it away, knowing it did not look like something they should eat. But as the foul smell faded, Sejun realized that the scent beneath it was similar to chicken. He suddenly remembered that back on Earth, locusts were often said to taste like chicken. Sejun immediately bowed in front of Iona, asking whether she could modify the small brazier to make it do something more. As the scene shifts outside the dimensional space, the environment is unpleasant. However, inside the space, a delicious aroma fills the air. Even Sejun starts drooling along with Baby Bear, realizing that what they had done was completely insane. The brazier had been modified into a roaster, with multiple pieces of locust meat skewered around it, cooking slowly. Juices dripped down as the meat roasted, releasing an incredibly appetizing scent. Baby Bear watched happily. A system notification appeared, informing Sejun that the achievement, first to cook roasted purple locust in the tower, had been unlocked. It was registered under cooking level 4, with proficiency slightly increased. As the locust meat continued to roast, the system announced that a special effect had been applied due to Sejun's cooking level. The recipe, stuffing purple locusts with detoxifying green onions and roasting them over indirect heat, made the meat lean and savory. Because of skillful cooking, both the meat and green onions were perfectly cooked, resulting in a tender texture and excellent taste. The process also detoxified the poison in the meat, granting low-level poison resistance to anyone who ate it. This dish was rated C+ grade. When Sejun lifted one skewer, he was shocked by the sheer size of the meat. He told all the cute monsters to try it, assuring them that it was fully cooked. Still, Theo found it unsettling. Even though it smelled good, roasting the entire body looked a bit disgusting. Baby Bear seized the opportunity and immediately grabbed the whole piece, telling Theo that he would eat it no matter what. Sejun calmly scolded Baby Bear, warning him that it would be hot, but the bear did not care. He tossed it into the air to cool it down, then blew on it with his mouth. The shell cracked without breaking apart, revealing soft, tender meat inside. The juicy meat melted in his mouth and tasted heavenly. Baby Bear enjoyed it immensely and started gulping it down at an incredible speed. Thea stared in disbelief, wondering how the bear could eat something that had looked so nasty moments ago. But soon, even Theo started drooling, and the other monsters began wondering if they should try it too. Sejun walked to the roaster and pulled out another skewer, telling everyone that there was plenty to eat and that they should eat slowly and enjoy it. He told them not to be shy and to ask for more whenever they wanted. The cute creatures accepted the food as if they were receiving blessings from heaven. As they ate, Sejun finally took a bite himself. After an entire year and such a long break, the taste filled him with bliss. Everyone was mesmerized, eating again and again. Sejun realized that the flavor was exactly like the roasted chicken he used to eat back home. But as the scene shifts back to the dimensional gate, we see that the delicious aroma has attracted various monsters outside. 3 peculiar monsters with yellow, blue, and red eyes appear near the dimensional entrance, believing that whatever was happening inside was completely unforgivable. The scene shifts back inside the dimensional space, where we see every monster sleeping cutely on top of one another. Sejun was also sleeping on a hanging bed, his mouth still drooling from the deliciousness of the food. However, Theo was trying to get out of the dimensional pocket. He had eaten too much and was so bloated that he could not even sleep. As he walked outside, we saw a shadow with a frog-like silhouette that came insanely close to Theo, ready to nab him and stuff him inside a jute bag. While Theo was contemplating whether he should go out for a walk, his head was suddenly covered with a bag. He screamed in a cute cat voice, wondering what was going on. It turned out to be a frog-like creature acting stealthy, accusing Theo of releasing the purple locusts in the Navia swamp. The frog believed it was because of the innocent golden cat, who was clueless about what was going on, that countless comrades had died. Theo's face was visible outside the jute bag as he was dragged through the water. He wondered what the frog was talking about, but the frog was not ready to listen at all. It declared that, starting with Theo, it would deal with the others too. Theo started crying and begged the frog to wait. He introduced himself as the tower's mid-level wandering merchant, the golden cat Theo. The frog refused to believe him, saying that a wandering merchant would never come this deep into such a dangerous location. However, the frog's companions stopped the kidnapper and told him to look at the cat's neck. When they did, they saw a silver wandering merchant badge, proving that Theo was telling the truth. Theo sat down innocently, shaking violently from fear after being kidnapped. The other two frogs wondered why a wandering merchant would be present near the Navia swamp. A third frog suggested that the badge might be fake or stolen. Hearing this, Theo frantically explained that it was a misunderstanding. He said they had come to eliminate the purple locusts and save the jewel frogs who were being hunted by them. Theo continued in a panicked voice, saying that he was a subordinate of the tower administrator, the one and only black dragon. He demanded that the frogs let him go immediately. The frogs were not ready to believe that the black dragon himself had come to save them. Theo reassured them and told them that if they did not believe him, they should try knocking on the door nearby, because the black dragon was sleeping inside and would prove that Theo was telling the truth. However, just imagining the giant black dragon made the frogs even more hesitant. They feared that the black dragon would become furious if his sleep was disturbed, especially after they had treated his subordinate this way. Theo stood there trembling while the frogs debated what to do, unwilling to open the gate. Theo wondered what he should do since the frogs refused to open the gate. At that moment, one of the frogs came up with a strange idea. They decided to take Theo to Lord Geron, who would know what to do. Theo asked who Geron was, but the frogs immediately tied him to a long bamboo stick. Two of them lifted the stick and carried the newly captured cat away. Theo screamed continuously, calling out for Chairman Park to come and save him. Inside the dimensional portal, Sejun scratched his ear in his sleep, thinking it was just a mosquito whispering, and continued sleeping peacefully. Outside, Theo kept screaming for breath, shouting that he was a mid-level wandering merchant, the great Lord Theo, and ordering the frogs to put him down. Annoyed by the noise, the frogs threw him against a rock, assuming that such a noisy cat must be fake. After a moment, everyone calmed down. The green frog approached Theo, while the blue frog removed the bag from his head. The green frog apologized, explaining that they had lost too many comrades recently and had to be careful. Only then did Theo realize that the ones who kidnapped him were actually the ones they were meant to save, the jewel frogs themselves. There were 3 of them, one blue, one light green, and one dark green. Theo became furious. He had come to save the jewel frogs, yet they treated the great merchant like a captive. He scolded them angrily, asking if they had any idea how hard they had fought the purple locusts for the jewel frogs' safety. But suddenly, as Theo was scolding the 3 jewel frogs, a heavy voice echoed from the swamp, asking how he dared to act this way. Seeing this, Theo was shocked. He turned around and looked toward the swamp, which was bubbling violently as air surged from within. From the dirty swamp, a massive silhouette slowly emerged, a giant jewel frog. The creature spoke in a deep voice, demanding to know who dared scream so loudly and disturb his sleep. The giant jewel frog was so enormous that even the smaller jewel frogs trembled in fear for a moment. However, they quickly knelt down before the massive creature and addressed him as the king of the jewel frogs, the greatest and largest among their kind. Meanwhile, Lord Geron, the jewel frog king, was furious at Theo. He believed that Theo had continuously harmed him and their brethren. The swamp water surged violently, splashing everywhere and completely soaking the golden cat once again. Even though Theo desperately tried to dry himself, the impact was too great, and he was knocked unconscious on the spot. The blue jewel frog quickly spoke up, informing their lord, none other than Lord Geron, that they had captured the cat from the area with the strongest poison concentration in the swamp. Hearing this, the jewel frog king assumed that Theo was the one who had released the damn bugs into the swamp. Theo, however, did not even have the strength to speak. His body was completely drenched, every muscle aching terribly. On top of that, he was terrified and unable to put any strength into his limbs. But then Theo began acting. This was what the old Theo would have done. Suddenly filled with energy, he stood tall and spoke loudly before Lord Geron and the other jewel frogs, declaring that he was destined to become a great wandering merchant, and that he could not fall over something like this. Theo stood up proudly and introduced himself in his usual grand manner. This body belongs to the mid-level wandering merchant, the Golden Cat Theo. He demanded to know how Lord Jaron dared kidnap, threaten, and treat him in such a manner without any proof. Theo declared that the price for this insult would definitely be paid by none other than the jewel frogs themselves. What Theo believed to be an intimidating display was nothing more than a joke to the Jewel Frog King. Lord Jaron immediately raised one massive hand, intending to squash the tiny cat for his defiance, calling him an insignificant little thing. However, the dark green jewel frog stopped him. "Please wait, my lord," he said, explaining that, according to Theo, he was a subordinate of the Black Dragon, which could be useful to them. At this, even Lord Jaron began to sweat slightly. If the tower administrator Theo mentioned was truly the mighty Black Dragon, then the situation was far more serious than he initially thought. The three jewel frogs began speaking hurriedly to their king, explaining that if Theo was telling the truth, then harming him without reason could bring immense trouble upon them. They also reminded Lord Jaron that Theo had claimed to fight the dangerous purple locusts, creatures the jewel frogs themselves were helpless against. Perhaps Theo had really come to help them. Theo, however, was deeply annoyed. Not only did they doubt him, but now they were presenting his words to their lord as if the idea came from them. Still, for Lord Jaron, it was difficult to believe. Even he, the mighty Jewel Frog King, was currently recovering in the swamp after being poisoned by those bugs. There was no way a tiny cat could handle monsters that attacked everything they encountered. At that moment, Theo seized the opportunity. He opened his bag and spoke confidently. "If that's the case, then you should eat this." From Theo's magical bag emerged a beautifully roasted piece of purple locust meat. Theo explained with shining eyes that if Lord Jaron ate it, he would be completely fine. Technically, the effect came from the detoxifying green onion stuffed inside, but Theo did not bother explaining that detail. Before anyone could react, a massive tongue shot forward and grabbed the roasted meat. Lord Jaron ate it instantly, purely because it smelled delicious, without caring about its effects. Theo was stunned by the sheer size of the Jewel Frog King's tongue. The subordinates hesitated, wondering if their lord should really eat something just because it smelled good. Before they could even finish speaking, Lord Jaron began acting strangely. He felt something stirring inside his body. The Jewel Frogs feared something terrible was happening within their lord. Then suddenly, a sparkling light enveloped the massive frog. Blissful sounds escaped his mouth as rainbow-colored light filled the area. When the light finally faded, Lord Jaron spoke in a refreshed voice. His body felt incredibly light and rejuvenated. The once intimidating Jewel Frog King now looked completely different, giant yet slimy, adorned with multiple colors, with a radiant rainbow-colored jewel shining on his head. Moments ago, he was terrifying. Now he behaved like a spoiled puppy, eagerly asking what Theo had fed him because it was unbelievably delicious. The giant frog wondered what on earth the dish was because he felt that the toxins inside his body were completely gone. He asked Theo whether he had any more of it. The cat let out a devilish laugh, knowing that it was a good thing he was lucky. He had kept a few roasted locusts aside just in case. It was because of this food that the Jewel Frog King was finally willing to discuss a deal with him. As the scene shifts, we see multiple purple locusts attacking the lizard men. The lizard men were slicing them in half using their swordsmanship skills, but the moment the toxins touched their bodies, the situation became even more terrifying and impossible to handle. A massive purple locust swarm grew increasingly enraged, closing in on the lizard men who were barely holding their ground. We come to know that the leader of the lizard men guard was named Tamurao. All the other monsters on the 67th floor were confused, wondering why the numbers of locusts were not decreasing at all. They were also running out of detoxifying green onions, and the situation was spiraling out of control. Tamurao knew this could not continue any longer. As the purple swamp crept closer, only a few inches away, he wondered if this was truly the end for them. Suddenly, a massive familiar tongue appeared out of nowhere. In a single motion, it grabbed dozens of purple locusts and swallowed them whole. A thunderous burp followed, along with a satisfied voice commenting that the locusts were really delicious. It was none other than Lord Jaron, who had come to rescue the lizard men. Everyone was shocked to see the Jewel Frog King eating the poisonous locusts without suffering any ill effects. Lord Jaron then revealed his true power after being fully rejuvenated. He began spinning his tongue like a helicopter, sweeping through the swarm and devouring countless locusts without even pausing to digest them. As the frog continued consuming the locusts again and again, the lizard men realized that the Jewel Frog King was eating tens of thousands at a time. They stared in disbelief, wondering just who this overwhelming being truly was. Lord Jaron finally introduced himself. The multicolored jewel on his head gleamed brilliantly as he declared that he was the king of the Jewel Frogs and the master of Navia Swamp, Lord Jaron. Standing proudly atop the giant frog's head was a tiny golden cat, none other than a subordinate of the Black Dragon. He introduced himself as the mid-level wandering merchant, the golden cat Theo. We then learned that Theo had formed a contract with the Jewel Frog King earlier. Because of that contract, Lord Jaron was now assisting him by single-handedly resolving the Purple Locust crisis. Some of the subordinates hesitated, wondering whether it was truly safe for their lord to eat so many poisonous locusts at once. However, none of them dared to object, since Lord Jaron's life had been saved by Theo himself. As the scene shifts again, we see Theo riding atop the massive but surprisingly cute Jewel Frog King. Theo ordered Lord Jaron to eat as many purple locusts as possible and to fill his stomach until he was completely satisfied. Hearing this, Lord Jaron leaped straight into the heart of the purple locust swarm, which was engulfing the entire area. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the dimensional space. Sejun finally woke up along with the other monsters. As he stretched and looked around, he frowned slightly, wondering where the golden cat Theo had gone. And with that, this chapter comes to an end. But here, another surprise. 6 continuous chapters are going to be released next. So if you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing so you don't miss the upcoming parts. Enjoy the holidays as we finally return to the story with Sejun and Theo, the golden cat. Thanks for watching. Now Sejun was genuinely worried. He wondered whether everyone was ready because they had to head out and find Theo and figure out where he had gone. Baby Bear and the warrior rabbit were already prepared, along with the others. The princess, however, was confused, wondering where the golden cat could have gone all by himself in the middle of the night. Even Iona was worried, knowing that the area outside must still be swarming with locusts. That was exactly why Sejun knew he had to find the cat quickly, otherwise things could easily go wrong. Meanwhile, the black rabbit stepped forward and raised his chest proudly, telling the princess that no matter what happened, he swore he would protect her at all costs. The princess blushed slightly and replied that she believed he would, calling him Sir Knight. Hearing this, the black rabbit turned red himself, flustered by her words. Sejun then told everyone to get ready, as he finally reached for the dimensional door. The moment the door opened, everyone rushed out with all their magic power and physical strength, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Avengers, assemble!" and telling the bugs to bring it on. But the moment they stepped outside, they froze. There was nothing. The surroundings were completely desolate. Only the dimensional gate stood behind them, with no enemies in sight. Sejun quickly realized that the area they had previously cleared was still safe. Suddenly, the black rabbit's ears twitched. He raised his hand and told everyone to wait. Focusing carefully on the sound, he sensed something massive approaching their position. Sejun immediately tensed up, wondering what it could be. The princess speculated that it might be a new breed of locust, but Iona shook her head, saying that it shouldn't be possible. Even so, Sejun tightened his grip on his axe and told everyone to brace themselves for whatever was coming. What happened next shocked him to his core. A giant frog suddenly leaped straight over their heads, casting an enormous shadow over Sejun and the others. Everyone screamed in alarm as the massive creature landed heavily in the swamp, the impact splashing muddy water everywhere and soaking everyone nearby. As the water settled, they noticed a small silhouette clinging desperately to the frog. It was Theo, barely hanging on. Theo looked at his companions with a smug grin and teased them, asking if they had all been waiting for the mighty Theo, the golden cat. Iona stared in disbelief, completely confused by what she was seeing. Sejun quickly asked Theo if he was all right. Theo replied proudly that he was completely fine, and casually added that he had even made a new subordinate named Jaron. Sejun blinked. Who is Jaron? Theo explained that thanks to Jaron, they had wiped out a massive number of purple locusts. At that moment, the giant jewel frog king noticed the mark on Sejun's hand, the unmistakable crest of the black dragon. Without hesitation, Lord Jaron, along with multiple jewel frogs, immediately bowed before Sejun. They explained that they had been able to overcome the locusts thanks to the dish Sejun had cooked, and that it had helped them immensely. Sejun wondered aloud whether these frogs were different from the ones on the 75th floor. The owner explained that these were jewel frogs, and they were the very targets their team was supposed to protect for this mission. Lord Jaron was none other than the king of the jewel frogs, and at that moment, Theo was sitting cutely on his head. Yona could hardly believe that the golden cat had managed to make such a powerful being his subordinate entirely on his own. She stared at Theo in awe, wondering just who he truly was to possess such influence. Theo, however, didn't care about that at all. Instead, he immediately turned to Sejun and asked if he had done a good job. Sejun, though still nervous, was also extremely curious about how Theo had managed all of this. Theo, however, had no intention of explaining anything just yet. First came the treats and the churros. Since he had done such a good job, he deserved at least that much. Clinging tightly to Sejun's legs, Theo urged him to go back inside. Sejun opened the dimensional door again and told everyone that they would talk inside. Theo was already smiling, imagining the treats he was about to receive. But as Sejun turned around, he noticed Lord Jaron hesitating, clearly wondering how he would fit through the entrance. Sejun explained apologetically that although he would love to invite him inside, the entrance was simply too small. Lord Jaron proved himself to be a wise and understanding king. He calmly replied that Sejun need not worry about that. Suddenly, the multicolored jewel on Lord Jaron's head began to shine brilliantly. The light was so intense that everyone had to close their eyes to protect themselves. As the glow intensified, something incredible happened. Slowly but surely, Lord Jaron's massive body began to shrink. When the light finally faded, the once giant jewel frog king had transformed into a cute, chubby frog, even smaller than the other jewel frogs. Sejun stared in amazement and wondered aloud whether Lord Jaron was similar to Baby Bear, someone who could shrink and expand at will. Hearing this, the king laughed lightly and told Sejun that it was nothing special. Yona immediately rushed forward to examine the newly transformed frog, her curiosity completely overflowing. While Sejun was happily telling everyone that they should have a meal together, the scene shifted back into the cozy dimensional space once again. Yona was yelling at Theo, just like a worried girlfriend, asking the cat whether he even had any idea how worried the hamster had been after he vanished in the middle of the night. Theo, however, was completely relaxed, knowing that nothing bad had actually happened. He also knew better than to mention that he had been kidnapped and had nearly died, because that would only make things worse for him. As the scene shifted toward Sejun, we saw that the entire fireplace had been completed and was now being upgraded once again so that he could cook more food inside it. Theo and the others gathered around, drooling uncontrollably when they saw a delicious-looking stew. The dish was called Purple Chef's Potato Stew. It was made from thinly sliced purple locust meat, combined with detoxifying green onions and strength potatoes, all boiled together for a long time so the ingredients could blend harmoniously and enhance each other's effects. Upon consumption, strength would increase by 10.5 for 30 minutes, the user would feel full for 4 hours, and gain low-level poison resistance. Everyone lined up eagerly as the food was cooked inside a giant clay pot. Sejun told everyone to line up and take their portions so they could eat their fill. When the Black Warrior Rabbit ate, he felt completely satisfied, both in body and soul. Yona ate quietly while the jewel frogs also enjoyed the meal, amazed by how delicious it was, especially the detoxifying green onions and the purple locust meat. One of the jewel frogs thought it was miraculous. Normally, just touching the skin of a red locust would melt a frog's skin due to its toxicity, but thanks to the green onions, the detoxification effect was incredible. Meanwhile, the cute jewel frog king was extremely pleased, saying that this was exactly what one would expect from the black dragon. Thanks to this food, they could finally fight the locusts properly. Sejun encouraged everyone to eat well and regain their strength so they could finish exterminating the purple locusts. However, for the jewel frogs, the feeling was bittersweet. They had to eliminate the bugs, but knowing they would no longer be able to eat this delicious dish afterward was heartbreaking. Sejun smiled and told everyone that there was something he hadn't told them yet. He gestured for everyone to follow him, saying that he wanted to show them something. As everyone followed Sejun, he stopped in front of a wooden door. Even Theo was curious, wondering what that door was, since the last time he had seen it, he was too busy eating to pay attention. Sejun then explained that he had asked Yona to create a special space. When the door was opened, everyone was stunned. Inside was a massive freezer, filled with an enormous number of frozen purple locusts. Iona had originally frozen them as research samples for the Wizards Association. According to her, it was fine for Sejun to use some of them as cooking ingredients. Baby Bear couldn't tolerate the cold and immediately started sneezing non-stop. The jewel frogs wondered whether freezing the locusts would make them taste better. As the temperature dropped further, the jewel frog king began growing sleepier with every passing second, while even Theo started shivering from the cold. Sejun realized that the monsters were unfamiliar with the concept of cold storage. He explained that keeping things cold prevents them from rotting, allowing them to be stored and eaten for a long time. Thanks to Yona, they now had a massive freezer where they could preserve ingredients. Yona blushed at the praise, explaining that setting up a semi-permanent freezing magic circle over such a large space was actually very high-level magic, but she had still managed to do it. Everyone was surprised by how capable Yona truly was. Baby Bear began climbing on the giant ice cubes, while the princess wondered if they should freeze the detoxifying green onions as well so they wouldn't go to waste. Sejun told everyone that the green onions were fine, since he could simply farm more. The jewel frogs didn't understand the concept of farming and asked what it was. Sejun started to explain, but midway through, he realized everyone had begun sneezing and coughing because it was far too cold. By then, the jewel frog king had already fallen asleep, entering hibernation. Meanwhile, both Yona and the green jewel frog were completely fine. At that moment, Sejun came up with a great idea. The scene then shifted to the administrator tower, where Eileen was flipping through multiple books at the same time. She was reading intensely, wondering what she should do until Sejun returned, knowing she needed to grant him the proper authority as a mid-level manager so he wouldn't face such difficulties again. She kept reading book after book until suddenly her eyes lit up. She had found something. The book itself was magical, its letters glowing brightly. Eileen hugged the blue book tightly, feeling relieved. She knew that this was it, that she had finally found the solution. Confident that Sejun would return safely to the 99th floor, she held the book close, reassured that everything would be all right. As the scene shifts, we come to the lizard men, along with the wolf tribe guards and the others, who were relieved and happy that the evacuation of the wounded was complete. They could no longer feel any locust presence around the area. Finally, the lizard men were able to breathe again, and some of them began to think that the fight was finally over. However, the leader Tamurao stopped everyone and told them that it was far too early to celebrate. The war was not over yet. He reminded them that both Manager Theo and Lord Jaron, who had played massive roles in the battle, had headed toward the swamp first. They could still be fighting even now. The lizard men, who owed their lives to them, could not simply stand by and do nothing. With morale running high, everyone gathered together and decided to march toward the swamp to protect them. But when the scene shifts and they finally reach the swamp, they are met with a completely unexpected sight. Instead of a battlefield, they see Baby Bear, along with the other monsters, calmly planting detoxifying green onions and bladed green onions into the ground. Sejun and Theo were supervising their work, guiding them on how to properly plant the crops. The lizard men arrived in confusion, wondering what exactly was happening. Yona noticed the lizard men lord and was genuinely happy to see that they had arrived just in time. The lizard men were shocked, especially Tamurao, because Yona, the head of the Tower Wizard Association, was actually farming. Tamurao wondered what on earth was going on. Sejun smiled slightly and explained that they were putting an end to the battle with the locusts once and for all. Thanks to the idea of the great black dragon, who stood behind them, The lizard men finally realized that the boy before them was the representative of the black dragon. They noticed that Sejun's eyes were glowing faintly, as if he had awakened some new power, while he instructed the jewel frogs to plant green onions across specific areas of the swamp. Theo, on the other hand, was completely baffled. He asked why they were going through all this trouble of splitting the green onions and planting them everywhere. Sejun explained that green onions must be planted in well-drained soil because they would not grow properly in soil that was too damp. Thanks to his plantation skill, which had now reached level 5, Sejun could clearly see which ground was suitable for which crops. In this situation, the skill was proving to be far more useful than he had ever imagined. Soon, even the army of the lizard men began helping the jewel frogs plant the green onions. As the farming continued at full pace, Sejun thought that once it was complete, the 67th floor would be able to handle the locusts on its own. From the very beginning, his goal had been to prevent the extinction of the jewel frogs in Navia Swamp on the 67th floor. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. At the same time, the black warrior rabbit sensed something unusual. The princess asked what was wrong, and the warrior rabbit announced that the purple locusts were finally coming. Another massive swarm was heading straight toward them at incredible speed. The warrior rabbit readied his trusted hammer. A giant swarm of purple locusts hovered above their heads. Everyone panicked for a brief moment, but soon calmed down. After all, Sejun was with them. Sejun immediately announced that everyone should chew the detoxifying green onions and use their bladed green onions as weapons to slash the locusts in half. Baby Bear grumbled in annoyance, saying that no matter how many times he saw those purple locusts, they were always disgusting and filthy. As the scene shifts, we see jewel frogs, Baby Bear, and the lizard men preparing to fight the swarm while consuming the detoxifying green onions, granting them immunity to poison for 1 hour. Sejun declared that their sole mission was to protect Navia Swamp. He took out his dagger and axe, ready to fight alongside his trusted companions. Now we see Iona, who was continuously launching lightning attacks, turning the purple locusts into exploding firecrackers with ease. Baby Bear swung his massive wooden log, smashing the red locusts out of the air. The black warrior rabbit and the lizard men fought fiercely with swords and hammers, determined to destroy as many purple locusts as possible. At the center of it all was Sejun, dual-wielding his weapons and hacking his way through the swarm, breaking their formation with relentless precision. Meanwhile, Theo released the Jewel Frog King from his arms. As Lord Jaron leapt forward, the jewel on his back began to shine brilliantly once again with multiple colors. In moments, the frog returned to his original massive size, his stomach expanding as hunger surged through him. Staring at the purple locusts as if they were nothing more than delicious snacks, Lord Jaron began swinging his tongue like a helicopter once again, instantly grabbing multiple locusts in a single sweep. The frog ate in the thousands without even hesitating, gulping them down one after another. Those who had never seen this before were completely shocked, including Sejun and the princess. They found it incredible and wanted the Jewel Frog King to keep going. Meanwhile, the other jewel frogs also joined in. Even though they were small, they began eating the purple locusts as well, because they were no longer poisonous at all. The leader Tamurao was slashing as many purple locusts as he could, cutting them cleanly in half. But then he noticed something shocking. The purple locusts were changing color. Tamurao's eyes widened as he realized that the locusts were degenerating and slowly turning back into red locusts. He felt relief wash over him as hope returned. A system notification appeared, making everyone happy, including Sejun. He read it aloud, announcing that as the locust population decreased, they were degenerating from purple locusts back into their original red locust form. Sejun smiled and encouraged all the cute creatures, big and small, to keep pushing them back. Everyone shouted in unison as they launched another wave of attacks. Finally, as the scene shifts, we see Thea letting out a sigh of relief. Everyone else had also finished their part of the battle. Thea was happy that they had won without anyone getting hurt, realizing that this was the true power of the bladed green onions and detoxifying green onions. Even Lord Jaron, the Jewel Frog King, was burping loudly after his feast, clearly satisfied. One of the lizardmen's soldiers approached Se-jun and respectfully called him the Great Black Dragon. Two jewel frogs followed shortly after, bowing deeply and thanking him for saving them. The jewel frogs promised that from now on, they would farm both the bladed green onions and detoxifying green onions themselves. They swore to exterminate the remaining locusts and protect Navia Swamp on their own. At that moment, a system notification informed Se-jun that he had finally completed the mid-level manager quest after almost 1 full year. As a reward, he obtained 3 million experience points and 50,000 tower coins. Se-jun could hardly believe it. He felt that he had achieved an incredible feat. Just then, the lizardmen leader Tamurao stepped forward again, also calling Se-jun the Great Black Dragon. Tamurao confessed honestly that he had been largely responsible for the entire situation. Se-jun received 1 extra stat point and wondered what Tamurao meant. A flashback followed. It revealed that the lizardmen had trusted Tarek the pig, who was actually the mastermind behind feeding the locusts even after they had been subdued. Tamurao had received continuous rewards from him and never once suspected anything was wrong. Now Tamurao placed a reward box in his hands and opened it, showing Se-jun the item he had received from the pig. He offered it up, wanting to sacrifice it to the Great Black Dragon. Se-jun refused. He told Tamurao that it was fine, and instead instructed the lizardmen to use that reward to restore the 67th floor after the destruction caused by the battle. A blue aura suddenly surrounded everyone who had come from the upper floor. A system notification announced that they would be returning to the 99th floor in 30 seconds. Hearing this, the lizardmen leader was deeply moved. The jewel frogs were also surprised by the generosity of the legendary Black Dragon. Soon, the blue aura completely enveloped everyone. They were shot upward into the sky and teleported back to the 99th floor of the tower. Finally, after almost 1 year, they were witnessing the 99th floor once again. Even Se-jun felt emotional, realizing how long it had been. The fresh air felt incredible after such a long time. The black wolf, white wolf, the entire rabbit family, and the cute little bunnies rushed forward, shocked and overjoyed that their master, Se-jun, had finally returned. Se-jun knelt down, checking on everyone and marveling at how much the baby rabbits had grown. He petted them affectionately, admitting how much he had missed them. Suddenly, Theo glanced behind him and noticed something strange. Sneaking quietly onto the 99th floor was none other than Lord Jaron, the Jewel Frog King. Theo was shocked that Jaron had followed them all the way up. Meanwhile, Se-jun asked the mother rabbit and father rabbit about Bat-Bat, wondering how he was doing and whether he had adjusted well, since it had been so long since they last saw him. The mother rabbit pointed toward the house of Se-jun they had built. Inside, multiple queen bees and worker bees were taking care of Bat-Bat, who was happily resting upside down in the shade, just as bats should. She explained that Bat-Bat was doing perfectly fine. Se-jun also noticed that the fields looked amazing. The farm hadn't changed at all, and the new crops were fully grown, tomatoes, potatoes, and many other crops thriving beautifully. The farmer rabbit explained that the residents of Grainier Village were eager to help with the work. Even though they had all scattered earlier for their wandering merchant jobs, they had now returned and completed a great deal of work. Even the architect rabbits came over to Se-jun, calling out to him and telling him that they had prepared something while he was away. They asked if he would like to follow them. As the scene shifts, we arrive near the pit below the 99th floor. Se-jun immediately recognized the place. It was the cave where he had first entered the tower. As he looked around, he noticed something new on the floor, a trapdoor that had not been there before. Se-jun opened it, and Theo peeked inside. We see that entering the cave was no longer troublesome, because the architect rabbits had built stairs that extended deep downward. Se-jun began walking inside, noticing multiple candles lighting the entire area and preventing darkness from spreading. Se-jun felt pleased seeing the staircase that led directly into the cave. He realized that from now on, they could come and go freely without needing someone above to pull them up. He immediately understood just how hard the architect rabbits must have worked on this. Meanwhile, we see the two cute little beings, whose names had been forgotten, along with Flame, all happily looking at their master. We also noticed that there were now multiple purifying ents, whereas before there had only been one when Sejun left. Even Baby Bear wondered what was going on. We come to learn that the first ent, named Pasaki, had produced more seeds. For Sejun, this was great news, as it meant that the flaming tree would now have more companions willing to protect her. Just then, a system notification appeared. It was revealed that Eileen was shocked to see that Sejun had returned. Sejun smiled and asked her how she had been doing. However, the dragon lady felt both relief and irritation at seeing his cheerful expression, making her feel foolish for worrying so much about the team she had sent. She brushed those feelings aside and told Sejun that more importantly, she had something to give him right now. Sejun was surprised, wondering what else there could be. Inside the administrator tower, Eileen opened the blue book and began channeling magic into the crystal orb. She told Sejun to think of it as a reward for all his hard work. As the spell took effect, Sejun was enveloped in a blue aura from head to toe. He was startled as he felt a powerful surge of energy flow through his body. Something had clearly changed. The dragon lady smiled calmly and told him to look forward to it, because she had finally found the greatest authority suitable for him. It was called the authority of an unbreakable body, granted to the mid-level manager Sejun. Only then did Sejun realize what it meant. With the unbreakable body, his physical body could never be broken. The realization shocked him, and he wondered in disbelief whether he had now become truly invincible. But as Sejun saw the blue energy fading away, he wondered why he was not feeling its power yet. Hearing this, Baby Bear decided to test it immediately. He took out his trusty wooden weapon and slammed it down with insane force straight onto Sejun's head. Sejun was startled and fell to the ground as smoke rose from his head due to the impact. When Baby Bear realized that Sejun's head had not fallen off, he became overjoyed, knowing that his dad had finally become strong. Even Thea realized that Sejun did not break, even after taking a full-powered strike from the bear. However, Sejun began crying, telling Baby Bear that he could still feel the pain exactly as before. He warned Baby Bear not to expect any dinner tonight for pulling such a cruel surprise attack. Sejun then turned toward the tower administrator and thanked her sincerely for the incredible gift. The dragon lady told Sejun that she would be leaving things in his care from now on. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. It informed Sejun that a quest had been triggered. The job quest was to realize the joy of harvesting and to use the harvesting skill 100,000 times. The reward for completing it would be level 51, 50,000 tower coins, and all tower farmer job skills increasing by 1 level. However, completing 100,000 harvests was clearly not an easy task. As the scene shifts, we arrive at the Rabbit Kingdom floor, where Greed was staring at his old portrait like a narcissistic creature. A soldier approached Greed and informed him that there was an urgent report. After receiving permission to speak, the messenger explained that the Wandering Merchant Association had sent a summon to Greed. The situation was serious because the fat pig Tarek had been captured after failing to kidnap the bunny princess. During interrogation, Tarek had mentioned Greed's name, making him a suspect as well. Greed's eyes filled with killing intent as he wondered how Tarek could be such a fool. Greed had treated him well, as Tarek was a fellow Boar elder, and had even entrusted him with an important relic to carry out the job. Now, due to Tarek's mistake, the Wandering Merchant Association, an organization funded by Greed, had dared to act against him. Greed turned toward the messenger and asked whether there was any concrete evidence linking him to Tarek. The messenger replied that there were indeed clues, as Yona, head of the Magic Association, and the Inspection Bureau led by Inspector Fox had carried out a joint operation. A flashback appears. We see Inspector Fox arresting Tarek on 8 criminal charges, including kidnapping, unlawful confinement, and blackmail. The authorities had secured Tarek's confession using a recording device. Tarek was completely exposed, revealing that he was the one who had fed the red locusts. Once everything was devastated and the food supply was gone, the 67th floor would fall under Lord Greed's control. After reading the summon, Greed tore it apart, dismissing the messenger and telling him to leave. He continued staring at his portrait, still unable to believe that the Merchant Association had summoned him and that he would be forced to step forward personally. Greed took a black book from a bookshelf, a book he had never read. This black book was actually the key to a hidden passage. As the bookshelf moved aside, Greed descended deeper underground and opened a massive gate with a giant golden bow symbol engraved on it. Beyond the gate stood a white dragon statue, surrounded by massive piles of gold scattered throughout the chamber. The sight revealed just how greedy the pig truly was. Suddenly, the white dragon statue began to speak. Hearing the voice, Greed immediately bowed in respect, greeting the great white dragon speaking through the statue. The white dragon's eyes glowed with crimson energy as they glared at Greed. The scene shifts back to the 99th floor cave. Rabbit farmers were harvesting cherry tomatoes, while other rabbits and ents watered the flame tree and nurtured new saplings. Baby Bear helped gather water from the nearby lake, while the small rabbit children looked up to their big brother in admiration. The bunny princess was treated generously, with the architect rabbits presenting her with everything they had harvested. Everyone noticed that Sejun was counting numbers under his breath. As the scene shifts again, we see Sejun, Theo, and the black rabbit pulling on something firmly rooted in the ground. No matter how hard they tried, they failed to uproot it. The red vine with multiple leaves remained intact, standing firmly in place. Sejun realized that what they were trying to uproot was no joke. Even Theo had never seen such a huge sweet potato vine before, knowing that there was definitely a massive sweet potato buried underground. Hearing the words massive sweet potato, Baby Bear felt a sudden surge of strength as his eyes started sparkling. He began growing bigger and bigger, grabbing the vine and pulling it with all the strength he had. Meanwhile, both Sejun and Theo stepped back and started cheering loudly for Baby Bear. Baby Bear screamed with all his power, and as the sweet potato slowly began emerging from the ground, both Theo and Sejun made exaggerated, shocked faces. Finally, the entire sweet potato came out, and Baby Bear returned to his baby form. A system notification appeared, informing Sejun that it was a giant pumpkin sweet potato grown in the tower. It tasted delicious due to sufficient nutrients, but it had used all those nutrients solely for growth. As a result, it provided no effects when consumed and would not sprout even if planted. It was a grade C crop with an expiration date of 45 days. Everyone climbed all over it, unable to believe that such a giant sweet potato was right in front of them. Even Sejun knew that this sweet potato was incredible. Just one of them would be enough to feed everyone. Baby Bear could not wait any longer and told his dad that he wanted to eat it immediately. However, when Sejun looked at his current mission, he saw that he had only used the harvest skill approximately 3,000 times, even though he needed to use it 100,000 times. He wondered when he would ever finish it. Still, Sejun turned around and looked at the happy, cute monsters and announced that they should eat first. Baby Bear had worked hard, and even the punishment he had received earlier was officially taken back. He would get dinner after all. Everyone smiled cheerfully. Sejun took out the dimensional space key and opened the dimensional gate directly into the cave on the 99th floor. He told Baby Bear to take out 10 purple locusts from inside. Baby Bear immediately ran in and started pulling out purple locusts. The wolf chief stared in confusion, while the other rabbits found the locusts disgusting. Theo quickly told everyone not to judge them by appearance alone, explaining that they actually tasted incredible. The rabbits looked at him doubtfully. The scene shifts again as Sejun and the others began cooking purple locust sweet potato soup once more. As it cooked, Sejun tasted it bit by bit, carefully adjusting the ingredients. The mother rabbit watched nervously, thinking the stew looked suspicious. Sejun was satisfied with the result, knowing that adding the giant sweet potato for extra sweetness had been the right decision. It made the flavor richer. He handed the first bowl to the artist rabbit, asking him to try it, but no one dared to move. Even the mother rabbit was shivering, disturbed by the stew's appearance. Suddenly, the chubby rabbit stepped forward without hesitation, grabbed the bowl, and started eating non-stop. He finished it in mere seconds and gave everyone a look that clearly said he had gone to heaven. Sejun asked the chubby rabbit if he wanted another bowl. The rabbit immediately ran back enthusiastically. Seeing that the stew was safe, the other rabbits finally relaxed. Even the artist rabbit and the mother rabbit began eating, while the baby rabbits could only sniff the delicious aroma. The mother rabbit carefully fed tiny portions to the bobbies. The architect rabbit found the stew incredibly delicious, and Sejun continued serving bowls one by one to everyone lined up. The next bowl was offered to Yona, but she declined, along with the princess and the black warrior rabbit. Yona explained that they had urgent business to attend to. The trial of Greed, the landlord of the 55th floor, was about to begin. The time had finally come to hold him accountable for his crimes and punish him accordingly. Sejun agreed, feeling relieved that the black warrior rabbit would be accompanying them, knowing they would be safe. Just then, Lord Geron returned and called out to Theo. Theo asked if the frog had enjoyed his walk outside, but Geron replied that he had discovered something unusual up on the 99th floor. Sejun immediately became curious and asked what it was. As the scene shifts, we return outside to the 99th floor farm, where Sejun and the others were staring upward in shock at something enormous casting a shadow over them, all wondering what it could possibly be. Guys, we are so close to 100,000 subscribers, and I know you all are awesome, and you all can do it in no time, so please hit the subscribe button right now, and now enjoy the story further. We see that in front of Sejun and the others was not a monster or a giant being, but instead another giant crop. It had leaves so large that they worked like full-blown fans. Theo immediately realized that it was a giant carrot and wondered what they should do about it. Even the baby bear froze for a moment because this was too much even for him. Sejun wondered what they should do, thinking about whether they should dig up the surrounding earth to harvest the carrot properly. Theo told everyone not to worry, reminding them that he was the golden merchant cat. He then told Geron to transform into his usual larger form. As the jewel frog king grew in size, he prepared to pull the carrot out. He grabbed the leaves firmly and told everyone to leave it to him. Using all his strength, he pulled upward. The ground began to shake violently, and Geron used his utmost power, yet the carrot did not budge at all. Sejun could not believe it. Even with Geron's strength, it was impossible. He wondered what on earth was buried beneath the ground. Just then, Sejun heard a heavy thumping sound and turned to look. At the same time, the baby bear suddenly became excited. The reason was revealed immediately. The mother bear had returned to the 99th floor. However, the situation quickly turned dangerous. The jewel frog king and the red mother bear locked eyes, clearly ready to clash. Even though Sejun told them not to fight, he realized that since Geron had come from another floor, he had unintentionally offended the mother bear. Theo clutched his head, knowing that Geron was technically his subordinate, but he had no idea how to stop this confrontation. Before things escalated further, the baby bear ran between the red mother bear and the jewel frog king. He excitedly told his mother that there was a huge carrot buried in the ground and that he wanted to eat it as soon as possible. The mother bear snapped out of her aggressive stance and looked at the giant carrot leaves. The jewel frog king also paused. They stared at each other for a moment, and then Sejun suddenly had an idea. He told both giant creatures that instead of fighting, they should combine their strength and pull the carrot out together, since they were the two most powerful beings on the 99th floor. Fighting might be their instinct, but cooperation was possible. Both creatures hesitated, but in the end they agreed for the sake of the baby bear. They each grabbed the carrot leaves and began pulling upward with full force. The power they exerted was so immense that it caused a literal earthquake. Sejun wondered just how massive this carrot was to cause such tremors. The baby bear cheered loudly for his mother, telling her to hang in there. Both the mother bear and the jewel frog king struggled intensely, yet slowly, impossibly, the carrot began to rise. Everyone watched in disbelief. The giant carrot kept coming out, and it did not stop. Right in front of Sejun and the others, the golden carrot lifted completely out of the ground and began floating in the air. The mother bear nearly collapsed from exhaustion, while the jewel frog king stared in shock. Everyone else was frozen, unable to believe what they were seeing. At that moment, a system notification appeared. It informed Sejun that he had harvested the Red Ribbon's giant carrot altar. His job experience increased greatly, and his harvesting level 4 proficiency also rose significantly. In addition, he obtained 10,000 experience points. Sejun was stunned. He wondered what exactly the red ribbon's giant carrot altar was. Hearing the system message, the father rabbit and the yellow rabbit children hurried over. Before Sejun could ask further questions, another system window appeared. It stated that Sejun must offer 100 crops of 10 different types to the red ribbon's giant carrot altar within 24 hours and hold the Harvest Festival of Abundance. The reward for completing the festival would be a job skill called Crop Gigantic. Sejun could hardly believe it. He had received a special quest tied to this floating carrot, and he now had to host something called the Harvest Festival of Abundance to obtain the reward. Meanwhile, the Jewel Frog King poked the floating carrot curiously, still confused about what it was. The father rabbit stepped forward and explained everything. He told Sejun that this was the legendary golden carrot altar passed down in the Red Ribbon Kingdom. According to the legends of the Black Tower, a giant golden carrot once rose from the ground, and a great conflict broke out among the rabbits over who would claim it. However, during the chaos, one great rabbit shouted for peace and shared his food in front of the golden carrot. Moved by his kindness, the other rabbits followed, sharing their own food one by one. Soon, a peaceful celebration was held before the golden carrot, a festival that later became known as the Harvest Festival of Abundance. But still, a question remained in Sejun's mind. Why would a carrot from the Red Ribbon Kingdom's legends appear on the 99th floor? The even bigger question, especially in the baby bear's mind, was that the carrot was not golden at all. However, Sejun realized that asking endless questions would not change anything. So he decided to follow the system's instructions, open the ribbon of the carrot, and hold the Harvest Festival of Abundance. As the scene shifts, Sejun finds himself in a dilemma counting the crops he currently has. These included carrots, cherry tomatoes, pumpkin sweet potatoes, corn, normal potatoes, and lastly, green onions. He took out 100 of each and wondered if that was enough. He found it strange, because he was sure he had planted a wider variety of crops. The farmer rabbit told Sejun that he was correct and asked him to follow him to another place, explaining that the farm had already expanded. As the scene shifts, Sejun saw juicy strawberries and even chili peppers, crops they had never eaten before. He could not believe that these crops had already been harvested, because he remembered buying their seeds long ago together with the carrots. The baby bear began drooling, realizing that he had never tasted these crops before, but instinctively feeling that they would be delicious. Sejun finally understood that the father rabbit had worked extremely hard as a tenant farmer while Sejun was away on the 67th floor. Thanks to his efforts, they now had 2 additional crop types to offer to the altar. Then the rabbit revealed that there were actually 3 additional crops. Sejun turned toward him in surprise, and the rabbit showed him peanuts. This made Sejun even happier, wondering how they were already ready for harvest. That was when Sejun realized that it must have been because of the mysterious stone monument. The rabbit confirmed this, explaining that Sejun was correct. The crops had been growing rapidly thanks to the monument's influence. Sejun realized that he needed to pay closer attention to the farm now that it had expanded so much. He thanked all the rabbits sincerely for raising the crops so well in his absence. As the rabbits started eating strawberries together with the baby bear, Sejun reviewed the crops they had cultivated so far. Carrots, cherry tomatoes, pumpkin sweet potatoes, corn, normal potatoes, green onions, strawberries, chili peppers, and peanuts. That made 9 types of crops. Sejun was missing one last type. As the baby bear grabbed multiple strawberries and stuffed them into his mouth, Sejun frowned slightly, realizing this was a problem. Suddenly, Theo remembered something and told Sejun that there was one more crop. Sejun asked what it was. Theo reminded him that when they went to the 75th floor, they had planted the yellow fruit obtained after defeating the Frog Queen. The baby bear called it Pine's Horn, but Sejun corrected him gently, explaining that it was called a pineapple. However, Sejun also realized that they had planted very few pineapples. Since they were planted recently, he doubted that even 10 had fully grown yet. By the time they harvested 100 pineapples for the festival, the other crops would begin to rot, wasting everything. To make matters worse, the seed shop had not opened yet, so Sejun was blocked there as well. Still, Sejun knew one thing for sure. Overthinking would not solve anything. He decided to harvest relentlessly for now, while Theo and the others cheered him on, knowing that a massive amount of work awaited them. As the scene shifts, we move to the Merchants' Association, inside the Merchant Passage Central Court. An owl judge called out to the defendant, who was none other than the pig Greed. The judge announced that the locust outbreak on the 67th floor had been deliberately instigated and aided by Greed and his subordinates. Greed was also charged with soliciting the kidnapping of Magic Association President Iona, as well as the Red Ribbon Kingdom's princess, Boo Boo. Furthermore, Greed was accused of committing treason, including releasing locusts on the 55th floor in the past to attack the Red Ribbon Kingdom, assassinating the king and queen, and attempting to seize the throne. After listing all the charges, the owl judge slammed the hammer onto the platform, declaring that the trial to address these crimes would now begin. Yet despite hearing his name tied to every accusation, Greed only smiled devilishly, completely unfazed by what was about to happen.